That stubborn woman just wouldn't budge. Yet the villagers were very receptive to Song Jiao's words, smiling and nodding while giving her a thumbs up. Yes, let the sons take care of the crops, plant a batch of radishes before winter, and we can harvest them in the spring. Truly, Mrs. Sheng thinks further ahead than we do. The mountain bandits were collectively stunned. Being bandits was much easier than being farmers. They could take a big job and rest for months. Now, asking them to pick up hoes and work in the fields was something they were not pleased about. The village's first meeting ended without any conclusions. After the gathering, Song Jiao followed her guard to the academy. The officials and soldiers from the county have arrived at Furong Town and can launch an attack on the mountain bandits at any time. The entire Chipai village is under control, the old prince said with a confident smile. This was truly great news. After daily interactions with a group of bandits, she had been worried they might suddenly harm her family. However, she asked, "Have you heard any news about my husband?" Song Jiao's brows furrowed, and her usual lazy expression vanished. It had been over a month since the old man had returned. Could something have happened to him? That's exactly why I called you here, the old prince said, handing her a letter. Song Jiao eagerly opened the letter and was greeted by beautiful handwriting. It is said that a person's writing reflects their character, and the neat, strong characters were dignified and composed. The content was from Sheng Huayan. He had not only found the bandits' treasure and evidence of their crimes, but had also met with Captain Zhang to discuss a plan to capture the bandits all at once. Furthermore, Sheng Huayan had rescued a villager from the mountains. Coincidentally, that villager was the long-missing husband of Tian Cui. He had been tortured by the bandits, suffering severe injuries, but had survived through sheer willpower. With his testimony, it would surely lead to the capture of Zhang and his men. After reading the letter, Song Jiao's hidden anxiety vanished, leaving her feeling relaxed and at ease. Suddenly realizing something, she exclaimed, "Was that explosion a result of my husband's actions?" "Exactly," the old prince said, stroking his beard and quietly chuckling. He accidentally discovered a pungent yellow stone, which he used to blow up the cave entrance and send the bear bandit flying. Later, he had sent guards to investigate the mountain, and it was said that the pit created by the explosion was 100 feet deep. If this material were used on the battlefield, the enemy would be no match, and peace would soon be within reach. Sheng Huayan had truly achieved great merit this time. "Bear bandit," Song Jiao exclaimed. The old prince was taken aback. Oh no! He had accidentally revealed the truth that Sheng Huayan had asked him to keep secret. He paused with the teacup in his hand, taking a sip to cover his embarrassment. Song Jiao worriedly asked, "Where is my husband now? Is he seriously injured?" The old prince instinctively replied, "His injuries are not severe." Realizing he had misspoken, he became aware that he had been led into a trap. It wasn't his fault for being careless. Song Jiao's questions were quite skillful and easily led him astray. A normal person would ask, "Are you hurt?" But she went straight to the point and asked, "Are you seriously injured?" Old Lord Wang widened his eyes and said angrily, "Why is this young girl so clever?" Seeing that the noble person was still in the mood to joke with her, Song Jiao felt relieved. Soon, her attention turned to the yellow stone that had a strong smell. She wondered, could it be sulfur, saltpeter, charcoal? The ancient gunpowder recipe. Sulfur has many uses. Besides making gunpowder, it can be mixed with quicklime and water to create sulfuric acid, which is mainly used to control pests like scale insects and mites. Sulfur. Old Lord Wang was surprised. "Do you recognize this?" Song Jiao's heart skipped a beat, and she smiled. "I heard my master say that a Taoist used sulfur to make elixirs, which often caused explosions." Old Lord Wang sighed. "No wonder you're so knowledgeable, just like Mr. Hu." Song Jiao was confused. Who is Mr. Hu? Seeing the noble person's admiration, she wondered if he thought Mr. Hu was her master. "You should go home. Stay inside for the next couple of days and avoid going out. To prevent any innocent people from getting hurt, it's best to stop factory operations for a day or two," Old Lord Wang said seriously. "Is he planning to take action?" Song Jiao's eyes sparkled with understanding as she left the academy and headed straight to the factory, thinking of reasons to stop work without raising suspicion. Just halfway there, she suddenly heard a woman sobbing softly nearby. She went closer to take a look. Wasn't that the daughter-in-law of old Zhang's family? Tian sure had been beaten by her husband, her face bruised and swollen, looking like a pig's head, with hardly a good spot on her body. Is this domestic violence? Noticing someone approaching, she was startled and almost fell, but before she could scream, a hand covered her mouth. Who did this? Song Jiao suddenly smiled silently, tilting her head, her heart filled with anger. Though she was smiling, she saw Tianshi trembling, her eyes wide with fear, stammering, "Husband." Song Jiao pressed her lips together. Her mother-in-law was right. The Zhang family was heartless and terrible. Do you hate him? She squatted down, her gentle voice like spring rain, strangely persuasive. This can't be the first time he has hit you, right? He gets more violent, until one day he might just kill you. In his eyes, you are just a dog that can be scolded at will. Your son disrespects you, and your in-laws look down on you. You live every day like a walking corpse in hell. Don't you want to change at all? Tian's face gradually showed unwillingness, resentment, and anger. On the other side, the bandits gathered together. Big brother, what is the background of the Sheng family? They have changed the entire Chipai village by themselves, even more powerful than the county magistrate. My parents never stop talking about the Sheng family, and even my son keeps saying he wants to play with those two kids from the Sheng family. It's really strange. Amid the heated discussion, Tegan suddenly choked up. We eat well every day, but we don't think about how our parents are struggling at home, having to divide 10 fish into 10 meals. Just thinking about their satisfied faces makes me want to slap myself. He started to have second thoughts and didn't want to continue being a bandit. Everyone fell silent. He was not the only one with such thoughts. Initially forced by the authorities to become a bandit for food, now that a stable and good life was in front of them, why not choose it?
Bang!
Zhang De punched Tegan, sending him flying, and the sound of dislocated bones echoed in the darkness. The remaining bandits stared wide-eyed, shocked and horrified by the scene. It was as if an invisible hand was tightly gripping their throats, making them afraid to breathe. Is there anyone else who wants to quit? Zhang Da's bloodshot eyes glinted with a sinister light. We are all in the same boat. Unless we die, no one gets to escape. After all, he had already taken many lives. If caught by the authorities, there would be no way out, so it was better to fight hard and take anyone down with him. Everyone was silent, their faces filled with despair. What should we do next? Someone asked timidly. Zhang De gritted his teeth. We have no choice but to act. Since the villagers are uncooperative, we can only use force. Surround the village. No one is allowed to leave. Taizhu, you and a few others come with me. When it gets dark, we will sneak into the factory. Whether we live a good life or end up in prison depends on whether you brothers can harden your hearts. The bandits collectively changed their expressions. Unlike Zhang De, who revealed everything to his family, once they used force to surround the village, their parents and wives would know that they were involved in terrible deeds. If their parents refused to yield, Zhang De would definitely be ruthless enough to kill them. As if sensing their thoughts, Zhang De coldly threatened, if anyone dares to inform, their parents will be the first to suffer. You must supervise each other. If one person runs away, the others will face the consequences. No one dared to speak up. If they hadn't listened to Zhang Da's sweet words and followed him to rob the merchant convoy, things would have been better. Regret pierced their hearts like a sharp sword, and everyone bit their lips until they tasted blood. For the safety of their families, they had to swallow their pride and accept their fate. They could only hope that night would fall a little slower, just a bit longer. Unfortunately, it seemed that heaven did not hear the cries of the wrongdoers. As the sun gradually set in the west, their hopes were crushed little by little, and their hearts sank into despair. Go! A simple command brought relief to everyone. After all, whether they faced danger or not, they might as well take a chance. Zhang De led the way, taking Taizhu and others toward the factory. In the distance, they suddenly heard a series of loud noises. "There's a fire! Quick, put it out!" Thick smoke billowed from the factory, and flames soared high. Workers ran back and forth with buckets, trying to extinguish the fire. Zhang De instinctively held his breath. What a coincidence! Just as they were about to take over the factory, it caught fire? The fire raged for over half an hour before it was finally put out. From the outside, it was clear that most of the factory's warehouse had burned down, and workers sat on the ground, exhausted, their lamentations echoing far and wide. "All our hard work this month is wasted. Who started the fire? The repair costs for the factory will be dozens of taels." Dozens of taels. The owner signed a contract with the big boss in Fengzhou City. If they can't deliver on time, they'll have to pay 10 times the penalty, which could be over 1,000 taels, possibly even 10,000. The owner is trying to find someone to take over the factory. I wonder who that unfortunate person will be. I warn you all, keep this to yourselves. First, let's settle everyone's wages, and then you can rest for 3 days. Once we find someone to take over the factory, we'll call you back to work. Everyone promised not to leak anything. As long as they could settle their wages, that was what mattered most. Meanwhile, the bandits hiding in the grass were left speechless. In an instant, their golden opportunity turned into a bottomless pit. The factory was now worthless, and they wanted nothing to do with it. No one doubted the truth of what they saw and heard. Even if Song Jiao had the ability to orchestrate this, she couldn't have predicted their plan to rob the factory, nor could she have ensured that all the villagers would cooperate. "Boss, should we still rob the factory? Rob it?" "No way." Taizhu slapped his hand down and said, "Are you going to fill the whole of 10,000 taels of silver?" Zhang waved his hand. "You all go back first." Seeing the figure that haunted his dreams leave the factory, Zhang impatiently chased away all his little brothers. Unfortunately, his plans were destined to fail. Today was a bad day. 3 officials rode in from the village entrance. Song Jiao spoke to them and led them to the factory. Before long, a man was brought in, tightly bound, and the workers could faintly hear their angry voices. "The Zhang family is terrible. They are using pesticides in the fields and setting fires in the factory. They are all from the same village. How could there be such deep hatred? I heard Zhang heir wants to avenge his mother. He must have been out of his mind after drinking a jug of horse urine to commit such a crime. 10,000 taels in compensation? The Zhang family can't pay that even if they sold everything." "What?" The one who set fire to the warehouse was actually Zhang heir. He not only burned down the Zhang family's golden egg, but also attracted the officials. Zhang's breathing became more rapid, and in anger, he punched the ground, pulling at the grass roots with force, not expecting to be caught in his own brother's mess. After the officials captured the main culprit, they didn't leave immediately. One of them walked toward the village, seemingly to notify the Zhang family and the village chief. Zhang felt a chill run down his spine. The village was already surrounded by his brothers. If the officials entered, they would surely notice something was wrong. If he took out the officials in the village, the others would return to report it, and he would still end up in trouble. The situation was about to be exposed. After struggling internally, Zhang decided to escape with the treasure. Familiar with the terrain, he planned to sneak back to the village in the dark to grab a machete and some food before heading up the mountain. It would take time for the officials to notice the situation and control it, enough for him and his family to escape. Just as he reached near his home, he suddenly saw his nephew holding a little girl who was taller than him, angrily saying, "You took so many things from me. Can't you give me a kiss?" Zhang felt like he had been struck by lightning. His nephew was only 5 or 6 years old. How could he be interested in girls at such a young age? It could only be said that children learn from their parents and relatives, and he had picked up nearly all the bad habits of his 3 uncles. Dog Dan didn't understand what it meant. He was just imitating. But what came next made him extremely angry. No way. The girl was teasing Dog Dan, saying he should marry her. A girl still had some modesty. Dog Dan was even angrier. "Because of you, my dad thought we were robbed and beat my mom badly." Zhang De couldn't hear the rest of the words. His anger nearly consumed all his reason. It turned out that the things from the Tian family were not stolen by a man. There had been no robbery, and the authorities had not come after them. It was all the work of this nephew. If it weren't for the trouble caused by the second branch father and son, they wouldn't have to be on the run. Zhang De couldn't hold back any longer and rushed forward to grab his nephew by the collar. "Did you steal everything from home?" Dog Dan was terrified and couldn't make a sound. Dia tried to escape in the chaos, but was caught by a large hand on her arm. Being just a little girl, she saw Zhang Da's fierce expression and begged, "I'm sorry. Please let me go. I won't do it again." Suddenly remembering something, she quickly added, "My aunt is Song Jiao Jiao. She is very rich. If you let me go, she will definitely pay you back. Your aunt is Song Jiao Jiao." Zhang Da's mind cleared a bit. Dia seemed to have found a lifeline and nodded eagerly. "Yes, my aunt loves me very much. She saves all the good food and fun things for me, and even teaches me to read and write. In fact, these things were done for Denyo and Nian Bao, while Song Jiao Jiao ignored her." Zhang De believed her completely, and a slight smile appeared on his gloomy face. "All right, I'll trade you for her." To escape, he needed a new identity, and marrying Song Jiao Jiao was a good choice. It would help him hide from the authorities. Plus, he couldn't directly exchange the money at the pawnshop without risking exposure. He needed a clever woman to turn it into land or other assets. Zhang De was just a big, strong man. He didn't know much else and desperately needed a capable partner. He planned to hide in the mountains for a few days and, once things settled down, use his niece to threaten Song Jiao Jiao, confident she wouldn't refuse. Besides, Song Jiao Jiao owed him a lot of money, and he would be the hero saving her from trouble. "Go back and don't say a word," Zhang De threatened Dog Dan. "If you dare to tell anyone, I will make you pay." Dog Dan sobbed silently, his pants suddenly wetting, and a foul smell filled the air.
Diagrimajet, failing naus.
But what awaited her next would be a nightmare. This was destined to be a thrilling night. The factory was already infiltrated by officials, and many people were hiding in the broken houses in the village under the pretense of delivering goods to the Sheng family. They waited for days, and finally, the group of bandits made their move. They surrounded the village's entrances with weapons in hand. Village Chief Li was shocked and exclaimed, "Where did you get those swords? Could it be?" Suddenly, he realized the truth. "You are the notorious bandits." The villagers were stunned. "Dashan, is it true what the chief said? Are you really a bandit? I'll deal with you, ungrateful child. How can I explain this to our ancestors? Why would you choose to be a bandit? You've brought disaster upon us all." The bandits hung their heads in shame. Even though they had prepared themselves mentally, facing the accusations from friends and family made them feel embarrassed and desperate to hide. "Uncle Lee, please go back. We will not harm anyone in the village," Tegan said, his voice strained. "What do you want? Put down your weapons and don't make things worse," Chief Lee said, his eyes wide with anger. Tegan shook his head, eyes red. There's no turning back now. From the moment they chose to become bandits, they were on a path to ruin. "My parents and wife know nothing. If something happens, please help us." Chief Lee exclaimed, "This is foolish. One person's rebellion can bring disaster to the whole family. Before it's too late, go turn yourselves in. You might get a lighter punishment." The bandits hesitated at his words. Just then, a loud commotion erupted. A massive fire shot up into the sky, and the bandits looked toward the factory, thinking their leader had succeeded, shattering any last hopes they had. "The factory is on fire. Quick, put it out." Old Mrs. Qian, hidden in the crowd, rushed forward in panic. Sheng Sanlang quickly grabbed her arm. "Mother, don't go." The bandits watched closely, ready to act. Old Mrs. Qian was frantic, "But your sister-in-law is still in the factory." Sheng Sanlang gently patted her arm to calm her down and said to the bandits, "Heroes, we are all from the same village. Please let us go help put out the fire." The bandits were cautious. "No way, what if you go and inform someone?" Sheng Sanlang replied, "You can come with us." The bandits were firm. "No means no. That fire was set by our leader. Why should we help?" "What?" Old Qian jumped up in shock. "How dare you set fire to the factory?" "You scoundrels, I will fight you." The situation quickly escalated. It looked like a conflict was about to break out. Just then, a silver arrow flew through the air and struck one of the bandits in the chest with a thud. The bandit, with a fierce expression, fell to the ground without even blinking, blood splattering onto old Qian's face. Ah! Old Qian screamed in terror, her legs trembling as she nearly collapsed, her eyes wide with fear. Suddenly, a signal flare shot up into the sky. In the darkness, the sound of galloping hooves echoed, as if an army was charging closer. Who is coming? Is it the officials? The bandits looked pale with fear, their faces whiter than winter snow, anxiously watching the scene unfold. Tegan shouted, "Run!" The others snapped out of their daze and scattered like headless flies. Even though they usually engaged in dangerous activities, it didn't mean they weren't afraid of death.
Whoosh! Whoosh!
Whoosh! Some were hit in the knee by arrows, others had their weapons knocked from their hands. Cries of pain filled the air. A slender crescent moon hung in the sky, illuminating a figure in silver armor, looking imposing and cold. After shooting an arrow, he smoothly drew another from his quiver and released it with a snap. Behind him was a well-trained army. "It's my son, Dala." Old Qian's dry eyes instantly filled with tears as she exhaled deeply. "Dala has come with the officials. They will surely capture the bandits. We are saved." The villagers felt a mix of joy and worry. Some even urged their children to escape amidst the chaos. The scene was extremely chaotic. At that moment, a group of skilled officials emerged from the village, blocking the bandits' escape route, truly a case of being trapped between a tiger and a wolf. "Let's fight them. We are all going to die anyway," someone said. The two sides quickly clashed. The villagers screamed and huddled together, while village chiefly shouted, "Stop!" But the bandits, blinded by rage, refused to listen. Some bandits, seeing no chance of escape, turned their weapons on the innocent villagers. "What are you doing, Ergo?" a villager cried out in fear. Ergo's face twisted with malice. "Uncle Lu, have mercy. You are already halfway in the grave. You won't live long. Why not become our hostages? Maybe your nephews will have a chance to survive." Seeing this brutal scene, the villagers finally realized that these people were truly ruthless bandits. "Grab that old woman from the Sheng family," Tai Zhu said, wiping the blood from his face and pointing at old Mrs. Qian. "She's the most useful. Don't touch my mother," Sheng Sanling said, standing in front of old Mrs. Qian, his legs trembling, yet he spoke with a shaky voice. "My mother is old and can't handle this. If you want to catch someone, take me. I'm a scholar. My worth is greater, and the officials will spare you to save me." Sanling, old Mrs. Qian clutched her son's arm tightly, tears streaming down her face. "No, I don't have many years left. You have a bright future ahead. Mother, trust me," Sheng Sanlang said firmly for once, shaking off her hand. The cold wind blew into his long sleeves, making his thin frame seem a bit taller. He forced a smile that looked more like a grimace and stepped forward, willingly offering himself as a hostage to the bandits. "Just take me and let the other villagers go." Tai Zhu clicked his tongue. "I didn't expect a spoiled scholar to have some sense of honor. Hurry up, or I'll start hurting others." Sheng Sanling didn't dare hesitate and quickly moved forward, preparing for his fate. "Sanling!" Old Mrs. Qian shouted and rushed at him. "If you touch my son, I'll fight you. You old hag, you're asking for it," Tai Zhu shouted angrily, raising his knife. With a loud thud, he barely lifted it halfway before being stabbed in the heart and collapsing heavily to the ground. "Dead? Dead?" Sheng Sanling fell to the ground, his back soaked with cold sweat. "Did you study just to be foolish?" Old Mrs. Qian frantically pounded her son's back. "What are you trying to prove? Do you think you're a saint? You're making me furious. You useless child. Why learn anything if you're just going to throw your life away? Mother." Sheng Sanling's eyes were red as he silently endured. He had always thought his mother only loved his older brother, but he never expected her to rush forward to save him in such a critical moment. Tai Zhu was the most capable henchman of Zhang Da. With his death, the other bandits who had been resisting showed despair, dropping their weapons and giving up, allowing the officials to bind them. The fierce battle finally ended, leaving the ground covered in blood and scattered bodies, with a strong smell of blood in the air. "Mother Sanling, are you hurt?" Sheng Huayan dismounted, accidentally pulling at his own wound, pausing for a moment. Sheng Sanling cried tears of joy, his voice thick with emotion. "Brother, I knew you would come. Great job. I'm sure your father in heaven would be proud." Sheng Huayan patted his shoulder, his eyes full of admiration. Sheng Sanling couldn't help but straighten his back, a big smile spreading across his face. Receiving praise from his older brother made him happier than when he passed the scholar exam. "Big brother, are these the reinforcements you found?" After a brief moment of fear, excitement took over. Old Mrs. Qian peeked at the surrounding soldiers, noticing they were all in armor and armed with swords, clearly not ordinary officials. She couldn't help but proudly give a thumbs up, saying, "My son is really capable." Sheng Huayan felt a bit helpless. This wasn't the time for explanations. He looked around but didn't see Song Jiao, and his brow furrowed. "Where's my wife?" "Oh no." Old Mrs. Qian slapped her thigh. "The factory is on fire. You need to get the officials to help put it out." Sheng Huayan's heart sank. "Is my wife at the factory?" Old Mrs. Qian was startled by her son's anxiousness and patted her chest. "Where else would she be?" "Mom, you go home first. I'll check the factory." Sheng Huayan felt a rush of urgency and ran toward the factory as directed by old Mrs. Qian. He appeared calm, but his mind was racing, unable to think of anything but reaching his destination. The tofu factory was brightly lit when he arrived, and the fire had already been extinguished. Workers were lining up to collect their wages, each face filled with happiness and excitement, praising their employer's kindness. From their conversations, Sheng Huayan understood what had happened. A hint of anger flashed in his eyes, but quickly faded. He then heard that Song Jiao was hiding alone, feeling down about the heavy losses, and he couldn't help but worry, preparing comforting words for her. However, when he found her, she was leisurely sitting in a wicker chair, enjoying some soft pastries, showing no signs of sadness at all. He was taken aback. This was far from what he expected. "Are you okay? You're back?" They both spoke at the same time. Song Jiao's dark eyes sparkled with joy as she stood up and walked toward him. The man looked disheveled, with a scruffy beard and heavy dark circles under his eyes. Perhaps he had run too fast, as his forehead was covered in sweat, and he was slightly out of breath, looking quite messy. Usually calm and serious, his worried expression was hard to hide. "Don't worry. The master said I did a great job this time and will reward me with a large sum of silver, which will be used for the factory." Song Jiao was momentarily stunned, not expecting his words to be so comforting. She couldn't help but laugh. Okay. In fact, she was the mastermind behind the arson incident, which caused little damage. It was all a show put on by her loyal followers like Xie Dongran and Wenqing to deliberately escalate the situation and distract the bandits. As for Zhang Er, the domestic abuser, he was just a scapegoat. "Where were you hurt by the bear?" Song Jiao asked nervously, recalling his injury, and reached to check his armor. Sheng Huayan held her hand in his, realizing how soft it was. His usually cold face softened a bit as he said, "I got scratched on my lower back. Captain Zhang hired the best doctor, and it's already scabbed over. By the way, here's something for you." He took a wooden hairpin from his pocket and placed it in her hand. The hairpin was a bright orange red and had a faint sandalwood scent. The top was carved with a bud of magnolia, skillfully done, looking so lifelike that it seemed it would bloom any moment. "Is this small leaf rosewood?" Song Jiao said, admiring it. "You didn't carve this, did you?" Sheng Huayan nodded slightly, looking away, his ears turning red. He raised his fist to his lips and said seriously, "I have official business to attend to. Do you want to go back to the village with me?" The more serious he became, the more mischievous Song Jiao felt. She teased him in a soft tone. "Yes, I'll go back with my husband. It's too dark, so you should hold my hand tightly." Now, not only were his ears red, but his neck also turned a shade pink as he maintained a stern expression. "What kind of behavior is that?" "I'll carry the torch and walk ahead. Just slow down a bit. Song Jiao Jiao turned her head and lightly huffed. Sheng Huayan took a step back helplessly. You can only hold onto my sleeve. Okay. Not wanting to push him too far, Song Jiao Jiao reached out with 2 fingers to grab his sleeve. Her pale fingers against the dark red fabric made them look even whiter, softening his hard heart. Unknowingly, the corners of Sheng Huayan's lips turned up slightly. He didn't even realize he was repeatedly giving in to Song Jiao Jiao. These small moments seemed insignificant, but together they could ignite a fire that would consume all his rationality. The two walked along the path, one in front of the other. As autumn deepened, the night breeze turned cool. Feeling the chill, Song Jiao Jiao tightened her clothes and casually asked, "What do you plan to do about the bandits?" "We will judge them according to the law," Sheng Huayan replied coolly, his peach blossom eyes darkening slightly. After this incident, the villagers will surely hate him deeply. However, having enjoyed the benefits brought by the bandit son, they must also face the consequences. But potatoes are very important, and perhaps the old lord will arrange for the remaining villagers to move elsewhere to prevent them from causing trouble. If you think Chipai village is too remote, we can move to the county instead. They had gone to Chipai village to avoid the governor, but now with the old lord's support, they could live comfortably. "No way, I just spent 300 taels. Song Jiao Jiao insisted. "Within a year, Chipai village will surely be more prosperous than Furong town, and living here will be just as good as in the county. Population is the primary productivity. Prosperity leads to development." Sheng Huayan was confused. "What 300 taels?" Song Jiao Jiao mysteriously teased. "You'll find out soon." As they spoke, Sheng Huayan suddenly slowed down. They were now closer together, almost touching, his tall figure blocking the cold wind of the night. He subtly angled the torch back, and its warmth reached them through the night breeze, bringing a bit of comfort. Though it was a short distance, it felt like they had walked for a long time. There was a tender atmosphere. By the time they returned to the village, both felt as if they had stepped into another world, still wanting more. Sheng Huayan first took her home before hurriedly heading to the academy for his duties. It was destined to be a sleepless night. The village was bustling, with some happy and others worried. Outside, the sound of marching feet could be heard as the soldiers patrolled. The next day, the sun rose in the east, marking a brand new day. "Oh my, we were actually with the bandits all this time. Luckily, the officials caught them all," Granny Ke said, feeling a wave of relief. Knowing a person's face but not their heart, who would have thought Zhang Dahuai was the bandit leader? Sheng Sanling sighed, recalling how Zhang seemed so honest, yet had such a dark and cruel soul hidden inside. Old Mrs. Qian calmly said, "We still have some supplies in the kitchen to manage our meals for now. Once this is all over, we can go to town and buy some meat to calm everyone down," she thought happily. De Lang must have achieved something great this time. It's a huge celebration that must be done properly. "Mom, why are you shaking so much?" Dania asked curiously. Fong Shi looked up, forcing a smile that was more painful than crying. I'm fine." Her eyes were fixed on the door, hoping that Dia would be safe. The more she tried not to think about it, the more it seemed to come true. "Old Mrs. Qian suddenly asked, "Where is Dia? I haven't heard her voice in a long time. Has she really changed for the better?"
Crash.
The bowl in Mrs. Fong's hands fell on the table, spilling porridge everywhere. Everyone looked up together. Song Jiao Jiao squinted her eyes and said, "Sister-in-law, did Dia go out?" She didn't believe Dia had changed suddenly without a reason, unless the girl had come up with some other trouble. "How do you know?" Mrs. Fong asked in shock. "Are you confused?" Old Mrs. Qian poked her daughter-in-law's forehead with her finger. "You can't even keep track of your own daughter. What if something happens while there are bandits outside? You'll regret it too late." Mrs. Fong's tense heart finally broke, and she held her face in her hands, her voice trembling as she said, "What should we do? She hasn't come back since she left yesterday morning. She never did this before." "Before?" Song Jiao Jiao smiled knowingly, realizing this wasn't the first time. With Mrs. Fong's indulgence, it was no surprise Dia was acting out. Mrs. Fong's face turned red, and after a moment of hesitation, she replied awkwardly, Dia is my own daughter, not yours. Of course, you wouldn't care. Song Jiao shrugged. Fine, maybe she was meddling. Her bright, clear gaze seemed to see through the darkness in people's hearts, making Mrs. Fong feel exposed. She shifted her legs nervously and awkwardly looked away. Mother, why hasn't Dia come back yet? What if something happened? She turned to her mother-in-law for help, her eyes filled with uncontainable worry. Big brother is so capable, he should go find Dia quickly. Old Mrs. Qian frowned and rationally disagreed. That's not right. De Lang has his own duties. Why should you, as her mother, not go out to find her and instead have your brother do it? What are you waiting for? Hurry and go look for her. Maybe she's just playing and fell asleep somewhere. Mrs. Fong hesitated, but the bandits. Sheng Sanlang interrupted impatiently. You're afraid of the bandits and won't go out, but you want a brother to find your daughter? How ridiculous. Uncle is strong, but I'm just a weak woman, Mrs. Fong retorted defiantly. Those are bandits. They kill without a second thought. Song Jiao couldn't help but laugh at her boldness. Don't worry about finding Dia. There are officials in the village. If you run into danger, just shout, and they will come right away. Mrs. Fong wanted to argue further, but old Mrs. Qian grabbed her arm and pulled her outside. The eldest daughter-in-law is right. You should find your own daughter. If you had kept a better eye on her and not let her run away, this disaster wouldn't have happened. Old Mrs. Qian said to let Fong go out alone, but she couldn't bring herself to not help. Fong's eyes turned red. Mother. Old Mrs. Qian scolded sharply. It's not time to cry yet. Stop your nonsense. You search from the end of the village and I'll search from the beginning. Fong was still a bit scared and left only after being scolded. Aunt, I want to help find my sister too, Dainyu said bravely. Even though she always makes mistakes, we are still family. Since father is not here, I need to be strong for the second branch and bring her back. His young face showed determination beyond his years. Mom, I want to help Dainyu because he is my best friend and favorite cousin. Nianbao looked at Song Jiao with hopeful eyes. She knew her mother would have a plan. After thinking, she urged, to outsiders, both the first and second branches are one family. If we ignore this today, people will blame the first branch for being heartless in the future. My niece is really smart, Sheng Sanlang praised without hesitation. If Dia had even half of Nianbao's sense, she wouldn't be causing trouble all the time. Nianbao smiled shyly. Every young lady from a wealthy family in Yanjing was taught that family interests come first. Her experiences made her more mature than her peers, and she was used to the secrets of wealthy households. To her, Dia's actions seemed like mere child's play. Song Jiao felt mixed emotions and gently touched Nianbao's little braid, nodding with a smile. All right, let's listen to our family manager. After all, the village was small, and finding a little girl wouldn't take much effort. The whole family set out. But Dia seemed to have vanished into thin air. Even after searching the entire village, there was no trace of her. In the end, Song Jiao found the village chief and asked him to help gather people to ask around for Dia's whereabouts. I think I saw her with Dogdan. Tian, she said unexpectedly. Dogdan? Song Jiao was shocked and displeased. How could Dia be playing with Dogdan? She thought too highly of herself to associate with someone like Dogdan, who often had a runny nose. Not just Song Jiao, but everyone else was equally shocked. Dogdan gave her a lot of things, Tian said. They always sneak behind the haystack and hold hands. You're talking nonsense, Fong shouted angrily. At such a young age, how can she have such bad thoughts? Why are you always slandering Dia? Did she offend you? In truth, she was very anxious because Tian, she was right. There were indeed many things in the room that did not belong to the second household. Fong sure could tell they were quite valuable, and over time, she had let Dia be. She never expected Tian she to see it. If this became known, Dia's reputation would be ruined. Song Jiao's brows furrowed tighter. From Fong Shi's behavior, it was almost certain that it was true. I'm telling the truth, Tian, she said, pouting and starting to cry. If you haven't done anything wrong, you won't have to worry about ghosts knocking at your door. You, as her mother, should know best whether Dia did it or not. Tian Chui Chui said while holding her daughter, mocking, at such a young age, reaching out to men for things like a barmaid. How shameless, vile woman. Fang Shi's anger exploded like a bomb, and she screamed hysterically, lunging at Tian Chui Chui. She was so furious that she almost lost her mind. Otherwise, she would have begged Tian Chui Chui to keep it quiet instead of making a scene that would anger the other party. Stop right there. Fortunately, the others from the Sheng family were very rational. Old Qian Shi pulled Fang Shi back and, gritting her teeth, warned her sternly, finding Daya is the most important thing. As for whether Tian Shi was telling the truth, they would know once they found that girl. However, old Qian Shi suspected that it was most likely true. She forced a stiff smile and apologized to Tian Chui Chui. The second daughter-in-law is confused. Please forgive her. Tian Chui Chui snorted lightly. Since it's for the sake of the old lady and Sheng Yangzi, I'll let this go. Don't worry, this matter will not spread from the Tian family. But if Daya's actions were seen by others in the village, it would no longer concern the Tian family.
Thank you, Song Jiao Jiao said.
This gratitude was entirely for Nian Bao. If Daya truly did something disgraceful, outsiders would only talk about how the Sheng family's daughter behaved, inevitably affecting Nian Bao's reputation. Song Jiao Jiao turned to Fang Shi, a knowing smile on her lips. We need to hurry and find Daya at the Zhang family. That gaze made Fang Shi's heart skip a beat, filled with panic and anger, as if she were being seen through. Her whole body felt like it was screaming, and one thought remained in her mind. It's over. No, we can't go to the Zhang family. Fang Shi continued her last struggle.
Fool.
Song Jiao Jiao's dark eyes suddenly turned cold. It was better to bring Daya back before the situation was exposed than to let it become common knowledge. But she was already disappointed with the Fang family, so she decided to skip the unnecessary talk and walked quickly toward the end of the village. The others followed closely behind. Fang had no choice but to pinch her nose and follow, feeling defeated and bitter inside. However, the Zhang family had already left. Old Qian rushed into the kitchen to check the stove temperature, then went into the room to look at the bedding. The cold touch pointed to the same answer. The Zhang family had run away last night. Seeing her mother-in-law come out empty-handed, Fang felt weak in the knees and fell to the ground, saying, "Where could they have taken Daya? She's only 8. All you do is cry. What good does that do?" Old Qian scolded angrily, hands on her hips. If she didn't agree, could the Zhang family have taken her away quietly? Fang sniffled and shook her head vigorously while crying, placing all the blame on others. It must have been forced by the Zhang family. They have old and young ones, so they can't have gone far. Maybe they ran to the mountains. Suddenly, she had a bright idea and pleaded, "Mother, let's hurry to the mountains to chase them." Old Qian bit down on her silver teeth and continued to scold. "Chase what? Do you even know where they went? There are bears in the mountains. If you want to go, go by yourself." "Oh, my poor Daya, her life is so hard." Fang cried out loud, unable to control herself. Hearing her heavy breaths, Song Jiao Jiao raised one corner of her beautiful lips, showing a half-smile. From the chaotic scene, it was clear that the Zhang family had left in a hurry. "Hey!" At that moment, she noticed something shiny under the dustpan. She lifted it up and found a plump golden peanut, about the size of a fingernail. In ancient wealthy families, gold was often shaped into festive forms to reward children or servants. The bottom of the golden peanut seemed to have some kind of pattern. Just as Song Jiao Jiao was about to examine it closely, she suddenly heard a shout, "Golden peanut!" Dania was surprised and excited, saying, "I have several just like it at home." Fang's expression changed suddenly and she rushed forward to cover his mouth. Unfortunately, it was too late. Everyone had already heard. "This kind of gold ornament is very common in shops. I bought one for Daniu," Fang explained awkwardly. Her explanation only confirmed what Tian Shi had said. It turned out that Daya played with Dog Dan to try to trick him into giving her something good. Old Qian was so furious with the mother and daughter's antics that she nearly spat blood. Did the Sheng family really need them for food and clothing, or was it just for pocket money? Two shallow-eyed people deceived a 5-year-old child for money, ruining the reputation of the Sheng family. In front of village Headley, Mrs. Qian had to hold back her anger. Family matters should not be aired in public. Once they returned home, she would search the second house inside and out to find out how many terrible things the mother and daughter had done. Song Jiao Jiao smiled coldly and said, "Village head, Zhang is ruthless and very familiar with the terrain. If we let him escape, he will surely return to cause trouble in the village. We must report this to the authorities quickly." Village headly nodded. "You're right, I will go now. No need to go. The master already learned about the Zhang family's escape last night. Officer Zhang has sent soldiers to pursue them." A calm and steady voice suddenly came from the courtyard. Sheng Huai and stepped into the Zhang family's gate. "I didn't have time to tell you last night, because it was too late." "Daddy's back." Nian Bao joyfully rushed forward, leaping into his arms and hugging him tightly. It had been over a month since they last saw each other. Sheng Huai and bent down to lift her up, sitting her on his arm. He gently weighed her and noticed that Nian Bao seemed a bit heavier. The sweet little girl wrapped her arms around his neck and suddenly kissed his cheek. It was warm and affectionate. Sheng Huai stood frozen, unsure of how to react. The spot on his cheek where she kissed felt incredibly warm, as if it were on fire, and even his usually cold heart softened in an instant. So this is what it feels like to have a daughter and a family. Looking at Nian Bao's sweet smile, his firm beliefs began to crumble. Perhaps he could be a little selfish, like most ordinary men in the world, having a gentle and beautiful wife, a lovely and soft daughter, and enjoying family happiness together, instead of feeling warmth only to become a lonely person again. Just as he indulged in this fleeting happiness for a few seconds, Sheng Huai remembered his 7-kill fate and quickly regained his composure. He pinched his palm to cool his heart and set Nian Bao down, saying, "Go find your mother." Nian Bao didn't understand why her father changed so quickly. Her big, dark eyes turned, and with a clever idea, she squeezed her chubby little hand into his warm, broad palm. That cleverness was just like someone else. Sheng Huai chuckled as he wiped his face, a smile of helpless indulgence appearing in his eyes. He first looked at Song Jiao Jiao, who had a smiling expression, before turning to old Mrs. Qian. "Mother, the bandit issue will be handled by the authorities. Let's go home." The warm scene before her made old Mrs. Qian's eyes well up with tears. She repeatedly exclaimed, "Oh," and smiled widely. "Let's go home." Deep down, she felt increasingly grateful for Nian Bao. With this little treasure around, De Lang seemed to be living a more fulfilling life. The family returned home cheerfully. "De Lang, weren't you supposed to deliver a message to the leader's family? Why did you bring so many soldiers to deal with the bandits?" Old Mrs. Qian asked in a series of curious questions. "How did the villagers become bandits?" Shang Huayan held a cup of hot tea and explained, "Actually, we suspected that Chipai village was connected to the bandits. I found in the county records that in the first year of the disaster, wild beasts came down from the mountains and harmed people, causing many villagers to flee overnight, leaving only 7 or 8 households. Strangely, these households only had elderly people, women, and children, all looking healthy and well-fed, living even better than the folks in the state city. Right. No wonder I always felt something was off," old Mrs. Qian exclaimed, slapping her thigh. "The Tian family relies on Tian Suetsue's skilled hands to sell mung bean cakes, yet they are still so thin, living from one meal to the next. That's how it should be during a disaster year." Sheng Sanling sighed with a bitter smile. "If only you had informed us earlier, we could have worked together to take down the bandits. Just you?" Old Mrs. Qian didn't mean to belittle her third son. "If you had known earlier, you might have run away, alerting them." Sheng Sanling felt very dissatisfied and suddenly caught sight of Song Jiao Jiao's calm demeanor, exclaiming in surprise, "Sister-in-law, you knew too. See, it's obvious that his elder brother is biased." "Yes," Song Jiao Jiao replied, leaning back with her eyes narrowed. This matter should also highlight the contributions of Din Yo and Nian Bao. The two little ones cleverly tricked Go Dan to obtain important evidence of the Zhang family's connection with the bandits, Din Yo and Nian Bao. Sheng Sanling widened his eyes in disbelief, shocked as he looked back and forth between the two proud little ones. He pulled Din Yo closer and asked, What exactly did you two do? Dinyo turned to look at Song Jiao Jiao, and after receiving her nod, he animatedly recounted how he and Yen Bao had tricked Go Dan, leaving everyone astonished. Sister-in-law, really? Dinyo is so young, and you let him do such a dangerous thing? Mrs. Fong complained. Song Jiao Jiao raised her eyebrows, looking innocent. Mom, I did it myself. Aunt didn't know at first. Dinyo hurriedly defended himself. Mrs. Fong shot a disappointed glance at her foolish son. Her eyes filled with anger. How could I not know your abilities? It was Yen Bao who encouraged you to do this. She was furious with Yen Bao for causing her eldest child to run away and for pushing her son into dangerous situations. Did the second branch owe her something in their past lives? From now on, you will stay at home to study and write. You are not allowed to go anywhere. Mrs. Fong decided to keep her children away from Yen Bao. Sensitive Yen Bao pouted, tears welling up in her eyes, and she quickly lowered her head to avoid being seen. Just like many times before, her hands twisted together tightly. At that moment, a warm hand rested on her head, gently rubbing it. Yen Bao looked up with her reddened eyes, seeing her mother's gentle expression.
Plop.
2 tears fell down her cheeks. Don't cry. It's not your fault. Don't shed tears for others, Song Jiao Jiao said firmly, though her actions of wiping away the tears were very gentle.
Gian bao nốt đét vì gò dù xin.
She wouldn't cry. She couldn't disappoint her mother. As if sensing her thoughts, Song Jiao Jiao furrowed her brows even tighter. You don't need to sacrifice yourself for others, even if that person is me, your father, or your grandmother. Yen Bao's big, dark eyes were filled with confusion, and she gestured to ask, but grandmother told me that to be loved by everyone, I must be a good child. Grandmother? Song Jiao Jiao pondered. You grew up at your grandmother's house. Yen Bao nodded. Grandmother said my father passed away early and my mother also died when I was 1. Uncle and aunt often said they would send me away, and my cousins didn't like me. Until one day, a group of fierce people suddenly came out of the house. Remembering the past, Yen Bao shivered in fear. But then, she suddenly recalled something very important and took Song Jiao Jiao's hand, leading her to the room. She closed the door tightly and rummaged through the wardrobe to find the old dress she used to wear, handing it to Song Jiao Jiao. Grandmother said this dress is very important. If Uncle is a good person, I should give it to him. Uncle clearly referred to Governor Feng. Could there be something sewn inside this dress? Song Jiao Jiao carefully examined the dress and indeed found something unusual. It seemed something was hidden in the lining. When she opened the stitches, she discovered a neatly folded piece of silk. Upon reopening the silk cloth, there were 2 pages inside. Did it look like a ledger? In the 6th month of the Tianjing era, the Yellow River flooded thousands of homes, and the court allocated 10,000 gold. Zhang Wei secretly took 9,000 gold, and the officials of Fengzhou and Xianing divided the rest, leaving 1,000 gold for repairing the dam. In the 10th month of the Tianjing era, the Xiongnu invaded, and 30,000 military rations were stolen in Furong town. The court sent Feng Tianyi from Fengzhou to deal with the bandits, but he returned empty-handed. 3 months later, the Fengzhou barracks received 10,000 unknown rations. Zhang, after reading through it, it turned out to be evidence of corruption and collusion among court officials. And the Tianjing era was the last reign title of the previous emperor. Currently, the Dezhou dynasty is ruled by the 3rd son of the previous emperor. It is said that the struggle for the throne back then was very fierce, comparable to the complex succession in the Qing dynasty. Song Jiao Jiao's eyes were filled with mixed emotions, and the 2 pages felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds in her hands. If these 2 pages were to leak, it would undoubtedly bring disaster to the Sheng family. Nyang Bao, quickly call your father in, and don't tell anyone else what we found. She bent down to remind Nyang Bao, feeling a whirlwind of confusion inside. Things were gradually slipping out of control. Sheng Huaiyan looked over the ledger, his brows tightly furrowed. The current garrison commander in Fengzhou, Zhang Junwei, is Zhang Wei's grandson. Zhang Wei was the former minister of war, and Feng Tianyi is the father of Governor Feng, It was easy to imagine that if Nyang Bao handed the ledger to Governor Feng, she would be in grave danger. No wonder the men in black were chasing her. They might have guessed that the evidence could be with Nyang Bao. It also explained how a mere pawn like Wang Wu could obtain military tents. Everything made sense. As for the bandit problem in Furong Town, do you think Zhang De could be connected to Zhang Junwei and the others? It was understandable that Song Jiao Jiao was suspicious. After all, Zhang De shared the same surname and was involved in similar activities as the previous bandits in the same location. If anyone is related to Zhang Junwei, it's likely old Zhang. Sheng Huaiyan recalled the deep-minded old man clearly. This is bad. If that's the case, then Zhang Junwei searching for the Zhang family would be like colluding with them, making it easier for them to escape. Song Jiao Jiao lightly tapped her fingers on the table, suddenly realizing something more important, her face turning pale. Could that noble in the academy also be in league with them? It shouldn't be. Sheng Huaiyan shook his head in denial. During the struggle for the throne, the old prince strongly supported the current emperor, so the emperor granted him the richest territory as a token of gratitude. These days, whenever there was something good, the old prince would always remember to send a share to Xingjing, showing deep brotherly affection. No matter if the bond between the two brothers is genuine, the old prince truly cares for the country and its people. If it weren't for wanting to see the growth of the potatoes firsthand, he wouldn't have stayed in Chipai village. But a new question arises. When the old prince was a teacher in Chipai village, did he intentionally choose this village to discover its unusual conditions, or was it just a coincidence that he picked a village to experience the people's lives? I need to go out for a while. Please take care of things at home, Sheng Huaiyan said apologetically, pushing down his doubts. They are a married couple in name, and taking care of the Sheng family is not Song Jiao Jiao's responsibility, yet he keeps troubling her again and again. This makes him feel both guilty and deeply moved. Don't worry, I'll handle everything at home, Song Jiao Jiao said, her eyes filled with concern. Just be careful. She slightly tilted her head, and the wooden hairpin in her dark hair lifted a little. For some reason, Sheng Huaiyan felt a strange emotion filling his chest, and he couldn't help but reach out to touch her cheek. The skin under his palm was smooth and tender, like a freshly peeled egg. His gaze moved down to her slightly parted lips, which were naturally alluring and free of any lip color, with clear lines. A gulp echoed, the sound of his throat swallowing, until Song Jiao Jiao tilted her head and rubbed against his palm. Her eyes seemed to shimmer with water, sparkling like spring light, making him blush as if he were drunk just from looking at her. Thump, thump, thump. His heart suddenly raced, and Sheng Huaiyan snapped back to reality, quickly pulling his hand away as if burned, and hurriedly left. Behind him, he heard Song Jiao Jiao's soft laughter, making him walk even faster. Big brother, where are you going? Sheng Samling called out, curiously mumbling, why is Big Brother's face as red as a monkey's bottom? Old Mrs. Qian tapped him on the forehead and said with a knowing smile, you don't understand anything. You'll know when you get married one day. Who would have thought her usually dull eldest son would have such a day? Perhaps soon, they would have a grandchild to hold. This daughter-in-law is a good catch, old Mrs. Qian said, smiling widely. Sheng Samling suddenly realized, and his fair face turned bright red as well. Only Feng Shi remained extremely alert. The second branch's position in the Sheng family relies entirely on the only grandson, Daniu. If the eldest sister-in-law also becomes pregnant and has a boy, wouldn't that threaten Daniu's status? And the family assets would naturally no longer be given to Daniu. That can't happen. Her eyes rolled around as she deliberately asked loudly, Mother, do you remember when that wandering priest said that my older brother has a fate that brings misfortune to his wife and children? Will it affect my sister-in-law? It seemed like she was asking old Mrs. Qian, but she was really saying it for Song Jiao Jiao to hear. She didn't believe that Song Jiao Jiao would still want to have children with her brother after hearing that. What nonsense are you talking about? Old Mrs. Qian angrily slapped Feng Shi, making a loud noise. You're just looking for trouble. There's so much work to do in the fields. If you're bored, go carry some manure to the foot of the mountain. Feng Shi dodged and pretended to be innocent, crying out, Mother, that's unfair. The priest said my brother brings misfortune to his wife. Sure enough, Song Jiao Jiao walked out of the room, looking upset. Mother, didn't you tell my sister-in-law? It seemed she realized she had said something wrong, and she quickly covered her mouth, trying to hide her smirk. Let the argument escalate. The bigger the fuss, the better. After all, no woman wants to be without children. Song Jiao Jiao had no family to rely on, and her only way to secure her position was to have a son. My husband brings misfortune to his wife. I'm a disaster, a perfect match. Song Jiao Jiao leaned against the wooden door and sighed. Feng Shi stood frozen, her mouth twitching. Oh no, she had forgotten that Song Jiao Jiao was considered a disaster. A plan had backfired. Exactly. You two are a perfect match, old Mrs. Qian agreed, carefully observing her eldest daughter-in-law's expression. Seeing she wasn't angry, she felt relieved and grew more resentful towards the second daughter-in-law. Don't think she couldn't see Feng Shi's intentions. With her attitude, even if her eldest son didn't have a son, she would never leave the family fortune to Dinyo. Besides, what if there were no biological sons?
They could still adopt or pass on a child.
In times of hardship, there were plenty of children around. Having a daughter could also lead to adopting a son to care for them in their old age. Sister-in-law, what did you take from the Zhang family? It's better to find everything. She tossed the trouble back. After all, those are stolen goods from bandits. With her reminder, old Mrs. Qian's anger flared up again as she called out loudly, Feng Shi, there are no stolen goods. You didn't take anything from the Zhang family. Feng Shi's expression changed suddenly as she made a last-ditch effort. Those were valuable items. She was unwilling to hand them over easily. At this point, she still held on to a glimmer of hope, thinking that as long as she insisted that Dia had done nothing wrong, she could brush the matter aside. Song Jiao Jiao took out the golden peanut she had found and pointed to the design on the bottom, saying, wealthy families always have marks on their belongings. Once you take it to the pawn shop, they will immediately trace it back to you. Or are you planning to melt down the gold to make new jewelry, thinking that will keep you safe and worry-free? Faced with this public accusation, Feng's face turned pale and then flushed. She indeed planned to melt the gold down, whether for De Ya's wedding hairpin as a dowry or as a gift for Dinyo when he marries. Both would be very respectable. Song Jiao Jiao sneered and continued to shatter her illusions. Furong town is small. Any news spreads quickly. The golden peanut looks unique. What if the goldsmith accidentally leaks the information? Feng was left speechless. If you won't take it, I'll find it myself, old Qian said angrily as she headed towards the second room. Feng panicked. Mother, you can't just search my room. Those are my dowry. Even with Song Jiao Jiao analyzing the pros and cons, she still wouldn't give up. After all, it was gold. Ordinary farmers probably had never seen it in generations. Half an hour later, everything was laid out on the table, and there was a small handful of golden peanuts, at least 20 or 30 of them. Among the other items were valuable cosmetics and expensive silk handkerchiefs and threads. Dong Zhu had the most, enough to make a necklace and a bracelet. Dog Dan, being young and unaware of value, picked up anything shiny. The fact that he could gather these expensive items proved that the Zhang family must have a treasure trove. Everyone looked at each other, speechless for a while. This was not wealth that could be accumulated from just a few robberies. Song Jiao Jiao grew more suspicious of old Zhang. Perhaps Zhang Da was just inheriting his legacy as a second-generation bandit. The Zhang family is truly... Old Qian was at a loss for words. Truly hoarding wealth, audacious beyond belief. Sheng Sanling chimed in. No wonder the villagers can't resist the temptation and turn to banditry. Song Jiao Jiao scoffed. It's all ill-gotten gains. They may rob but won't enjoy it. These bandits will either be exiled or executed, and their descendants will never hold their heads high. Everyone fell silent again. It's better to follow the law and earn money honestly. Mother, can't we just split these things evenly among the 3 families? Feng thought she had a good idea, her eyes turning red at the sight of the golden peanuts, feeling even more pained. You think everyone is as naive as you, only caring about the surface. Old Mrs. Qian glared at her fiercely. If you dare to have any bad thoughts, I will immediately end this, to avoid dragging down the Sheng family. She looked at Song Jiao Jiao and sighed. Think of a way to handle this without involving the Sheng family. Mrs. Fong then lowered her voice, mumbling, what if the eldest sister secretly hides it? Such a kind-hearted fool, completely unaware of the situation. Song Jiao Jiao glanced at her with a cold look and said, then you should come with me. Go where? Mrs. Fong asked nervously. She wouldn't be planning to get rid of herself, would she? Song Jiao Jiao replied succinctly, dig a hole. This stolen item must be dealt with immediately. If the eldest girl reveals that she received money from the Zhang family to drag down the Sheng family, the Zhang family would surely make a fuss, and then it would be hard to explain. Therefore, she planned to secretly bury the evidence in the Zhang family's yard. The most dangerous place would be the safest, as no one would think to look there. Mrs. Fong exclaimed, what? You want to bury yourself? Reluctantly, after dark, she was forced to take a shovel and go out with Song Jiao Jiao. They avoided the crowd and arrived at the edge of the village, at the Zhang family's yard. Dig, Song Jiao Jiao said, leaning back on a chair she found, her long legs crossed casually. Why should I? Mrs. Fong was very unhappy. Why should she do the work while Song Jiao Jiao relaxed? Song Jiao Jiao lazily yawned. It's not my daughter who made the mistake. Mrs. Fong was speechless. She wanted to resist, but didn't dare to act. After a tense moment, she picked up the shovel and started digging, intentionally making loud noises to vent her anger. Be louder. Maybe you'll attract the officials, and everyone will know your daughter is already learning to flirt with men, Song Jiao Jiao said with a cold smile, her large eyes staring at her mercilessly. The digging noises quickly quieted down. After some time, a loud clang echoed in the quiet yard as the shovel hit something metal. Oh my, what is this? Mrs. Fong gasped, rushing to the hole and digging with her hands, pulling out a rectangular gold bar from the dirt. This gold bar must weigh at least several pounds. Mrs. Fong quickly bit into it, but couldn't break it and suddenly became ecstatic, dancing with joy. We're rich, haha. Shut up if you want to live, a cold voice suddenly scolded from nearby. Song Jiao Jiao stepped forward and snatched the gold bar. She lit a match and looked closely. Indeed, the words, Tianjing Nian, were engraved on the bottom. A bold and unbelievable thought suddenly crossed her mind. Could this batch of gold bars be the ones embezzled from the disaster relief for the Yellow River? Old Zhang was indeed one of the first mountain bandits. These gold bars could convict the Zhang family and prove the authenticity of those 2 pages of accounts. At the same time, they would put the Sheng family in danger. What should she do? Deep down, Song Jiao Jiao was a selfish person and quickly made a decision. She put the gold bar back and urged Fong to bury it quickly, along with the stolen goods they had tricked out of Daya. Be quick. I'll check if anyone is coming at the door. The Sheng family had no power or influence. A small insect could not shake a tall tree. For now, the best she could do was to keep this matter hidden and try to extract the Sheng family from the entire bandit case. Helping to eliminate a group of ordinary bandits was one thing, but uncovering a widespread corruption case from the previous dynasty was another. The former earned merit, while the latter could cost lives. She couldn't take that risk. The Sheng family couldn't afford it either. They couldn't put the whole family in danger for the sake of so-called truth. Just as Song Jiao Jiao left, Fawn quickly stuffed a piece of gold into her clothes and filled the pit back in. As the 2 of them exited the Zhang family, suddenly, a shadow rushed out from the side.
A Fawn screamed.
Seeing the figure in black reaching for her arm, she hurriedly pushed Song Jiao Jiao aside and ran back home, shouting loudly. Caught off guard, Song Jiao Jiao stumbled forward a couple of steps. 2 arms suddenly wrapped tightly around her. In a moment of panic, her body reacted faster than her mind. She raised her knee and struck hard at the figure's abdomen. Again and again. In the distance, she thought she heard a cracking sound.
Ah, ah, ah.
The figure groaned. In the moonlight, Song Jiao Jiao finally saw the face of the shadow. It was Zhang De. Realizing he was after the treasure buried in the yard, she was alarmed. If he found out that she and Fong had been in the Zhang family's yard and knew their secret, it would surely lead to the destruction of the Sheng family. What to do? Song Jiao Jiao felt a surge of anxiety, her beautiful almond eyes growing colder, and her thoughts gradually became clearer. Zhang De had to be eliminated. In just a few breaths, Zhang De had tightly gripped her arm and was pulling her up the mountain. The small woman seemed stunned with fear and did not resist much. There are 2 shadows ahead. They haven't run far. Hurry, don't let them escape. The commotion had already alerted the patrolling soldiers in the village, who were now chasing after them with great force. Zheng's mind was in chaos, buzzing with thoughts. He didn't have time to think and, fearing the mountain path, pulled Song Jiao Jiao into the dense forest, running around like a headless chicken.
Stop.
Don't run. Quick, go find others to help search. If we find the bandits, we will surely achieve something. They should have run this way. These officers were not ordinary guards. They were tough and had real battle experience. Zhang was already lost, unsure of where he was going, until he heard a tiger's roar. He suddenly turned pale. A whoa! In the darkness, the king of the forest stood tall, its green eyes glaring at the intruders. It stretched its body and slowly began to move.
Bang.
Fawn forcefully shut the door, feeling unsteady as she collapsed onto the ground, gasping for breath. Her clothes were soaked with cold sweat, sticky and icy to the touch, and her body trembled violently. That cursed woman! Are you trying to scare me to death? Old Qian hadn't even stepped out of the house when his voice echoed through the yard. When he finally came out, he saw his daughter-in-law sitting on the ground, drenched in sweat and looking lost. He frowned and asked, "Where's your sister-in-law? Did something happen?" Fong stiffened, her gaze evasive. S sister-in-law was captured. In the dim light, old Qian didn't notice her unnatural expression, focusing instead on the news of Song Jiao Jiao being captured, and asked urgently, "What happened? Why was your sister-in-law captured? By whom?" "I don't know," a shadow came out and took sister-in-law away, Fong stammered, lowering her head in guilt. She truly didn't mean to. Her actions were purely instinctive. Yes, it was like that. Everything was not her fault. Fong kept reassuring herself, but her body trembled uncontrollably. She didn't know if she was more worried about Song Jiao Jiao's safety or afraid of facing her if she returned. Then what are we waiting for? Hurry and tell Delang, old Qian urged, anxious like an ant on a hot pan, stepping forward. Just as he was about to leave, a commotion of footsteps was heard outside. The officers shouted about the bandits coming down the mountain and escaping, and hurried to chase them. And no, we can't go out. Fong showed a look of extreme fear, pressing hard against the door latch, panic flashing deep in her eyes. The heavy gold bars in her arms felt like her heart, sinking down. Song Jiao Jiao had encountered bandits and was captured by them. Realizing this, old Qian was so shocked that her scalp tingled. "Quick, step aside. We need to send a Lang to rescue his wife." "No way," Fong insisted, refusing to move. Old Qian was tired of arguing and directly pulled at her. As the 2 women struggled, a loud clatter sounded as a gold bar fell from Fong's arms to the ground. In the moonlight, it glimmered with a golden glow. Fong's heart sank. It was over. She curled up, hugging herself tightly, trying to make herself less noticeable. "Is this a gold bar?" Old Qian picked it up and noticed it was quite heavy, almost too much for one hand. She looked down at the gold bar and then at the second daughter-in-law, gritting her teeth and saying, "I'll deal with you later." San Lang, old Qian covered the gold bar with her sleeve and shouted toward the west wing. Before long, Sheng San Lang came out. "Mother," he approached and, seeing Fong's distressed state, his expression became serious. "What happened? Hurry and find your elder brother. The bandits have come down from the mountain and taken Song Jiao Jiao," old Qian instructed. "Be careful and don't let anyone else know." "What?" Sheng Sanlang didn't dare waste time and quickly left to spread the news. Aside from the sleeping children, only the 2 women remained in the yard. Old Ke noticed the commotion and just stepped outside when old Qian shooed her away. Holding the gold bar, she pointed to the center of the yard, saying, "Kneel there." Fawn dared not disobey and timidly knelt down, beads of sweat forming on her forehead again. Meanwhile, Sheng Sanlang had a tough time getting through the officials' scrutiny and finally reached the academy. He arrived just in time, as Sheng Huai and was leading a group out. "Brother," he called urgently. Sheng Huaiyan paused, told his colleagues to wait, and quickly walked toward his brother under the tree. Seeing Sheng Sanlang, he frowned and asked, "Is there a problem at home?" Sheng Sanlang nodded vigorously. This was serious. To avoid others overhearing, he leaned in close and said urgently in his brother's ear, "Sister-in-law and heir saw returned the stolen goods to the Zhang family tonight, but they ran into bandits and they took sister-in-law away." Sheng Huaiyan's grip tightened around the sword at his waist. In that moment, it felt as if an invisible hand was squeezing his heart, making it hard to breathe. "I understand." After a brief moment of panic, he quickly calmed down and tightly pressed his lips together, instructing, "You go back first. No matter who asks, do not reveal or admit that they went out." Understood. He couldn't let the Sheng family fall into crisis. And he must not let anyone know that bandits had taken Song Jiao, or her reputation would be ruined. Sheng Sanlang was shocked and opened his mouth wide, looking again at his older brother standing in front of him. Seeing his calm expression, showing no signs of panic, he exclaimed, "Are you planning to give up on sister-in-law?" Wow, his brother really was heartless. The guards nearby glanced back. He quickly covered his mouth, his eyes filled with accusation, almost saying, "Brother, you are such a selfish jerk. I really misjudged you, and I feel sorry for sister-in-law." Sheng Huaiyan shot a cold glance at his foolish younger brother, his tone firm. "I will find her myself." In the darkness, his long eyelashes trembled slightly, and his peach blossom eyes narrowed, glinting with coldness. After sending Sanling home, Sheng Huaiyan walked towards the mountain with his colleagues. Step by step, his footsteps were heavy and determined. Long Tushan stood like a giant in the night, with dense shadows in the forest making the huge silhouette appear particularly frightening. Around them, the occasional roar of wild beasts sent chills down their spines. Following the path of the previous group of officials, they quickly tracked ahead. Not knowing how long they had walked, a smell of blood gradually filled the air, becoming stronger as they moved forward. Everyone held their breath, gripping their swords tightly, moving forward back to back. Soon, they found severed limbs on the ground, and from the wounds, it looked like they had been bitten off by some large beast. "Help!" Just as they were on edge, a scream came from the southeast. "Is someone there? Let's go check." The guards rushed out to help without hesitation. Sheng Huaiyan paused, took a few steps to the left, and picked up a piece of apricot-colored fabric from a branch. He remembered that Song Jiao was wearing apricot today. She had been here and encountered a wild beast. Realizing this, Sheng Huaiyan's face turned pale, and his breathing quickened. Using the light of the torch to search for traces, he finally found a series of footprints, some deep and some shallow. The larger ones likely belonged to the bandits, while the smaller ones were his wife's. This path was exactly the opposite of where the guards were going. Sheng Huaiyan continued to pursue without stopping, praying constantly in his heart. He had never believed in gods, but at that moment he began to pray to the heavens, hoping for Song Jiao's safety. Thump, thump, thump. His heart raced violently. Perhaps heaven heard his prayers, as he suddenly caught a whiff of blood in the air, and the footprints on the ground became increasingly chaotic. From the mess at the scene, it seemed a fierce battle had taken place. "Don't run. You can't escape." Zhang De covered his stomach wound with one hand and leaned against a tree, his eyes scanning the surrounding trees, trying to find where Song Jiao was hiding. "This is interesting. I didn't expect that delicate and beautiful woman to be so bold and ruthless." If he hadn't dodged quickly, that hairpin would have just grazed his heart and only pierced 3 inches into his abdomen. From the force, she was deadly serious. The more beautiful something is, the more dangerous it can be, and the same goes for women. "We are truly a perfect match." Zhang De licked his dry lips and sighed. Suddenly, he spotted a corner of clothing peeking out from behind a tree, his eyes brightening as he quickly dashed forward, moving as swiftly as a wild leopard hunting its prey. Song Jiao Jiao felt a sharp pain, her forehead covered in sweat. She had accidentally broken her left arm while trying to escape from that tiger. If it weren't for that, she wouldn't have made a mistake. She quickly searched through the system store, her fingers trembling as she found a sleeping powder from her history cart, holding it tightly in her palm. How could she not be scared or hurt? But to survive in a chaotic world, some things must be done. Just then, a foot was suddenly grabbed by Zhangde, who pulled her forcefully, dragging her out from behind the tree. "I found you," Zhangde grinned, looking like a ghost. No matter how much Song Jiao Jiao kicked and struggled, it was useless. He held her ankle tightly, refusing to let go. The delicate skin on her back was scratched by branches, causing her to gasp in pain. "You hurt me," she suddenly spoke in a soft voice. Zhangde paused and turned around. Song Jiao Jiao quickly smiled, her tone softening as she said, "Help me up, I won't run away." Zhangde stared at her for a moment, seemingly trying to discern the truth in her words. "My arm is broken," she said, her voice trembling slightly. It seemed the pain had reached its peak, causing her body to shiver slightly. Zhangde bent down, just an arm's length away, sneering. "Are you trying to lure me into checking your arm and then stab me with that hairpin? Do you think I'm an idiot?" Before he finished speaking, Song Jiao Jiao quickly scattered the powder from her hand. Cough, cough, cough. Zhangde began to cough violently. "You little vixen, what did you throw at me?" His eyes were bloodshot, and he was using all his strength to almost break her leg. Song Jiao Jiao couldn't help but cry out. At that moment, a shadow suddenly rushed out and knocked Zhangde away. In the darkness, a tiger opened its massive mouth and bit down, severing his neck. Zhangde didn't have time to scream. His eyes widened in shock as he lost his breath instantly. The smell of blood spread around. The sounds of the tiger tearing into flesh and bone echoed loudly in the dark forest. Crunch, 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 crunch. Song Jiao Jiao's pale face grew even whiter, feeling a chill creeping up her spine, as if she had fallen into an ice cave. While the tiger was eating, she endured the pain and tried to quietly get up and leave. Snap! Unfortunately, she stepped on a twig. The tiger quickly turned its head. Man and tiger locked eyes. Song Jiao Jiao. Overwhelming fear left her breathless. She nervously swallowed, unable to move. In extreme fear, her body felt completely stiff, and she couldn't make a sound. Was she really going to meet her end today? Song Jiao Jiao thought in despair. "Dear?" In the silence, a voice suddenly called out, like music from the heavens. Her eyes dimmed for a moment, but then filled with surprise and relief. The restraints around her vanished, and Song Jiao Jiao cried tears of joy, using all her strength to reply, "I'm here. Be careful, there's a big beast here." The tiger also noticed the new human presence. The newcomer had a cold and dark aura, making the tiger hesitate to act. Bang! Sheng Huayan punched a tree trunk as thick as a bowl, and with a crack, the towering tree broke in half and fell. Under the firelight, the man's face was grim. His thin, beautiful lips coldly uttered one word, "Leave." His voice was hoarse, and his eyes were blood-red. The tiger, frightened by his fierceness, retreated quickly. Song Jiao Jiao. Her husband was truly fierce. Looking at the tiger, it showed no interest in fighting and quickly grabbed its meal, leaping into the dense forest, disappearing in the blink of an eye. Song Jiao Jiao's body went weak, and the sharp pain in her arms, legs, and back brought tears to her eyes. She endured the pain and tried to smile, weakly saying, "Husband, why did it take you so long to come?" It was as if she was certain he would come to save her. "I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that. All the beautiful thoughts are gone. Only deep heartache remains." Sheng Huayan's eyelashes trembled lightly as his cold hand brushed over her swollen left arm, which was broken. How did she manage to endure this? "No, please don't," Song Jiao Jiao murmured in pain, her delicate body shivering, her forehead covered in cold sweat. Fortunately, aside from the serious injury to her arm, the rest of her body only had minor scrapes. Sheng Huayan planned to treat the wounds on her back first. To avoid putting pressure on her broken arm, he carefully helped Song Jiao sit up. She hung her head, gently leaning against his chest. He wrapped one arm around her while the other reached behind her waist, awkwardly applying ointment to her injuries. "It hurts." Song Jiao whimpered, restlessly making soft sounds in his embrace, her tone almost like she was being playful. Sheng Huayan raised an eyebrow, realizing that the young girl was quite sensitive, whining about the pain. "Just bear with it," he said in a dry tone, but his touch softened a bit. Song Jiao's right hand unconsciously clutched his shirt tightly, her little head burrowing into his chest as if trying to hide from the medicine. She was quite the little rascal. "Nian learned this from you," Sheng Huayan said, frowning slightly as he quickly finished applying the last of the ointment. His eyes, however, sparkled with a hint of amusement, and under the candlelight, he seemed a bit softer. Then came the dislocated arm, fortunately without any bleeding. He held her arm with one hand and pressed down on the dislocated part with the other, applying force. The sharp pain jolted Song Jiao awake, tears streaming down her face as she shouted and pushed against Sheng Huayan in panic. No matter how hard she tried, she couldn't push him away, and her arm was firmly held in his grip. Frustrated, she kicked at him repeatedly. To Sheng Huayan, her kicks felt like mere tickles. Worried that she might hurt her arm again, he helplessly said, "Don't misunderstand. I'm just putting your broken bone back in place." Song Jiao froze, her tear-filled eyes looking at her left arm, and the pain was not as intense as before. Suddenly, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. She turned her head away in a fluster but couldn't help sneaking glances at Sheng Huayan. When their eyes met, she was caught off guard. "Let's apply some medicine first, and tomorrow I'll take you to the clinic in town." Surprisingly, Sheng Huayan didn't tease or make fun of her. He poured some medicinal alcohol into his hand and evenly rubbed it on her injured arm. The medicine was cold, but his hands felt unusually warm. The intense heat seemed to penetrate her skin and reach deep into her body, causing her heart to beat erratically in her chest. After Sheng Huayan applied the ointment and covered her with a nearby blanket, Song Jiao froze. Her cheeks turned bright red. She realized she wasn't wearing any clothes. Her face nearly buried itself in the blanket, wishing she could disappear. Even though they were married, it was their first time being so exposed to each other. "I'm sorry." Sheng Huayan looked away, coughed lightly into his fist, and explained, "You had blood on your back, and I was worried there might be more, so I took off your clothes." Song Jiao trembled and shook her head vigorously.
It's
fine." In the quiet room, the candles crackled. They suddenly locked eyes, and an indescribable feeling surged between them, making the atmosphere a bit tense. "What's going on in there?" At that moment, old Mrs. Qian knocked on the door. Mrs. Fong, not one to hold back, exclaimed, "Could it be that our sister-in-law has lost her virtue? After all, she was taken by bandits for over an hour." "Be quiet," old Mrs. Qian scolded sharply, poking her forehead. "If you keep talking nonsense, I'll make sure you regret it. Your sister-in-law has been at home the whole time. She just tripped while moving the soybean jar." Old Mrs. Qian was nearly driven mad by her foolish daughter-in-law. Did she want the officials to know about Song Jiao being taken by bandits? Not only would it ruin the reputation of the entire Xing family, but it would also expose the shameful incident of Dia deceiving Go Dan for money. "Mom," sister-in-law sounded so distressed. "I was just worried she might be bullied by the bandits." Mrs. Fong pouted in defense. She wouldn't foolishly shout outside, but this was a good opportunity to undermine Song Jiao's high status in the Sheng family. Once her reputation was tarnished, Song Jiao would have to live in fear and wouldn't dare to act arrogantly again. With the younger brother still unmarried and the second household in a dominant position, any mistakes made by Dia would be overlooked and the family would focus all their resources on Daniel. Old Mrs. Qian firmly denied it, but her eyes flickered with uncertainty, filled with doubt and suspicion. Mrs. Fong had been with old Mrs. Qian for 9 years and knew her well. Seeing her hesitation, she continued to stir the pot. Mom, sister-in-law is the backbone of the Sheng family. What will we do if something happens to her? Why don't you go in and take a look quietly? If there's nothing wrong, it will clear the big sister-in-law's name. If there is a problem, she hesitated, her expression conflicted, looking as if she wanted to say something but was afraid to. This suggestion really struck a chord with old Mrs. Qian. She thought to herself, yes, I should check on the eldest daughter-in-law for her own good. Otherwise, if rumors spread in the future, it would be hard to explain. With that in mind, she returned to the kitchen, filled a basin with water, knocked on the door twice, and without waiting for a response, pushed it open and walked in confidently, smiling as she said, "Eldest daughter-in-law, you're awake. Let me help you clean up." Fong stepped into the room, standing in the corner. Song Jiao Jiao could see through her mother-in-law's intentions clearly. Although she felt some humiliation, embarrassment, and anger, she held back her feelings and nodded, saying, "Then I'll trouble you, mother." She didn't expect her daughter-in-law to be so agreeable. Old Mrs. Qian had prepared a lot to say, but found herself lowering her head under Song Jiao Jiao's bright, cold gaze. "Mother, you don't even trust me?" Sheng Huayan frowned, filled with disappointment. Old Mrs. Qian stubbornly replied, "I'm doing this for the eldest daughter-in-law's sake." The air around them suddenly felt colder. "For her sake?" Sheng Huayan laughed in anger. "No matter what my wife is like, she is still the eldest daughter-in-law of the Sheng family. Besides, she was not harmed by bandits. Mother, we should be grateful and considerate. We all know why she was taken by the bandits. Now that she is still injured, you want to humiliate her. Is it really that serious?" Old Mrs. Qian felt quite wronged. She hadn't even said much before her son judged her, making her feel uncomfortable and somewhat dissatisfied with Song Jiao Jiao. Back then, when Sister Huang was touched by a rogue, she hung herself in shame to protect her family's unmarried daughters. Widow Zhang from Hushi village sacrificed herself for her son's success, and that became a beautiful story. And the more she spoke, the darker Sheng Huayan's expression became. Gradually, old Mrs. Qian's voice was swallowed by her throat. "Husband, it's okay. Let mother check," Song Jiao Jiao said with a sarcastic smile, her gaze shifting from old Mrs. Qian to Fong standing by the wall. "Otherwise, this will become a thorn in the family's heart." Sheng Huayan sighed softly. "If anything happens, just call me. I'll be right outside." Once he left, Song Jiao Jiao was too tired to say more and simply pulled back the blanket. "Mother, second sister-in-law, you can check now." Song Jiao Jiao had very fair skin, and aside from the bruises on her wrists, back, and ankles from branches, the rest of her skin was smooth and white. How could this be? Fong was in disbelief that the bandits had not harmed Song Jiao Jiao at all. She rubbed her eyes and quickly approached, bending down to stare intently between Song Jiao Jiao's legs, trying to find something unusual. A wave of humiliation washed over Song Jiao Jiao. She clenched her fists tightly, leaving marks from her teeth on her rosy lips. "Did you see clearly, sister-in-law? Do you still want to check?" Seeing Fong lowering her head more and more, Song Jiao Jiao finally couldn't help but ask coldly. Fong awkwardly straightened up, and no need. Song Jiao Jiao turned to old Mrs. Qian. "What about you, mother?" Old Mrs. Qian's stiff face broke into a big smile. "Don't worry, daughter-in-law. With me here, no one will tarnish your reputation." She patted her chest, as if she hadn't just been the one wanting to check her daughter-in-law's body, her face as thick as a city wall. In ancient times, a woman's honor was valued more than life itself, and Song Jiao Jiao had to swallow this humiliation for now. But she couldn't stand the slightly regretful look on Fong's face, so she said, "Big sister has been taken by the bandits for so many days. I hope nothing bad happens." Fong's body stiffened, and after a moment, she became furious. "What do you mean, sister-in-law? Are you cursing big sister and ruining her reputation?" Song Jiao Jiao pulled up the blanket to cover herself, innocently tilting her head. "Sister-in-law, don't twist my words. I didn't say anything. Besides, isn't it true that big sister was taken by bandits? I'm just worried about my niece." As long as she is as pure as the driven snow. Isn't that enough, you? Fong was so angry her chest heaved, but she couldn't find a single word to retort. She regretted it deeply. This was what they meant by lifting a stone to hit one's own foot. All right, I'll help the eldest daughter-in-law clean up. She needs to wash off the sweat to sleep comfortably and get rid of any bad luck. Old Mrs. Chien stepped forward to separate the two, placing a wooden basin on a small stool beside the bed, trying to ease the tension. Sister-in-law, you go to the kitchen and make some bone broth. Simmer it slowly until tomorrow morning. Fong felt like she had been granted a reprieve and hurriedly left the room. Old Mrs. Chien wrung out a cloth soaked in hot water and placed it on Song Jiao Jiao's arm, gently wiping away the sticky sweat. Don't blame me for being meddlesome, but a girl's honor is tied to the family's reputation. I have to think about De Lang, San Lang, and Nyo. Old Mrs. Chien sighed, knowing she had hurt her eldest daughter-in-law's feelings. To protect the family's interests, someone always has to step up as the bad person. Song Jiao Jiao pressed her lips together and lowered her eyes. Zhangde's already died at the tiger's mouth, so mother need not worry about others finding out. That's good. Old Mrs. Chien felt completely relieved. The two fell silent. Only the sound of rustling filled the air. Old Mrs. Chien did not force Song Jiao Jiao to forgive her right away. She planned to treat her better in the future. Avoiding her injuries, she helped clean her up, and after wringing out a cloth, she was about to step out to fetch some water when she suddenly remembered something important. She set down the basin and walked straight to the wardrobe, pulling out a gold brick and returning to the bedside. Fong sure secretly brought this back. What should we do? Under the dim candlelight, the gold brick shone brightly. It was blinding. Song Jiao Jiao paused. Greedy and ungrateful. Whatever belongs to someone should be returned to them, she said with a mocking smile. Old Mrs. Chien chuckled awkwardly. That foolish woman has already been taught a lesson by me. She knelt in the courtyard for quite a while. Eldest daughter-in-law, please help her one last time. Song Jiao Jiao firmly refused. I can't keep cleaning up the mess for the second branch and still be blamed for it. Besides, the Sheng family has already split. Old Mrs. Chien was taken aback. Are you planning to expel the second branch and set up their own household? The Sheng family has already split, Song Jiao Jiao emphasized. But just because the second branch lives separately doesn't mean we can completely ignore them. The three branches of the Sheng family are connected by blood and cannot be severed. In the future, when the third brother starts his own family, he will also need to move out. Moreover, if we don't teach Fong Shi and Dia a lesson, what will happen if they keep causing trouble? Old Mrs. Chien looked hesitant. Song Jiao Jiao yawned lazily. Mother, there's no rush. Take your time to think about it. The next morning, Song Jiao Jiao was half asleep when someone picked her up and placed her on a cart. The cart swayed gently, making her drowsy, and by the time she fully woke up, it was almost noon. Nearby, a doctor with a goatee was skillfully binding two wooden boards to her left arm. When he saw she was awake, he raised his slightly pale eyebrows. Young lady, you sleep very well. I just finished the treatment and you woke up. Song Jiao Jiao's cheeks turned slightly red with embarrassment as she looked around. I'm not usually like this. After returning home, do not use your left hand for a month. You should take a dose of nourishing medicine morning and night, and your bones will gradually heal. The old doctor stroked his beard and said, your husband is in the back room preparing medicine. He really cares for you and insisted on the best medicine. Song Jiao Jiao's cheeks instantly turned bright red. She smiled gently and replied softly, my husband is naturally the best. Unexpectedly, the old doctor was caught off guard.
Wow.
Why is she not modest at all? Just then, Sheng Huayan lifted the curtain and entered with a bowl of soup medicine. The old doctor wisely stood up to leave, giving the newlywed couple some privacy. As he passed by, he couldn't help but give Sheng Huayan a complex look and pat his shoulder, leaving him confused. Sheng Huayan frowned slightly as he approached Song Jiao Jiao and handed her the warm bowl of medicine, asking, what happened? Song Jiao Jiao couldn't help but tease him. She winked and stretched her words, saying, the doctor said you really love me and insisted on the best medicine. She emphasized the words love and best. Sheng Huayan was taken aback, meeting her bright, smiling eyes, and his cheeks flushed slightly. He raised his fist to his lips and said seriously, "You are my wife, so you deserve the best." Hearing this, Song Jiao felt sweeter than honey. She drank the medicine in one go, but the bitter taste filled her mouth, and her pretty face scrunched up tightly. So bitter, suddenly, 2 pieces of candied fruit appeared in front of her. The old man was quite thoughtful.
Perfect.
Song Jiao grabbed one and popped it into her mouth. The sweet flavor finally masked the disgusting bitterness of the medicine, so she ate the other one as well, her cheeks puffed up as she asked, "Where did this come from?" She looked a bit like a little hamster, Sheng Huayan thought. He maintained a serious expression and replied, "That's all I have. I traded for it with the boy at the pharmacy. If you like it, we can buy a few bags later." "Okay." Song Jiao nodded eagerly. They didn't expect to run into an old acquaintance outside the candied fruit shop. "Song Disaster Star, I finally found you." A beggar, reeking of a foul odor, suddenly rushed out from the side, pretending to grab Song Jiao's arm. Sheng Huayan quickly grabbed her hand and forcefully pushed it away, pulling Song Jiao behind him and asking nervously, "Are you okay?" Song Jiao shook her head, squinting her eyes to look into the distance. Thud! The beggar was forcefully thrown far away, landing heavily on the ground. She felt as if her insides had shifted, and it took her a long time to get back up. Lying on the ground, she groaned continuously, not forgetting to curse, saying things like, "Song Disaster Star deserves a bad end," which was quite unpleasant to hear. "Dear, do you know her?" Sheng Huayan asked, puzzled, as it seemed the beggar was an old acquaintance. Song Jiao finally recalled this person from her memory, showing a vague smile. "I met her at the market last time. She claimed to be my uncle's daughter, Song Chunhua. But my cousin clearly married into a town where her family runs a grocery store. How could she end up on the streets? It seemed the kick she gave Song Chunhua last time was too light, not enough to teach her a lesson, as she dared to approach again." Sheng Huayan's eyes flickered, and after a pause, he guessed that Song Jiao did not intend to acknowledge this cousin. He followed her lead and said, "You're right. If she really is your cousin, why would she insult you like that?" One might think there was a deep grudge. The onlookers showed agreement, criticizing Song Chunhua. The world is getting worse. Beggars have no shame, just to get a meal, with hands and feet. If they don't work for their food, they must be lazy. They deserve to beg. Song Chunhua was so angry she almost spat blood. Over the days, she had thickened her skin to survive. She got up, sat cross-legged on the ground, wiped her tears, and cried out loudly, "You don't understand. I fled from disaster, and along the way, all my family's wealth was taken by refugees. I had no choice but to beg on the streets to support my 2 children." Hearing this, the drought-affected people around her quieted down significantly. Song Chunhua pressed on, continuing to cry, "We, a mother and her children, have struggled to reach Qixian, often going hungry. I never expected to run into my cousin. Families should help each other, but my cousin sees me in this state and refuses to recognize me." Sure enough, as soon as she said this, all the accusing looks turned to Sheng Huayan and his wife, as if they were heartless. Song Chunhua hid her smug smile. She wanted to use public opinion to make Song Jiao take her back to a better life. Just look at the fine fabric she wore and her good health. It was truly enviable and infuriating. "Cousin, your nephew is sick in bed. Please help me," Song Chunhua said, lifting her clothing to wipe non-existent tears, and cried even louder. Song Jiao let out a sneer, looking at her with clear disdain, and said, "My cousin just got married less than a year ago. Where would she have nephews or nieces? You claim to be my cousin, but what proof do you have?" Song Chunhua was clearly taken aback.
Ugh.
Wasn't this just her way of highlighting her tragic story? "You may not recognize me, but you can't deny your father, right?" Song Chunhua jumped up, thinking quickly, "Just wait. I'll go get my uncle right now." Song Jiao tilted her head, "Go ahead." With that assurance, Song Chunhua hurried out of the crowd, her steps light as she thought of the good days ahead. However, Once she left, Song Jiao Jiao walked straight to the shop counter, bought 5 tails of candied fruit and some pastries, and then headed in the opposite direction. Sheng Huayan stood there, surprised, and quickly followed after her, puzzled. Aren't you going to wait for her? No, Song Jiao Jiao replied lazily, her bright eyes rolling. Did I say I would wait for her?
No.
Sheng Huayan looked at her for a moment, suddenly realizing. Thinking about how furious Song Chunhua would be when she returned, he couldn't help but chuckle. But then he remembered Song's father, and his smile quickly faded. But if that really is your father? Song Jiao Jiao waved her hand dismissively. I was sold to the Sheng family, and I have nothing to do with the Song family anymore. Besides, the government takes care of the disaster victims, providing land and food. If they end up as beggars, it's their own fault. Thinking about how Song Jiao Jiao ended up marrying him, Sheng Huayan felt a slight pang in his heart. There were no ceremonies during their escape, and even he, her husband, was barely alive. He felt sorry for her. He understood that Song Jiao Jiao held resentment towards the Song family, but they were still her family. He didn't want her to regret it in the future. If she faced hardships later, at least she would have her family to support her. You can rest for a moment in that big restaurant ahead. The owner asked me to take care of something, and I'll be back soon. Song Jiao Jiao trusted him. Since arriving in the Dazhao dynasty, she hadn't been to a restaurant, so she was curious to try the food there. As they entered the restaurant, a waiter immediately greeted them warmly. Welcome. Please come in. Sheng Huayan was worried about leaving Song Jiao Jiao alone in the main hall and asked, Do you have private rooms? Yes, the waiter replied, his eyes sparkling with delight as he led them upstairs. The private rooms on the second floor by the window offer a great view of the lively street scene. There were 4 private rooms in total, perfectly corresponding to the 4 seasons. They chose a room named Bamboo. Upon entering, the first thing that caught their eye was a screen painted with green bamboo, which also featured a line of poetry, 1,000 peaks of bamboo and jade, 10,000 trees of pine and silver. The waiter pretended to be mysterious and asked, Can you guess if this painting was made by a man or a woman? Song Jiao Jiao replied, Did a woman? Correct. The waiter clapped his hands and danced with excitement, saying, Miss Chiao's painting skills are unmatched, taught by her father, Scholar Song. She has surpassed her teacher. Scholar Song was said to be quite accomplished in his youth, but unfortunately, he lost a leg in an accident and could not pursue an official career. However, he opened a school on South Street, which became quite famous, Song Jiao Jiao pondered. If Sheng Sanlang wanted to continue his studies, learning from Scholar Song, or even just getting some guidance would be very beneficial. She looked up at Sheng Huayan, who understood her thoughts and gently said, I will discuss this with Sanlang. Let's eat first. Waiter, bring us some signature dishes, but make them light. The waiter smiled widely. Sure. We just received some fresh seafood this morning. The mullet in October is tender and very delicious. After ordering and paying at the counter, Sheng Huayan left the restaurant and returned the way he came. As he approached a candied fruit shop, he saw a group of beggars pushing and shoving each other, attracting the attention of the townsfolk. His expression darkened slightly. Just then, a group of officers patrolling the area came by. Sheng Huayan quickly stepped forward to identify himself. Coincidentally, they were the same officers who had accompanied the county magistrate to Chipai village. Seeing his stern face again made them nervous, and they quickly said, Good sir, the county magistrate is at the office. You should go catch him. Sheng Huayan raised an eyebrow slightly. I'm not here to catch the magistrate. The officers became even more anxious, trembling as they said, Then are you here to catch us? Please spare us. We haven't caused any trouble in Chipai village recently. Sheng Huayan was silent. How much of a psychological impact had he left on them? Please don't misunderstand. I have something to ask of you. Seeing that they were about to cry, Sheng Huayan quickly explained, Those beggars seem to be people I know. Could you help me verify their household registration and travel permits? I see. The officers exaggeratedly sighed in relief, awkwardly scratching their heads and wiping the sweat from their brows. There was a certain naive simplicity to them. Sheng Huayan could hardly bear to watch any longer. After a moment of silence, He took out a couple of silver coins from his pocket. This is for the officers to buy drinks. The officers were startled and quickly waved their hands in refusal. No need. It's just a small matter. Please wait a moment. We'll be right back. In a short time, the group from the Song family was caught up in a scuffle, nearly causing chaos in the nearby shop. The shopkeeper was very anxious and happened to see a group of officers rushing over, who quickly subdued everyone. Calm down, the officers shouted sternly. Show us your household registration and travel permits. Old Song trembled violently, scared to the point of losing control, and an unpleasant smell quickly filled the air, causing the officers to cover their noses. I have my registration. It's in my pocket. The officers, grimacing, let go of his hands. Hurry up and take it out. Old Song didn't dare delay, and quickly pulled out a bundle wrapped in old yellow cloth, revealing a row of yellowed teeth. Officers, the household registration for the second branch of the Song family is all here. I have mine too, Uncle Song quickly added, taking out his registration. The officers glanced at the documents, picked them up, and turned to walk down a narrow alley. Here it is. Sheng Huayan took the household registration documents, opened them, and saw clearly written Song Taimu from Dashu village, who was the father of Song Jiao Jiao. One of the officers glanced at it and exclaimed in surprise, I remember that people from Dashu village were all settled in Qixian, with land and fields. How did they end up like this? Sheng Huayan narrowed his eyes, his expression growing darker. Do you remember which village they were assigned to? The officer thought hard. It should be Qingjiu village. Qingjiu village was a thriving place, and it was only a short ride by ox cart to Qixian. At that time, he had thought the group of refugees were lucky. If they worked hard, their lives would surely improve. Could something have gone wrong? Clearly, Sheng Huayan realized this too, his face darkening further, making the nearby officer feel uneasy. Please take these people back to Qingjiu village, help them reclaim their land, and provide them with some rice and supplies. With that, he took out 5 silver coins from his pocket. This would be enough for the Song family to gather enough food and fuel for winter. Any more would encourage their laziness. The officer, experienced and understanding, recognized that Sheng Huayan did not wish to be associated with these people, but could not ignore them. He nodded in agreement. Don't worry, I will make sure to handle it well for you. Zhou Wu was certain that Sheng Huayan was not an ordinary person and wanted to befriend him, so he readily took on the task. Brother Zhou, Sheng Huayan said, cupping his fists and smoothly introducing himself. My name is Sheng Huayan, Brother Sheng. Zhou was pleasantly surprised as he accepted the silver. Come to the official office to find me in half an hour. After they agreed on a time and place to meet, Zhou Wu hurried back to the street, calling other officers to escort the Song family toward the city gate. Once they were out of sight, Sheng Huayan stepped out of the alley and headed to the tavern. At the tavern, the steamed fish was fresh and tender, perfect for the season. After a hearty meal, Song Jiao Jiao patted her round belly, poured herself a cup of hot tea, and leaned back in her chair, contentedly gazing at the street view. The afternoon breeze was gentle, making it a relaxing moment. Just as she was about to doze off, she suddenly heard loud voices from the next room. 1 plate of braised pork costs a tael of silver? That's robbery. Call the chef out. My precious grandson says it doesn't taste good and must be returned for a remake, accompanied by children's shouts of, I don't want this, that's not sweet enough, and I want to eat crab. Be quiet. If you don't want to eat, then don't. Let's see if he can go hungry. Good boy, I'm just teasing you. This sticky rice chicken is delicious. Just try a bite. These voices sounded familiar, and Song Jiao Jiao's drowsiness vanished. She straightened up, her eyes narrowing with a hint of coldness. It was outrageous that the remnants of bandits, who had been chased by thousands of soldiers for 3 days, were boldly enjoying themselves in the county town. She turned her gaze and called the waiter, saying sternly, Waiter, that family next door seems to be fugitives. You need to hurry and inform the authorities. What? The waiter was startled and exclaimed. He quickly covered his mouth, cold sweat forming on his forehead. No wonder they look ragged. They seem like they are fleeing, yet they are spending money freely. Just the reward for guiding them is several copper coins. This must be reported to the manager immediately. Song Jiao Jiao stopped him. There's no time. What if they hear and escape? The waiter hesitated, frowning. What if they aren't fugitives? Then you can blame me for it later, Song Jiao Jiao said slowly. The waiter paused, but these fugitives have a substantial reward on their heads. Song Jiao Jiao first tempted the waiter, noticing a hint of greed in his expression. Then she warned in a serious tone, "But if you do nothing and let them escape, the county magistrate will hold you responsible." The waiter, now sweating, hurried downstairs. The tavern was not far from the government office, and within a short time, a group of officials followed the waiter back. From the second floor, one could see everything happening below. Song Jiao Jiao couldn't help but sigh, thinking, what a fool. Doesn't he know to catch them quietly from the back door? Sure enough, chaos ensued. Oh no! It's the officials. We need to leave. Came a loud noise from next door. Seeing the officials strolling below, Song Jiao Jiao frowned and muttered, what a hassle, as she pulled a chair out of the private room, just as old Zhang opened the door and they locked eyes. You. Song Jiao Jiao. Old Zhang exclaimed, startled. Song Jiao Jiao tilted her head and blinked. What a coincidence. Old Zhang thought. Not a coincidence at all.
Bang!
She slammed the door shut. Inside the room, a loud commotion erupted, turning chaotic. Song Jiao Jiao placed the chair in the hallway and sat down. Through the door crack, the Zhang family observed. What is wrong with Song Jiao Jiao? Dad, what should we do? Zhang Er paced back and forth, worried. Old Zhang clenched his fists, his eyes gleaming with malice. Anger twisted his aged face as he leaned in to whisper to his son. No way. Zhang Er trembled, his eyes wide in disbelief at his father's idea. Whether you like it or not, we have to do it, old Zhang insisted, grinding his teeth. As long as we have the mountain, we won't run out of firewood. Your brother is in danger, and you and Dog Egg are the last heirs of the Zhang family. We can't lose everything. Zhang Er struggled to make a decision, but time was running out. Old Zhang didn't give him a chance to object. He placed his hands on the table and lifted it with force. Wife, open the door, he shouted. Old Zhang's wife felt a jolt of fear and hurried to open the door. Old Zhang stormed out of the hallway, carrying the table. His fierce demeanor made Song Jiao Jiao quickly get up and step back. Taking this chance, the Zhang family rushed out of the private room. Aunt, save me. Big Yi's cheeks were swollen like a pig's head, tears and snot streaming down her face. She looked at Song Jiao Jiao as if she saw a savior and shouted without thinking, they are bandits. Auntie, save me. You little brat, be quiet. Old Mrs. Zhang was shocked and quickly covered her mouth. Big Yi was not easily intimidated and bit her hand. The old and the young began to wrestle. The noise attracted the attention of other diners in the restaurant, who leaned in to see what was happening. Just then, the officials arrived downstairs and hurried up upon hearing the commotion. Seeing that people had gathered, old Zhang suddenly flipped the table, pushing all the dishes away. Song Jiao Jiao was quick and grabbed the railing to jump down, using a nearby red lantern to help her land on the counter on the first floor. Crash. Dishes flew everywhere, and soup splattered. It landed on the officials, and old Zhang took the chance to block his body with the table, pushing everyone down. The officials were caught off guard and were pushed down the stairs, giving the Zhang family a chance to escape. Heir, take Dog Dan and run. Old Zhang shouted. Zhang Er reluctantly glanced at his wife and mother, then firmly picked up his son and tucked him under his arm, quickly fleeing the restaurant. Old Zhang did not linger. He dashed into the kitchen while the officials were still confused. Go to the back door. He's trying to escape that way, Song Jiao Jiao reminded. The officials reacted quickly, splitting into two groups. One group chased after Zhang Er and his son, while the other went after old Zhang, leaving the women behind, who were too frightened to pose a threat. They sat on the ground, realizing they had been abandoned, tears of despair and helplessness in their eyes. Auntie, you finally came to save me, Big Yi cried, pushing through the crowd to reach Song Jiao Jiao. Song Jiao Jiao took 2 steps back in disgust, looking down at her with cold eyes. showing no sympathy. Big Ye felt the air grow cold. There was an overwhelming pressure from Song Jiao. She hesitated to approach, feeling deeply hurt, and cried loudly. The shopkeeper looked at the chaotic scene and slapped the waiter on the right cheek, angrily asking, "What happened?" The waiter covered his face. "The guests in that private room are bandits." Bandits. The shopkeeper's face fell, as if the sky had collapsed. He quickly clasped his hands together, praying for the officials to catch all the fugitives soon, fearing that the bandits would seek revenge on the restaurant later. Perhaps his prayers worked. After a short while, a strong man returned, dragging a fleeing bandit. Everyone present stared in disbelief. The man held a chubby child in his left hand, which was normal, but in his right hand, he effortlessly carried a tall, muscular adult, looking quite terrifying. With a loud thud, he slammed the bandit's head against another, knocking them out before casually tossing them to the ground. It was brutal and fierce. The onlookers instinctively stepped back, creating a large, empty space. Even the crying girl was so scared that she sobbed loudly and retreated in fear. Just then, Sheng Huayan walked toward her. The girl trembled, her face pale as paper. She was tense, her mind racing to come up with excuses for her uncle's questions. However, Sheng Huayan didn't even glance her way. He passed her by, his sharp gaze landing on Song Jiao's left arm, which was tied to a stone slab. "Does it hurt?" he asked. Song Jiao shook her head. "I didn't use this hand." Old Zhang ran from the kitchen. "You should go after him." Sheng Huayan looked at her for a moment before nodding and leaving. Once he was out of sight, the heavy air in the hall seemed to come alive, and everyone took exaggerated, deep breaths. Only the girl sat on the ground, dazed and panicked, feeling a chill run down her back. Could her actions have been discovered? No, that was impossible. Dog Dan was always with her, and her uncle wouldn't find out. She kept reassuring herself, but her heart raced with anxiety. In the end, old Zhang still managed to escape. County Magistrate Zhou Qingsong arrived late, capturing the remaining bandits. Wiping the sweat from his forehead with a handkerchief, he said, "Brother Sheng, please wait a moment. I need to go with you to Chipai village." The bandits had swaggered into Qixian to drink, and he couldn't escape blame. He needed to report to the old prince. Sheng Huayan politely stepped aside, not wanting to seem arrogant, and gestured for him to go ahead. "County Magistrate, please." Zhou Qingsong was very pleased with his humble attitude and got into the carriage first. Nearby, Zhou Wu gave Sheng Huayan a thumbs up, then followed him to the ox cart, where his attention was instantly drawn to a beautiful woman sitting on it, showing a look of admiration. "Little sister-in-law," Zhou Wu said, cupping his hands together. Song Jiao nodded and smiled. Zhou Wu briefly greeted him and turned back to Sheng Huayan. "I have settled the Song family in Qingjiu village and talked to the village chief. The Song family arrived over half a month ago. At that time, the government provided 3 plots of land for free and allowed them to cultivate." However, he hesitated, choosing his words carefully. Sheng Huayan said in a low voice, "Feel free to speak." He originally intended to keep this matter from Song Jiao, but he didn't expect Zhou Wu to mention it openly. Thinking of this, he couldn't help but glare at Zhou Wu. Zhou Wu felt confused. Sheng looked at him as if he were about to strike him down. Sheng was a strong man, and he hadn't done anything to provoke him. It must be a misunderstanding. The Song family is lazy and has eaten all the relief food. The son of Song Lao heir started gambling, and when they ran out of money, they had to give up their land. Zhou Wu sighed and advised, "Sheng, what is your relationship with them? You must be careful not to be too kind. Families like ours can't afford to gamble." "Many families have fallen apart because of gambling," Sheng Huayan replied. "I understand. Thank you. I owe you a favor, Zhou. I will repay it in the future." "That's good to hear." Zhou wanted to hear that. Favors go both ways, and over time, relationships deepen. Sheng Huayan was clearly someone of worth, and he might help him in the future. "I have other matters to attend to, so I won't disturb you any longer." With that, Zhou Wu, holding his sword, ran off to his colleagues. The couple exchanged glances. Song Jiao Jiao raised her eyebrows and teased him. Is this what the important person asked you to do? Sheng Huayan's ears turned slightly red as he looked down at his toes. After all, they're your relatives. I can't just stand by and let them suffer. But don't worry, they don't know I helped from behind the scenes. Thank you. Song Jiao Jiao paused and sincerely expressed her gratitude, feeling sweet inside. You and I are married. There's no need for thanks. This is my responsibility. Sheng Huayan fed the cow some grass before sitting in the cart and cracking the whip. By the cart, Dia, who had been pretending to be dead, hurriedly climbed onto the ox cart, afraid that the couple would leave her behind. She truly didn't have the strength to walk back to Qi County from Qipai village. Dia curled up in the corner, timid like a quail, not daring to make a sound. The group quickly returned to Qipai village. Sheng, what happened? A soldier at the village entrance stopped Sheng Huayan and asked in a low voice. These soldiers belonged to Zhang Mingcheng, the county captain. Sheng Huayan did not want to offend him at this time, so he intentionally leaked some information. A few days ago, some mountain bandits escaped and somehow made it to Qixian. They caused a scene at a tavern and were caught by the county magistrate, but unfortunately, old Zhang managed to escape. The soldiers were surprised at first, then laughed, saying, "That was easy. These bandits are quite foolish." "Yes," Sheng Huayan said with a shrug. "I won't keep you. I need to accompany the magistrate to report to our superior." The soldiers nodded and let him pass. The Sheng family lived right by the road. Sheng Huayan parked the ox cart at the door and called Sheng Sanlang to take the reins before heading to the academy with the magistrate. Meanwhile, the soldier who had just spoken to Sheng Huayan quickly ran to the back mountain to deliver the news to Captain Zhang Mingcheng. "Help! Grandma is going to kill me." Dia dodged a broom coming at her, screaming in fear. "I'll beat you to save our family's reputation." Old Madame Qian spat on the ground, forcing Dia into a corner and hitting her until she was bruised. Dia collapsed on the ground, weakly reaching out a hand. "Mom, second brother, help me." Hearing her desperate cries, Fong finally softened and rushed forward to hug Dia, tears streaming down her face. "Mom, Dia knows she was wrong. Please stop hitting her. She'll be disfigured." Old Madame Qian angrily replied, "Disfigurement would be better. It would save her from attracting bad men." Dia's head buzzed, and she looked terrified. Did her family really know what she had done? Grabbing Fong's arm, she shouted, "What about my gold and pearls? Mom, did you give them all to Grandma?" "Oh no." Fong wanted to cover Dia's mouth, but it was too late. The old woman's face turned dark, as heavy as a pot's bottom. "What gold and pearls? Our family doesn't have those." Old Madame Qian glared, her eyebrows raised, and veins bulging on her neck. If Dia could understand the implication, she might have taken the hint and cleared her name. But Dia was too focused on her treasures. She jumped up and shouted, "Grandma, how dare you take my things? Give them back. We have already split the family. You have no right to take anything from the second branch." The old Mrs. Qian was extremely angry, her teeth grinding together, and her eyes sparkled with uncontrollable fury as she pounded her chest. "Shut up, you hopeless fool." Mrs. Fong pulled her daughter. "You're out of your mind. We don't have any gold." She desperately signaled to her daughter, but the imagined daughter who had taken over their wealth did not notice her cues. Instead, she stomped over to old Mrs. Qian, saying, "If you won't take it, I'll find it myself." "You dare, old Mrs." Qian grabbed her hair and yanked her back forcefully. The daughter cried out in pain, her head forced back. "Help. My grandmother is going to hurt me. Someone come and help." Mrs. Fong stepped in to mediate. "Mother, let go. Let me talk to her." "What is there to talk about? The Sheng family doesn't have such shameless daughters." The noise was deafening, and old Mrs. Qian was completely disheartened by the foolish mother and daughter. In the chaos, she caught sight of Song Jiao Jiao lazily sunbathing under the eaves and made up her mind. "You two should move out." "Mother, what are you saying?" Mrs. Fong stood frozen. Even the daughter fell silent, as if struck by lightning. Once someone has made up their mind after feeling hopeless, it is hard to change it. Seeing that the mother and daughter were stubborn and unaware of their mistakes, old Mrs. Qian decided to teach them a lesson. She released her grip and calmly announced, "I've thought it over. Since we've split the family, it doesn't make sense for the three brothers to live together. The second branch has money and can easily move out. When the youngest gets married, he will also need to move out." "Mother, no," Mrs. Fong protested. "It's fine for me and my daughter to move out, but Daniel is the eldest grandson of the Sheng family. If you make him move out, won't that be unfair to him?" Old Mrs. Qian smirked. "Now you realize you have a good life with the main family?" "It's too late." She shook her head and made a final decision. "This is settled. You must move out within a month." With that, she swept away, her back resolute. "Mother." Mrs. Fong reluctantly took a few steps forward, but was blocked by old Mrs. Qian at the door, which slammed shut with a bang, nearly catching her nose. No matter how much she shouted or pleaded, old Mrs. Qian remained unmoved, and eventually, her voice grew hoarse. "Sister-in-law, please plead with mother not to separate the second branch." With no other options, Mrs. Fong turned to Song Jiao Jiao for help. Song Jiao Jiao closed her eyes for a nap. No matter how much Mrs. Fong pleaded, she remained indifferent. "Mother, don't beg her." Bigya couldn't stand Song Jiao Jiao's arrogant attitude and grabbed her mother's arm. "The second branch is in trouble. She must be feeling quite pleased about it." "Don't say that. Your aunt has worked hard for the second branch and almost got into trouble with Zhang." Realizing she almost said too much, Fong quickly stopped talking. "What happened with Zhang?" Bigya squinted. "Nothing." Fong stubbornly refused to say more. Bigya's eyes flickered. When they were with the Zhang family on the mountain, old Zhang had sent Zhang down to get money, but Zhang hadn't returned for a long time. Could it be that Zhang had run into Aunt and something bad happened? Thinking about how Zhang had forced her to flee with the Zhang family made Bigya tremble. "Mom, let's stay in town. We have some extra money at home, and there's a school there for Air D." Mentioning Daniel clearly moved Fong. Bigya's eyes darted around, and she pulled Fong into the second branch to discuss it. In a corner, Daniel wiped his tears. "Nian Bao, we can't live together anymore." He didn't want to leave Nian Bao, his grandmother, or anything in Chipai village, but Fong and Bigya were his closest family. Nian Bao pouted, tears welling in her eyes. "Don't be afraid. The town is only half an hour away from Chipai village. We can still see each other often." Daniel felt even more discouraged. Adults always thought children were too young to understand, but kids are often the most sensitive. Daniel knew his grandmother was very disappointed. Otherwise, she wouldn't have easily agreed to let the second branch move out. Nian Bao wiped her tears and suddenly remembered something. She ran into the house and found a small pouch from deep in the cabinet. She took out a little fish pendant and quickly ran back to give it to Daniel. "This was left by my mother. It has always brought me good luck, and now I'm giving it to you. No matter what, you will always be my brother." Daniel was touched to the point of tears, holding the pendant tightly. "You will always be my favorite cousin." The two little ones exchanged glances and couldn't help but laugh. Not far away, Song Jiao Jiao squinted at them holding hands and going into the house to study, finally feeling relieved. The second branch needed a strong support, so Daniel had to grow up quickly. Even though she had just discovered the two little ones eavesdropping, she didn't stop them. What she didn't expect was that the second branch gathered their things early the next morning and left Chipai village in a bullock cart without even saying goodbye. Old Mrs. Qian lay in bed, tossing and turning, cursing the second branch of the family for their heartlessness. With the departure of the second branch, the matter of dealing with the bandits came to an end. The soldiers stationed in the village quietly left one morning. Some villagers from Chipai village were relocated, while others faced imprisonment due to the situation. Once everything settled down, the first winter snow fell quietly. A thin layer of snow covered the ground like silver frost. Early in the morning, Nian Bao happily followed Sheng Sanling around, insisting they build a big snowman. There wasn't much snow, so they had to bring white snow from other places. The uncle and nephew made several trips, sweating despite the cold, still enjoying themselves. Chu Yue followed behind with a lantern, ready to warm their hands whenever they got cold. Inside, the charcoal fire burned brightly. Song Jiao, wrapped in a blanket, looked listless in bed. Big brother's wife, this is the red date ginger tea I made. It warms you up and is perfect for women during that time of the month, old Mrs. Qian said as she entered, the warmth hitting her face and making her sweat instantly. Song Jiao was not used to the smell of ginger and quickly covered her nose, showing a look of rejection and disgust. She had not expected that this body would only have its first period at 16, and her lower abdomen felt like it was being stabbed with a knife. I bought the ginger from the town's pharmacy before dawn. It was expensive, old Mrs. Qian said, handing her the bowl. Drink it while it's hot. Holding her breath, Song Jiao reluctantly took a few big sips. The spicy taste hit her hard, making her eyes water. Cough, cough, cough. She started to cough violently. You spoiled girl. Don't waste good things, old Mrs. Qian said, criticizing her for being too delicate while patting her back, a classic case of tough love. There was only a little ginger tea left in the bowl, and Song Jiao refused to drink any more. Since ginger and brown sugar were bought with money, old Mrs. Qian didn't want to waste it and finished the bowl herself. On a snowy day, having a bowl of ginger tea made her feel warm all over. I think it will snow again tonight. Will it damage the crops? Old Mrs. Qian looked out at the white snow, worried. If the crops are damaged, our family will suffer. Song Jiao also felt anxious. It shouldn't be too bad. It might reduce the yield of rapeseed and wheat. The potato plants are strong. I saw many of them blooming a couple of days ago. We should be able to harvest in about a month, just after the spring festival. Potatoes take more than 20 days to sprout after planting, and they mature in 60 to 90 days. This winter snow has come at a bad time. I wish we had plastic, she sighed. Modern methods for growing off-season vegetables often use greenhouses to protect against extreme cold and bad weather, ensuring crops grow normally. What is plastic? Old Mrs. Qian frowned. I checked the fields this morning and had the workers cover the soil with the dry hay we stored in autumn. I hope it helps. You don't need to worry about the factory. I'll check on it this afternoon. It's very important for a woman to stay warm during her first period. She should avoid cold water to prevent health issues later. Song Jiao smiled and said, Thank you, mother. In reality, the factory matters were handled by the managers, and regular reports were all that was needed. However, since her mother-in-law wanted to share the burden, Song Jiao didn't want to dismiss her kindness. Tell me the truth, have you and Lang not yet? Old Mrs. Qian suddenly lowered her voice to ask. Song Jiao's cheeks turned red. My husband says I'm still young. Old Mrs. Qian sighed in relief. Good, it's better this way. Only after your first period can you be considered a woman. Otherwise, it could harm your health. At this, she shot a stern look at Song Jiao and scolded. Why didn't you tell me earlier that you got your period? Is your mother-in-law really that harsh and unreasonable? Song Jiao lowered her eyes. No one told me that girls get their periods. Her long eyelashes trembled slightly, and with her pale, beautiful face, she looked quite pitiful. Old Mrs. Qian thought about the hard life Song Jiao must have had in the old Song family and felt a mix of emotions. She gently patted her hand. It's okay, I will teach you from now on. Once your period is over, I will arrange for you to be with him. Or should we plan a wedding again? Don't worry, I will make it a grand event for you. When the wedding was mentioned, Song Jiao suddenly felt a sense of anticipation and suggested, how about we hold it next spring or summer? By then, we can sell everything in the factory warehouse for a good profit, and the crops will be harvested, avoiding the busy farming season. We would have 6 months to prepare everything, including the furniture. That makes sense. Old Mrs. Qian clapped her hands, her eyes shining. Just as the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law were excitedly discussing the wedding plans, a sound of hooves suddenly came from outside. Mrs. Sheng, you should thank me. I have great news for you. Manager Liao's loud voice echoed as he approached the courtyard. Big sister, Manager Liao has arrived. Sheng Samling shouted in the yard, putting down the snowball and coming forward. Welcome. Please come in and have a cup of hot tea to warm up. Master Xiaocai, Manager Liao greeted politely. Then his gaze fell on Nianbao. He squatted down and took out a Lubon lock from his pocket, handing it to her and waving his hand. Nianbao, come and see if you like the gift Uncle Liao gave you. Nianbao quickly stepped forward and bowed slightly, then gestured. Thank you, Uncle Liao. She received the Lubon lock, made of fragrant wood. Although it wasn't as valuable as the golden one she used in Yanjing, it was still quite precious for an ordinary family. Nianbao hesitated and looked up at Sheng Sanling, seeking his opinion, unsure if she should accept the gift. It's just a small trinket, not worth much. Manager Liao glanced around. What about the other two children? I have gifts for them too, waiting in the cart. Sheng Sanlang replied briefly. To help Daniel with his studies, my sister-in-law took her children to stay in town. Manager Liao was puzzled. The teachers in Furong Town were not as knowledgeable as Sheng Sanling. Why did the Fong family choose to go far away? But every family has its own difficulties, so he didn't ask further and said, this time, besides myself, I brought a few other friends along. Sheng Sanling quickly said, it's freezing outside. Please invite them in. So a group of merchants was warmly welcomed into the house. In society, merchants held the lowest status, while scholars were highly respected. Under Sheng Sanlang's hospitality, the merchants quickly forgot their initial unease about the remote Chipai village and happily chatted over tea. After half a cup of tea, Song Jiao arrived late. She had used some makeup to enhance her appearance. I'm sorry for being late and making you wait, Song Jiao said with a smile. Behind her, Granny Cook carried trays of delicate snacks, including almond tofu and mashed potatoes. The merchants were intrigued, and after hearing Manager Liao's praises, any lingering discomfort quickly disappeared as they eagerly tasted the treats. The almond tofu had a bittersweet taste, and the mashed potatoes, enriched with goat's milk, were rich and creamy. Sipping a warm cup of milk tea was incredibly enjoyable. These exquisite snacks received unanimous praise from everyone. The merchants began to trust Manager Liao's words, exchanging knowing glances with him. Manager Liao stroked his chin with pride and said, Madam Sheng, my friends have businesses all over the country. No matter how many bean products you have, they can all be consumed. Not only that, but they also brought a lot of good things. They can trade items or use money for exchanges. That's great. We have a lot of goods piled up in the warehouse, Song Jiao suggested. Why don't we all try these delicious foods first, and then we can visit the factory? Regardless of whether we make a deal or not, I want to ensure everyone enjoys this trip. Having set off early from Qixian, everyone was already quite hungry, so they naturally agreed to her suggestion. Since all the attendees were men, to avoid any gossip, Song Jiao specifically asked Sheng Sanling to talk with the merchants. She went to the kitchen with Aunt Ke to prepare the food herself. As soon as she entered the kitchen, her energy suddenly drained, and she crouched down, holding her stomach, with beads of cold sweat forming on her forehead. Madam, you should warm up and rest. Just tell me what dishes to make, and I can handle it, Aunt Ku exclaimed, quickly helping her sit by the stove and pouring a full cup of hot goat milk. Holding the warm goat milk, Song Jiao felt much better, and after a moment of thought, she said, let's make tea-flavored vegetarian chicken, using red oil bean paste to cook chicken, fermented black beans with pork belly, fermented tofu cakes, fragrant dried tofu, and Crucian carp tofu soup. Also, please make a spicy hollow crispy snack with tofu skin. The spicy hollow crispy snack is a flavorful treat similar to spicy strips. Cut the tofu skin into square pieces, boil them with seasoning for about 5 minutes, then fry them in oil or bake them at high temperature until they puff up, and finally drizzle a sauce made with Sichuan pepper and sesame. Use soybean oil for all the dishes to make our factory's signature dish stand out. Aunt Ke eagerly agreed and rolled up her sleeves to get started. Due to the large number of people, Old Qian and Xiao Yu also helped in the kitchen to prevent the food from cooling down too quickly. Soon, delicious aromas filled the kitchen. Everyone's stomachs rumbled, and they kept sipping tea, growing more excited. Half an hour later, a table full of sumptuous dishes was finally ready. About a dozen people gathered around to sit down. As the host, Song Jiao naturally took the main seat. Some were dissatisfied, but seeing that no one else spoke up, especially with Sheng Sanlang, the scholar, present, they didn't dare to voice their objections. "I'll try this vegetarian chicken again." Manager Liao remembered the taste from last time and eagerly picked up a piece to taste. The flavor of the meat mixed with the tea aroma was incredibly refreshing, and his eyes widened in surprise. "It tastes even more like meat." Hearing this, others eagerly tried it as well, showing the same delighted reactions as Manager Liao. Not quite meat, yet resembling it with a fresh and fragrant color, it truly has a full flavor. The texture is clear, a bit chewy, and when you chew it, it's both bouncy and has the aroma of chicken. Wonderful, truly wonderful. The vegetarian chicken is even better than the monk's dish. It resembles meat more. Shopkeeper Liao smiled widely, as if he saw a new business opportunity, the corners of his eyes crinkling with joy. "Madam Sheng, I'll order 200 pounds of vegetarian chicken." "No, 500 pounds. Old Liao, you're being too greedy, starting with 500 pounds. "Madam Sheng, I want 300 pounds. The ship is waiting at the port and can deliver to Jiangnan anytime. We can make a fortune before the Spring Festival." Song Jiao Jiao just smiled and clapped her hands. Then, Granny Cook came in with a tray, which included soybean oil, soy sauce, fermented black beans, fermented tofu, and chili paste, along with the plain vegetarian chicken. As she introduced the ingredients used in each dish, the room erupted in excitement. The merchants were all fired up, eager to take everything right away. The merchants from the humid south, who love spicy food, immediately ordered 2,000 bottles of chili paste. "I don't have much silver this time, but next time I can bring cotton seeds and young sugarcane stalks. Right now, I still have some dried seaweed and shrimp on the ship. I wonder if Madame Sheng would be willing to trade." This was an unexpected delight.
Seafood.
She missed crabs, abalone, grilled oysters, and Arctic shrimp. Song Jiao Jiao eagerly replied, "I'm willing, but I have one condition. I hope everyone can promote that the soy products come from Chipai village." This small request was readily agreed upon by everyone. The meal was a joyous occasion for the guests. After the meal, Song Jiao Jiao personally took the group to the factory. As the factory operated, the workers became more skilled, and the rules and regulations were gradually set in place. To prepare a large batch of goods before the Spring Festival, Song Jiao Jiao recently hired around 100 temporary workers. Now, opening the warehouse revealed a dazzling array of goods. Thanks to the cold weather, the food was easier to preserve, extending its shelf life. The 6,000 pounds of goods in the warehouse were sold out instantly, earning nearly 2,000 taels of silver and 100 pounds of seafood. "Oh my, am I dreaming?" The shiny silver lay on the table, sparkling. Old Mrs. Chen grinned widely, unable to believe what she saw. She pinched her thigh hard, feeling the pain to confirm it was real. "In my lifetime, I've never seen so much silver." This wasn't just marrying a wife, it was clearly bringing a fortune into the home. Song Jiao Jiao counted on the abacus. After removing costs and labor, there is still a profit of nearly 1,200 taels. For the past month and a half, the factory has been buying soybeans from nearby towns, and the transportation cost for every 1,000 pounds has increased by 301. If we can't solve the seed issue quickly, costs will keep rising. Moreover, the person in charge of purchasing said that there are people outside driving up the soybean prices. Old Qian felt upset after hearing this and slammed his palm on the table. These people are so greedy. If we don't buy soybeans, they won't make any money. Daughter-in-law, we absolutely cannot give in to them. Otherwise, others will follow their example, and we won't be able to do business anymore. Song Jiao Jiao replied, "I think the merchants will only come back next spring. Soy products can't be stored for long. Besides the business with Ju Feng restaurant, the factory should stop working for a month and resume after the Lantern Festival. By then, we will have market feedback. We can adjust the production quantities based on customer demand to avoid overstock and shortages." What market feedback? What customer demand? Old Qian was confused but understood the last part. Produce more of what sells well and less of what doesn't. She clicked her tongue and sighed. "I didn't know there were so many tricks in business. Farming seems much simpler. Mom, every field has its expertise." If business were easy, everyone would do it. Sheng Sanling took a sip of good tea and complimented Song Jiao Jiao. Otherwise, how would we see how capable the eldest daughter-in-law is? Old Qian straightened her lips, feeling a bit uncomfortable hearing her son praise his wife. Our family is most capable because of you, Mom. Song Jiao Jiao shook her head and earnestly listed her mother-in-law's strengths. You can create recipes for dishes and tofu just by looking at them, which is why we can run a factory. Not to mention your amazing farming skills. You can grow potatoes and rapeseed, which we've never seen before, and they thrive beautifully. After all the praise, old Qian's lips visibly curled up. That's nothing, she said modestly. Of course it counts, and it's quite impressive, Song Jiao Jiao emphasized with wide eyes. Old Qian's eyes sparkled with joy, and she straightened her back. The eldest daughter-in-law has good insight, while the third son lacks vision. Humph, she shot a glare at her third son. Sheng Sanling. Mom, wake up. The eldest daughter-in-law is starting to work her charm on you again. Out of sight, out of mind. He simply got up and left, planning to go to the study to read and check on Nianbao's study progress. Manager Huang has already talked to the villagers nearby, and next year, we will use half of the land to grow soybeans, Song Jiao Jiao said, her tone changing as she frowned. I know nothing about farming. What should I do? It's not a big deal. Leave it to me. I can handle it. Old Mrs. Qian thought happily. Supervising the work of others in the village would be just like being a landlord. Imagining that impressive scene, her heart was already in the fields of March next year. So she boldly declared, if there's anything else you can't solve, just let me know. I will do my best. This was exactly what Song Jiao Jiao was waiting to hear. I knew you would be the best, Mom. With you around, any problem can be solved easily. She affectionately linked her arm with old Mrs. Qian, her bright eyes sparkling with sincerity. I was worried about the rising costs of soybeans. Besides the rui vegetables, I thought we should stop making things with a short shelf life. I didn't know how to bring this up with the second branch, but now that you've said this, I feel relieved. Old Mrs. Qian. So she was being played? She furrowed her brows suspiciously, observing Song Jiao Jiao's expression. But Song Jiao Jiao wore a sincere smile, looking grateful as if to say, Mom, you are so wonderful, making it hard for her to refuse. Only focusing on rui vegetables would mean less income for the second branch. Just thinking about it made her realize how much trouble Fong and her daughter would cause, which was quite a headache. The second daughter-in-law won't agree to that. Old Mrs. Qian hesitated. Song Jiao Jiao had already thought of a countermeasure. If she's willing, she can take over the tofu production line. Since Fong moved out, she hadn't done any work, but when it was time to collect money, she was very eager, feeling entitled. How can one expect to earn money without working? Old Mrs. Qian worked hard to run the factory and pay the workers, while Fong lived a life of luxury. Why should that be allowed? Just because she gave birth to the eldest grandson of the Sheng family? What a cheek. Old Mrs. Qian asked, what do you mean by taking over the tofu production line? It means she will be responsible for producing tofu, yuba, and tofu puffs, and the factory will buy from her at market wholesale prices. This way, how much she earns will depend on how much she can supply. With the second branch having its own business, they wouldn't have to worry about gossip in the future, and the first branch would have done their best. All right, I'll talk to her about it. Old Mrs. Qian took on this task, which also gave her an excuse to visit her eldest grandson in town. The stubborn Fong family keeps trying to stop Dainyu from getting close to her by saying he needs to study. This time, I must express my frustration properly. After finishing the accounts, Song Jiao Jiao rushed back to the factory without a break. She told Xie Dong to dismiss the temporary workers and settle their wages early. Not only that, but she also announced a significant benefit. Anyone who moves to Chipai village with their family will receive 5 taels of silver for settling in. Additionally, they can recommend friends and family for jobs. If their referrals are hired, the referrer will receive 101. For Chipai village to develop quickly, it needs enough labor. Settling employees' families is the easiest way to achieve this. Once this was announced, not only were the managers surprised, but the workers were also excited. Can we recommend friends and neighbors as well? Song Jiao Jiao nodded. Yes, with such a great opportunity, I will bring my wife and children over after the new year. The boss is very generous. My older brother and younger siblings have been idle at home. Now they won't have to envy me. Everyone was filled with joy. Boss, the workers' holiday gifts are almost ready, Xiaodong said as the workers began to leave. He handed over a list. There are a total of 130 workers in the factory. The holiday gifts include a winter outfit, half a bolt of coarse cloth, 2 pounds of brown sugar, 20 pounds of soy products, and 5 pounds of pork. The managers will each receive an extra 1.5 taels of silver. Since pork is hard to find, I arranged with the butcher from Manhwa village to slaughter 3 wild boars, weighing over 700 pounds in total, on the 25th day of the 12th month. That day will be a lively reunion for the workers. Song Jiao Jiao reviewed the gift list and nodded in satisfaction. Good. Let's proceed as you suggested. By the way, how are Ran Wenqing and his sister? Ran Wenqing is diligent and hardworking. He managed most of the holiday gift list, and I only made a few changes. Next year, I can hand over the logistics to him. As for Ran Wenju, Xiaodong's dark skin flushed slightly, and his voice became a bit awkward. She is beautiful and skilled. Song Jiao Jiao teased. It seems you are quite pleased. Xiaodong's cheeks turned bright red, and he struggled to say a complete sentence. Please tell Ran Wenju that the factory needs talented individuals for comprehensive development. Next year, we will have a batch of cotton seeds, and I need her to become familiar with the entire process from production to weaving. Realizing the meaning behind the words, Xiaodong excitedly thanked Ran Wenju. Thank you, boss. She will definitely live up to your expectations. After leaving the factory, night quietly fell. The temperature dropped several degrees after the snow melted and the night wind howled. Song Jiao Jiao tightened her clothes and walked out of the factory, feeling exhausted. The fatigue made her lower abdomen ache even more. She bit her lip, placed a hand on her belly, and walked forward step by step. Just as she stepped out of the factory gate, she suddenly saw a tall and handsome figure standing at an angle. She paused, feeling a warm rush in her heart. What are you doing here? Song Jiao Jiao licked her dry lips, her voice trembling slightly in the night wind. Your mother made lamb dumplings at home. The road is not safe at night, so I came to take you home for dinner, Sheng Huayan explained, taking a couple of steps forward. He draped a cloak over her shoulders and, seeing her surprised expression, placed a warm stove in her hands. Why is it so cold? Sheng Huayan wrapped his hands around hers, lowered his head to blow warm air, and gently rubbed them. It's freezing outside. Next time, just ask Sanling for help. He's a big man and won't mind the cold. He only released her hands when they became warm. Standing to her left, he shielded her from the howling northwest wind. They walked side by side. The warmth from the stove spread from her palms to her entire body, and Song Jiao Jiao felt her frozen body start to warm up. The cramping in her lower abdomen eased a bit. She smiled slightly, lifted her chin, and asked, Where did you get the hand warmer? Sheng Huai and looked into Song Jiao Jiao's clear, captivating eyes, his gaze deep. The master has several. I took the liberty of asking for one. Song Jiao Jiao raised her eyebrows in surprise. This didn't seem like something Sheng Huai would do. Suddenly, Sheng Huai stopped walking. She was puzzled. What's wrong? Get on, Sheng Huai said, noticing her stiff steps and the marks on her lips from biting them. He squatted in front of her. Song Jiao Jiao was taken aback. Was he going to carry her? In the night wind, Sheng Huai's voice grew deeper. You're walking too slowly. If we don't eat the dumplings soon, they'll spoil. Song Jiao Jiao. Can't this man say a few sweet words? She obediently climbed onto his back, wrapping her arms around his neck, and deliberately blew warm air into his ear. Let's go. The man beneath her predictably shivered. But Song Jiao Jiao wasn't going to let him off easily. She playfully patted his shoulder and stretched her tone. Hurry up, or the dumplings will go bad. Don't let your mother's hard work go to waste. Sheng Huayan. His face turned slightly red in the dim light. Still outside? This is unacceptable. How could you? He struggled to find the right words for a long time, finally grinding his teeth and saying, "Shameless." Although he was embarrassed by Song Jiao Jiao's teasing, Sheng Huayan steadily carried her on his back and walked into the twilight. Song Jiao Jiao suddenly realized and said, "So, we can go home now?" Sheng Huayan paused, gritting his teeth, and replied, "No." The soft-spoken woman behind him sighed deeply, looking quite disappointed. His cold expression softened without him noticing. "I achieved great merit in dealing with the bandits, and the family has specially requested recognition from the court for me. The rewards might come in the spring. Besides a sum of 3,000 taels of silver, I will be appointed as a deputy officer in the military camp at Fengzhou, a 7th-rank official, 7th-rank military officer." Song Jiao Jiao was taken aback, then burst into joy, giving his stiff shoulder a hearty pat and praising, "Husband, you're amazing." In ancient times, a county magistrate was a 7th-rank official, the highest leader in Qixian, and a 7th-rank military officer was just slightly lower. However, Fengzhou, Song Jiao Jiao's expression became serious. "Is that where Captain Zhang is stationed?" In an instant, she understood, realizing that due to the bandit issue, the nobles likely suspected Captain Zhang, which is why Sheng Huayan was placed in the military camp. Captain Zhang was in charge of all the troops in Fengzhou, a 4th-rank official, on par with the governor. To them, a 7th-rank minor official was like squashing an ant. "Isn't that very dangerous?" she asked anxiously. "Can it be postponed?" Sheng Huayan let out a bitter laugh. His wife was wonderful, but too clever for her own good. "It's a royal appointment. I can't refuse." A silence fell between them. "Actually, it's quite good," Sheng Huayan said nonchalantly, forcing a smile. "At least I'm a 7th-rank official. Once my title is known, common troublemakers won't dare to provoke the Sheng family. If I work hard, there will definitely be opportunities for advancement. In chaotic times, for ordinary people to rise quickly and leap in social class, the only way is to earn military merit. But earning military merit isn't easy. It's often a matter of life and death." Song Jiao Jiao suddenly felt a sting in her eyes. She had just made a lot of money and thought they could live well. But in the next moment, she realized a greater crisis loomed, reminding her that she must keep moving forward without delay or risk their lives. She blinked her stinging eyes and forced a smile. "The military camp is full of dangers. You must take good care of yourself. If it really doesn't work, we can move our whole family to the mountains to avoid this. Don't worry," Sheng Huayan said firmly. "I am the vice commander appointed by His Majesty, and Zhang Junwei wouldn't dare to do anything to me. But dealing with hidden schemes requires a quick response. A real man wouldn't be scared by a little setback. Even if the military camp in Fengzhou City is dangerous, he will make a name for himself. Because you are at home, I can confidently go out and take risks." Under the dark sky, Sheng Huayan couldn't help but share his thoughts with Song Jiao Jiao. "After the new year, I will send Samling to the county academy to study, and mother will find some work for her. Yanbao will learn from you and grow into an excellent young lady. As for the second branch, it will be fine as long as they don't attract gossip." Song Jiao Jiao felt very satisfied. Sheng Huayan had already arranged everything at home before leaving, so she didn't have to worry too much. She promised, "Fengzhou City is only a day's journey from the military camp. I will bring Mother to visit you every 10 days. It's a pity that Mother said she wants to organize a lively wedding for us next summer, but it will have to be postponed." At her words, Sheng Huayan stiffened, almost doubting he heard wrong due to the strong wind. "Our wedding?" Did she understand what this meant? If they really had a wedding, they would be a legitimate couple, and if she wanted to remarry later, it wouldn't be so easy. But just thinking about Song Jiao Jiao remarrying and being with another man made his chest tighten and ache slightly. No way. Absolutely not. Sheng Huayan clenched his teeth, his mind buzzing in chaos. "It hurts." Song Jiao Jiao suddenly playfully hit his shoulder. Realizing he had lost his composure, Sheng Huayan loosened his grip on her legs. "Sorry, you silly." Song Jiao Jiao huffed in dissatisfaction. Sheng Huayan licked his lips and cautiously asked, "Do you really want this?" As soon as he asked, he regretted it. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. After a long silence without a response from Song Jiao Jiao, Sheng Huayan's heart sank. Just then, a strange noise came from the dark fields. "Who is it?" Sheng Huayan shouted angrily, his fierce gaze scanning the fields, warning. "If you don't come out, don't blame my fists. Wait, we're coming out." Before long, a dirty beggar crawled out from behind a haystack with a thin child. He bowed his back and pleaded, "Please spare us. We just want to dig up some food to fill our stomachs. We mean no harm." The snow from last night had mostly melted, and the fields were wet. The winter wheat that the villagers had planted 2 months ago had sprouted tender shoots, swaying in the howling north wind. Song Jiao Jiao said solemnly, "Taking without asking is considered stealing. You dug up someone else's wheat to fill your stomach, and next year it will be someone else who goes hungry." The villagers had put in a lot of effort into fertilizing, planting, and growing this winter wheat. This first crop after a disaster was especially significant for them. The government has issued orders that disaster victims can receive relief grain based on their household registration. "Why are you still wandering here?" She had bribed an official with 300 taels, hoping he would send some disaster victims to Chipai village. It had been almost 2 months with no news. It seemed her money had gone to waste. These two did not appear to be among those assigned to different locations, as those who were assigned had officials escorting them and would not arrive at night. The beggar replied in surprise, "The officials in Fengzhou City help the disaster victims? That's so nice. We came from Xianing City, where frost disaster occurred, causing buildings to collapse. The government didn't care about the people's lives, and we had no choice but to flee." He couldn't help but wipe away tears as he spoke. "My wife and parents were trapped under the rubble. I dug for 2 days and nights, and when I finally got them out, their bodies were frozen solid. There was nothing left to eat in the frozen ground, so I had to bring my son out to find a way to survive. Dad, I miss Mom," the little boy said, biting his lip and sobbing quietly. The father and son shivered together, silently weeping. The torchlight flickered on their weathered faces, and their deep-set eyes were filled with despair and fear for the future. This reminded Song Jiao Jiao of her own experience fleeing from disaster when she first arrived, and her heart softened for a moment. But she remained cautious and asked, "After traveling 1,000 miles, why didn't you go to the county city and instead came to Chipai village?" It was well known that Fengzhou was suffering from drought, and there was little food in the countryside. Disaster victims would typically head to the county city or, at the very least, go to Qixian for food. There are even more disaster victims in Fengzhou City. Not only are there those fleeing, but also reports say that the Hu people are coming south to seize grain, and there are conflicts starting again at the border. Many disaster victims are running toward the Central Plains. Fengzhou City is the most prosperous county city in the Central Plains, and there are surely many more victims there. The refugees sighed deeply. "I don't have much skill. I once learned hunting from my father, catching rabbits and pheasants. I heard that Chipai village is rarely visited, and since there are many wild animals in the mountains without anyone to hunt them, I came here begging." Song Jiao Jiao couldn't tell if he was telling the truth, so she looked at Sheng Huayan. "Show me your hands," Sheng Huayan said. The refugee realized he had met someone knowledgeable and quickly extended his hands for inspection. Usually, the left hand holds the bow, so the palm at the joint develops calluses, while the right hand's index and middle fingers hold the string, resulting in calluses between those 2 fingers. After checking, Sheng Huayan nodded. He indeed uses a bow and arrow regularly. "You should take them to the village chief's house. They can stay at Lu Qi's place." Lu Qi was one of the refugees who came with them from Fengzhou City, a tall and strong man. He could supervise the refugees, ensuring that the father and son wouldn't cause trouble. If they were indeed ordinary disaster victims, they could stay in Chipai village. As the factory continued to grow, it would need a strong guard team to handle emergencies. Sheng Huayan was determined to train this group of guards before taking office, so he could leave home with peace of mind. However, there were too few villagers, and the plan almost fell through. Now, it was fortunate to find some refugees with clean backgrounds. They would be safer and more loyal than the people from nearby villages. Song Jiao Jiao urged, "You should hurry. I have dumplings cooking at home. If you put me down, I can walk back." "There's no rush," Sheng Huayan replied. "You're not feeling well. I'll take you back first. He had heard from colleagues that women feel weak during their menstrual days and shouldn't be exposed to cold winds, or they might develop chronic issues. Now, with the dark and cold weather, how could he feel at ease leaving her to go home alone? Sheng Huayan glanced at their refugee father and son. Keep up. Thank you, kind sir, the refugee said gratefully, holding his son's hand and following closely behind. They walked in silence. Soon, they arrived at the Sheng family's gate. Sheng Huayan knocked on the courtyard door before setting Song Jiaojiao down. A cold wind blew, making her stomach feel chilly, and her face immediately turned pale. Do you want to go to the clinic? Sheng Huayan asked with concern. No need, Song Jiaojiao replied, wrapping her cloak tightly and placing a warm stove against her stomach. I just need to drink a bowl of ginger tea with brown sugar when I get home. At that moment, she missed ibuprofen, which was a miracle cure for menstrual pain. Sheng Huayan still felt uneasy. The wind was too strong at the entrance. He stood in the wind to block it and heard footsteps from inside the courtyard. He gently urged, hurry inside. You should eat the dumplings first, no need to wait for me. Okay. Song Jiaojiao nodded and gently pushed his arm, signaling him to leave quickly. Sheng Huayan stayed still, stubbornly waiting until old Mrs. Qian opened the door before leading the refugees into the darkness. Why is De Lang out again? Who are those two people? Old Mrs. Qian stretched her neck to look. There's a snow disaster in Xianing City, and they are here seeking refuge, Song Jiaojiao explained briefly, hurriedly stepping into the courtyard with the cold wind following her, and walked straight into the main room. The warm air hit her face, and she felt the warmth spread through her body, slowly bringing color back to her pale face. When old Mrs. Qian entered the room and saw her pale face, she was startled. While helping her take off her cloak, she called for Aunt Ke to bring some ginger tea with brown sugar, chattering, "The snow has melted, but it will still be cold for a few more days. You are not allowed to go anywhere for the next few days. Just stay at home. It's hard for women to conceive when they catch a cold," and she was looking forward to holding her grandchild. Mom, Nian Bao burst in, lifting the curtain. Old Mrs. Qian quickly stopped her. Oh, my little ancestor, your mother is not feeling well, so don't disturb her. Nian Bao looked anxious, carefully snuggling up to Song Jiaojiao, her little face scrunched up with worry. Mom, where do you not feel well? Your face looks so pale. Do you need medicine? I can help you make some. The little one was in a hurry, her gestures so quick they were almost dizzying. I'm fine, just a bit tired, Song Jiaojiao said, stroking her head and trying to smile. What did your uncle teach you today? Nian Bao started to gesture. From the Book of Songs. On the contrary, one should be cautious and not easily change their original intentions. Uncle said this means people should carefully choose their lives and not easily change their goals. Song Jiaojiao tucked a strand of hair behind Nian Bao's ear and smiled. Your uncle is very impressive. If you learn from him, you might become a talented young lady in the future. Old Mrs. Qian smiled widely and joked. Soon, suitors will be knocking down our door. Hearing this, Nian Bao shyly buried her face in Song Jiaojiao's arms. Would she really be as amazing as her mother when she became a talented young lady? She was so excited. The three of them laughed together. Aunt Ke brought in the ginger tea and steaming dumplings. Under old Mrs. Qian's watchful eye, Song Jiaojiao pinched her nose and drank it all in one go. The ginger flavor spread in her stomach, and she ate several dumplings to chase away the spiciness. Halfway through the meal, Mrs. Qian suddenly remembered something important and said, Tomorrow is market day. I will go to town and talk to the second daughter-in-law about the contract. Nianbao hasn't seen Dainiu in a long time. Why not let her come with me? In Mrs. Qian's mind, there was an unbridgeable gap between the first and second families. To keep the Sheng family united, the next generation had to act as a glue. Song Jiaojiao understood clearly that as long as the old lady didn't insist on having the second family move back or give them money, those minor actions wouldn't stop her. Does Nianbao want to go? She asked, looking down. If you go to town with your grandma, we have to wake up very early tomorrow. Nianbao nodded eagerly, agreeing repeatedly. When Sheng Huayan returned home that evening, Song Jiaojiao specifically told him about the plan for the second family to take over tofu production. Sheng Huayan said, "The factory is your business. You can decide." The Sheng family has already split, and it's only right for the second family to be self-sufficient. Although he liked Daniu's cleverness, compared to them, Song Jiaojiao and Nianbao were his closest family. There was no reason for Song Jiaojiao to work hard just to support the second family. "I happen to be going to town tomorrow, so I will take your grandma and Nianbao." Feng sure won't dare to cause trouble, he said with a cold snort, his expression stern. Song Jiaojiao yawned, tears forming in her almond-shaped eyes. She turned and climbed into bed, pulling the blanket over herself. "It will be cold tomorrow morning, so wear more clothes. I might not be able to get up to prepare for you too." Sheng Huayan's expression softened as he smiled slightly. "You don't have to wake up early. By the way, is there anything you want to eat? I can buy it tomorrow." After waiting for a moment without a response, he approached and saw that Song Jiaojiao had already fallen asleep. Her delicate brows were slightly furrowed, as if she wasn't sleeping very soundly. He hesitated for a moment, but quietly lifted a corner of the blanket and took out the warming pot from her arms. The charcoal inside had cooled down a bit. Sheng Huayan left the room with the warming pot and returned shortly after, wrapping it in a soft piece of fabric before gently placing it back in her arms. Feeling the warmth, Song Jiaojiao's expression gradually relaxed. Seeing this, a smile crept onto his lips, but he caught sight of a pair of bright eyes watching him. Nianbao had taken a long nap in the afternoon and was now full of energy, not sleepy at all. She covered her mouth and winked at Sheng Huayan. Sheng Huayan raised an eyebrow. "Can't sleep?" Nianbao nodded vigorously. "Your mother isn't feeling well. How about you sleep with your grandma?"
he suggested.
Nianbao tilted his head and thought for a moment. Taking advantage of Sheng Huayan's affection, he decided to bargain for the first time, holding up 2 fingers, 2 candied hawthorns. "One for Daniu and one for me." His mother said that eating too many candied hawthorns could lead to cavities, so he didn't ask for more. "Deal." Sheng Huayan readily agreed, reaching out to pick up the little one from the bed and wrapping him snugly in his own coat, carrying him to the west room. Old Mrs. Qian. She didn't expect her eldest son, who usually seemed so serious, to be so caring towards his wife. It was like the sun rising in the west. She tried to read any expression from her son's serious face, but failed. So, she and Nianbao exchanged wide-eyed looks. Sheng Huayan continued to speak without showing any emotion. "Mother, you should go to bed early. We will leave at dawn tomorrow. The whole family is here to collect debts," old Mrs. Qian muttered, patting the side of the bed to signal Nianbao to come over. Since becoming a grandmother, it was the first time a grandchild was sleeping with her, and she felt a bit awkward. Nianbao grinned, showing a row of white teeth, and quickly crawled into bed, snuggling under the covers, revealing 2 round, bright eyes. His cute and obedient appearance melted old Mrs. Qian's heart. She cleared her throat and urged Sheng Huayan in a rough voice, "Close the door for me." Sheng Huayan was surprised. He didn't expect his mother to feel shy. The next day, when Song Jiaojiao woke up, the family had already left for the market. She lazily lay on the couch, sucking on a sweet treat, staring blankly at a dry vine outside the window. She wondered how people in ancient times passed the time. When she was idle, it felt like time moved slowly. Just as she was feeling bored, Sheng Sanlang's cheerful voice came from outside. "Sister-in-law, our house is built. Do you want to see it?" "Yes." Without thinking, Song Jiaojiao quickly got dressed and left the room, wrapping herself up tightly. She then noticed old Lu was also present, paused for a moment, and then smiled as she approached him, saying, with Master Lu overseeing it, "The house must be built very well." Old Lu beamed with joy, taking a big puff from his pipe. "Madam Sheng, after you see the house, we can discuss the water wheel profits." Seeing his cheerful expression gave Song Jiaojiao confidence, and she guessed the earnings would be good, nodding and smiling. "Okay." Just as the 3 were about to leave the courtyard, old Granny Cook called out from a distance, "Madam, please wait." Song Jiaojiao stopped walking, turned around, and looked puzzled. She saw old Ka quickly approach and hand her a warming pot, saying, "The master instructed that if the lady goes out, she must take the warming pot." Sheng Sanlang couldn't help but click his tongue and tease, "I didn't expect my brother to be so caring." Old Lu chuckled nearby, remarking how Sheng Huayan, despite his rough appearance, was quite thoughtful. Under their playful gazes, Song Jiao Jiao's cheeks turned slightly red as she tightly held the warming pot. "Let's hurry up," she urged. The new house was located in the middle of the village, just 2 farmhouses away from the academy. It was rare for something big to happen in the village. So many people gathered at the new house's entrance to join the excitement. They greeted Song Jiao Jiao cheerfully. "The owner has arrived. Your new house looks impressive." "Of course it does. This was built by Master Liu and his son, who are both very skilled. When you move, Mrs. Sheng, please let us know. We'd love to help and take a look around." "Absolutely. We'll set up a few tables at Sheng's place, and we hope everyone will join us. Not many families in Qixin live in brick houses. Yours looks even grander than the academy. As long as we work hard at the factory, we can all live in brick houses in the future." As Song Jiao Jiao walked, she chatted with the villagers, creating a lively atmosphere. Sheng Sanlang observed quietly and suddenly understood what his brother had meant that day. Just look at how his sister-in-law spoke. If she wanted to, she could make everyone very happy. Everyone liked her. This lively scene also attracted important guests from the academy. The old prince, dressed in a white fox fur coat, exuded an air of nobility. As he approached, the noisy atmosphere quieted instantly. Song Jiao Jiao stepped forward and greeted him respectfully. Sheng Sanlang cupped his hands and said, "Welcome, sir." The old prince waved his hand dismissively, indicating they need not be so formal. "I heard the Sheng family has built a new house. I came to join the celebration and enjoy a drink." Sheng Sanlang, feeling nervous, replied, "Your presence honors us. Please come in." The old prince glanced at him and thought, "Why is everyone in the Sheng family so clever?" He snorted softly and walked in first, leaving Sheng Sanlang confused and looking to Song Jiao Jiao for help. Did he upset the nobleman? Song Jiao Jiao shook her head. Sheng Sanlang still felt a bit anxious. The dark guard beside Sheng Sanlang gently patted his shoulder and reminded him, "The master is not angry. Quickly prepare some fruits and snacks, like fried potato strips and spicy hollow snacks. Sheng Huayan has a bright future, and helping his family is a small effort that could earn him their gratitude. Why not do it?" Song Jiao Jiao. Originally, there were still about 30 pounds of large potatoes left in the warehouse after planting, but Sheng Huayan sent them to the academy as a gift for the nobles. She thought the nobles would like mashed potatoes or use them to stew meat, but to her surprise, the elder enjoyed junk food. Sheng Sanlang's eyes lit up. "Thank you, brother." The new house is a large courtyard with 3 sections, each with a square courtyard layout. There is a small garden between the main hall and the backyard. Speaking of the garden, it is actually a pond that grows lotus flowers in summer and can harvest lotus roots in autumn, which is both beautiful and practical. Besides the garden, there is also a vegetable garden behind it, making it convenient for the old Qian family to plant vegetables or raise chickens and ducks on a whim. The vegetable garden is close to the kitchen, and there is a small door in the southeast corner that opens to a path leading directly to the factory, with workers' homes on both sides. If the second family had not moved out, the 3-section courtyard would have been just enough for the whole family, but now it feels a bit empty. After touring the house, everyone returned to the front hall. They had a simple tea and snacks before discussing serious matters. "In the past 2 months, we have built 10 tube carts and sold plow and harrow technology to 13 counties, earning 1,200 taels. According to our prior agreement, Mrs. Sheng gets 20%, the gentleman gets 40%, and the Liu family gets 40%. Old Liu handed the account book to the old prince and then signaled his son to bring out 3 bags of silver. The old prince raised his eyebrows in surprise after looking at the account book. The plow and harrow have been promoted widely in Fengzhou City so quickly? According to his estimation, it would take at least half a year. Old Liu explained, the carpenters have a special way to communicate. Once people see the value of the plow and harrow, they will rush to take on the agency. As for the tube carts, due to recent natural disasters, they can irrigate water to farther fields. Many nearby villages have quickly placed orders to ensure smooth planting in the spring. He proudly stroked his beard. The Liu family team has expanded from 10 to 30 people. Moreover, each village has hired locals to dig ditches, allowing many to earn money. When the common people have money, they will buy things, and the number of merchants will gradually increase. Now, Furong town is much more prosperous than it was 6 months ago. Song Jiao Jiao understood this was the butterfly effect. Seemingly unrelated and small things can lead to big changes. The economic development of Furong town is not just due to the cotton mill, but mainly from the factories. After the factories were established, workers received a fixed salary each month. The local people, having money from selling soybeans, began to spend. Sharp-eyed merchants discovered various business opportunities and increased the variety of goods, making the town increasingly prosperous. Old Lord Wang also seemed to realize this and suddenly asked, "Will the factory hire more workers next year?" More job opportunities will lead to rapid economic growth. An opportunity arose. Sheng Sanlang desperately signaled to Song Jiao Jiao to seize it. Song Jiao Jiao, living up to expectations, pretended to be troubled and said, "There are two main limitations to expanding the factory. First, there is not enough soybean supply nearby, and sourcing from far away would be too costly. Second, the roads in the village are in poor condition. It's hard for even regular vendors to reach here. Third, Chipai village has too few people to develop. As the saying goes, a crying child gets milk." Song Jiao Jiao furrowed her brows in a troubled manner, looking completely at a loss. Old Lord Wang snorted, doubting whether she knew her own identity. The first 2 points could be addressed, but the third, relocating people to Chipai village, was a major issue. How could an unknown teacher interfere in government matters? Weren't you the one who announced benefits yesterday, allowing employees to bring their families to Chipai village? If someone reports this, it could cause you trouble. In ancient times, the population of a village symbolized its prosperity, and for the village chief, it was a significant achievement. How could the village chiefs let Song Jiao Jiao poach people so openly? Song Jiao Jiao felt a pang of anxiety. I didn't think this through. She had applied modern corporate benefits to the current situation but overlooked the local context of the Dazhao dynasty. Realizing this, she quickly served hot tea to Old Lord Wang. Seeing her admit her mistake with a good attitude, Old Lord Wang picked up his teacup and sipped slowly. "I will help you resolve this, but it cannot happen again. Additionally, I will invest 500 taels to repair the roads. They must be wide and well-built. Don't worry about the soybeans. Let Manager Liao from Jufeng Building help you with the purchases." After a pause, he tapped the table with his finger and said seriously, "But I have one condition. Chipai village must become the top village in Qixin County within 2 years. Song Jiao Jiao didn't dare to make big promises, saying, "I'll do my best." Hearing this, the old prince gave her an unhappy glance and said, "Do I look scary?" "You think too much." He shook his head, waved his sleeve, and left, his hearty laughter echoing behind him. Once the nobleman left, the tense atmosphere in the room disappeared completely. Old Lu sighed in relief and said, "The younger generation will have their own blessings. Chipai village has beautiful mountains and waters. In spring, I will move here too and build a house next door." Old Lu was a practical person. Song Jiao Jiao clapped her hands happily and said, "That sounds great. We can look out for each other. Madam Sheng, you should go home now." Suddenly, Tian Chui Chui rushed in, sweating and out of breath. "Your mother-in-law is in trouble." Song Jiao Jiao was shocked. "What?" She exchanged a glance with Sheng Sanlang, and they both hurried home. When they reached the Sheng family's door, Sheng Huai and was just seeing the old doctor out, his blue robe stained with blood. Seeing this, Sheng Sanlang's legs went weak, and he stumbled forward, trembling as he asked, "Brother, what happened to Mother?" "Is it?" "Mother hit her head, but the bleeding has stopped," Sheng Huaiyan said in a serious tone, signaling for Sheng Sanlang to stop asking questions. He first saw the old doctor off to the village entrance and returned only after the doctor was on the ox cart. He glanced at the pale Sheng Sanlang and the anxious Song Jiao Jiao and briefly explained, "This morning, I took mother to the second house and then left to handle some matters. When I returned, I heard Nian Bao and Dinyo crying loudly in the yard. When I went inside, I found mother lying against the wall with blood on her head." Feng Shi was terrified, and Di was nowhere to be found. Nian Bao wasn't hurt, was she? Song Jiao Jiao asked urgently. She suspected that old Mrs. Qian and Feng Shi had argued over the contract, which might have led to old Mrs. Qian getting hurt. In ancient times, if a daughter-in-law harmed her mother-in-law, it could ruin her life, and in serious cases, she could even end up in prison, depending on how old Mrs. Qian handled it. "Nian Bao has some scratches on her face," Sheng Huayan said apologetically. Asked Nian Bao, and she said Dia rushed over in anger and grabbed her. Mother slapped Dia to protect her. Feng Shi couldn't stand it and pushed Mother. Unfortunately, Mother lost her balance and hit her head against the wall. Luckily, Dinyo and Nian Bao caught her clothes in time, or it could have been much worse. He knew that the second wife had become bold and would definitely make things difficult for his mother, yet he still left her and the granddaughter alone there. Sheng Huayan felt extremely guilty inside. The doctor said Mother lost a lot of blood and will feel dizzy and have headaches for a few days. She just needs to rest to recover. "Husband, this is not your fault." Song Jiao Jiao stepped forward and held his hand. "After all, we couldn't have predicted that the Feng mother and daughter would harm her." Sheng Sanlang also advised, "Yes, big brother, if you hadn't taken Mother there, the second sister-in-law might have been even worse." Hearing their words, Sheng Huayan felt even more guilty, his expression dark and heavy. "Where is Feng?" Song Jiao Jiao asked. "Where is she now?" Sheng Huayan pressed his lips tightly together, his eyes filled with coldness. "She is kneeling by Mother's bed with Dinyo. She is clever," Song Jiao Jiao said with a sarcastic smile. The thought of Feng using her son to force old Lady Qian to forgive her turned her mild dislike into strong dislike. "We can't let her disturb Mother's rest. You two stay here. I will deal with her." Song Jiao Jiao rolled up her sleeves and walked toward the door. Before she could step inside, she heard muffled cries and desperate pleas from within. "Mother, I didn't mean it. Please forgive me this once, for the sake of your kindness. Even if you don't forgive me, think about Dinyo. If this gets out, how will others view the second house? Dinyo's future will be ruined. Dinyo, say something to grandmother. Why are you acting like a wooden post? Have you turned mute from being with the little mute for too long?" Song Jiao Jiao lifted the curtain and saw Dinyo kneeling straight on the ground, his hands tightly clenched into fists. He gritted his teeth, allowing his mother to pull and poke at him without moving. Nian Bao stood by old Lady Qian's bed, gently wiping her sweat with a towel. In the room, Feng was the loudest, acting like a clown. Anger filled Song Jiao Jiao, and she said with a sneer, "The doctor said Mother needs to rest. Since the second sister-in-law sincerely wants to ask for forgiveness, why doesn't she go to the kitchen to make medicine herself?" Feng's face suddenly turned pale. "Be big sister-in-law, you're back?" "Mother," Nian Bao turned her head, her big round eyes filling with tears. She took a few steps forward, but then remembered that old Lady Qian was hurt because of her, and she lowered her head in guilt. Song Jiao Jiao walked to Nian Bao's side, feeling sorry for the blood marks on her face and neck. The girl had really been rough, leaving several scratches that drew blood. It seemed she was determined to ruin Nian Bao's appearance. She was so angry that her teeth itched. Taking a deep breath to calm down, she gently said, "Go find your dad for medicine, so you won't have scars in the future. Bring Danny with you. He's still growing. When your grandma wakes up and sees this, she'll be upset and angry." Tears suddenly filled Nian Bao's eyes, making her feel even more wronged.
"Auntie."
Danny finally couldn't hold back his tears, his voice hoarse and unpleasant. Song Jiao Jiao said, "Nian Bao, help your cousin up." Nian Bao obediently tugged at Dania's arm, using all her strength but couldn't lift him. "Daniu, are you not listening to me?" Song Jiao Jiao said in a serious tone. "No, I am." Daniu wiped his tears with the back of his hand, sobbing. "Mom said if I keep kneeling, Grandma will get better soon." That awful Feng. Deceiving him just to punish Daeniu? Second sister-in-law, is what Daeniu said true? She glared at Fong with a cold expression, half smiling. Fong met her icy gaze and felt a chill run down her spine. No, it's not. But she held onto Daeniu tightly, fully aware that only he could save her and her daughter from this disaster. Truly, one should not ignore warnings until it's too late. Song Jiao didn't want to waste words. She stepped forward, bent down, and grabbed Fong's wrist, squeezing it tightly. Fong immediately cried out in pain and let go. Song Jiao pulled her out of the house and threw her into the yard.
Bang!
Fong fell hard to the ground, scraping her hands and feet. She quickly got up to check her clothes, fearing they were damaged. In just over a month, Fong had changed, looking like a nouveau riche. Money really can change a person. Seeing her adorned with jewels, Song Jiao suddenly felt she had been too kind to let her run the tofu business. But when she glanced at Daenia's panicked expression, she couldn't bring herself to be completely harsh. Fong was only encouraged by Dae. The real troublemaker was Dae. Since she loved causing trouble so much, let her stay home forever and never see anyone. Daeniu was so scared that he kept backing away. His aunt's gaze was terrifying, as if she wanted to kill. He was startled by his own thoughts and stepped forward to help Fong up. No matter how unworthy she was still his mother. Mom, go make medicine for Grandma and slowly ask for her forgiveness, okay? He pleaded with a trembling voice. No way. That's a servant's job, Fong flatly refused. Since moving to the town, the second household has hired 3 servants, one for housework, one as a maid, and one as a young scholar. The neighbors often flatter them, and over time, Fong has truly begun to see herself as a wealthy lady. As soon as this was said, it sparked anger and resentment among the crowd. Is making medicine just a servant's job? Second sister-in-law really thinks highly of herself, forgetting that just a month ago she was a commoner. Sheng Sanlang said disdainfully, clenching his teeth. Song Jiao turned her eyes away, feeling a headache at seeing Fong, who was so self-important and selfish. She decided to ignore her and took Nianbao back to their room to get medicine. Sheng Huayan stared at Fong as if she were an inanimate object. From today on, Daeniu will stay in the main house, and all expenses will be covered by the main house. You won't need to worry about it anymore, second sister-in-law. No way. You can't take Daeniu away from me, Fong exclaimed, jumping up in panic. Daeniu was her lifeline. Her daughter would eventually marry, and she needed Daeniu to take care of her in her old age. Once Daeniu graduated, she might even become a respected lady, and then the main house would have to flatter her. Fong declared fiercely, unless I die, Uncle can't take Daeniu away. Daeniu, still young, cried and pleaded, Uncle, I don't want to leave Mom. She will change for the better. Please don't separate us. He had already lost his father and couldn't bear to lose his mother too. In his distress, Daeniu even knelt before Sheng Huayan, banging his head on the ground. Sheng Huayan was taken aback and quickly pulled him up, scolding, a boy should only kneel to heaven, earth, and his parents. Since you don't want to leave the second household, listen to your teachers at the academy, read more, and think carefully. Don't let anyone use you, even if that person is your own mother. Okay, I understand. Daeniu nodded, not fully grasping the meaning but agreeing, which reminded him of his father. Fong, however, turned red with anger, twisting her handkerchief and not daring to respond. Since you refuse to admit your mistakes, you should leave quickly so you don't disturb your mother's rest, Sheng Huayan said, feeling increasingly cold towards Fong. He found even looking at her unpleasant and warned her in a deep voice, take good care of Daeniu. Only if he succeeds can the second household stand strong. Fong was left confused by his last words, pondering their deeper meaning. Before she could figure it out, Song Jiao instructed old lady Ke to throw them out.
Bang!
The door shut firmly in front of them. Daeniu blinked in confusion, feeling anxious, but unable to understand why this was happening. If he were a bit older and understood more, he would know that the second family was completely abandoned by the first family and would be left alone in the future. Stop crying, we're going home, so we won't have to see their faces, Fong said firmly. wiping her son's tears and pulling him away. In a few days, when your grandmother feels better, we can say some nice words, and she will forgive us. Daeniu stared blankly into the distance. Would Grandma really forgive the second family? Are we just letting the second sister-in-law go? Sheng Sanlang was angry and paced back and forth. He thought Fong should serve old Mrs. Qian and pray for her forgiveness. How could she just let her go so easily? I will go and bring her back. We must apologize to Mother. Don't go, third brother. Sheng Huayan grabbed his arm. Leaving her could cause trouble and might upset Mother. We shouldn't interact with the second family anymore. Just treat them like distant relatives. So they were going to cut ties with the second family. Sheng Sanlang finally felt relieved. It should have been this way long ago, but do we still need to give the second family their share of the profits from the vegetables? Look at the silver hairpins on the second sister-in-law's head. They hurt my eyes. Sheng Huayan gritted his teeth and hardened his heart. Forget it, no more giving. You earn money by working. Good things don't just fall from the sky. The second family has at least 100 taels, so saving some should be enough for them. If Fong were smart, she would buy some land to rent out or get a shop in town. They wouldn't have to worry about food and clothing. Sheng Sanlang shrugged dismissively. If Fong had any sense, she wouldn't keep making one mistake after another. One wrong step leads to many more. Brother, I'm going to check if old lady Ko has finished making the medicine. You go see Nianbao, he sighed. Poor Nianbao has such delicate skin. I wonder when she will heal. Sheng Huayan felt a chill in his heart, patted his shoulder, and then walked into the east room. Inside, Song Jiaojiao was applying a spoonful of ointment evenly on Nianbao's face. The ointment stung slightly as it covered the wound, and Nianbao couldn't help but flinch back, looking at Song Jiaojiao with deep concern. It definitely won't leave a scar, she said softly, gently blowing on the wound to help ease the pain. Seeing her mother's serious expression, Nianbao was overwhelmed with guilt and suddenly knelt on the ground, tears streaming down her face as she gestured. Mother, I lied to father. Last time, I gave a little fish pendant to Daeniu. It was something my real mother left for me, but I didn't expect it to be taken by that big girl. In a moment of anger, I wanted to go and take it back, but I couldn't beat her and ended up hurting Grandma. Grandma doesn't want me to tell you the truth, but I can't hide it anymore. Mom, Nianbao is just a child. If you want to punish me, go ahead. She tightly held onto her clothes, gathering the courage to admit her mistake. In Song Jiaojiao's memory, that little fish pendant was made of Hetian jade, small and exquisite, so it's no wonder Dia snatched it from Daeniu. You were indeed wrong. Too impulsive. Here's what you'll do. You'll copy 100 large characters within 3 days. Besides that, you will serve by your grandmother's bedside every day until she recovers. Nianbao nodded vigorously. I'll go check if the medicine is ready. She bravely wiped her tears and hurried to make amends. Sheng Huayan leaned against the doorframe, waiting for Song Jiaojiao to finish talking to the child before coming in. He said, I've asked a friend to find Dia. Don't worry, I'll teach her a lesson. Song Jiaojiao snorted. I'm just afraid she won't learn her lesson and will hold a grudge against us. As expected, her prediction came true. Dia ran out of the house and, to avoid being found by Sheng Huayan, fled from Furong town. In the vast world, she didn't know where to go, and just kept running. After running for a while, she arrived at a village. Are you? A girl from the Sheng family. A familiar yet strange voice came from behind her. Old Mrs. Qian was quite old and had been in bed for 2 days. It wasn't until the 3rd day that she started to feel better and her appetite gradually returned. While drinking the almost too hot chicken soup, she heard old Ku report that Fong was coming to visit, and she angrily shouted, I won't see her. I'm not dead yet, and I don't need her to mourn for me. Throw out everything she brought. Song Jiaojia glanced at the items on the table. A bag of red bean cakes, a piece of coarse cloth, and a basket of eggs. How could Fong give such meager gifts? Normally, these items would be considered quite good for an ordinary family, but times have changed. Fong, who usually wore gold and silver, was now offering a basket of scraps to apologize to her mother-in-law. Who was she trying to annoy? The eggs seem like they've been sitting for days, old Mrs. Qian said. picking one up and disdainfully tossing it back. The eggshell cracked in the basket, revealing a broken yolk and a faint smell. Where did she find such cheap goods? Song Jiao Jiao covered her mouth and nose, stood up, and opened the window wider to let the smell out quickly. Tell her to leave quickly, or I'll hit her every time I see her, old Mrs. Qian said angrily. Old Lady Ke tidied up the things on the table and handed them back to the mother and son outside the courtyard, her eyes filled with disdain. The old lady doesn't want to see you, so you don't need to come back. Feng Shui was furious at being publicly insulted and was about to confront old Lady Ke when her son exclaimed, Mom, the eggs we brought are spoiled. Feng Shui froze in embarrassment, her face turning pale and then red. Nonsense. Mother clearly bought good ones. It must be that old hag who switched them. Old Lady Ke was taken aback by Feng Shui's accusation, almost biting her tongue in anger. You need to provide evidence. You brought spoiled eggs to fool the old lady and want to blame me? No way. We need to call the village chief to clear my name. Seeing old Lady Ke reach for her, Feng Shui jumped back, embarrassed. It must be the egg seller who tricked me. I'll go settle this with him right now. With that, she grabbed her basket and hurried away. What a joke. If this went to the village chief, people would laugh and gossip. Dia was right. She had to endure. In a few days, they would not be able to laugh at all. Then old Mrs. Qian would realize that the second house was her true support. Not long after Feng Shui and her son left, a ragged man came to the door, claiming he was looking for Sheng Huayan. After Song Jiao Jiao helped her mother-in-law to bed, she tidied up and went to the main hall. The man seemed extremely hungry and ate all the pastries on the table. When he saw Song Jiao Jiao enter, he quickly wiped his mouth and stood up, politely cupping his fists in greeting. Hello, sister-in-law. My name is Lin Su, and I am here on behalf of Brother Sheng. Suppressing her confusion, Song Jiao Jiao smiled and said, Brother Sheng is on duty until the evening. Please wait here for a moment. She then turned to old Lady Ke and instructed, prepare some good food and drinks for Brother Lin. Thank you, sister-in-law, Lin Su said, smiling sincerely, revealing a big, white smile. Since men and women have different roles, Song Jiao Jiao politely accompanied him for a while before returning to her room. After the second house moved out, there were 2 empty rooms in the house, so she arranged for Lin Su to stay and asked old Lady Ke to prepare hot water for him to wash up. There were no spare clothes, so she took a set of clean old clothes belonging to Sheng Huayan. When Sheng Huayan returned home in the evening and saw Lin Su, he was very happy. The 2 brothers enjoyed a pot of wine together in the side hall. After a few rounds of drinks, Lin Su finally remembered the important matter. Brother Sheng, I have news about the task you asked me to handle. Your niece has been frequently visiting Qingjiu village and is in close contact with a woman named Song Chunhua. I followed her for several days and finally found an opportunity to confront Song Chunhua alone, intending to scare her a little. It was easy. She quickly revealed their plans. Sheng Huayan noticed his hesitation and asked, Isn't Song Chunhua a relative of my wife? Greedy as she is, does she plan to extort money from my wife? Brother Sheng, you truly have a sharp mind, Lin Su said, giving a thumbs up. They planned to cause trouble in the village on the 25th day of the 12th month, bringing the whole family along, and even inviting the village chief of Qingjiu to witness it. If my sister-in-law doesn't comply, they intend to bribe some troublemakers to create chaos at the factory and spread rumors to damage her reputation. Their hearts are truly wicked. A wave of anger burned in Sheng Huayan's heart. The more furious he became, the more he forced a gentle smile, gradually suppressing his anger. He raised his cup and said, Thank you, Lin, for gathering this information. Otherwise, the consequences would be unimaginable. I drink this cup in your honor. He lifted the cup and drank it all in one go, the strong liquor burning his throat. Lin Su clapped in admiration, saying, Brother, you have a great capacity for alcohol. If you hadn't given me a bowl of porridge back then, I might have starved on the roadside. My life is yours. Whatever you need, even if it's dangerous, I won't hesitate. Sheng Huayan waved his hand and replied, I appreciate your words, but we can't do anything illegal. However, we can't let them cause trouble either. There's a constable named Zhou Wu in Qixian who is my friend. He was the one who arranged for the Song family to be in Qingjiu village. I heard there's a severe ice disaster in Xianing City and many refugees are coming to the county. The county magistrate is worried about a lack of laborers, so since the Song family is so idle, why not find them some work? Lin Su immediately understood his meaning. Don't worry, brother, I will take care of it. Sheng Huan looked him over and thought for a moment before taking out 5 taels of silver and placing it on the table. Lin, use this money to buy some winter clothes for your brothers. You don't need to worry about housing. In 3 days, I will be moving to a new home, and this small courtyard will be yours to stay in. Brother, I can't accept this, Lin Su refused. I truly consider you a brother and have never sought anything from you. Since you call me brother, I won't treat you unfairly, Sheng Huan said, patting his shoulder. The weather is getting colder, and your brothers have families to support, so expenses will add up. If you feel uncomfortable, you can come work at the factory as guards, and you will receive a monthly salary. With Lin Su's friendship, he can feel at ease knowing that when he goes to the army in the future, he can help look after the Sheng family. Lin Su was so moved that tears filled his eyes. As long as we have food and shelter, even if we don't get paid, we will do it. The two of them drank until midnight, and Lin Su eventually passed out on the table. Sheng Huan easily carried him to bed, then went to the kitchen to wash up before quietly returning to his room. He opened the door and found the light still on, raising an eyebrow in surprise. Why are you still awake? Song Jiao Jiao had her long black hair gathered to one side, and in the candlelight, her neck glowed white, making him swallow hard. She was truly more beautiful than flowers, sweet as honey. Sheng Huan quickly looked away, turned, and closed the door, sharing the news he had learned from Lin Su with her. After a while, Song Jiao Jiao still didn't speak. Sheng Huan thought she was once again hurt by her family and awkwardly tried to comfort her, saying, "Don't be sad. The Sheng family will never abandon you or betray you, and what about you?" Song Jiao Jiao tilted her head, her beautiful eyes fixed on his face, playfully asking, "Will you never abandon me or betray me?" Under her intense gaze, the strong and open emotion made Sheng Huan feel exposed and unable to retreat. "That I won't." It was a good day to move into the new home on the 20th day of the 12th month. Everyone in the village came to help pack up, and after a busy half-day, they finally moved everything into the new house. Even though the Sheng family had only been there for 2 or 3 months, they had accumulated quite a bit of stuff. Perhaps because it was a joyful occasion, Mrs. Qian was glowing with happiness, chatting and laughing with the village women as they prepared the meal. The aroma of meat wafted from the kitchen, making the children sit on the doorstep with their chins in their hands, drooling. "Nianbao, your house is really big. If I lived here, I would get lost every day," Tianxi said enviously. The other children nodded in agreement. "Your parents are so good to you, giving you such a big room filled with furniture." "Sai, when will I get to have my own room instead of sharing with my sisters?" "Yeah, Nianbao has endless toys and all sorts of beautiful clothes and hair accessories. Aunt Sheng is pretty and smart. When I grow up, I want to be just as capable as her." Nianbao loved hearing this and grinned, showing off his 2 little tiger teeth. Beside them, Chiyue timely pulled out a handful of candies from her pocket and gave each person 2 pieces. She jokingly said, "The young lady said she wants to treat her good friends well today, so she borrowed quite a lot of candy from Madam and even practiced 30 pages of big characters for this." The children were almost speechless. Tianxi, with her hands on her hips, said sternly, "Whoever dares to speak ill of Nianbao after taking her candy is a traitor, and no one should talk to her anymore." Her words reminded the children of how they had isolated and plotted against Nianbao before, and they felt very guilty. They all promised, "Nianbao is our good friend, and no one should bully her again." Nianbao gave Tianxi a grateful smile. The 2 children held hands, looking at each other and smiling brightly.
Bam, bam, bam.
The sound of firecrackers suddenly erupted, and the children cheered as they rushed to the front yard to watch the festivities. Amid the lively firecracker sounds, carriages stopped in front of the door. Shopkeeper Liao got off the carriage, cheerfully congratulating, "Brother Sheng, Sister Sheng, congratulations on your new home." May your new house bring you joy and prosperity. Wishing you happiness and longevity in your new residence." As he spoke, 3 young servants brought in heavy gifts, making the villagers envious. Song Jiao Jiao smiled and said, "You've gone to great lengths. Old Fong happened to send over a batch of seafood today, including kelp, dried shrimp, scallops, and 20 pounds of razor clams," shopkeeper Liao said, leading Song Jiao Jiao to the last carriage. He lifted the curtain, and a strong smell of the sea wafted out. Worried she might not accept it, shopkeeper Liao quickly explained, "Many people from the Central Plains find this smell hard to bear, but don't be fooled by the odor. It's very delicious when cooked." Looking at the dried shrimp in the basket, Song Jiao Jiao instantly thought of several ways to prepare them, nearly drooling. "Don't worry, I'm very pleased with this batch of seafood. Seafood is high in protein, rich in nutrients, boosts immunity, and promotes metabolism." She couldn't wait to cook the seafood herself, but since she had to attend to the guests, she reluctantly held back her excitement. Although the nobles from the academy didn't come to the housewarming banquet in person, they sent many wonderful gifts. For example, the beautiful rosewood screen, not only made from expensive wood but also featuring exquisite embroidery. The redwood screen was embroidered with several bamboo stalks, grand and elegant. The whole family decided to place it in the front hall, and just having it there gave the entire room an indescribable elegance and charm. Old Mrs. Qian had always hoped that the Sheng family would become a scholarly household. Watching this scene, she was so happy that she wiped away tears. Unfortunately, her good mood vanished when she saw the 3 from the second branch. "What are you doing here?" Old Mrs. Qian glared, her expression fierce enough to wish she could chase the 2 women away. If it weren't for the crowd, she would have grabbed a broom and kicked them out. Mrs. Fong stepped forward with a smile. "Our family is celebrating a new home, so why can't I come? Mother, how is your health? I worry about you every day and can't sleep or eat well." As she spoke, she raised a handkerchief to wipe away non-existent tears. Mrs. Fong had certainly become bold enough to threaten her mother-in-law. Old Mrs. Qian sneered at her, taking several deep breaths to suppress her urge to retaliate. "Such a show-off," Tian Suetsue spat, feeling displeased. Since the Tian family started working with a Ju Feng restaurant, their financial situation had improved. Plus, with her husband back, her parents were in better spirits, all thanks to Song Jiao Jiao. Mrs. Fong recognized that they were here to cause trouble. She couldn't let that little troublemaker ruin the Sheng family's good fortune, so she retorted, "Oh, what a rare guest. Dressed so extravagantly, I thought the singing troupe had come to perform." Laughter erupted around them. Mrs. Fong was furious and about to explode when her maid pinched her side hard. She jolted, remembering the purpose of her visit, and forced herself to calm down. Her handkerchief crumpled in her grip. But disappointment awaited her. Song Jiao Jiao had anticipated that the second branch would cause a scene, so she arranged for a few ants to drag Mrs. Fong and her companions away. 2 strong women grabbed Mrs. Fong's arms and roughly pulled her toward the back courtyard. Mrs. Fong was both shocked and angry. "What are you doing? We're taking the second lady to the banquet," someone mocked. Mrs. Fong struggled fiercely, ready to throw a tantrum. "Let go of me." Song Jiao Jiao stepped forward and threatened, "Sister-in-law, think carefully. You're ruining Dania's reputation, and I have no sons anyway." At her words, Mrs. Fong's body stiffened, and she resignedly allowed the women to drag her away. Her children exchanged worried glances. The maid shot a vicious look at Song Jiao Jiao, feeling frustrated that her mother was too timid to take advantage of the situation for money. Just as she was plotting something, a sudden scent of perfume wafted by, and before she could react, she fell heavily to the ground. Dania was startled. "Sister, what happened?" "Oh, how pitiful. Is this child not thinking clearly? It's so cold, and she's dressed so lightly that she actually fainted from the cold," Tian Suetsue exclaimed dramatically. "What a perfect distraction." Song Jiao Jiao apologetically said to everyone, "Please have lunch first. I will find a doctor to check on my niece." She asked Granny Ke to help move Daya, and the 3 of them headed to the backyard. Just as Dinyo was about to follow, old Madame Qian stopped him, saying, "Haven't you had breakfast yet? Come eat with me." Dinyo hesitated, "But mother and my sister." "Listen to your grandmother." Old Madame Qian tightened her grip on his wrist, her tone firm and lacking the usual indulgence, which made Dinyo feel a bit anxious as he followed her away. The commotion had not even started before it came to an end. As various dishes were served, each table had 10 dishes, all meat, quickly capturing everyone's attention. The atmosphere became lively again. At the entrance of the backyard, an unremarkable ox cart was parked. Granny Ko, following Song Jiao Jiao's instructions, helped lift Dia onto the cart. Feng Shi rushed out holding a piece of paper, shouting, "Song Jiao Jiao, you heartless woman. You actually want to sell my daughter? Dream on. I will never agree to that." She lunged forward but was stopped by Granny Ko, unable to move further. Song Jiao Jiao looked at the woman behind Feng Shi and asked in confusion, "Did you not tell her that Dia is going to the embroidery workshop to learn a skill?" The old woman looked distressed. "I did, but she insists I'm a human trafficker and won't listen to anything I say. Come at me if you want, but don't you dare touch Dia," Feng Shi said angrily, her teeth chattering. She tore up the contract of sale and threw the pieces into the air, which scattered like snowflakes. Song Jiao Jiao replied coldly, "The Rui embroidery workshop is the best in Qixian. I am trying to help my niece build a future, yet you twist it into something harmful. Is she really going to work at the Rui embroidery workshop?" Feng Shi questioned, unable to believe that Song Jiao Jiao could be so kind. The old woman chimed in, "This is a huge opportunity. Many women would do anything to get a chance to learn there. Aunt, don't be foolish and ruin your daughter's future. It's just a matter of 3 to 5 years, and she will return home. If you don't believe me, I can take you to send her there myself." Feng Shi was tempted but still held some doubt, keeping a wary eye on Song Jiao Jiao. "What exactly do you want? Dia Lian and Song Chen will want to ruin my good days. As her aunt, I will repay her with kindness and give her a bright future." Song Jiao Jiao casually smoothed the wrinkles at her sleeve and gave her a dark, oppressive, and eerie glance. "If you feel unhappy today, I can also plan a future for the second branch." Feng Shi quickly looked away, her heart racing. "I'm very comfortable, very comfortable. The second branch is doing just fine." It turned out that Song Jiao Jiao knew everything. The thought made her breath catch. No wonder the Song family was suddenly assigned to do volunteer work in the county, doing the hardest jobs. It must be her doing. She had been incited by Dia to cause trouble, but now witnessing how Song Jiao Jiao dealt with Dia, she couldn't stir up any more trouble. The Rui embroidery workshop was a good job, but the management was strict, with the embroiderers and matrons supervising daily, leaving no chance to escape. Song Jiao Jiao was ruthless and decisive, directly removing the source of trouble and sending it far away, which would also earn her a good reputation. "If anyone asks about Dia's whereabouts, you should know how to respond, right?" Song Jiao Jiao asked. Feng Shi was extremely angry but had no way to retaliate, so she gritted her teeth and promised, raising her hand to the sky, "I swear I will not speak carelessly." After the housewarming banquet, the weather grew colder. The north wind howled, and every household closed their doors and windows, staying indoors for the winter. At this critical moment, the number of refugees in Furong town was increasing. Most had first gone to Fengzhou City and were forced to move to the county town. As the refugee group grew, conflicts with the local residents became frequent. "I heard that Dahu village was raided by refugees," Old Qian said while sewing winter clothes. "The refugees strike at midnight, climbing over walls while everyone is asleep. Before the homeowners can react, they steal the food and leave. Every household in Dahu village has suffered greatly. Just after the natural disaster, another man-made disaster comes. When will the suffering end?" Dahu village is located between Furong town and Qixian, with many refugees. After raiding the village, they hid among the fleeing groups, making it impossible for the authorities to investigate. "Are you worried that the refugees will come to Chipai village?" Song Jiao Jiao leaned on the Kong table, resting her chin on her hand. Her sewing was crooked, and after 2 days, she hadn't made much progress. clearly not skilled at needlework. Old Qian frowned tightly. Recently, many refugees have settled in the village, and I have a bad feeling. Mother, those are my husband's friends. They practice their skills every day, and in the future, they will not only protect the factory but also the village. Song Jiao Jiao thought for a moment and said, however, your concerns are valid. The only way into Chipai village is that stone bridge. If we block the bridge, no matter how many refugees there are, they won't be able to get in. When my husband comes home tonight, I will discuss it with him. Old Mrs. Qian felt relieved and gently patted her hand, smiling. Let's do it your way. The government was ineffective, and the refugees had lost all fear. Just 3 days later, 5 more villages were robbed. The village was unsafe, and the town was also chaotic, with frequent incidents of trouble, robbery, and fighting. As the new year approached, it was usually the busiest time, but merchants kept their doors shut, and the people stayed indoors, making the streets eerily quiet. On the 25th day of the 12th month, Little New Year, Chipai village was bustling with activity. Early in the morning, the workers gathered again, joyfully watching the butcher drive 3 wild boars into the factory. Madam Sheng, I didn't expect to see you again, the butcher said happily upon seeing a familiar face, his smile wide. It had been nearly 4 months since they last met in Fengzhou City. I heard from manager Xia that the owner of the bean product factory in Chipai village is from the Sheng family, so I guessed it was you. The butcher looked around and asked, where is brother Xing Huan? Song Jiao Jiao replied, he has a job as a guard and is on duty now. It's Little New Year today, so after you finish butchering the pigs, you must come to the Sheng family for a visit and have a drink with my husband. The butcher shook his head. Maybe another day. He sighed. With the refugees causing trouble, the roads are not safe. Just now, some refugees tried to attack me on the way here, and I had to show my butcher's knife to scare them off. After I finish butchering, I need to hurry back. Nearby villages have been robbed of their grain, and I don't know if the refugees will target our village. Hearing about the refugees' crimes, the workers sighed and looked at Xiadong. Xiadong had a step forward and said to Song Jiao Jiao, Madam, we want to move here before the spring festival. Chipai village is remote, and the refugees don't want to come here. It's currently the safest place. The workers looked at Song Jiao Jiao with eager eyes, hoping she would agree. Song Jiao Jiao hesitated. There are still many houses in the village that are not repaired. They are all broken. Xiadong quickly responded, we've discussed it, and everyone will help each other. As long as we have a place to shelter from the wind and rain, it's better than losing everything to the refugees and having our families go hungry. Song Jiao Jiao nodded and smiled. Since you all have made your decision, let's move ahead. As we agreed before, please make sure to register and distribute the relocation fees to everyone. Her words brought cheers from the crowd. The butcher nearby was very interested and asked, I also want to move to Chipai village. Chipai village happened to lack skilled workers like butchers. Song Jiao Jiao covered her mouth and laughed. You are very welcome, Uncle Gao. Feel free to move. I will talk to the village chief for you. The butcher was very grateful and called his 3 sons to sharpen their knives for pig slaughtering. Most of the workers decided to move that day and, temporarily, left their New Year gifts at the factory. Only a few workers took pork back home, and despite their caution, one unfortunate worker, Li Daong, attracted the attention of hungry refugees with a smell of blood. What do you have in your basket? Hand it over quickly. The refugees surrounded him menacingly, and before he could answer, they started to grab at him. Pork, it's fresh pork, still warm. Cloth, tofu. This guy looks ordinary, but his basket is full of good stuff. Tell us where you got this. Is there more? The leader of the refugees noticed something was off, grabbed Li Daong by the throat, and threatened, if you don't talk, I'll make you. However, Li Daong was tough and refused to speak. Brother, he came from the direction of the deep mountains. I think it's called Chipai village. Chipai village is known for being very poor. After the disaster, almost everyone there has died. The leader of the refugees asked, how far is Chipai village from Furong town? It takes at least an hour and a half to walk. A few months ago, there were bandits and many officials were alerted. The leader of the refugees pondered and then let go of Li Daong, pretending to relent. Forget it, this is enough for us for a long time. You can go. He signaled to his companions to carry the goods but actually hid around the corner. After a while, Li Daong shakily got up and ran back, planning to report what had happened. The leader of the refugees pointed to a younger member and instructed, "Big Dog, follow him and be careful not to alert anyone." Big Dog obediently followed. He trailed the worker along the mountain path for a long time until he was nearly exhausted, finally spotting a village in the distance. At first glance, Chipai village appeared extremely poor, with a few dilapidated houses at the entrance. However, along the riverbank stood 3 tall buildings. There were many people gathered inside, and it was very lively. At the only stone bridge at the village entrance, 2 sturdy trees blocked the way, and a strong man was patrolling with a basket. The big dog dared not approach any closer and hid behind a large rock to keep watching. It saw Li Daong pass the roadblock and run towards the 3 rows of houses with the most people. "Boss, the refugees are on the road between Furong Town and Chipai Village. They took all my things," Li Daong said, panting and collapsing to the ground. Xiadong saw the bruises on his neck and angrily shouted, "Is there no law anymore? Attacking and stealing in broad daylight is outrageous." Song Jiao Jiao squinted and glanced outside Chipai village. "Tell me exactly what happened." The big dog, hiding behind the rock, felt a strange chill run down its spine. It rubbed its goosebumps and ran back to deliver the news. After hearing Li Daong's account, Song Jiao Jiao concluded, "The refugees are cunning. They must have sent someone to follow you to the village to gather information." Everyone was shocked. "What should we do?" Li Daong's face turned even paler, and he regretfully hit his head. "Boss, it's all my fault for being careless and attracting the refugees." "It's not your fault." Song Jiao Jiao comforted him and signaled Xiadong to keep everyone calm and settled. If the refugees had their sights set on Chipai village, they would soon cause trouble. Song Jiao Jiao hurried to report the news to the important person. However, when she arrived at the academy, she learned that the important person had just left. "When did they leave?" Song Jiao Jiao asked urgently. The guard replied, "About half an hour ago." The master received a letter from home and left in a hurry. There are many refugees on the road, and Master Sheng is personally escorting them, so he should be back in about a year. Seeing her anxious expression, he asked, "Is there a problem, madam?" Song Jiao Jiao did not hide anything and directly explained that the refugees might be targeting Chipai village. The guard's face changed dramatically. The old prince had warned them repeatedly to protect Chipai village and prevent the refugees from causing trouble or destroying the potato fields. It seemed that trouble was indeed coming. He said seriously, "I heard there is a guard team at the factory. For the safety of the village, could you assign a few people to help me? Professional matters should be handled by professionals." Song Jiao Jiao quickly agreed, "Of course." She took the guard back to the factory and found Lin Su and the 8 others. Originally, I thought Lin Su and the others would have objections, but to my surprise, they readily agreed when they heard it was a colleague of Sheng Huayan. With 12 guards from the Wang family, each received a weapon. They paired up, taking turns every 2 hours, patrolling day and night without rest. One guard rode quickly to Qi County to borrow more men from the government. "If necessary, we can pour oil on the bridge and set it on fire." Song Jiao Jiao generously offered several buckets of soybean oil. Hearing her say such harsh words in the gentlest tone sent chills down everyone's spine. But then they thought of the even more ruthless and decisive Sheng Huayan, and they felt reassured. "If you're not tough, can you run a factory? If you're not capable, can you handle Sheng Huayan?" The first day was calm. The second, third, and fourth days passed. The refugees had not yet arrived, and the workers began to relax their guard. They had officially settled in Chipai village with their families, and every household was happily building houses. Children could be seen playing everywhere, creating a lively scene that had never existed before. The strong young men at home took an hour each day to train, preparing for any sudden attacks from refugees. It was said that several shops in town had been robbed, and many people fled overnight. Alas! Old Mrs. Qian sighed, feeling unmotivated. Song Jiao Jiao knew what she was worried about and moved the bowl of peanuts closer to herself, cracking them open slowly. With her head down, She said, if my sister-in-law brings back a big ox, I definitely won't stop her. But allowing her to move in? Absolutely not. Old Mrs. Qian first felt happy, then paused, unsure how to express her thoughts. Never mind. The younger generation will have their own fortune. After finally enjoying a few peaceful days, she was reluctant to let Fengshi come back and disturb them. The room fell into silence. After a long while, old Mrs. Qian sighed. Tomorrow is New Year's Eve, and I wonder when Delang will return? Just then, as if summoned, a voice called from the yard. Madam, the young master has returned, Granny Ku shouted. Old Mrs. Qian jumped off the bed in surprise. Delang, my dear son. Song Jiao Jiao checked her clothes to ensure they were proper before fixing her hair and making her way to the main hall. By the time she arrived, old Mrs. Qian was already holding Sheng Huayan, tears of concern streaming down her face. You've lost weight, so much weight. Delang, please don't leave again. I won't leave. I'll stay home and celebrate the new year with you, Sheng Huayan replied, looking travel-worn, with a scruffy beard and dark circles under his eyes. He looked at the late arrival of Song Jiao Jiao, and the coldness in his eyes softened. I'm back. Song Jiao Jiao took the hot tea from Granny Ku and personally handed it to him. You should wash up first and then get some sleep. We can talk later tonight. Yes, Delang, you should quickly take a nap. Old Mrs. Qian urged Granny Ku to boil some hot water and make some rice porridge. She watched closely as Sheng Huayan washed up and had a simple meal before sending him to bed. With old Mrs. Qian present, Sheng Huayan had to lie down on the bed. The bed was soft, and there was a faint scent of orchids from the pillow, coming from the face cream that Song Jiao Jiao usually used. Sheng Huayan thought he would have trouble sleeping, but the familiar scent quickly lulled him into a deep sleep. Seeing this, old Mrs. Qian quietly closed the door and rolled up her sleeves to go to the kitchen to make a pot of bone soup, preparing to nourish her eldest son. Mom, where is Dad now? Nian Bao finished her lessons for the day and followed Xing Sanlang to the main hall. She looked around but didn't see Sheng Huayan, feeling a bit disappointed. Song Jiao Jiao pinched her chubby little face and smiled. Your dad is sleeping. You'll see him tonight. Nian Bao nodded understandingly, curious about what her dad would bring back this time, feeling very excited. She climbed onto a chair, picked up a piece of mung bean cake, and ate it in small bites. Qiuyu stood behind her, behaving properly, looking more and more like a personal maid. Thank goodness your brother is back. We've been worried and haven't slept well these past few days. As long as we have him, we won't be afraid even if the sky falls, Xing Sanlang said while sitting diagonally across, starting to shell peanuts. These peanuts were for the new year, to serve as snacks for visiting guests or to fry as a side dish. He and Song Jiao Jiao worked quickly, and in less than half an hour, they had shelled all the peanuts. Just then, Tian Chui Chui came by carrying a small bag of glutinous rice and said, There's a custom in Fengzhou City for the new year to make rice cakes. I was worried you didn't have glutinous rice, so I brought some, just 20 pounds. Making rice cakes is a new custom, and Song Jiao Jiao became interested. How do you make rice cakes? Tian Chui Chui explained while demonstrating. First, soak the glutinous rice overnight, then steam it until cooked and put it in a stone mortar. Use a big wooden stick to pound it repeatedly until it becomes a paste. Tomorrow morning, every household will make rice cakes, so you should steam the glutinous rice before the hour of the dragon and wait for the villagers to come. Song Jiao Jiao was very happy and clapped her hands, saying, That's wonderful. We must steam the glutinous rice in advance. Tian Chui Chui finished discussing the matter and, despite Song Jiao Jiao's attempts to keep her, went home directly. The glutinous rice in the bag had been shelled, and Xing Sanlang took it to the kitchen, telling old Qian and Kaposi about making the rice cakes. Kaposi quickly apologized. It's all my fault for forgetting this matter. Luckily, Aunt Tian kindly reminded me to help. Making rice cakes is very important. The sticky rice symbolizes family harmony and unity. Old Qian became serious upon hearing this and asked, besides making rice cakes, what other customs are there? The water jar must be filled with water, the rice jar must be filled with rice, and the lights must stay lit to symbolize abundance every year and endless cooking every year. On New Year's Eve, we also wash our feet, but the water must not exceed the knees. This ensures everything goes well in the coming year. Also, on the first day of the new year, we avoid killing, pouring water, and sweeping the floor. Other customs are similar to those in the north. Old Qian paid special attention to the first new year after the disaster, memorizing each custom. In the evening, the whole family gathered for a reunion dinner after several days apart. Each person had a bowl of pork bone noodles, and the cold dishes were vegetarian chicken and tofu with green onions. The wild boar bones were stewed with kelp for over an hour, removing the gamey taste, and the first bite was so delicious it felt like it could take your breath away. The noodles made from white flour were very chewy, and the rib soup blended into every strand of noodle. Even with just a sprinkle of green onions, it was impossible to stop eating. After dinner, Sheng Huayan brought out a large bamboo box filled with gifts for the family. He first took out a stack of books and handed them to Sheng Sanlang, saying, "Third brother, you didn't bring any books on the journey, but I will help you make up for it." Sheng Sanlang was overjoyed. "Big brother, thank you. I really like this." He lovingly touched the book cover, clearly very pleased with the gift. "Mother, this is the most fashionable jewelry from Jizhou. I heard the old ladies in the city love to wear it." Sheng Huayan then took out a wooden box and opened it to reveal a simple gold hairpin. Due to the recent natural disasters, the current emperor issued a decree of repentance, and all officials wore plain clothes and ate simple food. They could not wear silk or gold and silver jewelry, so simple gold hairpins became popular among wealthy merchants and official wives. Old Qian wiped the gold hairpin, her eyes instantly turning red. The silver hairpin she wore was a gift from Song Jiao Jiao when they were in Fengzhou, and she never expected to wear a gold hairpin in her lifetime. "Mother, let me put it on for you." Song Jiao Jiao took the hairpin and replaced her silver one with the gold one. "Looks great." Mom looks 5 or 6 years younger with the gold hairpin. Old Mrs. Qian smiled widely. "Really?" Nian Bao nodded vigorously, resting her chin on her hands. Sheng Sanlang also praised. "Mom, with that gold hairpin, you look so elegant, just like a noble lady." With everyone's compliments, old Mrs. Qian stood even taller. "Nian Bao, this is the best scar cream from Jizhou City, along with some 9-ringed pastries, osmanthus cake, and trendy skirts." Sheng Huayan filled the table with gifts for Nian Bao, confirming he was indeed a doting father. Nian Bao excitedly stood on her tiptoes and kissed her father's cheek. Sheng Huayan shifted uncomfortably, still not used to his daughter's affection, and gently pinched her cheek. "Husband, what about my gift?" Song Jiao Jiao extended her hand. Sheng Huayan finally pulled out a stack of books from the box. The whole family was stunned. Books as a gift for his wife. What a strange thing to do. After a moment, Sheng Sanlang exclaimed, "Big brother, you must be joking. You bought some cosmetics to surprise sister-in-law, right?" He desperately signaled Sheng Huayan. But Sheng Huayan stubbornly replied, "No, it's this." Even old Mrs. Qian couldn't help but glare at him, feeling frustrated. "You're such a blockhead." Sheng Huayan ignored her, staring intently at Song Jiao Jiao. "You can read these books to pass the time." He had seen her sighing by the window many times, lamenting how slowly time passed. So, he thought hard and decided to bring her this gift. Song Jiao Jiao took the books in her hands. There were 7 in total. Under the man's hopeful gaze, she opened one, revealing bold characters on the cover. "The Rich Girl and the Scholar." "Huh? Is this a storybook?" She quickly flipped to the first page, where the left side was filled with text, starting with the first chapter. The unfortunate scholar meets the wealthy girl. The right side featured an illustration of a man and woman. Noticing others leaning in to look, she quickly closed the book, a smile appearing in her eyes. Confirmed, this was exactly the kind of novel that women in ancient times loved to read. "I really like it," Song Jiao Jiao said sincerely. Sheng Huayan's straight lips slowly formed a gentle smile. "I knew you would." The others were left speechless, unable to understand, and were quite shocked. After Sheng Huayan returned and took over the guard duties for the entire Qipai village, everyone could finally sleep well. The outside world is chaotic, but the small village deep in the mountains is peaceful and serene. The next day, on the 30th day of the 12th month, it was New Year's Eve. Before dawn, smoke was rising from every household. Song Jiao Jiao rarely woke up early, but today she was busy in the kitchen with old Mrs.
Qian.
They were frying crispy meat, making tofu, and preparing for the New Year's Eve dinner while also getting ready for ancestor worship. Even Sheng Sanling was busy, as villagers came to the Sheng family to ask for couplets. At dawn, the glutinous rice was just finished steaming. A crowd of villagers rushed into the Sheng family home, some carrying stone mortars, others with pestles, and many curious children watching. Xiaoyu, there are many people in the village, so stay close to Nian Bao and don't wander near the river or the mountains, Song Jiao Jiao said, handing a cloth bag to Xiaoyu. There are some snacks inside. You can share them if you get hungry. Since coming to the Sheng family, Xiaoyu had gained some weight. Her daily tasks were light, mainly taking care of Nian Bao. She was grateful to the Sheng family for allowing her to learn alongside Nian Bao, so she confidently promised, "Don't worry, madam." Nian Bao tiptoed and kissed Song Jiao Jiao on the cheek before bouncing off to find Tian Shi and her friends. The children watched the pounding of the rice cakes for a while but soon lost interest and ran outside to play. Bang, bang, bang. They pounded the rice cakes for half an hour. The men rested nearby, sipping sweet water, while the women used their hands to coat the rice cakes with oil, shaping them into small rounds and adding a bit of color in the center with chopsticks. The table was filled with colorful rice cakes, creating a festive atmosphere. Old Mrs. Qian sighed. Now this feels like the new year. I hope the coming year brings good weather and prosperity. After a short break, the villagers moved on to the next house. The Sheng family was still busy. Song Jiao Jiao planned to make 3 dishes with dried shrimp: golden phoenix tail shrimp, oil-braised shrimp, and kung pao shrimp balls. Dried shrimp needed a lot of oil to mask their salty taste compared to fresh seafood. If only there were some chili peppers. She thought and quickly went to check on the chili plants. Potted chili peppers needed careful care and regular feeding, but half of them had died due to the wrong planting season. The remaining plants had all bloomed, and many were bearing small peppers, which would be ready for harvest in a month. These were thin peppers, spicier than regular ones, making them even more enjoyable to eat. Just thinking about this made Song Jiao Jiao's mouth water. In the afternoon, the whole family gathered to pay respects to their ancestors. The offerings were neatly arranged on the table, including chicken, duck, fish, and meat. Sheng Huaiyan took out a brand new memorial tablet and placed it on the altar. In ancient times, ancestor worship had strict rules. The male members of the family sat in the front row, followed by the mother-in-law, daughters-in-law, and granddaughters. Old Mrs. Qian occasionally glanced at the door, and Song Jiao Jiao knew she was waiting for someone, but she didn't ask or come for her. If the second branch of the family truly cared, they wouldn't have taken so long to return. Sure enough, they didn't show up even when it was time to eat. In the south, the New Year's Eve reunion dinner starts earlier than in the north. The whole family gathered, including old Mrs. Kuo and Xiaoyu, who sat comfortably in their chairs. To make the atmosphere livelier, Sheng Huaiyan also invited 3 guards from the Wang family and some new friends without families to join. They sat at 2 separate tables, with men and women apart, and the dishes were the same on both tables. The men, mindful of the night watch, didn't drink too much. Halfway through the meal, they switched to tea and snacks. Everyone stayed awake until midnight. Sheng Huaiyan stood up, went outside to set off some firecrackers, and brought in a pile of firewood, shouting, "The wood wealth has arrived." The lively New Year's Eve night came to an end. One by one, the lights in the village went out, and everyone fell asleep. All was quiet. In the darkness, a group of refugees quietly approached the stone bridge along a small path. The river below roared and rushed angrily. The leader of the refugees spoke in a low voice, "While they're tired from their day, let's act quickly, grab what we can, and run. If we can't go back the same way, head up the mountain." He felt a bit disdainful, recalling how someone had warned him to be careful of a man named Sheng Huaiyan from Chipai village, who was said to be cunning, but he seemed no different from anyone else. Did they really think a few trees could stop them? They had let their guard down after being left alone for a few days. Keep going east up the mountain, and we'll return to Qixuan. Everyone, be ready. Let's move, he waved his hand, signaling the group to advance. This makeshift team was not united. Many complained, Chipai village is small. Why go through all this trouble to come to this deserted place? We have to stay up until late at night, and my hands and feet are freezing. Even a fly's leg is meat. If we take Chipai village, it could be a good base, better than sleeping in a broken temple. Everyone had different thoughts. The stone bridge was about 30 meters long and 6 meters wide. 2 large trees blocked the middle, acting as a barrier. They had a struggle to push the large trees aside. After clearing a path with great effort, they moved forward only to find 2 more large trees blocking the bridge. The refugees continued to clear the way. As they moved ahead, they encountered 2 more large trees. This continued along the short bridge, and it took them over an hour to get through. All the refugees were exhausted. Brother, what if the villagers suddenly rush out? Will we have the strength to fight them? Someone suddenly asked. The leader of the refugees turned pale and said, "Let's go quickly." But it was too late. Torches suddenly lit up on both sides of the river, and shouts echoed through the air. Charge! The refugees were terrified and scattered in all directions. The leader had many loyal followers who surrounded him as they ran. In their desperation to clear a path, they pushed some of their companions into the river. The winter river was swift and icy, and those who fell in had little chance of survival. Trying to run? No way. At that moment, Shang Huayan seized the opportunity and charged out like a hunting beast, easily pinning the troublemaking leader of the refugees to the ground. Anyone who dares to take another step will face the same fate. He suddenly yanked on the leader's arm, and a heart-wrenching scream echoed as he dislocated both of the leader's legs. The refugees were terrified and sat down in shock. The villagers were equally frightened and dared not approach Shang Huayan. Those who admired him, like Lin Su, looked on in awe. Brother Sheng, how should we deal with them? Lin Su asked. Sheng Huayan thought for a moment. The mastermind will be handed over to the authorities tomorrow. As for the others, since they are here, they shouldn't leave. The lady planned to build a road in the village next year, and such good labor should not go to waste. Moreover, if she found out he had brought her free labor, she would surely be pleased. Hearing this, the timid refugees fainted from fear. Spare me, brave man. I have information to share. In exchange, please don't send me to the authorities, the leader of the refugees begged, sweating profusely. Sheng Huayan had just refocused on him, his gaze sharp. Speak quickly. The leader of the refugees hesitated. The brave man hasn't agreed yet. If I tell you, and you still send me to the authorities, wouldn't I be at a loss? It turned out that Sheng Huayan had dislocated both of his arms, and his rough hand gripped the leader's neck, applying slight pressure. The fear of imminent death made the refugee stop being clever and continuously beg for mercy, saying, "I will tell you everything." Sheng Huayan slightly loosened his grip. The leader of the refugees began to cough violently, turning red in the face. After a while, he said, "There is an old man who told us that there is a Sheng family in Chipai village, wealthy beyond measure. He also warned us about someone named Sheng Huayan and shared the escape routes with us." Sheng Huayan suddenly realized, is he a simple-looking farmer with a square face and thick eyebrows? Yes, that's him. The leader of the refugees pleaded. Please spare me. My family has always been poor farmers, and we have never done anything wrong. We only made a terrible mistake because we were desperate. Please forgive me. Don't the villagers you robbed deserve sympathy? Sheng Huayan glared at him disdainfully and struck his shoulder hard. The leader of the refugees rolled his eyes and fainted, ending the noise. Sheng Huayan left the scene to Lin Su and others, but went aside with the guards from the Wang residence. It seems to be old Zhang who escaped, he said. The Zhang family had all been captured, except for old Zhang, who was still at large. He was like a hidden snake, waiting for the right moment to strike. I will report this to the old prince and arrange for people to capture him as soon as possible. This time, Sheng Huayan personally escorted the old prince to Jizhou City, confirming the old prince's identity and finally feeling at ease. He lowered his voice and said, "Old Zhang seems to be part of the bandits from the previous dynasty who were involved in the Yellow River Gold case." The guard's expression suddenly changed. He grabbed Sheng Huayan's arm and pulled him further away, warning, "Do you realize how serious your words could be?" Sheng Huayan nodded. "I have evidence. Even for the treasure in the Zhang family's courtyard, old Zhang would definitely return." He needed to make the old prince take this seriously and arrange for people to wait for him. "All right, take me to see it quickly." On the first day of the new year, the weather was clear with fluffy white clouds and a bright blue sky. Song Jiao dressed Nian Bao in new clothes and tied 2 little pigtails, making him look beautiful and festive, like a little fairy from a New Year painting. When she took Nian Bao to the front hall to wish old Qian a happy new year, everyone was taken aback and praised him. Nian Bao proudly puffed out his little chest, thinking, "This is all thanks to my mother. Where did this New Year painting child come from?" "Come here to Grandma," old Qian said, waving a thick red pouch at her. Nian Bao let go of her mother's hand, stepped forward a few paces, and bowed her head. With her little face showing 2 sweet dimples, old Mrs. Qian felt her heart melt. She reached out, pulled Nian Bao into her arms, and let her sit on her lap, generously stuffing her pockets with lucky money, cheerfully saying, "Spend it, and if it's not enough, come to Grandma for more." The lucky money was heavy, and just the sound of it hinted at many coins. Seeing her mother-in-law being so generous, Song Jiao teased, "Mom, don't spoil her too much, or she'll be asking you for treats every day." Old Mrs. Qian shot her a glare, lovingly poked her granddaughter's soft cheeks, and huffed, "She can use my money however she wants. There's nothing you can do about it." Nian Bao, "Today you stay with Grandma and don't bother your stingy mother." Nian Bao blinked her big, watery eyes at her, and then broke into a silly grin, making old Mrs. Qian unable to resist giving her a kiss on each cheek. On the morning of the first day of the new year, people in the south eat sweet rice balls made from glutinous rice flour, filled with sesame and peanuts, symbolizing reunion in the new year. Sheng Huayan had not returned home all night, leaving a noticeable absence. Compared to the lively scene of the previous night, the few people present made the atmosphere feel empty and quiet. Old Mrs. Qian could only eat 3 before feeling full and a bit lost in thought. Thankfully, the villagers soon began visiting each other to celebrate the new year. The table was filled with plates of fried peanuts, sunflower seeds, and sweet treats like mung bean cakes bought from the Tian family, with sweet drinks made from red dates and brown sugar. Most of the villagers were family members of workers, and Song Jiao guessed many people would come to pay their respects, so she prepared a lot of red envelopes made from red paper, each containing 2 coins. Throughout the morning, visitors came and went continuously. Old Mrs. Qian, while rubbing her shoulders, sighed, "Talking is more tiring than working in the fields." Seeing this, Nian Bao quickly put down her snacks, ran to her side, and sweetly raised her little fist to help massage her back. "My good granddaughter, so thoughtful." Old Mrs. Qian appreciated it and let her play for a little while before stopping her, pulling her close, and pouring a cup of sweet drink for her. Seeing her mother looking tired, Song Jiao suggested, "Mom, you should rest. I'll take some food to my husband." Old Mrs. Qian nodded and reminded her, "Bring back some meat. Dalao doesn't like sweets." It must be said, whenever Song Jiao thought of Sheng Huayan, old Mrs. Qian felt increasingly satisfied and looked forward to their relationship progressing quickly, hoping they would soon give her a grandson. She took the child's hand and walked toward the backyard, confidently saying, "Let's take a nap, little one." Kids need their rest to grow tall. The son and daughter-in-law were busy with their romance, so the child should not interfere. Last night, the refugees were locked up at the village entrance, filling 2 large rooms. Outside, guards watched them around the clock, making escape impossible. The refugees thought they were doomed, but at noon, the villagers brought 2 large pots, and the smell of rice porridge filled the air, tempting everyone's stomachs. They crowded by the windows and doors, greedily inhaling the delicious aroma of the food. At that moment, Lin Su opened the door and swung a long whip into the air, the cracking sound startling everyone. "Line up. Each person gets 1 bowl of porridge a day." The refugees were stunned, thinking they must have misheard. Could there really be such good news? It wasn't until they had a steaming bowl of rice porridge that they felt warm all over and couldn't believe it. Lin Su let the refugees fill their stomachs and then divided them into two groups. One group went to clear weeds and repair the road, while the other group worked on fixing the collapsed houses in the village. If you do well, you might have a chance to stay in Chipai village and settle down, Lin Su promised, following Sheng Huayan's instructions. The refugees savored the taste of the porridge, looking at the happy and prosperous villagers along the way, and they felt motivated to work hard. Song Jiao Jiao paused to observe for a while, satisfied with the refugees working diligently, before walking over to Lin Su, who was supervising. She asked, "Brother Lin, where is Brother Sheng?" Lin Su quickly stood up and offered her the stool he had been sitting on. "Sister-in-law, please sit for a moment. Brother is busy with urgent matters. I'll go get him." Song Jiao Jiao guessed that Sheng Huayan was occupied and didn't want to disturb him. She raised her basket a little and said, "Since he is busy, I won't interrupt. Please help me deliver this food box to him. It's better if you give it to Brother Sheng yourself," Lin Su said with a wink before running toward the end of the village. In the blink of an eye, he was gone. With no other choice, Song Jiao Jiao sat down and waited. The old houses in the village were in disrepair. Most tiles cracked at a touch, so they were replaced with straw. The walls with large holes were filled with big stones and then covered with thick yellow clay to dry in the wind. With this group of laborers, she believed they would soon be able to renovate all the old houses. At that time, this group of people will tidy up the empty land on the south side of the river and rebuild the factory buildings, completely separating the living area from the factory. She was lost in thought when Sheng Huayan hurried over, looking exhausted. "My dear, were you waiting anxiously?" Seeing him covered in sweat, Song Jiao Jiao took out a handkerchief to help wipe his forehead, playfully scolding, "Why did you run over?" The fresh scent of orchids filled the air, and although Sheng Huayan felt a bit tense, he was reluctant to move, enjoying the moment. "I brought 5 dishes and 10 buns. You can take them to eat with Brother Lin and the others," Song Jiao Jiao said, putting away the handkerchief. "Eat while it's hot. It will get cold soon." Sheng Huayan felt a bit regretful as he reached for the basket. Their hands accidentally touched, and he quickly pulled back, realizing it was awkward. He pretended nothing happened and took the basket again, slightly turning his head to hide his flushed ears. "It's windy outside. Let me walk you home." Song Jiao Jiao smiled brightly. "Sure." They walked side by side, sharing a warm moment. Lin Su and the others felt like they were witnessing a romantic scene, their cheeks aching from the sweetness of it all. It truly proved the saying that heroes can struggle against beautiful women. As the road became quieter, Sheng Huayan lowered his voice to discuss what happened last night. He looked around and whispered in her ear, "We found 3 treasure locations at the Zhang family, but this evidence isn't enough to take down the big shots above us. We need to find a way to win over old Zhang and have him testify in the future." From the moment the old prince placed him in the military camp, the Sheng family could no longer stay out of it. They might as well take a chance. Song Jiao Jiao paused for a moment and asked, "Is the noble's position higher than those people?" Sheng Huayan nodded, but he couldn't reveal more. He looked at her seriously and said, "Once I go to the military camp, the Sheng family will gradually come to light. There may be more dangers ahead. Are you afraid?" "Of course I'm afraid. I value my life." Song Jiao Jiao yawned lazily and said nonchalantly, "Life is to go on. We will face whatever comes our way." Sheng Huayan paused and silently chuckled. "You are right. I was being too cautious." Hearing him say, "I," in such a way was particularly striking. Song Jiao Jiao felt her heart race. She tilted her head, curious about his expression when he said those words, but suddenly, a heavy voice interrupted. "Sheng, under the order of the county magistrate, we need to take your wife to the government office." "The government office?" Song Jiao Jiao was taken aback. Sheng Huayan gently patted her hand to comfort her silently, then asked Zhou Wu, "Brother Zhou, what happened?" Zhou Wu's expression was very complicated. "Song Lauer has died." Without delay, the group hurriedly set off. There were 2 ox carts. The front one carried the officials and the 3 members of the Sheng family. while the back one held the Gao butcher's family. On the cart, Sheng Huayan tightly held Song Jiao Jiao's cold hand, looking as if he wanted to say something but hesitated. After a moment of shock, Song Jiao Jiao suddenly felt a sense of relief, as if a heavy burden had been lifted from her shoulders. Having just crossed over, she had been sold to the Sheng family by Old Man Song for good luck, so she felt no attachment to the Song family. However, the original owner had a different story. She had starved to death while fleeing a disaster and held resentment towards the Song family. This lingering resentment only began to fade at this moment. Big brother, what exactly happened? Old Mrs. Qian's head was still buzzing. When did the Song family come to Qixian? She had no idea. Sheng Huayan glanced at Zhou Wu. Zhou Wu quickly explained, "Aunt, Song Lauer died unexpectedly. One of his arms was chopped off. The Song family took the opportunity to accuse your daughter-in-law of being unfilial." Old Mrs. Qian shouted angrily, "Nonsense." Back then, Song Lauer sold the eldest daughter-in-law to the Sheng family for money. Now they expect Song Jiao Jiao to return and honor them? That's just a dream. She turned and glared at Song Jiao Jiao, saying irritably, "Did the Song family approach you privately? Did you secretly give them money?" Song Jiao Jiao shook her head. No. Old Mrs. Qian didn't believe her. The Song family had once sold their daughter for a bag of coarse flour. How could they not cling to her now? Sheng Huayan defended his wife, saying they did approach her, but she dismissed them with just a few words. That's better. At least they aren't completely hopeless. Old Mrs. Qian's anger cooled significantly, and she warned her daughter-in-law, no matter how the Song family cries or causes a scene later, the Sheng family won't give them a single penny, understand? Sheng Huayan frowned in disagreement. Mother, they're still her family. It's only right to honor one's parents. Otherwise, people will talk behind her back. Why should she? Old Mrs. Qian's voice softened, still indignant. When they sold Jiao Jiao, did they worry about being talked about? If they were proper relatives, that would be one thing, but Song Lauer took away half a bag of coarse flour, which was worth its weight in gold. She was not a cold-hearted person, but she couldn't swallow her pride and felt wronged on behalf of Song Jiao Jiao. Her family was like a group of leeches, best avoided. Yet, she had always been stubborn and soft-hearted, unable to express her true feelings even when her neck turned red from frustration. After spending some time together, Song Jiao Jiao believed she understood her mother-in-law well and sensed her supportive intentions, which warmed her heart. She forced a bright smile and said, "Mom, don't worry. When we get to court, I will speak honestly. No matter what tricks the Song family tries, I won't be at a disadvantage." Old Mrs. Qian retorted, "I'm not worried. If you make a foolish mistake, no one will stop you." Despite her words, her tense body slowly relaxed. Indeed, the eldest daughter-in-law never suffered losses. She had never seen anyone gain an advantage over her. Thinking about the greedy faces of the Song family, old Mrs. Qian felt a sense of anticipation for the unfolding drama. At the courthouse, after waiting for a while, they finally received word from the county magistrate. Song Jiao Jiao and her companions entered and immediately saw the Song family kneeling in the center of the hall. Despite the cold weather, they emitted a foul, unpleasant odor, making one feel nauseous. They were dirty and disheveled, looking almost like beggars. Old Mrs. Qian pinched her nose in disgust, wondering how the Song family had become so lazy and careless. She cautiously glanced at the magistrate, who was dressed in official robes, but the memory of being carried away by her eldest son was too vivid for her to feel nervous. She wasn't the only one recalling that moment. The court attendants were tense, trying to suppress their laughter. Zhou Qingsong shifted uncomfortably in his seat, then firmly struck the wooden table. "Who comes here?" "Greetings, Your Honor. I am Song Jiao Jiao, and these are my mother-in-law and husband," she said, stepping to the center of the court while keeping her distance from the Song family, bowing politely. Her soft voice echoed in the hall, and the trembling Song family finally dared to look over, stunned by the dramatic change in Song Jiao Jiao. Only Song Chunhua shouted, "See? I told you Song Jiao Jiao has become successful. While she lives a comfortable life, Her real parents are toiling away. How unfilial. Your Honor, please arrest Song Jiao Jiao. Silence, Zhou Qingsong said, striking the table again. Song Chunhua shot a sinister look at Song Jiao Jiao before lowering her head submissively. Zhou Qingsong said seriously, Song Jiao Jiao, I called you here for 2 reasons. First, Song Lao Heir is your father and he was killed and his body was thrown in a broken temple. Second, I received a complaint from Song Lu Shi accusing you of being unfilial to your biological parents. Is this true? As soon as he finished speaking, Old Qian defended. Song Jiao Jiao was sold to the Sheng family by Song Lao Heir to bring good luck, and she received a small amount of money in return, which is like a dead contract. By law and custom, she has no ties to the Song family, and everyone in Dash Village can testify to this, Song Chunhua argued. That's nonsense. It was because Uncle saw that Song's eye. My cousin was having a hard time that he married her off to the Sheng family. That small amount of money was a bride price from the Sheng family. She pulled her second aunt, and Song Lu Shi immediately agreed. That's right, it was a bride price. Song Lu Shi looked at Song Jiao Jiao with a gaze full of greed, complaints, and hatred. She couldn't believe that Song Chunhua's words were true. Song's eye was living well and intentionally ignoring them, making them suffer. Today, she was determined to make her pay. No one expected the Song family to be so shameless, insisting that the money for selling was actually a bride price. They felt confident because they believed no one from Dash Village would testify against them. Unfortunately for them, Old Qian had brought the butcher's family as witnesses, smiling. We have witnesses. Zhou Qingsong knocked on the table. Bring in the witnesses. The butcher's family, who had been waiting outside, came forward and knelt down, saying, Sir, the 3 of us were villagers of Dash Village and can testify for the Sheng family. Song Lao Heir indeed sold Song Jiao Jiao to the Sheng family, not a marriage. The faces of the Song family changed drastically. Song Chunhua, unwilling to give up, shouted, The butcher is in cahoots with them. Please see clearly, sir. Song Lu Shi pretended to wipe away tears with her sleeve and, with a sobbing voice, bowed down. Song Jiao Jiao is my daughter, whom I carried for 10 months. How could I bear to sell her? If it weren't for the lack of food at home, I would never have married her off to the Sheng family. It's shameful that the Sheng family twists the truth and tries to keep my daughter away from her family. Their hearts are truly cruel. Old Qian had never seen anyone as shameless as the Song family. If it weren't for Song Jiao Jiao holding her back, she might have rushed up to slap the pretending Song Lu Shi. Is that how much my mother cares for me? Song Jiao Jiao seemed touched. Song Lu Shi was overjoyed and continued to coax her. Of course, who else would care for you if I don't? If it weren't for me, would you be living such a good life now? The expected feeling of gratitude did not come. Song Jiao Jiao's eyes were filled with sarcasm. You care for me? Is that why you left me to fend for myself in a thatched hut since I was little? Is that why you never gave me food during the famine, and I had to survive by digging up roots, almost starving to death? You really care for me, don't you? Song Liushi's body stiffened, and her mouth twitched uncontrollably. That's because... She racked her brain, sweating with anxiety, but the more she panicked, the less she could explain. The onlookers quickly understood and began to curse the Song family for their cruelty. There's a saying that even a tiger won't harm its own cubs. The Song family is inhumane, even abusing their own daughter. While selling a daughter for food might be understandable, now that they see her wealth, they want to cling to her. It's shameful. I know this family. They often visit gambling houses. They probably owe a lot of money and couldn't pay it back, which is why Song Laoji was killed by the gamblers. Serves them right. Song Chunhua secretly cursed Song Lu Shi for being foolish and urgently spoke up. Even so, uncle and aunt are still your real parents. You can't just ignore them, right? 50 taels, no, just give 200 taels. Gasps filled the air. 200 taels? Many families couldn't save that much in a lifetime. I think you're dreaming. Not a single tael, Old Qian said coldly, sneering. You want to use the Sheng family's money to support the Song family?
Dream on.
Even if you report it to the authorities, it won't help. Song Jiao Jiao stood by with her arms crossed, a smirk on her face, as if enjoying a clown's performance. Old grudges and new anger surged in Song Chuanhua's heart as she fumed, her eyes blazing with fury. Song Disaster's star, I'll fight you. Sheng Huayan stepped forward, shielding his mother and wife, grabbing Song Chuanhua's wrist with a fierce look. The county magistrate is here. How dare you disrespect the court and attack someone? Song Chunhua struggled, but when he suddenly let go, she lost her balance and fell hard, crying out in pain.
You
are too much, Song Lucier finally managed to say after a long pause, then desperately pressed on her chest, pretending to be in pain, hating her ruthless son-in-law and mother-in-law deeply. Song Jiao's sister-in-law saw the opportunity to support her mother-in-law and shouted, Song Disastrous Star is going to kill our mother with anger. There's a saying that you should handle soft persimmons gently. She didn't dare to provoke Sheng Huayan and his mother, so she turned her attacks on Song Jiao, treating her like the original person who was bullied. Exactly, Song Jiao. Hurry up and kneel to apologize to your mother. The Song family echoed, pretending to accuse Song Jiao of causing her biological mother's death. However, Song Jiao showed no change in expression, her eyes filled with sarcasm. Instead, Sheng Huayan spoke up loudly. Sir, did you hear that? They keep calling my wife a disaster. Is this really a family? The Song family was speechless. They had gotten used to calling her that. Since the butcher had testified, the county magistrate, Zhou Qingsong, had already made a decision. He was annoyed by the commotion below and was about to bang the gavel when a loud female voice suddenly rang out. Sir, I am also from Dashu village and can testify for the Sheng family. Song Jiao turned around and raised an eyebrow with interest. She recognized the newcomer. After all, she was her husband's first troublesome admirer, Widow Ma, who had always found fault with her. Wasn't she the one who consumed contaminated meat and suspected she had cholera? What a lucky person. Moreover, her timing was too coincidental. Widow Ma was allowed to enter the court, presenting her household registration and declaring loudly, I testify that Song Jiao was sold to the Sheng family by the Song family while fleeing from a disaster. The officer beside her took the registration and examined it carefully before nodding to the magistrate to confirm the information was correct. Zhou Qingsong banged the gavel decisively, stating, It has been confirmed that Song Jiao married into the Sheng family through selling herself and has no ties to the Song family. The accusations of unfilial behavior are completely unfounded. Moreover, once a woman marries, she is not obligated to support her parents. The Song family turned pale, while the townspeople at the entrance applauded. Taking advantage of the distraction, Song Jiao tugged at old Mrs. Qian's sleeve. Old Mrs. Qian looked confused, but then saw the eldest daughter-in-law step forward, pretending to be sorrowful, and said, Sir, even though my parents treated me like dirt, I cannot bear to see my father left to rot in the wild. Therefore, I am willing to offer 10 taels of silver for a proper burial. Once my father is buried, the remaining money will be enough for my mother and brother's family to settle down. At this point, she paused deliberately, glancing at old Mrs. Qian's expression, seemingly frightened and trembling all over. Old Mrs. Qian thought, what kind of act is the eldest daughter-in-law putting on? This 10 taels of silver was secretly saved by me, little by little, behind my mother-in-law and husband's back. Song Jiao lightly bit her lip, perfectly showing the demeanor of a timid daughter-in-law. The Song family turned their sadness into joy, thinking they would get nothing, but unexpectedly received 10 taels of silver. For an ordinary family, 10 taels could last 5 or 6 years. However, the Song family was different. They owed a huge gambling debt. When they heard that Song Jiao was willing to use her money to help her family, they immediately became greedy. 10 taels is not enough. We want 100 taels, no, 500 taels of silver. The Sheng family opened a big workshop and thinks 10 taels will settle things? Do they think we are beggars? 1,000 taels, not a single tael less. The greed of the Song family members was overwhelming. Song Jiao's eyes flickered, revealing a meaningful smile. Just as she expected, this scene was instigated by someone. Otherwise, how would they know about the Sheng family's workshop? She pretended to be troubled and looked at the Song family. The The workshop is the Sheng family's business. My mother-in-law won't agree to lend you money. What does the workshop opened by the Sheng family have to do with Song Jiao Jiao? Although old Mrs. Qian did not understand Song Jiao Jiao's intentions, she was willing to play along, spitting out words at the loudest critic, Song Chunhua. Song Jiao Jiao is kind and willing to use her own money to help, but if you try to take advantage of the factory, don't blame me for turning against you and letting you get nothing. Song Lu quickly changed her tune. 10 taels. 10 taels is enough. There would be plenty of time in the future. Song Jiao Jiao was easy to persuade, and they could definitely get more money from her later. They couldn't end things completely now. She had a good plan, but old Mrs. Qian had other ideas. 10 taels of silver cannot be given for free. The Song family needs to sign a severance agreement on the spot. Please have the county magistrate and the villagers witness this, so that from now on, the Song family has no connection with Song Jiao Jiao. Song Jiao Jiao almost wanted to applaud old Mrs. Qian. We can't sign. Song Chunhua objected. The grace of parents is greater than the heavens. How can it be bought off with 10 taels of silver? Old Mrs. Qian shot her a sideways glance. The county magistrate has already declared that Song Jiao Jiao has no relation to the Song family. Are you questioning the magistrate's judgment? Song Chunhua had no retort and could only watch as the second branch of the Song family signed the severance agreement. Once the agreement was signed, the second branch of the Song family was completely in Song Jiao Jiao's hands, and they readily took out 10 taels of silver from their pockets. Finally, a spark of realization hit Song Chunhua's dull mind, and she exclaimed, Song Jiao Jiao, this was all part of your plan. Song Jiao Jiao tilted her head, looking innocent. Silence. Song Chunhua wanted to say something, but the county magistrate impatiently tapped the table. The room fell silent. Song Lar was brutally murdered, and the situation is serious. The body cannot be buried yet. Zhou Wu, I order you to take full responsibility for this investigation and ensure the true culprit is brought to justice. Upon hearing this, the members of the Song family had different expressions. Suddenly, Song Lu said, Sir, the deceased should be laid to rest quickly. We will not pursue my husband's case any further. The crowd gasped in surprise. This was the first time the townspeople had heard a family refuse to seek justice for a loved one and hold the wrongdoer accountable. Song Jiao Jiao narrowed her eyes. The murderer shows no respect for the law and has committed many crimes. How can we allow them to go free? Zhou Qingsong slammed the table and said sternly, Song Lu, are you hiding any clues? Speak up quickly, or you will face severe consequences. Song Lu was frightened and trembling, feeling completely different from what someone had told her. She stammered for a long time, and just as Zhou Qingsong's patience was running out, a sudden sound came from outside the hall.
Danger.
Sheng Huayan's ears perked up, and he pulled his wife and mother back a step. At that moment, an arrow shot straight into Song Lu's chest. The courtroom erupted into chaos. There's an assassin. Protect the county magistrate.
Help.
Someone's been killed. Everyone run. Inside and outside the door, there was a commotion, and the Song family scattered in the confusion, except for Song Chunhua, who was grabbed by Zhou Wu. When the chaos ended, only one body remained in the courtroom. Song Lu's eyes were wide open in death, looking extremely terrifying. Sheng Huayan held his wife's hand tightly, wanting to say something but unsure how to comfort her. Brother Sheng, you should go home now. I will notify you as soon as I have news. The office will be busy from now on. Zhou Wu sighed and added, the Sheng family might be targeted, so be careful on your way. As the three of them left the government office, Widow Ma quickly followed Brother Sheng. She looked at Sheng Huayan with her watery eyes, her expression full of shyness. I have nowhere to go. Can I go with you? To her surprise, Sheng Huayan, the blunt man, immediately shook his head and refused no. Widow Ma was stunned, tears suddenly filling her eyes, feeling even more wronged, but I am a benefactor of the Sheng family. If you're worried about Song Jiao Jiao misunderstanding, I will explain it to her. Song Jiao Jiao nodded seriously. Okay, you can explain. I'll listen.
Madame Ma.
Ugh, I really want to give this couple a good slap each. On the first day of the new year, something like this happened, and old Mrs. Chien felt it was bad luck. She insisted on setting up a fire pit at the door to watch Song Jiao Jiao step over it. Once inside, she hurriedly pushed her to wash up. After a whole day of fussing, Song Jiao Jiao soaked in a warm tub, feeling relaxed as her pores opened up. Afterwards, old Mrs. Chien brought her a bowl of steaming chicken soup. "Mom, I'm fine," Song Jiao Jiao said, both amused and helpless. Old Mrs. Chien carefully observed her expression and awkwardly comforted her. "From now on, the Sheng family will be your home. I will treat you like my own daughter." Was her mother-in-law really someone who could say such things? Seeing the unwilling look on her face, Song Jiao Jiao glanced towards the door and noticed a corner of blue clothing. She quickly understood and pretended to be touched, grabbing old Mrs. Chien's arm. "Really? I will treat you as kindly as my own mother in the future." Old Mrs. Chien was momentarily speechless, feeling uncomfortable as if she had swallowed something unpleasant. Song Jiao Jiao's heart was indeed dark. She showed no sadness over her parents' death. It seemed her hope of regaining control of the household was gone. De Lang even asked her to comfort her. Nonsense. Song Jiao Jiao didn't need comforting at all. "Mom, I just heard old Mrs. Ko is looking for you," Sheng Huayan said as he walked in, noticing his wife's clever eyes and shaking his head helplessly. "I'll go take a look," old Mrs. Chien said, seizing the tray and heading out quickly, as if she were being chased by ghosts. Song Jiao Jiao couldn't help but laugh, taking a deep sniff of the chicken soup. "The soup has ginseng in it." "Husband, my mother is so good to me, worried I might feel down and specially made this for my health. After drinking this soup, she would definitely have a nosebleed." Sheng Huai's cheeks turned red as he snatched the bowl from her hands and placed it on the table. She clearly knew everything but still teased him. How infuriating. Seeing his growing embarrassment, Song Jiao Jiao decided to change the subject. "Is Madame Ma settled?" Sheng Huaiyan nodded. "She's settled next to the Tian family. You can see the factory right from the yard, and she can monitor our house from the side door." The couple exchanged glances, both understanding Madame Ma's sudden arrival perfectly. They silently planned to draw out the person behind it. "Don't worry, Lin Su will keep an eye on her day and night." Song Jiao Jiao raised an eyebrow, wondering if this day and night was the same one she was thinking of. "He plans to use charm?" When Sheng Huayan saw her smirk, he couldn't help but tap her forehead with his finger and said, "What are you thinking? Lin Su lives next door. Is he the kind of shameless person who sacrifices his brother's honor to achieve his goals?" That widow claims to be wandering alone, but her flirtatious gaze clearly shows she often mingles with others. There's no need to speak of such things and tarnish Song Jiao Jiao's ears. "Stay away from her," Sheng Huayan added, his tone unusually firm. Song Jiao Jiao replied with a soft, The following days were calm. The widow stayed quietly in the village, only talking to the villagers and never going far or doing anything inappropriate. During this time, Chipai village was steadily developing. Everyone was busy and happy, filled with hopes for the future. Song Lao Air's case hit a dead end, and they only traced it back to a gambling den before it ended. By the end of February, the factory moved to a new area and expanded to 500 workers. On the spring equinox, the whole village was busy planting rice seedlings and clearing fields. At the foot of the mountain at the village's edge, the winter wheat fields were lush and green, with some rapeseed flowers already blooming, their fragrance wafting in the breeze. Even more exciting was the potato field, where the roots were thick and the leaves were slightly yellow, clearly indicating it was harvest time. Song Jiao Jiao personally went to the field, using a small hoe to carefully dig around the roots to avoid damaging the potatoes. She slowly uncovered one potato after another. One plant produced 8 large potatoes, the biggest larger than an adult's palm, weighing over a pound, and the smallest about the size of an egg. Wow, who would have thought a small piece could grow so many potatoes? Old Chien laughed, quickly calculating in his mind. They planted potatoes on 10 acres, and the government wouldn't tax the newly cleared land for the first 3 years. If they sold all the potatoes, they could recover all costs in the first year and the second and third years would be pure profit. More productive than rice and wheat. At least 3,000 pounds per acre, so for 10 acres. That's 30,000 pounds. How many years would that feed us? If potatoes are promoted, even if there are 2 more years of famine, we won't have to worry about going hungry or helplessly watching our loved ones starve. All the workers had smiles they couldn't hide. They understood the immense value of the potatoes, but were unaware of the dangers they might bring. Song Jiao Jiao said sternly, "Everyone, please keep quiet. This matter cannot be made public for now, or it could lead to serious trouble. Until the harvest, you all must stay together and endure a bit of discomfort." The workers exchanged glances, each with different thoughts. "You can't restrict our freedom," someone suddenly shouted. "I quit." He threw down his hoe and marched toward the field path. But after just a few steps, he was blocked by a knife, its sharp tip glinting painfully in the sunlight. The palace guard's gaze was cold. "Go back." Potatoes were the old prince's most valued crop, and anyone trying to interfere would be in serious trouble. The man was so frightened that he stumbled back in fear. The others were angry, but dared not speak out. "Don't worry, everyone. You are all skilled in potato planting. As long as you behave and work hard, the noble family will not treat you unfairly," Song Jiao Jiao said softly to reassure them after her threats. She clapped her hands, and immediately, some people gathered to take the workers to another location for supervision. Around the potato fields, others were secretly guarding to keep villagers away. Everything was proceeding smoothly, just waiting for the old prince to return so they could officially harvest the potatoes. However, no matter how careful they were, it was hard to guard against treachery. Widow Ma had already learned that the Song family was growing mysterious plants at the village's edge and had been sending people to guard it. So, she kept a lookout and sent a message by carrier pigeon at night. Just as she sent off the pigeon, she was caught by Sheng Huayan. Unfortunately, the secret letter had nothing to identify the sender, so Sheng Huayan decided to play along, sending the pigeon out and secretly plotting with the palace guards for half a day. They decided to inform County Magistrate Zhou Qingsong about the potato situation in advance. After all, those who could train carrier pigeons were either wealthy or influential, and they should not be underestimated. This time, targeting the Sheng family, no matter the reason, required utmost caution. Zhou Qingsong looked at the strange potato in disbelief. "It looks almost like a stone. Can this really be eaten? 300 pounds per acre. For a county magistrate, this would be a significant achievement, likely leading to a promotion during the year-end evaluation." After his excitement, he became wary. "Why are you telling me this? What about the old prince?" "The old prince has not returned yet. He may have been delayed by other matters," Sheng Huayan replied respectfully, lowering his gaze. "To prevent anyone from having ill intentions regarding the potatoes, please ensure that you send officers to guard Chipai village. It's the busy farming season now, and the officials need to go to the countryside to encourage farming and settle the refugees." There really aren't enough hands. Zhou Qingsong decisively put down the potatoes, clearly not wanting to get involved in this mess. The achievements are tempting, but one must also be alive to pursue them.
Clang.
Sheng Huayan didn't waste words. He took out a pure gold token from his pocket and tossed it onto the table. The token was engraved with a large python, with the words, "Chen Lu," in the center. The python is a symbol of the prince. Seeing the token was like seeing a person. Zhou Qingsong hurriedly knelt down, a bitter smile on his lips. "I pay my respects to the king of Chenlu. As a county official, Zhou Qingsong had a family to support under his jurisdiction." Sheng Huayan reassured him. "You don't need to worry too much. The old prince has already reported the potato matter to the current emperor." Hearing this, Zhou Qingsong let out a sigh of relief and wiped the cold sweat from his forehead with his sleeve. "I understand now. You plan to use this situation to your advantage." After studying hard for over a decade and standing out among thousands of candidates, he was quick-witted. Connecting it to the tragic incident with the Song family, he immediately understood that Sheng Huayan intended to use the old prince's influence to uncover the hidden culprit. Sheng Huayan only smiled and remained silent. "Rest assured, I will do my best to assist you and make a big fuss about this matter," Zhou Qingsong promised. That day, 8 officials settled in Chipai village. They blocked the road from the village to the mountain, prohibiting anyone from entering or leaving. The show of force led to endless speculation among the villagers. I heard the Sheng family has developed a powerful crop that yields extremely high production. No, I heard they invented an amazing fertilizer method that can increase crop yields. Is it true that the Sheng family's land from the river to the foot of the mountain is all theirs? They must be very wealthy. That area was all wasteland before, but the Sheng family's winter wheat grows better than anyone else's. I think the officials are guarding the fertilizer method. Most of the original residents of Dashu village had been relocated to more remote areas. The remaining villagers, like Tian Tsuetsue, were very grateful to the Sheng family and avoided discussing it whenever others asked. Widow Ma tried for several days to confront Sheng Huayan, but didn't catch a glimpse of him. In desperation, she brought 10 eggs to visit the Sheng family. She arrived at an inconvenient time, as it was spring plowing. Old Mrs. Qian planned to turn over the backyard to plant vegetables, rallying the whole family to work together. The yard was messy, with piles of pulled weeds stacked along the path. The Sheng family has opened a workshop and is making big money. Aunt Qian, why are you still working in the fields? The widow Ma dislikes the strong sun because it can damage her skin and ruin her makeup. She stays under the eaves, refusing to step out, while fanning herself with a silk handkerchief and playfully says, I'll talk to Brother Huayan later and hire a few helpers. It won't cost much. Her warm tone makes it seem as if Sheng Huayan is her husband. Everyone turns to look at Song Jiao Jiao, expecting her to look upset. However, she surprises everyone by smiling brightly, her cheerful expression leaving them all stunned. Aunt Ma is truly kind. Not only does she speak up for the Sheng family in court, but she also wants to spend money to hire helpers for us to farm, she sincerely exclaims. You are such a good person. The widow Ma's face twists for a moment. Don't say that. The thought of spending money to hire helpers for the Sheng family seems like a dream to her. So you're not a good person after all. Song Jiao Jiao shakes her head regretfully.
I'm sorry, I misunderstood.
The widow Ma's chest heaves with anger, her face reddening as she points a trembling finger at Song Jiao Jiao, gritting her teeth and saying, You're slandering me. Song Jiao Jiao innocently shrugs her shoulders. The widow Ma feels like she might explode with anger, but remembers her purpose for being there and holds back her words. Song Jiao Jiao is extremely clever and won't reveal any information, as she is clearly there for old Madame Qian. They wait the entire afternoon, and she begins to feel drowsy. Suddenly, a foul smell wafts into her nose, and the widow Ma jolts awake, her mind clearing instantly. Remembering the rumors, her eyes sparkle with excitement as she rushes forward to investigate. Old Madame Qian is spreading fertilizer when she is startled by the sudden appearance of the widow Ma, causing her to accidentally spill a large amount of manure onto the widow's embroidered shoes. Occasionally, a worm wriggles in the pile, crawling over the shoe.
Ah!
The widow Ma jumps in disgust, her scream echoing loudly. Mother, why did you bring out the golden worms? They are precious and can increase the yield of manure. Thanks to the golden worms, the wheat in Chipai village grows better than anywhere else, Song Jiao Jiao laments. Golden worms are worth their weight in gold. They are our Sheng family's secret. The widow Ma stops her actions, listening intently. Golden worms? Old Madame Qian is puzzled, not understanding. Aren't they just ordinary worms? The eldest daughter-in-law's words are becoming harder to comprehend. Sheng Sanlang thinks quickly and adds, Mother, hurry and catch the golden worms back. Old Mrs. Qian's head buzzed, but seeing the serious and sorrowful expressions on her eldest son's wife and third son's face made her bend down to return the earthworm to the manure pile. Sheng Sanlang took the bucket from her hands and said solemnly, Mother, I will put the golden earthworm back. It's getting late today. Let's fertilize the fields tomorrow. Okay? Old Mrs. Qian nodded mechanically. As Sheng Sanlang walked away, Widow Ma hurriedly said, I have urgent matters at home, and rushed after him. She followed him closely, noticing he was carefully avoiding the crowd and heading straight to the edge of the village. After passing through several checks by officials, He continued on. Widow Ma waited by the roadside for a full 15 minutes before Sheng Sanlang slowly emerged, and the bucket was gone. Could there really be a golden earthworm? Widow Ma thought to herself, puzzled. However, the Sheng family had no reason to put on a show in front of her, so the golden earthworm must be real. Her heart raced. That night, a carrier pigeon left Chipai village with a second letter. She actually believed it? The next day, when Sheng Huayan mentioned this, old Mrs. Qian was astonished. However, she still felt confused about why Widow Ma was said to be a spy sent by someone else and how she could be connected to the true culprits behind the murder of Song Laer and his wife. She turned to look at Song Jiao Jiao, who was leisurely drinking porridge, and asked with a frown, "Eldest daughter-in-law, who did you offend?" Song Jiao Jiao blinked innocently. "You should ask my second brother about that." Lang. Old Mrs. Qian felt a lump in her throat. "What does it have to do with him? Mother, you forgot that because of my second brother, we offended a big shot in Fengzhou City?" Song Jiao Jiao's eyes narrowed slightly. "At the end of the year, Manager Liao will take that batch of goods, which will surely be popular in Fengzhou City. Our family blocked someone's way. They can't act openly, so they can only choose to trip us up from the shadows." Old Mrs. Qian was shocked. "Are you saying it's Governor Feng and Boss Fan?" "Perhaps." "What do you mean perhaps?" Song Jiao Jiao thought. "Because our family's troubles with the bandits have also attracted the Ministry of War. I don't know which group it is, and saying it might scare you to death." She smiled brightly and personally peeled a boiled egg to put in her bowl. "Mother, don't worry. With my husband around, we will be safe." It was the first time the eldest daughter-in-law had personally peeled an egg for her, and old Mrs. Qian felt a chill and crossed her arms in caution. "Do you want something from me?" Song Jiao Jiao began with praise as usual. "Isn't it true that our daughter is the smartest?" Within 2 days, news spread throughout Chipai village about a mysterious golden earthworm that could increase crop yields. It was said that it could turn the most barren land into fertile soil overnight, and the rumors grew wildly. "Aunt Qian, is the golden earthworm real?" Widow Ma ran to the Sheng family every day and finally caught old lady Qian alone at home. Thinking of the important task Song Jiao Jiao had given her, old lady Qian instinctively tightened her grip on the teacup and tried to speak casually. "Those golden and silver earthworms are just made-up stories." Could this really convince Widow Ma? Surely, she wasn't that gullible. Old lady Qian nervously glanced around, about to find something to add, when Widow Ma suddenly smiled excitedly. "Aunt Qian, how many golden earthworms do you have?" Old lady Qian replied, "Well, maybe a few hundred, a few thousand, or even 10,000. She had no idea. Those things were everywhere. Widow Ma got the information she wanted and hurried away. The rumors grew louder, reaching Furong town, where many unfamiliar faces from Chipai village came to inquire. The village became bustling with activity. Song Jiao Jiao specifically instructed Xiadong, "You should send 2 people to set up a stall at the village entrance, with hot food and local specialties. Prepare tofu pudding, soy milk, and spicy bean curd for hot food, and place vegetarian chicken, fermented tofu, soy oil, and sauce in the specialty area." Xiadong was puzzled. "I don't understand. Selling a few items daily won't make much money. Why waste manpower on a stall? Whether it makes money or not is not important. What matters is getting the name of the tofu factory out there," Song Jiao Jiao explained. "Tofu products should be affordable for all villagers in the future." Xiadong admired her broad vision and respectfully replied, "Your wisdom is great. I will arrange it immediately." As the factory stall was set up, many clever villagers followed suit and began selling their goods. Some sold pastries, others sold rice porridge and pies, and even someone started selling small bamboo stools. The lively calls of vendors hinted at the beginnings of a market. City merchants, sensing the opportunity, quickly brought goods to Chipai village to meet the villagers' daily needs. Chipai village gradually became a hot topic, attracting many wandering people looking for a chance to make a living. As the number of wanderers increased, finding a way to accommodate them became a pressing issue. Song Jiaojia had no choice but to bring out her plans and anonymously submit them to the county magistrate. Zhou Qingsong browsed the plan all night and couldn't help but applaud, saying, Using labor as payment is simply brilliant. He adjusted some details based on local conditions and had the county officials start working according to the plan the next day. When a new group of refugees arrived in Chipai village, they were first attracted by the rows of low houses. There was a sign above that read, "New Town." These houses were originally built to accommodate the first group of refugees, arranged in 5 identical rows. Each house had 3 rooms, surrounded by a fence forming a small courtyard. Not far away, officials were registering households. For those refugees willing to settle in Chipai village, the government allocated land for homes. A dedicated construction team, led by Old Liu, was responsible for building the houses. Each house had a price, and refugees could earn it through labor. The work included road construction, building houses, and general labor. Each completed task was recorded by the government. Families with more members and a strong work ethic could save some money after completing their assigned tasks. At this time, Song Jiao Jiao helped Ran when Shu opened the first fabric shop. Besides selling fabric, the shop also attracted students to teach embroidery and clothing-making skills. The butcher resumed his old trade and opened a meat shop, regularly buying various game, and business was booming. Villagers exchanged their game for money and then spent it at other shops. With money circulating, the economy continued to thrive. In less than a month, Chipai village underwent tremendous changes, resembling a small town. Sheng Huayan and others finally received news of the old prince's return. Just as everyone eagerly awaited, a group of armored guards rode straight to Chipai village. The leader dismounted, revealing a plump figure. He looked around disdainfully and asked, "Isn't Chipai village a deserted place? Why is it so lively?" The servant, feeling nervous, replied, "I don't know, but I'll find out. Go later. We need to handle the important matters first." Knock on the door. Yes. Knock, knock, knock. The servant, used to being arrogant, raised his fist and banged on the door loudly. "Who is it?" Granny Ko hurried over to open the door. The servant, with his nose in the air, said, "My master, Mr. Fan, wants to see Sheng Huayan. Hurry, and let him come out to greet us." Granny Ko, puzzled, peeked out and saw a very arrogant, wealthy merchant standing by the carriage, with a round face and big ears. However, his attire and demeanor suggested he was not an ordinary merchant. She politely said, "My husband is not home, and only the women are here. Perhaps you could come back another day." The servant hesitated and looked back at his master. "I heard that Song Jiao Jiao is in charge of the factory. You can look for her," Boss Fan said impatiently, smoothing the wrinkles on his sleeve. If it weren't for the governor's request, he wouldn't have traveled all this way to this rundown place. Why waste time talking? Just go in. Old Ko jumped up. "If you dare to barge into a private home, I'll report you to the county office." "A small county office can't scare our master," the servant sneered, forcefully pushing the door open. Old Ko, unable to resist, stumbled backward. Just as she was about to fall, 2 hands grabbed her arms and a gentle voice said, "Are you okay?" She steadied herself and shook her head, anxiously saying, "Madam, I'm fine, but these people are causing trouble." "Should I call for the master?" Song Jiajiao nodded. "Go through the back door, hurry." While they were talking, the servant had already pushed the door wide open and barged in. Song Jiajiao pushed Old Ko, signaling her to leave quickly. Facing the aggressive servant, she picked up a doorstop and swung it directly at his head.
Bang!
The sudden loud noise stunned the servant and shocked the others outside.
"Ah!
I'm going to fight you." The servant felt the blood on his forehead, his face twisted in anger. Song Jiajiao ignored his threats and struck again, hitting him in the stomach, causing a more painful scream to echo in the yard. The atmosphere fell into silence. Everyone exchanged glances, instinctively tightening their legs, holding their breath, and not daring to look up. That blow had severely injured him. No wonder Wang Wu had ended up in such a tragic fate at their hands. "Master Fan, I've taught your disobedient dog a lesson. You should keep it from biting again," Song Jiaojiao said with a sincere smile. Master Fan glared angrily, about to explode, but was pulled back by his confidant. Remembering the purpose of his visit, He had to suppress his anger and said in a condescending tone, "I want to cooperate with the Sheng family's factory. Whatever the Jufeng restaurant wants, I want the same." Old Mrs. Qian rushed over, stumbling and sweating, internally shouting, "The newcomers are not friendly. The eldest daughter-in-law must hold her ground and not agree to him." At first, Boss Fan was willing to go to great lengths to deal with the Sheng family over a recipe, so for a workshop with even greater benefits, wouldn't he strip them of everything and squeeze them dry? Boss Fan is really generous to place an order with the Sheng family. It's truly a rare opportunity, Song Jiao Jiao continued with a bright smile. Boss Fan snorted arrogantly, feeling a bit more at ease. He thought the Sheng family had too much pride and would require some tricks to settle old scores, but it turned out that Song Jiao Jiao was quite sensible. Boss's wife. Old Mrs. Qian widened her eyes, doubting her hearing. Song Jiao Jiao quietly held her cold hand to comfort her, narrowing her bright eyes with a mischievous smile. Unfortunately, the orders for the first half of the year have all been booked by Manager Liao, with a penalty of 30 times the amount. According to the schedule, Boss Fan can place orders for the second half of the year. How many pounds do you need? What good is an order for the second half of the year? By then, the market would be completely taken over by Jufeng restaurant, and it would be too late. Just like the current situation with the desired dish, prices are soaring, and only Jufeng restaurant can sell it at a high price, which has made him lose quite a bit of weight. Since the current emperor encouraged vegetarianism in Yanjing City, all the towns and cities have been following suit. Last year, Jufeng restaurant created a vegetarian chicken dish using tofu, which surprisingly tasted meaty, attracting countless praises. Even the emperor heard about it and specially summoned the chef from Jufeng restaurant to cook in the palace, which was infuriating. By the time the news reached Fengzhou City, it had already been over 2 months, and the vegetarian chicken was sold out. Now, to book a table at Jufeng restaurant, one has to wait 8 months, which is more popular than any other time. Therefore, Boss Fan specifically took advantage of Manager Liao's absence in Fengzhou City to dig for opportunities and run errands for the governor. Boss Fan was determined to get the vegetarian chicken. "I'll pay the 30 times penalty and take that batch of goods." Song Jiao Jiao thought to herself. As expected, Boss Fan must be wary of the power behind the Sheng family, which is why he doesn't dare to forcefully take it. The 30 times penalty was just a bluff she made up. "I'll not only cover the penalty but also offer a purchase price that is 10% higher than Jufeng restaurant, but I have one condition. You can only supply to Dengao restaurant in the future." Boss Fan continued to dangle the bait, not believing that Song Jiao Jiao wouldn't be tempted. 30 times the penalty and a 10% higher purchase price. What a sum that would be. Old Mrs. Qian showed a greedy expression, but quickly suppressed it with reason. Business must be conducted with integrity. If it weren't for Manager Liao's support, how could the Sheng family have such good days? Moreover, cooperating with Boss Fan would be like seeking skin from a tiger. No amount of silver would be worth it. She looked worriedly at Song Jiao Jiao and silently mouthed, "You can't agree to him. I'm sorry, I can't break the contract. If the workshop loses its credibility, we won't be able to continue." Song Jiao Jiao sighed, her face full of regret. "Mr. Fan, won't you consider ordering for the second half of the year?" Mr. Fan was on the verge of cursing, his fists clenched tightly. He took a deep breath and gritted his teeth, saying, "I will stay in town until tomorrow and leave a few helpers at Chipai village. Madam Sheng, think it over. If you change your mind, you can contact them anytime. If the Sheng family insists on rejecting his offer, they shouldn't blame him for being rude. There are many ways to, reasonably, acquire a workshop." Mr. Fan's group arrived with great fanfare and left just as dramatically. The remaining helpers boldly barged into the yard across from the Sheng family, tossed down half a tael of silver to drive the villagers out, and moved in themselves. "Will he secretly do something bad and take our workshop?" Old Mrs. Qian expressed her worries. Song Jiao Jiao confidently replied, "Yes." "What should we do?" Old Mrs. Qian's face turned pale. They had escaped from Fengzhou City in a hurry, and now, to avoid Manager Liao, where would they run to? Song Jiao Jiao took her arm and walked inside, smiling to reassure her. "Don't worry, He wouldn't dare to take it openly. As long as we are careful, we can uncover any schemes. Chipai village is the Shung family's territory. If they can't even guard against Mr. Fan on their own land, they might as well find a mountain to hide in. Is he after the potatoes? No, it must be the golden earthworms. Old Mrs. Qian suddenly realized. Is Widow Ma working for Mr. Fan? We'll find out when my husband returns. As they waited, evening came. In the afternoon, Widow Ma hurriedly left the village and went to the largest tavern in town, staying in Mr. Fan's room for over 2 hours. Lin Su, who had been following her all day, was parched and drank 3 cups of tea to quench his thirst. That Widow Ma is impressive. She has Mr. Fan wrapped around her finger, and even his trusted aides are involved. Nian Bao blinked her big round eyes in curiosity, wondering what involved meant. Children shouldn't listen to such things. Old Mrs. Qian quickly covered her ears. Chiu Yu, take the young lady to play in the yard. Nian Bao wanted to stay with her parents, but didn't dare disobey her grandmother. She followed Chiu Yu, but quietly returned after a few steps, crouching by the window to eavesdrop. Chiu Yu was terrified and hurriedly pulled her arm. Nian Bao looked up at her. Her big, dark eyes seemed to speak, filled with pleading. Chiu Yu's cold heart gradually softened. This afternoon, Boss Fan's people are lurking around the factory, trying to gather information from the villagers. They've attempted to get close to the village's edge several times, Sheng Huayan said with a sarcastic smile. They think they're being discreet, but every move they make is under surveillance. Boss Fan first snatched the Rui vegetables, and now he wants to take over the factory. Why is he so greedy? Old Qian said angrily. Song Jiao Jiao said, I heard from manager Liao that in the past 6 months, the Gao Lu has been suppressed by the Jufeng restaurant, and with the bad business this disaster year, Boss Fan hasn't been doing well. He deserves it. Old Qian slammed the table in frustration. Evil people will get their comeuppance. It's just a matter of time. Once bitten, twice shy, she was still very afraid of Boss Fan. She quietly suggested, should we just run away? Sheng Sanling chuckled helplessly. Mother, we can't just run away when things get tough. With big brother and sister-in-law here, you should just enjoy your life peacefully. Don't worry. Sheng Huai nodded in agreement. Old Qian mumbled awkwardly. I'm just afraid that what happened last time will happen again. Song Jiao Jiao became alert. For now, keep Nian Bao at home and don't let her go out. If Boss Fan sees her, he might try to take her away, especially since she initially wanted to go to Governor Feng. Old Qian exclaimed, he dares. I would risk my life to prevent him from taking my granddaughter. Seeing his mother unusually strong-willed, Sheng Sanling teased. So, are we still running away? No way. Old Qian thought of her soft, obedient granddaughter being taken away, and her anger flared up. Delang, what should we do? Should we get rid of Boss Fan? Everyone has feelings. Since Old Qian was hurt by the second branch, it was Nian Bao's daily kindness and playfulness that helped her heal. Now, Nian Bao held a place in her heart just below Sheng Huayan. By the wall, Nian Bao covered her mouth tightly, tears silently streaming down her face. She never expected Old Qian would care for her so much, even willing to confront bad people to keep her safe. Miss, we should go. The old lady will find out soon, Chiu Yu softly advised, pulling her away. The two thought no one knew they were eavesdropping, but after they left, Sheng Huayan withdrew his gaze, rubbing his forehead. Mother, the Sheng family are good people. This isn't working. Never mind, I'll go check on the food in the kitchen. Mr. Qian didn't want to sit there feeling anxious, so he decided to find something to do to distract himself. Although I can't take his life, if he dares to cause trouble, I can still make him suffer a bit, Song Jiao Jiao said, picking up a piece of cake from the plate. She noticed that Mr. Fan was quite large and should avoid high-sugar, high-calorie foods, as eating too much could be dangerous for him. As for how to make Mr. Fan comply, the answer was a new type of cake that had never been seen before in the Great Zhao dynasty. With her thoughts racing, a plan quietly formed in her mind. Sheng Huayan looked at Lin Su. Is everything arranged for the big show tonight? Lin Su patted his chest and assured him, everything is set. They won't leave empty-handed. The two discussed the details further. Song Jiao Jiao listened intently, and, once their discussion ended, she filled Sheng Huai's teacup with tea and sweetly said, "Husband, take me with you. I want to go and have fun too." Staying at home every day was making her feel restless. Her beautiful eyes sparkled like stars. In some ways, the mother and daughter were quite alike. Sheng Huai felt his ears heat up and nodded slightly. Since it wasn't dangerous, why not take her out to have some fun?
But
How could she act so coy in front of everyone? Sheng Huai cleared his throat and lowered his voice. "Don't do that next time." Song Jiao Jiao looked confused. "Do what?" Her long eyelashes fluttered, as if trying to capture hearts. "It's getting late. Let's eat." Sheng Huai quickly turned his gaze away, adjusting his posture to suppress his feelings. Song Jiao Jiao's eyes flickered, and she lowered her head, her mind racing with calculations. Night fell. The petite woman leaned against him, and the faint scent of peach blossoms wafted into his nose. Sheng Huai felt like time was dragging on, beginning to regret buying Song Jiao Jiao new face powder. The peach scent was stronger and more enticing than the plum fragrance. Unfortunately, his wife was quite restless, asking him to help with her numb arms one moment and then to massage her sore waist the next. Her waist was so slim that it seemed 2 hands could easily wrap around it. With the strong floral scent lingering, Sheng Huai felt tormented, a warm rush flooding through him, making even his breathing feel heavier. Fortunately, others were far away. Otherwise, they would surely notice something unusual. "Are you feeling more comfortable now?" Sheng Huai's dark eyes flashed with a fierce light before quickly calming down. His throat moved as he struggled to maintain his composure. Song Jiao Jiao rolled her eyes and said, "My shoulders are a bit sore. Can you help me massage them?" Sheng Huai's body stiffened. "Dear, that's enough. All right." Song Jiao Jiao replied with a hint of sadness in her voice, her shoulders trembling slightly as if she were about to cry, which made Sheng Huai's heart ache. "Don't cry, I'll help you," he said in a rough voice, but his hands moved gently, afraid of hurting her. Song Jiao Jiao's eyes sparkled with mischief. There were no tears at all. After they played around for a while, the sound of frogs croaking suddenly filled the fields. The show was about to begin. The guards began to doze off as planned. Soon, 2 sneaky figures crept in. Thanks to the moonlight, those hiding in the shadows could see their every move clearly. To prevent them from searching everywhere, Lin Su had already marked the spot in front of the manure pit, surrounded by thorns, with a clear sign that read, "Sheng family private property, no trespassing. Come over here, it's right here." Things were going smoothly, and the 2 young servants were excited. However, they had suffered a lot before reaching the manure pit, with cuts all over their clothes and bodies. But the more difficult it was, the more it proved that the golden worms were real. As they stepped into the thorny area, the smell of fresh manure hit them. Without any tools, they had to dig with their hands. Ugh, 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 the sounds of vomiting echoed. Just imagining that scene made Song Jiao Jiao's stomach churn as well. Sheng Huai began to regret bringing her along. "I found the golden worms. They really are golden," one of them said as he lit a match to check. In the light, the worms glimmered with a faint golden hue. "We're going to get rich. Let's dig up more and hide them. We can split the money later." They filled 2 large jars and even took off their clothes to wrap the worms, leaving with 2 big bundles, satisfied. As they passed by the rapeseed and potato fields, they stopped to admire the unfamiliar plants for a while. Everyone's hearts raced. Fortunately, the 2 young servants didn't recognize the value of the plants and hurried away to avoid drawing attention from the guards. "How did you dye the worms?" Song Jiao Jiao asked curiously. "With yellow locust," Sheng Huai explained. "I once went to find Ranwen's shoe. She told me to first boil yellow locust to dye, then rinse it with alkaline water made from hemp ash. In sunlight, it has a slightly reddish-yellow hue, and in candlelight, it appears yellowish red. Coincidentally, I have seen 2 yellow locust trees in the mountains. Yellow locust was the most precious dye color during the Dezhou dynasty, always worn by the emperor. Besides Ranwen Shu and Lin Su, no one else knows I used yellow locust." Song Jiao Jiao smiled and said, "Husband, You are indeed very careful." The show had ended, and the two walked home together. As they passed the edge of the village, Shang Huai's sharp ears caught some noise from the Zhang family, and he quickly pulled her behind him, signaling her to be quiet. Song Jiao Jiao nodded, pulling the gold hairpin from her hair and holding it tightly in her palm, just in case. To prevent anyone from entering the Zhang family home, Shang Huaiyan had once placed a leaf on the door. Now that the leaf had fallen to the ground, it proved that someone had sneaked in. His grand plan to create a golden earthworm was ultimately to lure old Zhang out. The more lively the seven-row village became, the more likely old Zhang would dare to appear. However, he did not expect that old Zhang would return with Boss Fan. "You go to the academy and tell Guard Fong that the snake has entered the den," Shang Huaiyan whispered to Song Jiao Jiao. This was serious, so Song Jiao Jiao hurriedly lifted her skirt and ran off, racing to the academy to deliver the news. Guard Fong asked her to stay at the academy while he and other colleagues went out to make arrangements. They had waited too long that day. Song Jiao Jiao waited all night. In the early hours, she could hardly keep her eyes open, resting her chin on her hand as she dozed off. As the crowing of roosters signaled dawn, Shang Huaiyan and his team returned, exhausted and cold after a long night. Seeing their serious expressions, her heart sank. "Did he escape?" Shang Huaiyan nodded, then shook his head. "We chased him all night, but old Zhang fell off a cliff, and his fate is unknown. Guard Fong has gone with others to search the bottom of the cliff. I came to bring you home. You've been waiting for me, right? You must be tired." "I'm not tired," Song Jiao Jiao said, looking at the dark circles under his eyes with concern. "You go find old Zhang. I'll handle things with Boss Fan." Now that they had the golden earthworm, no matter what plans he had, the next step was to get rid of it. The atmosphere in the room was warm, and others quickly turned away to give them privacy. "I've thought of a good plan that won't involve the Shang family at all." Before she could finish, Shang Huaiyan suddenly took her cold, pale fingers and pulled her into his embrace. He rested his chin on her head, feeling calm and at peace in his heart. "My dear, I'm glad to have you here." This was their first embrace. Song Jiao Jiao blinked her eyes to ease the strain and hugged him back. That day, a new pastry suddenly appeared in Furong Town, soft and delicate, as fluffy as cotton candy. Once it was introduced, it quickly attracted a crowd, spreading throughout the entire town in just half a day. Boss Fan had just woken up when his servants brought him this new treat. He ate several pieces until the plate was empty, then stopped reluctantly. "Buy the recipe. If we add this to the menu at Dengao Tower, it will surely become popular in Fengzhou City." The term "buy" here meant to seize, something the servants were used to. At that moment, his trusted aide entered, bowing with a smile. "Sir, the shopkeeper said this morning they received a wild goat, along with many snails and river shrimp. He specially asked the chef to prepare a fresh meal. Should I have him bring it out now?" Boss Fan nodded weakly. Wild goat was considered a delicacy only in remote areas. The table was filled with dishes, but he only took a few bites before putting down his chopsticks and letting the servants eat. "Sir, Xiao San and the others have returned. The golden earthworm is real. Its body has a faint golden hue." His aide waited for him to finish lunch before reporting. "Bring it here to see." Hearing about the gold, Boss Fan became interested. Two young servants changed into clean clothes, their exposed skin covered in scratches, looking quite pitiful. They bowed upon entering and slowly recounted their adventure from the night before, their thrilling story, leaving everyone in awe. They had specially protected the area with thorny fences and fed the golden earthworms with white fox droppings, with the nearby soil covered in golden flecks. As they excitedly described it, they built suspense before finally presenting the jar. The earthworms, having gone a whole night without food, looked a bit dull under natural light, but they indeed appeared different from ordinary earthworms. Boss Fan, being worldly wise, thought for a moment and instructed his aide, "Keep them for a while to see if they are as magical as the legends say. Also, continue to have Widow Ma spy in Chipai village." That woman, relying on her skills in bed and her looks, foolishly thought she could marry into the Fan family as a concubine without considering her own status. After a pause, he asked, "Have there been any updates from the Sheng family?" He kindly allowed them a day to think, hoping they would recognize the situation and not oppose him, to avoid unnecessary trouble. "None," his aide replied, clenching his fist in frustration. "I specifically sent someone to the Sheng family, but they sent him away. Sir, the Sheng family doesn't take you seriously at all. Should we set fire to the workshop to show them who's in charge?" Smack. Boss Fan slapped him on the cheek, raising his eyebrows. "You fool! The governor specifically instructed us not to provoke the Sheng family." The loyal servant covered his cheek, knelt down, and begged for forgiveness, his head knocking against the ground. "I spoke out of turn." Boss Fan smirked, saying disdainfully, "Who knows if the Sheng family's food is safe? It might even harm someone. Then we can come to the rescue, and the Sheng family will be grateful to me and give me a recipe." The servant was startled and immediately understood his meaning. "I'll take care of it right away." As he reached the door, he heard Boss Fan say, "Bring Widow Ma here. After that, you must keep a close eye on the Sheng family's movements and find out what those people in Chipai village are planning." The governor had instructed him to bring people to Chipai village, but hadn't told him who they were or what they were supposed to do. If he could gather some information, he could make arrangements early. Unfortunately, plans changed unexpectedly. In the afternoon, just as Boss Fan was enjoying time with Widow Ma, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in his chest and struggled to breathe. The servants hurriedly took him to the county town. Coincidentally, there were kind-hearted people in the county town who had reserved all the clinics for 2 days to provide medical care for the refugees. They couldn't let their master wait in line with the refugees, could they? The servants had no choice but to leave Qixuan and rush to Fengzhou City overnight. To avoid responsibility, they brought Widow Ma back to take the blame. Boss Fan and his group have left. In the tea house, when Lin Su entered the hall with good news, the storyteller was at a thrilling part of the tale. Song Jiao Jiao listened intently and, seeing him arrive, pointed to an empty seat beside her. He admired Song Jiao Jiao greatly now, from pastries to selling goats and providing free medical care. Everything was perfectly planned. However, he still voiced his confusion. How can sister-in-law be sure that Boss Fan will get sick from the food he ate? I designed it in 2 layers. First, Boss Fan ate too much high-calorie and high-purine food at once, putting a huge strain on his kidneys. The cake has a very high sugar content, several times that of regular pastries. If someone has high blood sugar, consuming a lot of sugar in a short time can cause dizziness. This method only works on overweight people. Second, lamb and river snails don't go well together, leading to bloating when eaten together. Lin Su listened, somewhat confused, but he made sure to remember this method. As his gaze swept over the stack of books on Song Jiao Jiao's left, he admired her and gave a thumbs up. "Sister-in-law, you are so well-read. I really feel inferior. I wonder what books you are reading. I'll go to the bookstore another day to find a few. If I can learn even a bit of your wisdom, I can help my brother more." Song Jiao Jiao's cheeks turned slightly red. She calmly covered the book with a handkerchief and casually said, "Just some light reading that girls enjoy, nothing worth mentioning." Nian Bao. What light reading? They were clearly storybooks. Ever since their father brought home a storybook as a gift for their mother, it had become a habit. This was the second time their mother used her as an excuse to buy stationery, but in reality, she was clearing out the storybooks from the shop. She rested her chin on her hands, gazing out the window, when suddenly she froze and anxiously tugged at her mother's sleeve. "Mom, look." Song Jiao Jiao followed her finger's direction. The second family's mother and son seemed to be arguing about something. Feng Shi slapped Daniel hard, and he stomped his foot and ran away. Not far behind Feng Shi, a man followed and pulled her into his arms. This, Song Jiao Jiao's mind buzzed. Feng Shi was not truly a widow. Although Sheng Erlang had been driven out, he might still be alive. No wonder Feng Shi had been hesitant to contact them lately. Still in shock, Song Jiao Jiao hadn't reacted when Nian Bao, worried about Daniel, rushed out like a young calf, quickly disappearing into the crowd. "Nian Bao, wait for me. Don't worry, sister-in-law, I'll go after him." Lin Su was startled, barely swallowing his snack before running out. The commotion caught everyone's attention, including Feng Shi and the man at the tea house entrance. Feng Shi turned and saw Song Jiao, startled. Elder sister-in-law? What has she seen? How much does she know? Is she trying to corner me? Realizing the man still had his hand on her waist, Feng Shi's dazed thoughts suddenly exploded like a thunderclap, causing her to jump back in shock. Zhao Lang, you go ahead. The man ignored her, his eyes fixed on Song Jiao with a lewd gaze. Is she your elder sister-in-law? Feng since we will be family sooner or later, why not introduce us? His gaze made Song Jiao very uncomfortable. She raised an eyebrow and scoffed. Family? Feng Shi was terrified, nearly screaming. That's not true. Elder sister-in-law. Don't listen to him. I don't know him. She was anxious to clear up the relationship between them, wishing she could find a hole to hide in. According to the law, a married man who commits adultery shall be punished. If Song Jiao revealed this matter, she would only face a dead end. Feng Shi trembled, unsure where she found the strength to pull Song Jiao's arm. You haven't been to my house yet, come over for some tea. Song Jiao had a good heart. For Dinyo's sake, she would definitely not expose the situation. Feng you haven't introduced me to your sister-in-law yet? The man suddenly grabbed her arm. In that moment, Feng Shi felt a chill run down her spine. Thinking she might die. I don't know you, let go. The man looked hurt, but we already. Feng Shi quickly covered his mouth, pulling him aside and speaking sweetly for a long time. She then took out 100 coins from her pocket and handed them to him. The man weighed the coins in his hand and left satisfied. After all this, Feng Shi awkwardly turned back to look at Song Jiao, sweating nervously, and stammered an excuse. He is the teacher I found for Dinyo. Song Jiao remained silent, a hint of displeasure on her face. Feng Shi clutched her handkerchief, her heart racing like floating weeds after rain. Unsure of what to do. She didn't know if Song Jiao believed her, but no matter what, she had to stick to this story to stay safe. Just then, they heard Dinyo's crying from behind. Auntie, in the new year, 4-year-old Dinyo had grown taller, and his innocent demeanor had vanished, leaving him looking serious and dark. Song Jiao waved to him, softening her tone. Boys shouldn't cry easily. Come here, you're crying like a little kitten. Hearing her familiar voice, Dinyo relaxed and rushed to hug her tightly, crying even louder, as if he wanted to release all his recent frustrations. Song Jiao gently patted his back, glancing at Nianbao across from her, whose eyes were red but who still wouldn't cry, and felt a sense of relief. In the past, whenever Dinyo cried, Nianbao would cry too, but now he had grown a bit. Meanwhile, Feng Shi, who should have been Dinyo's mother, stood there dazed and wooden, offering no comforting words, which was very disheartening. After a while, the crowd began to disperse. Dinyo, tired from crying, leaned against Song Jiao. She had no choice but to pick him up. Her obedient nephew wrapped his arms around her neck and fell asleep in no time, even starting to snore softly. Lead the way, Song Jiao said in a low voice, clearly unwilling to look at Feng again. Feng knew she was in the wrong and was afraid that Song Jiao would cause a scene and expose her mistakes, so she had no choice but to lead the way. The courtyard rented by the second branch was in the East Street alley, where the neighbors were scholars and merchants, making it a quiet and clean environment. The courtyard was spacious enough for the three of them to live in. Since the eldest daughter went to the embroidery workshop, her room had been turned into a study by Feng. When Song Jiao placed Dinyo in the room and tucked him in, he did not wake up. To prevent Nianbao from hearing anything inappropriate, Song Jiao specifically asked her to watch over Dinyo.
Nianbao not that understand.
After settling the two young children, Song Jiao returned to the main room. Hearing footsteps, a dazed Feng suddenly sat up straight, nervously fiddling with her handkerchief and forcing a smile that looked worse than crying. Sister-in-law. Song Jiao casually took a seat and rubbed her forehead, asking in a serious tone, "Why did you do something so foolish?" "I don't know what you were talking about," Feng replied stubbornly even now. Song Jiao raised an eyebrow mockingly, her already striking face showing a domineering air. The Sheng family's workshop is growing bigger, and many people know them. Can you guarantee that this won't come to light? That man is after money. He won't leave without exposing the second branch. Sister-in-law, you are being foolish, she pointed out Fong's predicament sharply, and Fong finally panicked, kneeling on the ground and crying like a rain-soaked pear blossom. Sister-in-law, please help me. Xiaoling has been tempting me, and I've wanted to cut ties for a long time, but he threatened to make a big deal out of it. Please help me, no, help Daniel. If this gets out, his future and reputation will be ruined. You still know it will affect your own son. Song Jiao Jiao, furious, threw a teacup at her side, shattering it and cutting Fong's hand, causing her to scream. Song Jiao Jiao, you wicked person. May you not have a good end. Song Jiao Jiao laughed in anger and stood up abruptly. Handle your own matters. I can't help you. Mother misses her grandson, so I'll take Daniel home for a few days and then return him to you. Are you not going to help me get rid of him? Fong asked, her eyes red and her voice sharp with panic. In her subconscious, she believed that Song Jiao Jiao could resolve everything for the second branch, so even after committing such a serious mistake, she was not overly frightened. Song Jiao Jiao covered her mouth and chuckled lightly. I'm not your parents, so why should I clean up your mess? Mrs. Fong suddenly realized the gravity of the situation and was so frightened that she broke into a cold sweat, shouting, No way. If you truly care about your son, you should get rid of that man quickly. In 10 days, I'll bring Daniel back, Song Jiao Jiao said sarcastically, glancing at her before turning to leave. Mrs. Fong was left alone, screaming in frustration, her hairpins scattered on the ground, looking quite mad. Why has my precious grandson lost so much weight? What kind of care is that Mrs. Fong giving you? I will make her pay for this, old Mrs. Qian said, tears streaming down her face as she touched her grandson's bony body. She turned to Song Jiao Jiao and angrily asked, Where is Mrs. Fong? Tell her to come back and see me. Song Jiao Jiao replied, Mrs. Fong is caught up in some trouble. Once she resolves it, I'll send Daniel back. Old Mrs. Qian frowned and pressed. What trouble? Will it affect Daniel? Given the seriousness of the matter, Song Jiao Jiao didn't plan to hide anything from her mother-in-law. She carefully considered how to explain it gently. Just then, Daniel sniffled and said, Grandma, I don't want Mr. Zhao to be my dad. He only cares about our family's money, and even said he would sell me. I don't want him as my stepfather. Old Mrs. Qian was furious. What do you mean, stepfather? Erlang is still alive, and Mrs. Fong dares to take another man? Daughter-in-law, why didn't you tell me about this sooner? Are you planning to clean up after that woman? Listening to her mother-in-law's accusations, Song Jiao Jiao remained calm and shared everything she had seen and heard on the street. As for how far things have gone between them, I don't know. Why didn't you find out? Old Mrs. Qian continued to vent her anger at her. Song Jiao Jiao shrugged innocently. We have already split our households. A daughter-in-law can't manage the affairs of the second household. This made it clear that she would not get involved. Old Mrs. Qian became flustered and softened her tone, saying, Daughter-in-law, can you help Mrs. Fong with this? Mother, I can't always clean up after the second household. Song Jiao Jiao interrupted. Mrs. Fong is an adult and should be responsible for her own actions. Have you forgotten how she used to criticize me? I haven't forgotten. Song Jiao Jiao made it clear she wanted to stay out of it. Old Mrs. Qian had no choice but to turn her attention to Sheng Huayan, hoping her eldest son would handle the second household's issues. Unexpectedly, Sheng Huayan has been extremely busy lately, getting up early and returning late without seeing anyone. Old Mr. Qian couldn't sit still any longer and turned to seek out Song Jiao Jiao again, but unfortunately, she had also become busy. Not only did she have to oversee the factory expansion, but she also had to prepare for the spring harvest. The old prince finally returned. As everyone eagerly awaited, the royal carriage slowly came into view. It seemed to have faced several obstacles on the way, with hundreds of strong soldiers following behind, creating a grand spectacle. The villagers on both sides of the road were so frightened by this display that they dared not move, and the more timid ones lay flat on the ground, bowing their heads. The soldiers appeared to have just come from a fierce battle. As they passed by Song Jiao Jiao, A strong smell of blood wafted through the air, unpleasant and sharp. The carriage drove straight into the village, entering through the main gate of the academy. Throughout the journey, the noble person in the carriage did not show themselves, leading the villagers to speculate. The soldiers split into two groups. One surrounded the academy while the other stationed at the village entrance, checking the villagers' identities one by one and strictly controlling entry and exit. The atmosphere in the village became particularly tense. "Madam Sheng, the master requests your presence," said the guard as he found Song Jiao Jiao in the crowd, making a gesture to invite her. Old Mrs. Ku worriedly called out, "Madam." Song Jiao Jiao gave her a reassuring look and softly instructed, "If I am not back by evening, you don't need to wait for me to eat. Tell mother not to worry. With my husband here, I will be fine." Old Mrs. Ku nodded repeatedly, watching her figure grow distant. At the academy, as soon as she stepped into the main hall, a strong smell of traditional Chinese medicine hit her. Song Jiao Jiao quickly glanced at the main seat and saw the noble person, pale and leaning against the grand chair, causing her heart to skip a beat. She half closed her eyes, stood still, and knelt to pay her respects. "The teacher has returned. Bold. This is the old Prince of Qinlu. Kneel quickly when you see the prince," scolded the eunuch serving beside the old prince in a sharp voice. The noble person was actually the prince. Song Jiao Jiao pinched her palm hard and knelt on the ground. "I pay my respects to the prince. I did not know your identity before. I hope you will forgive me." The old prince coughed violently for a while, his snow-white cheeks turning rosy, before he weakly raised his hand. "Ignorance is no crime." "Wang Fuchuan, let Madame Sheng take a seat." Wang Fuchuan ordered someone to bring an embroidered stool, and after looking at it for a moment, Song Jiao Jiao quietly sat down. "I heard from Fong Yen that the potatoes are ready for harvest," the old prince asked. Song Jiao Jiao nodded. "Yes, we have harvested twice, and each vine has produced at least 5 or 6 potatoes, with the largest weighing over a pound. Just wait for the prince's command, and we can start digging everything up. Then what are we waiting for? Let's dig now." The old prince, feeling restless after waiting for half a year, ordered Wang Fuchuan to help him up. Wang Fuchuan was almost in tears and advised, "Your Highness, after such a long journey, wouldn't it be better to rest for a few days? The doctor said your health." "Be quiet." The old prince glared at him. "I am in very good health. Ignore those quack doctors." Before he finished speaking, he had another fit of coughing. Even in his weakened state, he insisted on personally digging for potatoes. Song Jiao Jiao was truly worried that something might happen to the old prince in his own fields, so she suggested, "It's getting late today, and we probably won't be able to finish digging all the potatoes and counting them. Your Highness, why not wait a couple more days until I arrange for more help? Also, I will have someone carefully record the details from planting to harvest, and I will send it over shortly." The old prince had been traveling for more than half a month, feeling exhausted and barely holding on. After hearing Song Jiao Jiao's sensible analysis, he nodded in agreement. Wang Fuchuan, who had been waiting nearby, finally took a good look at Song Jiao Jiao and thought to himself, "She's clever. No wonder the prince values her." After finishing the important matters, Song Jiao Jiao wisely took her leave. That day, she delivered the potato planting records. It contained detailed notes starting from seed selection, fertilization, planting, pest control, to the blooming and harvesting of the potatoes, all neatly compiled. With this book, even if one didn't farm, they could still follow the steps to grow potatoes. The old prince treasured it and ordered a copy to be made overnight. Late at night, Sheng Huayan returned home, stepping on the chilly dew. Outside, a candle flickered with a warm glow, seemingly dispelling his fatigue. He gently pushed the door open and saw his little wife, engrossed in a book by the window, completely unaware of his return. He felt a twinge of jealousy. Sheng Huayan quietly approached and leaned in to read aloud. The scholar trembled as he slowly untied his beloved's garment, reassuring himself, "She has taken an aphrodisiac, and only by being intimate can he save her." After tomorrow, he would personally visit to propose, hoping that his high-ranking father-in-law would not look down on this poor scholar. "How shameless and vulgar! What nonsense is this?" The sudden voice startled Song Jiao, and she quickly shut the book with a thud. Sheng Huayan glanced down at the cover, which had only 2 large characters on the blue background. The Analects. What a wonderful copy of The Analects. Husband, when did you come back? Song Jiao smiled awkwardly, hiding the book under her skirt. She didn't expect to be caught by her husband while reading such an exciting book for the first time. Compared to modern online novels, ancient texts were quite subtle, with elegant writing that hinted at much. But in the backward ancient society, such books were considered forbidden, so it was no surprise that the shopkeeper said it was a hidden treasure. Sheng Huayan pressed his lips together, showing no emotion. Burn the book. What book? Song Jiao pretended to be confused and suddenly jumped into his arms, wrapping her legs tightly around his waist. Sheng Huayan's cheeks turned bright red as he scolded. What are you doing? Not backing down, Song Jiao hugged his neck and pouted. Husband, it's late. We should rest. Her cherry-red lips were close, tempting him. Sheng Huayan swallowed hard, struggling to hold on to his last bit of reason. Get down. Seeing him trying to resist, she leaned in and whispered, Husband, we are married. You don't have to hold back. Those words seemed to ignite a spark. 2 warm hands suddenly landed on her waist, making Song Jiao gasp, and in a whirl, he lifted her and pinned her to the bed. A strong presence enveloped her. Their eyes met. His deep, narrow eyes were filled with desire and intensity, as if he wanted to consume her entirely. Thump, thump, thump. Song Jiao's heart raced. I gave you a chance. Why didn't you stay away from me? Sheng Huayan tucked her loose hair behind her ear, his voice low and calm. I'm not afraid. In the dim light, Song Jiao's eyes sparkled. The fortune teller said you are a lonely star. I'm not afraid. They also said you bring misfortune to your wife, but I'm still here. Sheng Huayan scoffed. You talk too much. This is just being realistic. Song Jiao gently caressed his handsome face, her voice soft. Husband, do you only believe in fate and not in my feelings for you? Sheng Huayan stiffened, unsure how to respond. He cared for Song Jiao, which made him fear destiny even more. It's late. Let's sleep. He avoided her gaze, unable to meet her eyes. Stubborn man, as tough as a bull. Song Jiao felt angry and tightly wrapped her arms around his neck, pressing down hard and then biting his lip. Despite his strong muscles, his lips were warm and soft. Sheng Huayan froze for a moment, then suddenly hugged her, pressing her head back to deepen the kiss. After more than 20 years, this man was suddenly experiencing love, like a flood breaking through a dam. Hubby, Song Jiao gasped, feeling overwhelmed by his advances, her breathing quickening. Frustrated, she opened her mouth and bit down on his lip. Just as she felt she might suffocate, the man suddenly let her go, muttering, sorry, before fleeing. Song Jiao was left speechless. Anyone who didn't know would think she had done something terrible. She expected him to avoid her for a few days, but he only went to the kitchen, filled a basin with hot water, wet a towel, and handed it to her. Your lipstick is smudged. Wipe it off. Song Jiao shot him a glare and noticed his bitten lip, which suddenly made her feel better. She wiped her face with the towel, and until bedtime, everything was quiet. Sheng Huayan sighed in relief. Resting his hands behind his head, he got serious. The king of Chunlu is facing frequent disasters in his territory and is being criticized by the officials. The old prince has encountered several assassination attempts on his way back. Song Jiao's heart sank, and she lost her sleepiness. Duzhong Junwei and the others suspect the old prince knows the truth and plan to silence him. Does that mean we are in danger too? From what the old prince said, the emperor wants the Sheng family to rise with me and move to Fengzhou City. But she was most concerned about one question. Is it surveillance or protection? Sheng Huayan replied confidently. It should be protection. Song Jiao pouted and exhaled. That's fine. I thought I could continue living a carefree life in Chipai village, but it seems I'm destined to be busy. You are indeed very impressive, Sheng Huayan chuckled. Tomorrow the imperial decree will arrive. Tell your mother and third brother to dress formally. The next morning, County Magistrate Zhou Qingsong arrived at the Sheng family with the imperial decree and rewards. Sheng Huaiyan had achieved great merit, and the emperor appointed him as a deputy officer in the Tiger Head camp of Fengzhou City, along with a reward of 1,000 gold and 100 bolts of silk. From the issuance of the decree to his appointment, only half a month had passed. Old Madame Qian was overjoyed and immediately went to the ancestral hall to offer incense, sharing the good news with their ancestors. "Big brother, do we really have to go to Fengzhou City?" Sheng Sanlang's right eyelid twitched nervously. In Fengzhou City, where danger lurked, his older brother, a mere 7th-rank official, was no match for the 4th-rank governor. Sheng Huaiyan firmly patted his shoulder. "Come to the study tonight. I need to talk to you." The road ahead was fraught with danger, and there were things that needed to be shared with Sanlang. Sheng Sanlang sensed something was off, and his fist clenched tightly in his sleeve. The news quickly spread throughout Chipai village, and villagers came to congratulate them, one after another. The whole family smiled so much that their faces nearly froze. This enthusiasm continued until evening, when Xie Dong finally found a chance to discuss serious matters with Song Jiao. "Boss, I heard you are moving to Fengzhou City. What will happen to the factory?" Song Jiao replied. "After managing things for a while, you will be fully responsible for the factory. Just come to the city once a month with the accounts. Your pay will double, and I will also give you a share of the profits." "Boss, I don't want to share," Xie Dong said sincerely. "If it weren't for your kindness in bringing my family to work in Chipai village, I might still be begging somewhere. Doubling my pay is already a great favor." He refused to ask for more. Unable to persuade him, Song Jiao smiled helplessly. "I heard your son has a talent for farming," Xie Dong nodded. "He's not very bright, but he loves taking care of crops. Before the new year, Manager Dong, who we collaborated with, sent me a letter. He has a batch of sugarcane and cotton seeds that need a farming expert to manage." Song Jiao took a sip of tea. "I plan to let him take care of these, with pay based on management standards, 1 tael a month." Xie Dong was surprised by his son's good fortune and readily agreed. "Don't worry, boss. My son will do his best to grow the cotton and sugarcane well. Additionally, we need to hire someone to cultivate at least 2,000 acres of land in the deep mountains. The more, the better. Once we harvest this batch of potatoes, we can start planting spring potatoes. Keep this a secret. As long as they had food, they would have a safeguard in chaotic times." Those people dared to act against even the old prince, let alone the powerless Sheng family. "Besides potatoes, I will also provide you with 2 other types of long-lasting grains. Remember, the person responsible for planting cannot leave or go down the mountain. It's best to find some homeless individuals. After the harvest, we need to hide the food in a secret cave." Song Jiao gazed into the distance and murmured, "The weather is about to change." The vast sky was clear and blue, with clouds drifting lazily and a gentle breeze blowing, suitable for a good harvest. After resting for 3 days, the old prince looked refreshed, and his eyes were bright. "Your Highness, everyone is here. Can we start the harvest?" Song Jiao asked. "Yes," the old prince nodded slightly. Receiving the signal, the workers responsible for digging potatoes entered the fields in an orderly manner, with 2 people assigned to each plot, totaling 20 groups. One person cut the potato vines, which could be left in the soil as fertilizer or crushed and placed in a compost pit to ferment. The best method was to dry them and then burn them, as the ashes could fertilize the soil and effectively kill bacteria. The other person used a rake to till the soil, bringing the potatoes up with the dirt. Using a plow to harvest potatoes was faster, but it required careful handling. Otherwise, if the holes weren't deep enough, the potatoes could break and be hard to store. Once the potatoes were dug up, another team entered the field with baskets, clearing the soil and sorting the potatoes by size into different baskets. When the baskets were full, Sheng Huaiyan led the court and the prince's guards to lift the baskets and weigh them, recording the data for each acre. Everyone performed their tasks, and everything proceeded smoothly. The sun rose higher and the temperature increased. Song Jiao had already arranged for Aunt Ke to bring cool tea and snacks, including the old prince's favorite almond tofu. Wang Fuchuan worried that the old prince might not like the rustic food, but to his surprise, the prince happily took a big spoonful and smiled. Yes, this is the taste. Almond tofu is known for its bittersweet flavor, but the palace chef tried to hide the bitterness, which backfired. Bring me a bowl, too. Seeing the old prince enjoy it, Wang Fuchuan curiously tasted a bite. The strange flavor made his stomach churn, and he nearly vomited, barely managing to swallow it. He refused to try it again. His face twisted in disgust made the old prince laugh heartily. Wang Fuchuan sighed and drooped his eyebrows, looking pitiful. Seeing this, Song Jiao Jiao secretly gave a thumbs up. Indeed, the eunuchs by the side of the noble were clever, with a remarkable ability to read the room. After replenishing their energy, everyone worked even harder. By noon, all the potatoes had been dug up, and there were hundreds of baskets piled up in the empty space behind. Once the yield for the first acre was calculated, Sheng Huai approached the old prince to report, "Your Highness, we have harvested 4,300 pounds of potatoes from the first acre." "What? 4,300 pounds of potatoes?" County Magistrate Zhou Qingsong stared in disbelief, his eyes wide open. He quickly grabbed the booklet to check the records. After seeing the data, he glanced at the pile of potatoes in the nearby bamboo basket and exclaimed, "These potatoes could feed the refugees for several months." No one laughed at his surprise. Everyone shared the same look of shock and excitement. It's important to note that during the Great Zhou Dynasty, the average yield of millet, wheat, was 205.8 pounds per acre, while rice yield fluctuated between 200 to 400 pounds. In contrast, the yield of potatoes was at least 10 times higher. If poor families could spare a bit of land to grow potatoes, would there still be people starving? In just a few years, the entire nation could achieve food security, and the treasury would be full. Then, whether faced with natural disasters or foreign invasions, the government would have the strength to resist. Song Jiao Jiao stepped forward and interrupted everyone's hopeful dreams, stating objectively, "Your Highness, these wastelands were carefully prepared and fertilized, requiring a lot of manpower and resources. They are not inferior to medium-quality farmland, which is why we see such results. The reality is that most good land is controlled by the wealthy, while ordinary people only have a few acres of poor land. They do not have the financial resources like the Sheng family to turn wasteland into fertile land." Most importantly, Song Jiao Jiao was hiding a huge secret. The fertility of the Sheng family's land had rapidly improved thanks to fertilizers provided by the system's marketplace. Her words doused the crowd's excitement like a cold shower, and one by one, they began to calm down. "Even so, potatoes can yield more than millet and are worth promoting," Zhou Qingsong said. After serving as county magistrate for 5 years, he often visited the fields to understand the people's situation and was very knowledgeable about agriculture. However, the people have suffered from hunger for 2 years before seeing better days. They might be hesitant to try new crops. The old prince said, "Of this batch of potatoes, set aside 100 pounds for seeds. The rest will be purchased by the government and quickly promoted to other villages. Lord Zhou, in 3 years, I want to see every household in Qixian growing potatoes. This is not only my wish but also the emperor's." Zhou Qingsong lifted his robe and knelt, his face flushed with excitement. "I will follow your orders and will not disappoint the emperor or your highness." Once he caught the emperor's attention, his future would be bright, and he was determined to succeed in this task. He gratefully glanced at Song Jiao Jiao and then at Sheng Huaiyan, who was busy nearby, feeling immense gratitude toward the Sheng family. He silently rejoiced that he had turned back after receiving the governor's letter and had not tried to hinder the Sheng family. Song Jiao Jiao's eyes flickered slightly. The entire Fengzhou region, including Qixian, is the territory of the Qinlu prince. The emperor and the old prince must have a deep bond, allowing him to freely plant high-yield crops on his land without worry that he might grow ambitious and seek power. Of course, the more the emperor trusts the Qinlu prince, the more favorable it is for the Sheng family. "Your Highness, the Sheng family is willing to donate all these potatoes to the court, without asking for anything in return." Song Jiao Jiao held her hands together at her forehead and bowed deeply. Everyone looked at her in surprise. The The Sheng family was either foolish or had bigger plans. The old prince's smile faded as he glanced at the tall figure in front of him, his voice neutral. Sheng Huayan, do you think the same? Kneeling beside his wife, Sheng Huayan straightened his back and confidently replied, what my wife said is also my intention. With frequent natural disasters, the Sheng family has been forced to leave our home. Thanks to the court support, we can now live safely and have enough to eat and wear. The emperor's wisdom allowed my wife to discover the potatoes, benefiting the people. This is the emperor's achievement, and the Sheng family would not dare to be greedy. The atmosphere fell silent. No one expected Sheng Huayan to respond this way, attributing the credit for the potatoes entirely to the current emperor's benevolence. Even Zhou Qingsong, a county magistrate with years of experience, had to admire him greatly. Originally thought to be a brute with only strength, it turned out Sheng Huayan was just as clever as the scholars and knew how to flatter. After a moment of silence, the old prince suddenly laughed heartily. When you came to my residence in Fengzhou City seeking peace for your family, do you still wish for the same now? Sheng Huayan replied firmly, yes. The old prince took a sip of tea and suggested, if donating the potatoes could earn you a marquis title, wouldn't it be better for the Sheng family to gain power and influence? At this remark, everyone present looked at the Sheng couple with changed expressions. There was envy, but more jealousy. Sheng Huayan turned to look at his wife. Her expression was calm, and her eyes remained clear and bright, showing no desire for the title. He understood that their thoughts were in sync, and his gaze became more resolute as he replied firmly, what I seek in life is twofold. First, the peace and prosperity of the country. Second, the safety and happiness of my family. A title without real power is like a decorative pillow, pretty but useless, easily crushed like an ant. Before gaining absolute power and strength, it is better to remain in hiding and exchange all achievements for the current emperor's protection. After all, if they dare to harm the old prince who holds real power, what chance does the Sheng family have? I didn't misjudge you, young man. You are capable of great things. The old prince stood up, walked a few steps, smiled, and patted him on the shoulder, squeezing his firm muscles, reminiscent of his own youth. You too can stand up now. Sheng Huayan stood up and helped his wife to her feet. The old prince dismissed everyone around him and lowered his voice. The arrival of potatoes will surely cause chaos. The Sheng family cannot bear the credit that potatoes will bring, so we can only compensate them privately. A reward of 1,000 gold pieces and 10,000 acres of good land. This gold refers to actual gold. 1,000 taels of gold.
Ha!
This is a fortune. Song Jiao smiled brightly and bowed. Thank you, your majesty. Seeing her genuine expression, the old prince's last doubt vanished. To clarify the Sheng family's relationship with potatoes, the imperial decree specifically allowed Sheng Huayan to bring his family to Fengzhou City for his new position. The old prince was always generous to his own people. He meaningfully patted Sheng Huayan's shoulder again and turned to leave. With his light steps, he was clearly in a good mood. Once the old prince left, the guards followed him closely. Despite this, everyone present dared not show any signs of laziness, as there were still many soldiers stationed nearby, bringing a sense of intimidation with their battle-hardened presence. My dear, I will work hard to earn military achievements so that you can live a good life, Sheng Huayan said, worried that his wife might feel disappointed. Song Jiao rolled her eyes at him. You silly man, I don't feel wronged at all. 1,000 taels of gold is enough for our family to live comfortably for a lifetime. Sheng Huayan replied, from now on, all the money I earn will go to you. In the past, Song Jiao had always refused to take his monthly salary, making them seem distant. All right, I'll give you 10 copper coins each month for pocket money, so you can socialize and have some tea with your colleagues, Song Jiao said seriously. This way, your colleagues won't dare to take you out for entertainment, fearing you can't afford it. I won't. Sheng Huayan replied earnestly, my dear, I will never go to such places. He was not a man of loose morals. Why would he share a woman with many men and risk getting sick? Besides, his wife was talented and beautiful, far surpassing any woman in a brothel. Song Jiao Jiao opened her mouth as if to say something, but the county magistrate was already jogging towards them. Brother Sheng, the second field of potatoes has been counted, totaling 3,800 pounds. Sheng Huayan reluctantly released his hold on his wife and focused on the task at hand. They harvested potatoes all day long. By nightfall, they finally finished weighing all the potatoes. The 100 acres yielded over 50,000 pounds, neatly filling several warehouses. Hearing the county magistrate report the numbers, the old prince couldn't stop smiling and even had an extra bowl of rice at dinner. That night, a cart full of potatoes hurriedly left Fengzhou City, heading towards Yanjing. In the study, Sheng Huayan and guard Fong knelt side by side on the floor, with treasures found from the old Zhang family behind them. Sheng Huayan presented the ledger he had hidden on his person, revealing everything. The old prince took the yellowed ledger, reading each word with intensity. This is outrageous. If it weren't for those greedy people embezzling military funds, we wouldn't have lost to the great Liang kingdom back then, and countless soldiers and civilians wouldn't have been slaughtered. He slammed his hand on the table, his eyes red with anger. That past defeat was not only a lasting pain in his heart, but also caused the ailing former emperor to spit blood and soon pass away. Zhang Wei is powerful now, controlling the Ministry of War, with the troops of Xining and Fengzhou at his disposal. He cannot be easily moved. Not only could they not act against Zhang Wei, but they also had to ensure his faction didn't notice anything unusual. Otherwise, Xining and Fengzhou could rebel, bringing the great Zhao dynasty to the brink of collapse. Fang Yan, I command you to continue investigating Zhang Da's whereabouts. We need to see him alive or dead. Zhang Da was a ticking time bomb, capable of disrupting the seemingly calm situation at any moment. Fang Yan replied, I will obey your orders. The old prince then turned to Sheng Huayan. There are spies I placed in the Tiger Head camp in Fengzhou City. They will assist you. I want you to take away the power of County Lieutenant Zhang Mingqing and gradually replace him. In chaotic times, military achievements are easiest to gain. Do not let me down. Sheng Huayan clasped his hands and said, I will do my utmost. A few days passed. The old prince left several soldiers behind and departed from Chipai village. At this time, some bolder villagers dared to inquire at the Sheng family. Old Mrs. Qian had already been warned by her son and daughter-in-law, so she answered truthfully to anyone who asked, It's all for the golden earthworm. There's no such thing as a golden earthworm in this world. If you don't believe me, go check the manure pile. Someone questioned, Annie, at first, your family kept the village entrance guarded and secretive. If there were no golden earthworm, why go to such lengths? When I think about this, I get angry, old Mrs. Qian said, slamming her hand on the table. I don't know which troublemaker said my family has golden earthworms. They went digging in the manure pile in the middle of the night, ruining the good manure and trampling a large area of winter wheat. To find out who spread the rumors, I had to report it to the authorities. The county magistrate is wise and came up with this plan. Who has such a big grudge against your family? Some guy named Neo-san from another village. He was fired for being dishonest at the workshop and held a grudge. Money can tempt people. After hearing that the Sheng family has golden earthworms, thieves have tried to break into our house more than 10 times. If it weren't for my son being clever, the Sheng family would have been robbed long ago. Now, my son is going to Fengzhou City to fight bandits, and our whole family plans to go with him for a peaceful life. When the villagers heard this, they shifted their attention. Old lady, are you moving to Fengzhou City? Will the factory still be open? My 2 eldest sons work at the factory. If it closes, where will we find a new way to make a living? Old Mrs. Qian replied, Yes, it will stay open. From now on, Xie Dong will be in charge. After spreading the news, everyone in the village knew that the Sheng family was being forced to move. The servants left behind by Boss Fan in Chipai village were stunned. The golden earthworms were fake, and the Sheng family's factory had no chance to sabotage them. They returned empty-handed, worrying if their master would be furious and punish them. The end of the month was the day Sheng Huayan had to report to the military camp. As the days passed, the Sheng family had packed most of their things. With money in hand, Song Jiao Jiao boldly bought a horse-drawn carriage. When the horse trotted happily into Chipai village, it attracted the villagers' admiration. The Sheng family made a lot of money from their factory. It's impressive. A carriage must cost at least 40 or 50 taels, right? The carriage even has carvings on it, fancier than the wealthy in town. Manager Xia announced a collective wage increase for all factory workers the other day. If we work hard, we might be able to buy an ox cart in the future. With more effort, maybe our children can even afford a horse-drawn carriage. Being able to eat well and stay warm is something I never dared to dream of before. I need to encourage my son to study hard. Manager Xia said that workers who can read get paid better. Business people are always looking for profit. If it weren't for us, how would the Sheng family have money to buy a carriage and live well? It's only right for them to raise wages. You've all been brainwashed by the Sheng family. If they were truly kind-hearted, why would they have kicked out the second branch? A sudden discordant voice emerged amidst the praise, like thunder on a clear day. Song Jiao Jiao raised her finely shaped eyebrows and looked over with interest, noticing a stranger. The man was burly, with dark skin and a fierce expression, resembling a professional thug. People like him were scattered among the crowd, trying to incite the villagers at any moment. Who were they working for? The second branch? That foolish Fong family would never do something like this, nor would they dare to confront the main branch. Who else could it be? Sitting in the carriage with her chin resting on her hand, Song Jiao Jiao fell into deep thought. I know the Sheng family has already split up. What happened to the second branch after they were driven out? Is there something hidden? It's said that the second branch used to manage the Ru-E vegetable business. When the main branch saw how well it was selling, they schemed to drive the second branch out and took over the business for themselves. The poor second branch, left with nothing, had to go to town to make a living, cutting ties with the Sheng family from then on. Sheng Huaiyan has a younger brother you all haven't seen, right? To take over the business, Sheng Huaiyan personally broke his brother's legs, leaving him to fend for himself on the streets. And the eldest daughter of the second branch was locked away in a sewing workshop by the cruel Mrs. Sheng. The main branch is rotten to the core, abandoning their own for money. If the Sheng family were truly good people, why wouldn't they share their wealth with everyone? The villagers were stunned, lost in the shocking gossip. At this moment, Song Jiao Jiao finally guessed that the mastermind was related to Boss Fan. After all, no one knew about Sheng Erlang's situation except for those in Fengzhou City. But what was Boss Fan after? Did he plan to support the second branch and tarnish the main branch's reputation to take over the workshop? Was it really that simple? That's nonsense. Before Song Jiao Jiao could clarify, Tian Chui Chui squeezed through the crowd, spat on the ground, and said loudly, "The workshop was established by the main branch of the Sheng family, and all the recipes were part of Mrs. Sheng's dowry. It's the second branch mother and daughter who have been restless, always targeting the main branch, which is why they were driven out. The Tian family has made a lot of money by connecting with the big taverns in the city through the Sheng family, so you always speak up for the main branch. The Tian family isn't anything good. They are just as bad as the main branch of the Sheng family." Tian Chui Chui retorted, "Did you receive benefits from the second branch of the Sheng family and are now trying to tarnish the main branch's reputation?" A war of words was pointless. What mattered was the villagers' attitude and the reputation of the Sheng family. Tian Suetsue was not bothered by the few troublemakers. She looked at the villagers and said passionately, "Dear friends, don't let others use you for their own purposes. If it weren't for Madame Sheng starting the workshop, would we have made it through the hard times and have such good lives now? Look at the world outside. It's so bad that people are starving and turning on each other. We must not forget our roots." Ran Wenshu added, "Many of you are from other places, right? Without the Sheng family funding the roads and houses and providing you with food, you might have starved long ago." Her words reminded the villagers that they relied on the Sheng family's workshop for their livelihoods, so it was best to avoid gossiping about them. "Look at those few people. They have shifty eyes and bad intentions. Let's catch them and take them to the authorities," said the butcher, rolling up his sleeves and grabbing the nearest thug by the arm. The thug was startled and, finding he couldn't escape, shouted, "The Sheng family is attacking. Help! The Sheng family is attacking." The butcher kicked him hard behind the knee, and the thug cried out in pain, kneeling on the ground, unable to speak. Since you want to get beaten so badly, I'll oblige. Just so you know, my name is Gao, and I have nothing to do with the Sheng family. Another thug took the chance to stir things up. This is all because of the Sheng family. Why aren't they saying anything? Acting like cowards. Sheng family, come out. Don't hide like cowards. The other thugs insisted on demanding an explanation from the Sheng family. As the commotion grew louder, Song Jiao Jiao lazily lifted the curtain of her carriage. Seeing her, the thugs felt even more confident and were about to cause trouble. But, unexpectedly, gathering to cause trouble? Bind these people and take them to the authorities, Song Jiao Jiao said, raising the purse in her hand. Here are 100 copper coins for your travel and effort. The thugs were stunned.
Wait.
Can't you let us make some noise first before you arrest us? While they were in shock, the villagers rushed forward. 7 or 8 strong men were no match for the 40 or 50 villagers. The thugs were pulled in every direction, screaming in pain, shouting help. Rebellion. The Sheng family is bullying us, causing panic among the crowd. In the chaos, Song Jiao Jiao handed the purse to the butcher and instructed her hired servant to drive the carriage around to the back door and into the yard. The house was quiet, unusually so. As Song Jiao Jiao walked along the corridor toward the front hall, a gentle breeze brushed against her hair. Passing the backyard, she heard muffled cries. She paused, turned her toes toward the sound, and found a Nyo in the corner. Dania curled up, burying her face deep in her knees, quietly crying without noticing when someone approached. It wasn't until a warm hand rested on her head that she came to her senses and looked up in surprise, asking, "Aunt, why is she my mother?" The little one asked with a sniffle, tears streaming down her face. Song Jiao Jiao didn't comfort her, but instead said directly, "No one can choose their birth. What we can do is become stronger so that others cannot hurt us." "Did you become so strong because you had a hard childhood?" Daniu asked. Song Jiao Jiao nodded. It was very tough. In her hometown, there were countless art classes starting from kindergarten, and she couldn't afford to slack off in her studies. After entering university, she even took on 2 majors to stay ahead of her peers. The goal was to secure a decent job after graduation and live a better life. But she was also grateful that the knowledge she gained back then had turned into her strength to survive in difficult times. Instead of feeling sorry for yourself, it's better to read more. Dania silently repeated this, her eyes shining with determination. She wiped her tears, clenched her fists, and said, "I understand. I'll go study with Mian Bao right now." Watching the little one run off, Song Jiao Jiao smiled with relief. Turning around, she saw Sheng Huaiyan standing at the corner of the porch, not knowing how long he had been watching. "Why did you suddenly come back?" It was still early, far from the time for Sheng Huaiyan to finish his shift. Although he now held an official position, he still had to fulfill his agreement with the old prince, so he remained busy with his duties. "I heard there was trouble, so I brought my brothers to capture the troublemakers. Don't worry, they will confess the mastermind within a day," Sheng Huaiyan said as he carefully adjusted her crooked hairpin. Song Jiao Jiao shrugged. "With you here, I'm not worried. I can relax at home as a leisurely official's wife." To her surprise, Sheng Huaiyan nodded seriously. "Then I must work harder to rise up. A 7th-rank official can't hire too many servants at home." What a silly man. Song Jiao Jiao covered her mouth and chuckled. Sheng Huaiyan didn't stay long and soon returned to his duties. As Song Jiao Jiao crossed the lotus pond and entered the front hall, she heard old Mrs. Qian instructing old Mrs. Ke, "From now on, if that wretched woman comes again, don't announce her, just throw her out. Want to come back? She might as well dream. I'm sorry, but I can't assist with that." Now Zhao Liang has something on her that forces her to obey. Fang feels regret for her past choices. She knows she has fallen into a trap, but is too scared to act. A few minutes later, the man convulses and collapses on her, breathing heavily as he orders, "You'll go to the Sheng family tomorrow." Knock, knock, knock. The door is being knocked on. Coming, Aunt Ke quickly steps forward to open the door. It's getting close to evening, and there's still a pot of food waiting for her in the kitchen, making her sweat. She opens the door and sees a familiar face, one of the young servants who often follows Manager Liao. Sure enough, she turns to look outside and sees Manager Liao getting down from the carriage after a long absence. Aunt Ko hurriedly says, "Manager Liao has arrived, please come in." She welcomes the master and servant inside, brews some tea, and then rushes to find Song Jiao Jiao. Without waiting for instructions, she heads back to the kitchen to prepare more delicious dishes for the esteemed guests. It has been over 4 months since they last met. Song Jiao Jiao looks at Manager Liao, noticing he has gained some weight, and says, "Manager Liao, have you encountered some good news?" "Congratulations." Manager Liao strokes his beard and replies, "Indeed, I have been promoted and transferred to Yanjing City. A new manager will take over the business in Fengzhou City. We will see each other less often, so don't forget me, Madam Sheng. Remember to let me know if you have any good items." Song Jiao Jiao understands that this means he's been moved from a branch in another city to the main store in the capital, which is indeed a joyous occasion. She quickly offers her congratulations, making Manager Liao smile widely. After some friendly exchanges, he says, "Has Sheng Xiong been promoted? That's great news. You'll be moving to Fengzhou City, right? Coincidentally, my friend has a house available. It has a shop in front and a courtyard behind. Would Madam Sheng be interested?" Song Jiao Jiao replies happily, "I was just worried about how to find a house." Manager Liao, "You are truly a blessing to the Sheng family. Although they have money, they are unsure if they will face the same situation as last time when the bank refused to sell a house to the Sheng family. Therefore, Song Jiao Jiao originally planned to secure a house first so that the whole family could move in directly when they arrived. Manager Liao suggests, there are only a few days left until the end of the month. Why don't you come with me to Fengzhou City? It will be safer on the way." Song Jiao Jiao agrees immediately. During this visit to the Sheng family, Manager Liao not only informs her of his transfer but also increases the order quantities for soybean oil, soybean paste, and debanjiang, which are very popular in Yanjing City. Especially debanjiang, as many hot pot restaurants have opened in Yanjing after the new year, and the business for dry pot dishes in restaurants is thriving. The northern weather is cold, and on a chilly day, eating a hot and spicy dish makes you sweat and feel energized. As for the business of special dishes and bean products, with spring coming to an end and summer approaching, it's hard to keep them fresh on the road, so they will only be supplied to the restaurants in Fengzhou City. The two of them are reworking their contract. No way. In the evening, when Sheng Huayan learned that Song Jiao Jiao planned to go to Fengzhou City to look at houses first, he immediately refused without thinking. "The road is dangerous, and I'm worried about you going alone. I know about the house, so you don't need to worry." Song Jiao Jiao curiously asked, "When did you find the house?" Sheng Huayan replied, "I asked Lin to help me look." No wonder Lin hasn't come to eat with us these past few days. Old Mrs. Qian realized, speaking with energy, "I thought you two were having a disagreement and were worried for days, unable to enjoy your meals. Samling, please pass me another bowl of rice." Sheng Huayan paused while serving food. Not enjoying meals? His mother was already on her third bowl, with a bigger appetite than most older women. Well, being able to eat is a blessing. He placed a large piece of braised pork in old Mrs. Qian's bowl, saying, "Mom, don't just eat vegetables. You should have more meat." Old Mrs. Qian happily accepted the bowl from her third son, enjoying the meat he served, feeling that life was perfect, even if her troublesome second daughter-in-law appeared before her. Not at all. Just as the family finished dinner, the front yard became noisy, and someone knocked loudly on the door. "Aunt Qian, your second daughter-in-law is here again." Old Mrs. Qian felt a lump in her throat, angrily telling everyone, "Whoever opens the door for her, I'll break their legs." Family matters should not be shared outside, and old Mrs. Qian was thankful that Manager Liao was staying at the inn in the village. Otherwise, outsiders would have laughed at them. Song Jiao Jiao instinctively glanced at Daniel, who was expressionless while drinking sweet soup, unaffected by the commotion. "Nian Bao, I still have 10 big characters to write today. Do you want to go to the study with me?" Daniel asked, tilting his head. Nian Bao nodded vigorously. After a busy day, She was happy to finally be with her family, but seeing Dinyo's red eyes made her heart ache. She took his hand and walked toward the study. "Thank you." After walking a distance away from the adults, Dinyo finally choked out 3 words. He held onto her hand tightly, trying hard not to cry. In response, Nian Bao's grip tightened, giving him endless strength and warmth. Dinyo is a good person, and Nian Bao is very understanding. Old Mrs. Qian couldn't help but wipe her tears with her sleeve. "I'm getting old, and I don't have the energy I used to. I'm going to sleep now." She stood up, her back slightly hunched without her noticing. The light stretched her shadow, revealing endless sadness and loneliness, perhaps because Feng Shi was reminded of her second son, who was unaccomplished and missing, with no news of his life or death. "Darn it, I'm going to kick Feng Shi out of the village." Sheng Sanling felt a tightness in his chest and angrily grabbed a stool, marching towards the door. "Come back," Sheng Huayan said sternly. "If you can't handle this little provocation, how will you achieve great things in the future? When we get to Fengzhou City and face worse problems, will you still act impulsively?" Sheng Sanling scoffed. "Are we just going to let Feng Shi run around? I can't swallow this. You not only have to endure, but you also need to bring Feng Shi back tomorrow," Song Jiao Jiao suddenly said, surprising everyone. Sheng Sanling froze in place. The stool he dropped making a loud thud. He rubbed his ears, doubting he heard correctly. "Why bring Feng Shi back? Sister-in-law, are you trying to use her against us? Can't we choose another way that doesn't cause trouble?" Just imagining Feng Shi's return causing chaos in the Sheng family was enough to give him a headache. He understood the reasoning but still found it troublesome. He scratched his head and suddenly noticed Song Jiao Jiao smiling at him, giving him an uneasy feeling, making him step back several paces. "Wait, are you saying you want me to be the spy?" Song Jiao Jiao rested her chin on her hands and nodded slightly. "You just need to act like Dinyo is a genius in studies, compliment her from time to time, and Feng Shi will try to win you over, making you one of her own." Sheng Sanling's mouth twitched, looking helplessly at his older brother, asking weakly, "Can't we let Mom do this instead? Mom can't act like you can." Sheng Huayan replied coldly. "And you're the only one in the family who can pull this off, Sheng Sanling." "Thanks a lot. There are 100 ways to make Feng Shi quiet, so why do we have to go through all this trouble?" Sheng Sanling finally voiced his lingering doubts. Song Jiao Jiao explained, "It's easy to dodge a direct attack, but hard to guard against a hidden one. As long as the person behind the scenes believes Feng Shi is useful, they will let their guard down. Once we settle in Fengzhou City, we can act. It's better to let them scheme against the factory than for them to target your brother in the military, right?" In short, it was about buying time for Sheng Huayan to establish himself in the military while managing the situation with Boss Fan and others. "If it really doesn't work, we can only give up the factory. Money alone is useless. Power is what can protect you in ancient times." Sheng Sanling finally remembered that the Sheng family was deeply involved in the corruption case of the previous dynasty. Now, the Sheng family is thriving, and the people behind it dare not act easily. As time passes and people gradually forget about the Sheng family, it will be their downfall. Even if there is no direct evidence showing that the Sheng family knew about the past events, it is better to wrongly accuse 1,000 than to let one person go, as dead people can keep secrets. "Brother and sister-in-law, please don't worry. I will handle this matter. I am definitely more suitable than anyone else. Sheng Sanlang is a self-interested person and will go all out for things that benefit him. In order to make the Feng family feel at ease moving in, I still need to go to Fengzhou City and see if I can do other business as well," Song Jiao Jiao thought. "Fengzhou City has high prices, and your brother's salary may not cover the expenses. Life in the countryside has its own ways, and city folks have their own ways of living. The Sheng family is already half changing their status. Although they are only minor officials, they can still be called official ladies. To fit in with other official ladies, various decorative accessories are essential, and everything requires money. As for the income from the workshop, Song Jiao Jiao plans to invest it in agricultural production. In case Zhang Wei and others rebel in the future, having food will ensure safety." Sheng Huayan frowned slightly, "But the journey is too long, and there are refugees along the way. What if they rob us? You don't need to worry, my husband. I will travel with Manager Liao, and we will look out for each other on the road. Song Jiao Jiao smiled as she poured him another cup of tea. If you are really worried, you can find a few people in the village to act as guards, just 20 coins a day. Seeing that she had considered everything, Sheng Huayan reluctantly agreed. All right, you can take Nianbao with you. He is usually busy, and if Feng Shi returns and does something to Nianbao, it would be too late to regret. Outside, Feng Shi was determined to return to the Sheng family and knelt outside the door all night. This tactic of self-pity was indeed effective. The village's attitude gradually changed from watching the excitement to feeling sympathy, and they began to speak well of Feng Shi. For example, how can a family have overnight grudges? They are connected by blood. A little lesson is enough. And after all, she gave birth to the eldest grandson of the Sheng family. At least show some face and bring her back. Feng Shi fainted at the right moment. Suddenly, there was chaos and noise. Finally, the door of the Sheng family opened. On the official road, 2 horse-drawn carriages sped by, kicking up clouds of dust. Compared to the bumpy roads in the village, the official road was quite smooth, but Song Jiao Jiao still felt dizzy and nauseous. The good thing was that the carriage was faster than the ox cart, and she didn't have to worry about the wind and sun. She leaned back against the side of the carriage, enviously watching Nianbao read. Truly, as a young lady from a good family, she maintained her elegance even in difficult situations. Mom, have a dried plum to ease your stomach discomfort, Nianbao said, noticing her gaze. She picked a dried plum and placed it in Song Jiao Jiao's mouth. The sour taste of the plum spread in her mouth, providing some relief to her churning stomach. Song Jiao Jiao forced a smile and gently stroked Nianbao's hair, saying, "Thank you." Nianbao's cheeks immediately showed 2 small dimples. Suddenly, the carriage hit a large pothole, causing it to shake, and both mother and daughter were thrown forward due to inertia. Song Jiao Jiao was half-flying, but Nianbao was sitting sideways and looked like she would hit a post. Alarmed, Song Jiao Jiao quickly pulled her into her arms for protection, but her shoulder slammed against the wall of the carriage, making her gasp in pain. Time seemed to stretch on for ages. Mr. Liao's anxious voice came from outside. "Madam Sheng, are you all right? I don't know who dug this big hole in the road. You should get out of the carriage. We need to pull it out before we can move on." Song Jiao Jiao gritted her teeth and struggled to sit up. Pain shot through her injured arm, and cold sweat covered her forehead. She took a deep breath and said, "We're fine." Nianbao quickly climbed out of her embrace, looking worried. "Mom just bumped into something. She'll be okay soon." Nianbao, be good and get out of the carriage first. Nianbao hesitated for a moment before lifting the curtain. Mr. Liao had already placed a step by the carriage, and he held her arm to help her down, worried she might stumble. "Thank you," Nianbao said with a gesture of thanks. "No need to be polite, little girl." Mr. Liao laughed heartily, and the innocent smile of the young girl lifted everyone's spirits. Song Jiao Jiao followed her down from the carriage, and once the pain subsided, she felt normal again. She hadn't lied to Nianbao, although the bump had been hard. Thankfully, it hadn't injured any bones. After applying some medicinal alcohol, the bruises would fade in a few days. In the middle of the official road, there was a 3-meter-long pothole taking up most of the space, leaving just enough room for one person to pass on either side. 2 carriages were stuck in the hole, and the horses had minor scrapes, needing people to push and pull them out slowly. "That's strange. There wasn't a hole here yesterday." Liao, the shopkeeper, was puzzled. It hadn't rained in the past few days, so natural causes like landslides could be ruled out. It must be human involvement. Was it bandits? Or a rival? Liao quickly made a decision and calmly instructed, "4 people will pull the cart, 2 will keep watch in front and behind, and the remaining 2 will scout ahead." He brought 3 young helpers, all skilled in martial arts from traveling with him. Before leaving, Sheng Huayan found 4 strong men to protect Song Jiao Jiao and her mother, making a total of 8 men in the group. They were now in Huading County, and if anything happened, they could reach the county office for help within an hour. Everyone grabbed their tools and worked together. Song Jiao Jiao and her mother were placed in the center. Song Jiao Jiao noticed tracks on the roadside made by wheels. Following the tracks, she saw that the cart had lost control and slid down the mountain, leaving behind crushed bushes and scattered rice. "Help, help!" A faint voice suddenly drifted up with the mountain wind. Song Jiao Jiao, listen closely.
Help me.
The voice was soft but real. Nian Bao gently tugged at Song Jiao Jiao's sleeve. "Mom, can we help him?" His big, wet eyes were clear and innocent. Song Jiao Jiao's hardened heart softened for a moment. Even though she was in a tough situation, she couldn't help but want to protect Nian Bao's kindness. Perhaps this was the responsibility of a mother? "Is anyone down there?" Who was calling for help? She stepped forward and asked loudly, scanning the dense forest. As if in response, the voice rose slightly, filled with urgency. "I'm down the mountain, help me." Everyone was drawn in. "Shopkeeper Liao, do you think we can save him?" Song Jiao Jiao asked. Rescue should be within their capabilities. If it was too difficult, they might have to give up. Liao understood her concern and looked at her with surprise before turning his gaze away. After assessing the terrain and discussing with his young helper, he confidently concluded, "We can save him." This young man grew up in the mountains. This slope is easy for him. The boy, named Mao Do, was thin and agile, with striking bright eyes. Song Jiao Jiao handed him a dagger, saying seriously, "Safety first." Mao Do opened the dagger, and the blade glinted in the sunlight. It was a good knife. Mao Do grinned, showing a row of white teeth, and confidently patted his chest, saying, "Don't worry, Madam Sheng. I'm very strong." He walked down the steep mountain path as if it were flat ground. The people above were all anxious, but as they heard him moving left and right, they quickly locked onto his location, tied a rope around him, and pulled 3 times to signal that they could lift him up. Things went surprisingly smoothly. They pulled him up, and Mao Do poked his head out from the ground, looking very relaxed. He returned the dagger to Song Jiao Jiao, saying, "Thank you." Song Jiao Jiao noticed he stared at the dagger for a long time, clearly tempted, but he never asked for it. "This dagger was given to me by my husband, so I can't give it to you. But I promise, once we reach Fengzhou City, I will find a similar dagger for you." Mao Do didn't expect such a good deal, his expression shifting from joy to confusion. "Just take it. This is my gift to you," Song Jiao Jiao said, patting his shoulder as she walked past him toward the person they had rescued. It was an elderly man in his 50s, with slightly graying hair and a strong build that filled out his clothes. The old man's leg was dislocated, and he had several cuts from branches. Fortunately, the young servant beside Manager Liao was quite capable. He helped set the man's bone and applied ointment to his wounds. After a bowl of sweet soup, the old man regained his strength and repeatedly thanked them, saying, "Thank you all for rescuing me. I am from the In Family Merchant Group. My name is Taishan. About half an hour ago, I was robbed by a group of refugees, and I fell down the mountain with my cart." Manager Liao's eyes flickered. Who would have thought that rescuing an old man by the roadside would lead to meeting someone from the second-largest trading company in the Great Zhao dynasty? Moreover, this man had the surname An, indicating he was of significant status. After a moment of thought, he introduced himself as well. "Brother An, I am Liao Chonggui from Jufeng Restaurant." And Taishan's tense nerves relaxed again, and he smiled sincerely. "Brother Liao, it's a pleasure to meet you. Jufeng Restaurant is well known in the Great Zhao dynasty, and being a manager there is not to be underestimated." The two merchants exchanged pleasantries for a while before getting to the main topic. No wonder there was a big pit on the ground. It turns out the refugees did it, Manager Liao said, equally disgusted by the ruthless refugees. The business of Jufeng Restaurant had been interrupted by refugees before, but merchant groups were not easy to mess with. They only backed down when blood was shed. In the face of hunger, no grand restaurant or merchant group matters. Only instilling fear in the refugees would work. Indeed, the refugees are becoming more and more bold, coming in groups one after another, making it hard to defend against them. If it weren't for the young lady's compassionate order to not harm the refugees, we wouldn't be in this situation. Suddenly remembering something, and Taishan's face changed dramatically as he trembled and grabbed Manager Liao's arm. "Brother Liao, my young lady is still being chased by the refugees. Quickly, inform the county office to send soldiers to rescue her. She is as beautiful as a flower, and if she falls into the hands of the refugees..." Thinking of this possibility, and Taishan could no longer sit still and struggled to get up to save her. "Wait a moment, brother, and I need to discuss this with Madame Sheng." Manager Liao hesitated. Only then did Taishan notice the mother and daughter, Song Jiao Jiao and her mother, nearby, and was taken aback. He didn't expect to see such a graceful and charming woman in Fengzhou City. This lady looks very familiar, a bit like the third aunt of the Yin family. This time, it was Song Jiao Jiao who was surprised. Manager Liao excitedly asked, "Is she the remarkable businesswoman?" And Taishan proudly replied, "Yes, but unfortunately, the third aunt has never married. Otherwise, I would think this lady has some connection with her. There are many people in the world who look alike," Song Jiao Jiao casually remarked, not taking it to heart. She then turned serious and said, "When we are out, we should help each other. Why not send one person to the Huading County office for help while the others go to rescue Missin?" Manager Liao's mouth twitched. From what he knew, Song Jiao Jiao was carefree and likely wanted to connect with the Yin family's business, putting herself in danger. Did she really have no relation to the third aunt of the Yin family? Her business-minded nature was completely different from that of an ordinary village woman. Thankfully, she didn't plan to run a tavern, otherwise it might threaten the business of Jufeng Tavern. Unaware of Manager Liao's swirling thoughts, Song Jiao Jiao wore a perfectly pleasant smile, appearing to be a warm-hearted woman who despised evil. And Taishan felt a surge of goodwill and gratefully clasped his fists. "I thank Madame Sheng in advance." Seeing him look like someone who had been tricked but was still counting money for the other party, Manager Liao couldn't bear to watch and signaled for him to get into the first carriage. The group set off again, and shortly after, the two scouts who had gone ahead returned, panting. There is a group of refugees robbing a merchant convoy 10 miles ahead, and Taishan was anxious. Quickly, that must be the young lady's convoy. In an instant, the carriage sped off like lightning. As the journey drew closer, distant sounds of fighting, shouting, and crying mixed together, creating a noisy atmosphere that startled the birds on the mountain, causing them to circle in the sky for a long time. Song Jiao Jiao lifted a corner of the car curtain and saw a commotion ahead, where a merchant caravan was surrounded by a group of refugees. The caravan members had gathered tightly around a cart, forming a protective circle to prevent the refugees from rushing in. The remaining carts were taken over by the refugees, who scrambled for goods, and fights broke out frequently. "Show your weapons and charge in," Mr. Liao said coldly. Reasoning with the desperate refugees was useless. They needed to use force. Everyone drew their knives, which glinted sharply in the sunlight.
Run.
"The officials are coming. Anyone still stealing, hurry and run," they shouted as they approached. The refugees turned around and broke into a cold sweat upon seeing 8 strong young men charging at them with large knives, which quickly scared most of them away. They clutched their belongings and ran in all directions, trying to escape rather than be caught. A small group of people stubbornly tried to move large bags, but they were slow and soon caught up by Mr. Liao and his group. With his agile body, Mao Do slashed a sack open, causing the refugees to scream and flee in panic. Some foolish individuals, thinking the group wouldn't retaliate, picked up weapons from the ground and charged into fight. Mr. Liao didn't hold back. He struck them with several blows, leaving deep cuts but ensuring no one was killed. "This is serious. Run, they are killing." Faced with a stronger response, the group of unruly refugees lost their nerve and fled. And Taishan stood on the side of the cart and shouted at the stunned guards of the Yin family, "What are you standing there for? Fight back with all you've got. Anyone who dares to rob the Yin family caravan will pay the price." "Yes, Uncle Yin is back." The members of the Yin caravan seemed to find their courage, and their morale soared as they fought back fiercely, reclaiming the remaining supplies from the refugees. Those who resisted were met with force, as long as it didn't lead to fatalities. The chaotic battle quickly came to an end. The officials arrived late and were shocked by the brutal scene before them. It wasn't until Taishan and Mr. Liao revealed their identities and offered the officials a substantial amount of money that the officials promptly arrested the unruly refugees without hesitation. The Jufeng restaurant and the family caravan are well known, backed by powerful figures. The officials can earn money without offending anyone, so why not? At this moment, Miss An finally got off the carriage, still shaken, and rushed into Uncle An's arms, crying loudly, "Uncle An, I thought I would never see you again. If I had listened to you sooner, none of this would have happened. Using violence to counter violence may not be the best solution, but it can save lives in chaotic times." And Rui recalled the greedy faces of the refugees and their reckless discussions about how to harm her. Startled and scared, she clenched her small fist angrily and said, "From now on, if I see a refugee, I will just hit them without hesitation." And Taishan chuckled, "That's not necessary. If they don't harm us, we won't harm them. People can be cruel, but if you remember this lesson, I can explain it to the old master when we return." And Rui paused her crying, struggled out of Taishan's embrace, and ran excitedly towards Song Jiao Jiao, constantly looking her up and down. "You really look like her." Song Jiao Jiao tilted her head. "Miss An, do you think I resemble your family's third aunt?" And Rui nodded vigorously, then shook her head, saying seriously, "You look alike, but your personality is different. The third aunt always has a stern face and seems unapproachable. You are like a friendly older sister, very easy to get along with." For a moment, Song Jiao Jiao felt a twinge of guilt. This innocent girl seemed easy to deceive, which made her feel a bit guilty. But it was just a moment. The Yin family caravan is spread across the great Zhao dynasty, and if she could connect with them to sell bean products, it would surely bring in a significant income. So, she smiled even more happily and affectionately linked arms with Rui. "Sister, we get along so well. It must be fate from a past life." Nian Bao glanced at her mother and silently lit a candle for Rui. Yes, I also think it's fate from a past life," and Rui warmly replied, linking arms with her. In just a short while, the two were as close as if they had been friends for many years. They were really easy to deceive. "Miss, the weather is hot, and wounds can easily become infected. We need to find a doctor for Xiao Liuzi quickly," and Taishan said. Xiao Liuzi had been stabbed in the back and was in critical condition, only able to temporarily stop the bleeding with ointment. "It's all my fault for being too kind," and Rui said, feeling guilty, her eyes reddening again. She steadied herself and instructed, "Uncle An, send someone to take Xiao Liuzi and the others with serious injuries to Huading County for treatment. Once their conditions stabilize, they can join us in Fengzhou City." And Taishan smiled with relief and said, "All right, I'll make the arrangements right away." After he left, Rui sighed and said to Song Jiao Jiao, "If anything happens to Xiao Liuzi, I will never forgive myself. Medicine is more expensive than food now. I hope Huading County has enough medicine. Otherwise, if the wounds get infected, the consequences would be terrible." Song Jiao Jiao suddenly had an idea. "Alcohol is the best disinfectant. Ordinary wounds can be cleaned with alcohol and then healed with herbs. Alcohol can be distilled from local liquor. Although she didn't know how to brew, she could buy some low-quality local liquor and process it again. Selling liquor or making disinfectant alcohol would both be great businesses." "Good sister, you are truly my muse," Song Jiao Jiao said happily as she patted Rui's hand. Rui looked confused and asked, "What do you mean by muse?" Song Jiao Jiao replied with a smile, "I thought of a great business idea. Once it's ready, you'll be the first to try it." Having grown up in a wealthy family, Rui had tasted many rare and wonderful things. She was particularly moved by the words, "the first," and promised, "Sister Song, don't worry. Your business will surely be great. The in-family trading team will be the first to sign a contract with you. Plus, my fiancé is a royal merchant, and I can have him introduce you to wealthy families." This is a typical wealthy mindset, making bigger profits from other rich people. Manager Liao was astonished and admired Song Jiao Jiao greatly. Even before the new business started, she had easily secured a collaboration with the second-largest trading team in the world, which was impressive. Miss Sen, this investment will definitely not lose money. Thanks to Madame Sheng's various bean products, the business at Ju Feng restaurant is thriving, he praised. Vegetarian chicken, vegetarian oil, and bean paste. I'm not sure if you've heard of them, but they were all created by Madame Sheng. I know about vegetarian chicken. I had it on New Year's Eve, and Ru Yi said excitedly. Once it reaches the southern regions, vegetarian chicken is hard to find, and its unique taste quickly wins over most people's palates. She looked at Song Jiao Jiao with admiration. The in-family trading team wants to order vegetarian chicken. Sister Song, just name your price. We have plenty of money. Hearing the young lady's extravagant words, and Taishan stumbled and nearly fell. He thought that with such business practices, their wealth would soon be gone. However, he sincerely asked, Madam Sheng, please consider this. No matter how much your workshop can produce, the in-family trading team can handle it. The debt of gratitude aside, this business was indeed worth pursuing. I heard that there is a popular soybean oil produced in Yanjing, and one of the purposes of this trip is to gather information about it. The people living in Yanjing are wealthy and influential, so if they say something is good, it will surely sell well elsewhere. Song Jiao Jiao covered her mouth and laughed. The stock for the last 3 months is gone. If Uncle N really wants it, why not visit Chipai village to see the goods for yourself? The workshop manager is named Xiadong. Just mention my name, and he will give you a 20% discount. And Taishan readily agreed. Thank you, Madam Sheng. After quickly finalizing a business deal, everyone felt satisfied and packed up to set off again. They needed to hurry to reach the next town before dark, or they would have to spend the night in the wilderness. The journey was smooth, and they encountered several beggars along the way, but everything was peaceful. Even someone as tough as Song Jiao Jiao felt uneasy seeing the harsh realities of the chaotic world. The officials in Fengzhou City were ineffective, and the disaster was far from over, which would eventually lead to greater trouble. With a heavy heart, the group entered Fengzhou City the next afternoon. They paid a 10-tael entrance fee per person and received a small copper token, which allowed them to come and go freely within the city. As they passed through the city gate and entered the familiar East Street, the bustling and vibrant scene before them stirred mixed feelings in Song Jiao Jiao. Inside the city, there was joy and celebration, while outside, the roads were lined with the bones of the frozen dead. It felt like 2 different worlds. And Ru Yi's eyes burned with anger as she scoffed. What is the government doing? Where does all the silver we merchants pay each year go? Why isn't it used to help the disaster victims? Be careful with your words, sister. Watch out for trouble. Song Jiao Jiao quickly pulled down the curtain of the carriage to prevent anyone outside from hearing their conversation. We are in someone else's territory. If you don't have enough strength, it's better to observe and say less. Don't let a moment of impulse endanger our family. And Rui felt frustrated but gradually backed down under her sister's fierce gaze. Remember, merchants are considered lowly. Endure if you can. Because she felt a connection within Ru Yi, Song Jiao Jiao offered a few more words of advice and then changed the subject to avoid drawing attention. In contrast to the well-protected Ru Yi, Nian Bao appeared calm, thoughtfully considering every word from his mother. The Penglai Inn was the largest and most luxurious inn in Fengzhou City. Since ancient times, Penglai has been known as a place where immortals reside, and the name also suggests that friends come from afar. Boss, we need 3 guest rooms, and Taishan placed the silver on the counter. The innkeeper noticed the demeanor of a few people and couldn't help but smile. After collecting their travel permits, he became more respectful upon realizing that 2 of them were from the Yin family in Yuzhou. However, he frowned at Song Jiao Jiao's travel permit. 7 Row Village. Sheng family. The innkeeper hesitated for a moment and then asked, Is this lady from the Sheng family that once lived in Fengzhou City and created the recipe for the lucky dish? Song Jiao Jiao's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that she would face rejection from all the inns again? She nodded calmly. Yes. As soon as she spoke, the innkeeper's expression changed to a bright smile. He politely said, Miss Sheng, your stay is free. Room number 1. You can stay as long as you like. Everyone in Fengzhou praises the Sheng family for their kindness. If the townsfolk knew you had visited my inn, It would surely boost my reputation. Returning to Fengzhou City, she thought she would face a tough battle, but it started off so smoothly. Everything was different now. Song Jiao Jiao smiled knowingly. I still need to pay for the room. I don't recommend thee in using me for advertisement, so please do so after I leave, to avoid bothering my daughter. Of course, the room rate will be 20% off for you. Please come this way, the innkeeper said with a big smile, personally escorting the esteemed guests to their rooms. The inn was luxurious, and the beds were as comfortable as clouds. Song Jiao Jiao and her daughter fell asleep as soon as they touched the bed, and when they opened their eyes, it was already evening. They had arranged to dine at Jufeng restaurant with manager Liao, so Song Jiao Jiao quietly woke up Nian Bao. After they tidied up, they headed out. Next door was in Rui's room. Song Jiao Jiao knocked on the door. Sisterin? There was no response for a long time. A young waiter came over and smiled. Missin asked me to tell Miss Sheng that her fiancé has also come to Fengzhou City for business, so she won't be dining with you tonight. The Penglai Inn is about a mile from Jufeng restaurant, and it's not safe for women to walk alone in the city right now. Would you like me to escort you? Having been away from Fengzhou City for over half a year, Song Jiao Jiao wasn't sure what the current situation was. Safety was a priority, so she nodded. Thank you for your help. As night fell, the bustling East Main Street was still crowded with people, and the sounds of vendors calling out filled the air. It seemed lively, but Song Jiao Jiao keenly noticed that compared to 6 months ago, there were almost no women walking alone on the streets, and the number of beggars had more than doubled. Since the new magistrate took over, the safety in Fengzhou City has noticeably worsened. Miss Sheng, please don't go out alone in the future, the waiter said sincerely. The magistrate is in charge of legal matters, similar to a court president today. Thank you for the advice. Song Jiao Jiao smiled, the dim light making her look even more beautiful. The waiter felt his breath catch, his face turning red as he stammered, and no need to thank me. He wiped his face and looked away. Miss Sheng, you are very striking. For safety's sake, you should probably cover up when you go out. Song Jiao Jiao felt both amused and helpless. In just a moment, several young ruffians had gathered around them. The waiter pretended to be fierce and shooed them away, quickly leading the mother and daughter to the Jufeng restaurant. Thankfully, they arrived safely. Miss Sheng, you can go in now. I need to hurry back. Song Jiao Jiao gave him 5 copper coins as a tip for his escort, making the waiter thank her repeatedly. Just as the mother and daughter were about to enter, Mao Dou rushed out and exclaimed, Miss Sheng, please come in. The manager just asked me to fetch you, and I didn't expect you to arrive already. The private room is on the 3rd floor. Be careful on the stairs. The 3rd floor is usually not open to the public, and this immediately drew curious looks from the diners around. When they saw the waiter respectfully leading the plainly dressed mother and daughter upstairs, they were puzzled and speculated endlessly. Among them were Song Jinshi and his daughter, who had traveled from Qixian. The people in Fengzhou are really open-minded. Look at that girl. Her status isn't high, yet the waiter treats her with such respect. Qiao Miaoqi remarked enviously, her eyes filled with bitterness from her own experiences. Song Ju placed a piece of vegetarian chicken in his daughter's bowl, feeling guilty and pained. It's all my fault for dragging you into this. If it weren't for me, the Zhou family wouldn't have come to break off the engagement, and you wouldn't have to face people's judgment. Father, it's not your fault, Qiao Miaoqi said angrily, clenching her fist. Zhou Yuhong wants to climb the social ladder by marrying the magistrate's daughter, but he also wants me to go back and paint for him, foolishly thinking he can have it all. After the incident, he shifted the blame to the Song family, causing Miss Feng to send someone to Qixian to make things difficult for me. As long as I can explain things clearly to Miss Feng, we can leave Qixian and stay far away from the Feng and Zhou families, living our own lives. I hope Miss Feng can understand, Song Jinshi said worriedly, pouring himself a drink and downing it one cup after another. If the powerful were reasonable, he wouldn't have had his leg broken back then just because he was more talented than someone else, ruining his life. In the private room on the 3rd floor, after learning that the Yin family couldn't come due to unexpected matters, Manager Liao changed his strategy and specially invited the Duan couple to join the welcome banquet. You look even more beautiful after not seeing you for a while, Mrs. Duan said, holding Song Jiao Jiao's hand and looking her up and down with joy. I regretted not being able to see you off because I was unwell. I heard from Manager Liao that you plan to return to Fengzhou City, which is wonderful news. By the way, have you found a place to stay? If not, you can still stay with me. Song Jiao Jiao held her hand back and sat down at the table, smiling as she politely declined. I came early this time to look for a place. It would be nice to stay with you, but unfortunately, I plan to rent a shop with a yard. Duan Qingfeng praised. Madam Sheng is exceptionally talented. Whatever shop you open will surely earn a lot. I can't imagine earning that much, Song Jiao Jiao said humbly, waving her hand. The prices in Fengzhou City are high. I'll be satisfied just making enough for a few meals. As the head of the household knows well how expensive daily necessities are, Mrs. Duan nodded in agreement. That's true. Prices in Fengzhou City have risen by 10% compared to last year, and just eating and drinking costs a lot each month. What kind of business are you planning? Do you think I could help? After thinking for a moment, she suddenly suggested, how about I invest in your business? I'd be happy to earn a little extra money each month. Duan Qingxing's eyes lit up. The Qingfeng restaurant could benefit from the Sheng family, and the Duan family wasn't seeking to get rich quickly, just enough to escape their current difficulties. Among friends, partnerships are often discouraged, which is a belief Song Jiao Jiao held. However, the Duan family had helped the Sheng family in tough times, making it hard for her to refuse directly. After pondering for a moment, she asked, what business is Duan brother involved in now? Seeing that she didn't immediately agree, Duan Qingxing felt a bit disappointed. Although I can walk normally as a vendor, I need to go out and sell, which I can't do now. I've been staying at home lately, weaving bamboo to sell at the market. While woven goods seem like everyday necessities, they are not consumables, and few people buy them regularly. Song Jiao Jiao knew of several bamboo toys, but in tough times, ordinary families wouldn't waste money on such things for their children. Suddenly, an idea struck her. I actually have a long-term business idea, but it takes time. Duan brother can listen to it first. Using bamboo shoots for propagation can be done in early spring, around February to March. With proper management, each shoot can produce 2 to 3 bamboo seedlings in a year, and in 2 to 4 years, the area can be fully planted. After that, harvests can be collected every spring and winter. Duan Qingsheng, who has worked with bamboo for many years, quickly realized that bamboo shoots refer to the long underground stems of bamboo. He listened as Song Jiao Jiao continued. Bamboo shoots can not only produce bamboo fungus, but also cultivate it. Bamboo fungus is a type of mushroom that looks like a white net and is connected to bamboo shoots and dead bamboo roots. It has the highest yield from June to September. It is a valuable ingredient, known as the queen of mushrooms. It is not only delicious but also nutritious, helping to strengthen the spleen and stomach, clear the lungs, and reduce phlegm. It is said to enhance beauty for women. If Brother Duan can cultivate or find it, it would be worth a fortune. In any era, it is easiest to earn money from women. Manager Liao quietly asked, is the bamboo fungus you mentioned called bamboo ginseng? Song Jiao Jiao nodded. Bamboo ginseng is a tribute item, and only the top merchant family, the Sheng family, has it exclusively. Is that top merchant family also named Sheng? Song Jiao Jiao was surprised. Yes, Manager Liao said with a smile, stroking his beard. Miss An's fiancé is the direct heir of the Sheng family. If you weren't from Dashi village, so far from the Sheng family, I would think there was some connection between your families, perhaps even a marriage alliance. How coincidental. The royal merchant Sheng family became famous for bamboo ginseng, and Mrs. Sheng knows how to cultivate it. Could it be that the two families are actually related? Duan Qingxing asked, half teasingly. Song Jiao Jiao replied dryly. No, she originally didn't know how to grow bamboo fungus, and was relying on information from the system. Unfortunately, she couldn't tell the truth. If your family really had a connection to the royal merchant, why would you be living such a difficult life, fleeing from disasters? Song Jiao Jiao pretended to regretfully shake her head, seemingly recalling past days, her beautiful eyes filled with tears. Everyone was startled. It's my fault for speaking too much. I will drink 3 cups as an apology to Mrs. Sheng. Manager Liao filled 3 cups with wine and was about to drink them as an apology when he heard someone outside urgently shout, "Manager, something's wrong." A customer who ate our vegetarian chicken suddenly vomited blood and collapsed. Song Jiao was shocked and thought, could someone be trying to cause trouble? She instructed Nian Bao to stay in the private room and eat, then hurried downstairs with Manager Liao. The hall was noisy, and a beautiful young girl with red eyes shouted, "Call the authorities. My father ate at your restaurant and suddenly vomited blood. He must have been poisoned. Have you called a doctor?" Manager Liao asked a nearby servant. The servant replied, "Yes, he has gone to find a doctor at Tianjin Hall. He should be here soon." Just then, the doctor from Tianjin Hall hurried in. While the doctor examined the situation, Manager Liao approached the young woman and said apologetically, "Miss, please don't worry. I am the manager of this restaurant, Liao. If it is indeed our fault, we will take full responsibility." The girl was Qiao Miaoqi. Facing the polite manager, her anger eased a bit, and her voice softened. "I just want my father to be safe." Hearing this, Manager Liao felt relieved and noticed that this father and daughter were not here to cause trouble. "Miss, rest assured, this doctor is the most renowned in Tianjin Hall." He turned to the crowd and bowed, saying, "I apologize for the scare. Today, everything is free to help ease your worries." The crowd was pleasantly surprised by this news and happily waved it off. Most of the customers at Jufeng restaurant were well-off and polite, not the type to cause a scene. However, they were still concerned about the food being poisoned and stayed close, unwilling to leave. Soon, the officials arrived. The leading officer, an old acquaintance, sternly asked, "Qiao, tell me what happened before and after the poisoning." The officer's imposing presence made Qiao Miaoqi nervous. She bit her lip and tightly held onto her clothes as she said softly, "My father was fine until he drank 3 cups of wine and ate that newly served vegetarian chicken. Then he vomited blood." At this point, anger surged in Qiao Miaoqi's eyes as she insisted, "The vegetarian chicken must be the problem." "Is that so?" The officer frowned and picked up the plate of vegetarian chicken, sniffing it but detecting nothing unusual. The Song family preferred light flavors and had ordered the plainest vegetarian chicken without any seasoning. If it were proven to be toxic, it would ruin their business. Song Jiao was about to step forward when suddenly, Mao Dou jumped in first, grabbing a piece of vegetarian chicken and putting it in his mouth. "That's reckless. Spit it out," Song Jiao exclaimed, patting his back in frustration. Mao Dou grinned at her playfully. Everyone was stunned by his bold action, including the furious Qiao Miaoqi. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds. Time slowly passed, and Mao Dou stood there unmoving. "There's no poison. It's as delicious as ever." He smacked his lips and looked longingly at the plate held by the officer, eager to try more. The officer's mouth twitched, and he instinctively stepped back. "This is crucial evidence and must not be destroyed. You work at the restaurant, right? To convince others, let me taste it to see if it's poisoned." Vegetarian chicken is the most luxurious dish in Fengzhou City, and with his monthly salary, he could hardly afford to eat at the restaurant. Seizing a rare chance to taste it openly, he also took a piece of vegetarian chicken and slowly savored it, his eyes widening. Just as the rumors said, it was like eating meat, chewy and flavorful. Ahem. The officer raised his fist to his lips and pretended to cough twice to clear his throat before concluding, "The vegetarian chicken is not poisoned." The crowd was silent. At that moment, Manager Liao sent someone to bring a silver needle and rolled up his sleeves to personally test the food on the table. It was only when the needle touched the wine glass that it turned black. "There's poison. The wine is poisoned." The onlookers gasped in shock. The waiter quickly said, "The wine was brought by them, not from the restaurant." "Did you bring the wine?" The officer continued to question Qiao Miaoqi. Qiao Miaoqi nodded slightly, her face turning red and then slowly purple, not expecting the problem to be in the wine flask her father always carried. Just then, Song Ju, lying on the ground, suddenly coughed up a mouthful of dark blood and slowly woke up. "Father, you're awake." Qiao Miaoqi rushed forward and knelt in front of him, tears streaming down her face. "You've been poisoned. It's from the wine flask you carry. Songju's already pale face turned even whiter. Aki, help me back to the inn. He struggled to get up but had no strength and fell back down. Xiao Miaoqi's tears flowed even more fiercely. Father, your father needs to rest in bed for over 10 days. A few doses of medicine will help, the doctor said as he took out paper and ink from his bag, wrote a prescription, and handed it to her. The restaurant had already paid for the consultation, so after treating him, the doctor quickly packed up and left. Manager Liao said kindly, Miss, I have a carriage to take you back to the inn. Seeing her father's pale face, Xiao Miaoqi gratefully accepted the kindness, saying, Thank you, Manager Liao. We're staying at the Welai Inn. The Welai Inn is on the same street as the Penglai Inn. As it was getting late, Song Jiao suggested leaving to avoid Manager Liao needing to send someone to take her and Nianbao back, so she also got into the carriage. They only had a brief encounter, and she didn't take it to heart. When they arrived at the inn, and Rui happened to get out of a luxurious carriage. Tomorrow, I have important matters to attend to. Feel free to wander around Fengzhou City. Just leave my token for me to settle the bill when I return. You don't need to save money for me. A deep, magnetic voice came from the carriage. And Rui's face turned slightly red as she shyly responded. As the carriage drove away, she patted her cheeks and turned to find Song Jiao's narrow gaze, making her cheeks flush even more. Sister Song, when did you come back? Song Jiao teased, not too early or too late, just in time to see someone blushing. Nianbao looked up at her mother in surprise. Perhaps her mother didn't notice how close she seemed to Rui, which made her a bit jealous. It took her a long time to win her mother's heart. Why did Rui get to be so familiar? Thinking this, she deliberately stepped in front of her mother, trying to separate the two. But Rui, that mischievous person, went around to the other side and affectionately linked arms with her mother. I'm so tired. Let's hurry back to sleep. Nianbao puffed up her cheeks in frustration. The next day, just after dawn, there was a loud knocking at the door. Sister-in-law, something's happened. Song Jiao got up to open the door, still sleepy. What's the hurry? The visitor was Lin Su, who had come to Fengzhou City for business. He had learned from his brothers that Song Jiao and her daughter were staying here. He had planned to take her to see a house today, but something unexpected occurred. There's news all over Fengzhou City that the vegetarian chicken is poisonous. Last night, someone was poisoned at Jufeng restaurant. It was clear that this incident was caused by a rival restaurant. If it wasn't handled quickly, the vegetarian chicken could become something people feared. Having such a troubling matter first thing in the morning, Song Jiao rubbed her aching forehead. You should go to Jufeng restaurant to find out what's going on and see what they plan to do. Okay, I'll go now. I've left 2 brothers in the lobby. If you need to go out, make sure to take them with you. Time was of the essence, and Lin Su left quickly. Back in her room, Song Jiao heard some noise and saw Nianbao rubbing her eyes and waking up, looking at her with big, wet eyes, silently asking what was happening. She smiled and said, Uncle Lin is here. Get dressed. We need to go out soon. Nianbao obediently picked up her clothes and began to dress, moving with great skill. Half a year was enough time for many changes. Song Jiao felt both proud and tender towards her. If she hadn't chosen the Sheng family and instead continued to rely on the Feng family, even if she wasn't favored, she would still have servants to attend to her. This time she came to Fengzhou City, originally planning to bring Qiuyue along to spend more time alone with her. However, Nianbao firmly refused. The little one looked jealous like a feisty calf, which was quite adorable. Wait a moment, come here, and let mother help you with your eyebrows. To avoid running into the Governor Feng and his group, Song Jiao decided to change Nianbao's appearance a bit. Nianbao happily nestled in his mother's arms, obediently lifting his head and puffing out his chest. Song Jiao picked up some blue dye and began to draw. The originally curved willow-like eyebrows transformed into arched ones, with the ends slightly raised, making a huge difference in his features. His cute and soft appearance instantly became bright and striking, exuding a strong presence, quite different from usual. With this change, it was clear that they resembled each other, and anyone who looked would think they were mother and child. Nianbao covered his lips in surprise, unable to believe his reflection in the bronze mirror. He turned to look at Song Jiaojiao, his face full of disbelief. What is this? When you grow up, Mother will help you with makeup, and I guarantee you'll look different every day. Song Jiaojiao was skilled in makeup in her past life, effortlessly applying light makeup or mixed-race styles. With her base beauty rated at 6 out of 10, she could transform it into an 8 or 9 out of 10 with makeup. Wow! Nianbao was very excited. The mother and son held hands and went downstairs for breakfast, ordering a plate of shrimp dumplings, soup buns, and 2 bowls of millet porridge. Just as they finished eating, Lin Su returned, sweating profusely. Seeing Nianbao, he almost didn't recognize him and exclaimed, I didn't realize Nianbao and sister-in-law looked so much alike. Nianbao proudly puffed out his little chest. Brother Lin, you've worked hard. Have a cup of tea to quench your thirst. Song Jiaojiao poured a cup of tea and handed it over. Thank you, sister-in-law. Lin Su took it and drank it all before sharing the latest news he had gathered. Manager Liao has reported this matter to the authorities and is pursuing an investigation, seeking a notice from the government to clear the reputation of the vegetarian chicken. Manager Liao said that although it has been confirmed that the vegetarian chicken is not poisonous, it has still been affected, and it is expected that it won't sell as well in the future. As the saying goes, it takes one mouth to spread rumors, but legs to refute them. Song Jiaojiao guessed, who spread the rumors? Lin Su replied. The authorities traced it back to a small thug who has already been arrested. Hearing this, Song Jiaojiao scoffed, who in Fengzhou City doesn't know that the small thugs are almost all under Boss Fan's control, using such low tricks in business. Why didn't they just take his life back then? Manager Liao asked me to tell sister-in-law not to worry too much. A few rumors are not enough to bring down the restaurant. As long as the specialty chicken remains popular in Yanjing City, the business will definitely not be affected. Song Jiaojiao sighed. I have a feeling that with Boss Fan and his group lurking in the shadows, our new business in Fengzhou City won't go smoothly. By the way, where is the house you liked? Shall we go take a look? It's on South Street, where families of some status live, Lin Su said as he brought a carriage for the mother and daughter to sit in while he drove. In the southern city, stepping into familiar territory, Song Jiaojiao felt a mix of emotions. She had once used flour to create a dust explosion to deal with the troublemaker Wang Wu, and now, the Sheng family had returned to a familiar place. Coincidentally, the two shops were right across from each other. There was still a huge deep pit in the ground, surrounded by signs from the authorities warning of danger. This street has the best security. Patrols come by every 2 hours. If they find any vagrants, they take them away immediately. It's definitely safe to live here. Please wait a moment, I'll go find the doorman to open the door, Lin Su said, jumping down from the carriage and quickly running off. They waited for a while. It was late April, and the weather was unusually hot. Especially inside the almost closed carriage, Song Jiaojiao was sweating all over. She lifted the curtain to check if Lin Su had returned. Not far away, a luxurious carriage slowly approached and stopped in front of them. The driver gave Song Jiaojiao a disdainful glare before bowing to the person inside the carriage, saying, Young master, we have arrived at Yunxiang Tea Shop. From the carriage came 3 words, Go knock on the door. The driver obeyed and went to knock on the wooden door. Soon, the shop door opened and a wealthy-looking merchant came out with a smile, saying, Young Master Sheng has arrived. Please come in. Song Jiaojiao's heart skipped a beat. Sheng? Could he be the fiancé of Enrui, the eldest grandson from the Sheng family of royal merchants? At the same time, a surprised voice came from the street corner. Boss Liu, you came at the right time. The person who reserved the shop has arrived, and we can sign the contract today. Lin Su closely followed the doorman, his eyes warily fixed on the suddenly appearing luxurious carriage. What contract? The driver shouted angrily. Boss Liu, weren't you supposed to sign a contract with our young master today? Why have you made arrangements with someone else? Boss Liu, sweating profusely, explained, It's a blessing to sell to young Master Sheng. How could I sell to anyone else? It must be a mix-up by the doorman. He rushed over to grab the doorman's arm, making a gesture with 5 fingers. The person with sharp eyes glanced at the two very different carriages and quickly understood which side to offend. He smiled and replied, I must have remembered incorrectly, so I won't delay Boss Lu's business. He tried to smooth things over, but Lin Su stubbornly held onto Boss Lu's arm and questioned, You agreed with me that day, and I already paid a 30% deposit. How can you go back on your word and sell the shop to two different people? The room fell silent. Boss Lu impatiently shook off his hand and said harshly, We haven't signed a formal contract yet. I can sell the shop to whoever I want. I can just pay you double the deposit. Lin Su had spent 4 or 5 days in Fengzhou City, almost running himself ragged to find a suitable shop. He was unwilling to let it go easily. First come, first served. Even if it goes to court, I have the right. The servant from the Sheng family, used to being arrogant, immediately mocked, I'll offer double the deposit. You take your money and leave. This shop is for our young master. Huh. Is a little bit of money so impressive? Lin Su, known for his boldness, spat on the servant's shoe and rolled up his sleeves to show off his muscles, threatening, Kid, while I'm in a good mood, you better take your young master and leave. The servant couldn't take the insult and angrily stepped forward, saying, If you have the guts, hit me. Whoever doesn't fight is a coward. Let me tell you, the Sheng family has connections in the court. Anyone who goes against them is asking for trouble. The atmosphere was tense, and it looked like both sides were about to clash. Brother Lin, let's go, Song Jiao timely intervened. Everyone turned to see an exceptionally beautiful young lady, her skin smooth and her eyes like cold pools. Her gaze was chilling. Sister-in-law, it's their fault for bullying us. Lin Su reluctantly withdrew his hand, feeling disgruntled. Song Jiao comforted him. I heard that the shop across was struck by lightning. The feng shui here doesn't seem good. Let's look for another place. Oh my, what terrible things did the owner of that shop do? It's true that those who do wrong will face consequences. It's not that retribution doesn't come, it's just not the right time yet. Lin Su's frustration suddenly lifted. He took double the breach of contract fee from the stunned Boss Lu and confidently got into the carriage, shaking his head at the arrogant servant from the Sheng family, saying, I won't compete with you for it. Whoever wants the shop can have it. This area has been struck by lightning, TSK. With that he left. The young servant was stunned. What do you mean by a shop struck by lightning? He pointed angrily at the obvious deep pit across the street and shouted at Boss Lu, How dare you take advantage of our young master, who is new here and doesn't understand the market? You tricked us into buying this unlucky shop. I'll make sure your shop never sells. The servant cursed and jumped onto the carriage. The noble inside the carriage had not said a word, clearly disgusted by Boss Lu's actions. It's not like that. There's nothing wrong with the shop's location, Boss Lu said as he ran after them to explain, but all he got in response was a cloud of dust. This was a disaster. Not only was his business ruined, but he had also offended the wealthy Sheng family. Who is that kid? He redirected his anger towards the toothless man. The man shook his head. I don't know. He seems to be from the countryside and lacks experience. He patted Boss Lu on the shoulder and said seriously, In business, you must be honest. If you hadn't broken the agreement, this wouldn't have happened. Boss Lu replied angrily, You don't understand. That's a royal merchant. The person in the carriage is the heir of the Sheng family. Many people go their whole lives without a chance to connect with him. If this deal had gone through, it could have opened doors for me. I must find that kid and teach him a lesson to feel better. He was already thinking about how to take revenge. Meanwhile, Song Jiao was advising Lin Su to stay home for a while and avoid drawing attention. The local boss, Boss Lu, had been in Fengzhou for many years, and the small characters there had deep connections. She wanted to avoid any trouble later on. Lin Su agreed verbally, but didn't take it seriously. Ever since he started following Sheng Huayan, everything had been going smoothly, and he quickly forgot Song Jiao's warning. In the next 2 days, Song Jiao went out early and returned late, finally securing a house. In Fengzhou, the east side was wealthy, while the west was poor. They chose a shop on East Street, which had a front hall and a backyard with only 3 rooms. The rent on East Street was high, costing 10 taels of silver per month, paid annually. They chose to live in Sweetwater Lane in the South City, known for its sweet well water and peaceful surroundings. Most of the neighbors were low-ranking officials, with husbands often stationed in the military. This street was close to the city wall and was the cheapest area in the South City, far from powerful figures like Governor Feng. This pleased Song Jiao Jiao, so she boldly bought a 3-entry courtyard for 1,000 taels of silver. The new house is both a front and a backyard. In the front yard, there is a osmanthus tree that has been growing for over 10 years, and the corners are filled with flowers and plants, showing that the previous owner had a great taste. The backyard has a few vegetable patches and a clean chicken and duck coop. However, it seems the previous owner was not good at farming, as the soil is hard and overgrown with weeds, while the coop is tidy. This land can be managed by the old Qian family to pass the time. The walls surrounding the front and backyards are built high with stones, making it hard for outsiders to see inside, ensuring great privacy. What makes Song Jiao Jiao most satisfied is that the backyard connects to a row of low storage rooms, which are perfect for making wine. In ancient times, buying a house had strict legal requirements, and one had to go to the government to pay the deed tax. The agent, under Song Jiao Jiao's guidance, generously gave the official some benefits, making the whole process very smooth, and both parties received the official deed on the spot. I want to make a plaque for the house. Please help clean it up, and you can help me contact someone, Song Jiao Jiao said, not wanting to waste time finding someone new, so she gave the agent 10 copper coins for running errands. Don't worry, Madam Sheng, just leave it to me, the agent said happily, putting the coins in his pouch, eager to promote himself. Whether it's running errands or hiring workers, whatever you need, Lu Sand, can do it. When it came to hiring someone, Song Jiao Jiao became interested. I want to buy a young servant to help with driving the carriage and daily chores. In the family, only the 2 Sheng brothers can drive the carriage, but one is going to work in the army, and the other is preparing for the imperial examination. Therefore, they urgently need a servant who can guard the house and drive the carriage. The Sheng family is in a precarious situation, and hired help can easily be bribed. Only those with a contract would be cautious not to cause trouble. Yes, 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 Lu Sen said, looking at Song Jiao Jiao with eager eyes, as if she were a fortune god. Afraid she might change her mind, he quickly took the mother and daughter to the agency. In times of disaster, many people sell themselves, and there is no need to speak. Everyone is trying hard to promote themselves. Staying in Fengzhou City to work is better than being sent to remote areas by the agency. All young servants are quite similar, and just as Song Jiao Jiao was about to casually point to someone she found pleasing, a young girl suddenly excitedly grabbed her hand, silently opening her mouth in urgency, dancing around and pointing to a strong middle-aged man in the corner. Song Jiao Jiao allowed herself to be pulled forward until they stopped in front of the strong man. She squinted her eyes to examine him. He had a bruised face, unkempt beard, and lifeless eyes, as if he had suffered some great mental trauma. He was tall and strong, with arms that needed 2 hands to hold. The big man noticed someone pointing at him, but didn't look up. To him, it didn't matter who was in charge. Instead, the little boy blinked his big, sparkling eyes, desperately hoping that Song Jiao Jiao would buy him. What was their connection? Song Jiao Jiao asked seriously, "Do I have to buy him?" The boy struggled for a moment, then nodded vigorously, gesturing, "With my pocket money." His serious expression made Song Jiao Jiao's tense face soften, and she held back a laugh as she ruffled the little guy's hair. She turned to the dealer and said, "I want this person." "How much?" Lu San hesitated and asked, "Madam, why not choose someone else? This boy is a slave sold by the government. Since he arrived here, he hasn't said a word, and he doesn't react when others hit him. He might have a problem." After all, Song Jiao Jiao had set up a shop and a house, which earned him a good amount of money, so the dealer sincerely advised her. Song Jiao Jiao thanked him for his kindness and sighed, "You've seen it. My daughter is very kind-hearted. She wants to buy him because he looks so miserable. If he really can't be of any use, I'll come back and sell him to you." Hearing this, Lu Sen secretly glanced at the innocent little girl, whose big, sparkling eyes seemed to speak, and he thought, no wonder Madame Sheng, as a mother, would feel soft-hearted. Even he, an outsider, felt the same way. He's being sold at a discount for 3 taels of silver. Normally, a young man like him could be worth 7 or 8 taels, or even more, but he looked foolish and dull. Song Jiao Jiao paid the silver, and they signed a contract. Looking at the contract, she saw that the person's name was Lu Wan from Yanjing City. His family had committed a serious crime, leading to his sale as a slave, but there was no more information. This contract is issued by the government. I'll take it to them later. Would you like to look at anyone else? I can give you a better discount, Lu San asked again, worried about offending such an important customer. Song Jiao Jiao shook her head and replied, no need. I'll come back to hire workers for the shop later. Of course, of course. Lu San happily escorted them out. As they were about to exit, another dealer and the Sheng family servant they had met a couple of days ago approached. Why are you here again? The servant glared in disgust. The dealer asked in confusion, do you know this young lady, Xiaowu? The young servant scoffed. I don't know her. That day, she fought with the young master over a shop. Never mind, let's get to business. I'm here to buy someone, so bring Luan over quickly. Luan? Song Jiao Jiao paused for a moment, her tongue pressed against her cheek as she glanced back at the man who was looking down, feeling a bit regretful inside. It seemed she had stirred up another big trouble. Her gaze shifted to Nian Bao, and she silently sighed. If this fictional world were a book, would the girl she picked up by the roadside be the heroine of the story? What a worry. You all. Lu San was about to speak when he suddenly stopped. He realized that Song Jiao Jiao's beautiful eyes were warning him with a chilling gaze, making him feel uneasy. It's getting dark, we should hurry, Song Jiao Jiao said, pulling Nian Bao as they stepped over the threshold. The carriage was waiting outside. Luan had been beaten so badly that there wasn't a good spot on his body. To avoid attracting attention, Song Jiao Jiao ordered him to get into the carriage. But he was still a man. The coachman hesitated, wanting to say something but stopping short. It's fine. I'll sit outside, Song Jiao Jiao replied. In Dezhou, men and women were kept apart, so she took out a veil from the carriage and put it on her head, sitting on the other side. Let's go. The coachman hesitated. It's windy outside, sister-in-law. You should come inside. It's just a short distance. I won't say anything to outsiders. Song Jiao Jiao shook her head. There are too many people around, and we don't know how many eyes are watching the Sheng family. To avoid them using this against my husband in the future, it's better to be cautious. Hearing this, the coachman had no choice but to whip the horses and start moving. However, they hadn't gone far when a luxurious carriage caught up from behind and blocked their path. The coachman was startled and quickly pulled on the reins, causing the horses to rear up and neigh loudly. That was close. They almost collided. He quickly turned to check on Song Jiao Jiao and saw her gripping the carriage wall tightly, her fingertips turning white from the pressure. The veil had been blown away by the wind, and she was biting her lip, breathing rapidly, clearly frightened by the danger in front of her. Quick, hand over Luan. You bought him for 3 taels of silver. I'll give you 10. A servant from the Sheng family jumped down from his carriage, arrogantly tossing out 10 one-tael coins. Clink, clink. The coins hit the carriage wall, making a sharp sound, and several rolled off onto the ground. With 10 taels, you still make a profit of 7. That's enough to buy another servant, the Sheng family servant said, raising his head in a way that was quite annoying, as if they were making a great deal. Song Jiao Jiao disdainfully swept all the silver coins to the ground and ordered sharply, that barking is really unpleasant. Turn the carriage around. Let's keep going. The servant from the Sheng family was so angry, he jumped up. Who are you calling a dog? But Song Jiao Jiao only glanced at him with contempt and said nothing, which was more cutting than 1,000 words. I'm going to settle this with Luan today. Step aside, or I'll pull you down, the servant from the Sheng family said, his face turning red as he rushed forward to grab her. Just as his dirty hands were about to touch Song Jiao Jiao's arm, a figure suddenly charged in and forcefully pushed him away. The servant stumbled and fell to the ground, while the figure crashed into his chest, making him feel like He couldn't catch his breath. Nian Bao. Song Jiao Jiao was shocked and quickly jumped down from the carriage to pick up the little one. She had been ready to use a dagger if the servant dared to reach for her, but Nian Bao had acted first. Are you okay? Did you get hurt anywhere? Song Jiao Jiao asked anxiously. Nian Bao shook his head. He felt a bit dizzy but was otherwise fine. You really scared me. Don't do that again, Song Jiao Jiao said, both worried and angry, giving him a light pat on the back. The little one became obedient again, smiling at her sweetly. You dare to bully the Sheng family? I'll make sure you regret it. Go get some help. I'm going to deal with this person today, the servant shouted at the coachman, his face twisted with rage. Nian Bao felt a surge of anger and, like a little wild beast, struggled to break free and continue fighting. Song Jiao Jiao quickly held him close, covering her face with her other hand in despair. It seemed she had taught her daughter the wrong things. Your mother is a little troublemaker. She'll end up selling you off someday, the Sheng family servant said, frustrated after repeatedly failing against Song Jiao Jiao, wishing he could hurt her. Who are you insulting? Song Jiao Jiao shot him a cold glance and suddenly snatched the whip from the coachman, raising it to strike the servant's cheek. Everything happened in the blink of an eye. The servant's cruel expression was still on his face when he cried out in pain. Ah, you dare to hit me? I'll kill you. His cheek burned with pain, and if not treated properly, it would surely leave a scar. Having a disfigured face undoubtedly ruined the bright future of the heir to the Sheng family. How could he not feel hatred? In a flash, the servant lunged forward. At such a close distance, he couldn't use the whip anymore. Plus, Song Jiao Jiao was holding Nian Bao with one hand, so she had to keep retreating while desperately pressing Nian Bao to her chest, afraid she might get hurt. The servant's eyes were bloodshot as he swung his fist towards Song Jiao Jiao's nose. The onlookers gasped in shock. His powerful punch stopped just an inch from her nose when a large hand gripped his wrist tightly. With a strong squeeze, the sound of cracking bones filled the air, and the servant cried out in pain, begging for mercy. Husband! Song Jiao Jiao exclaimed in surprise. Sheng Huai lightly released his grip, and with a push, the servant collapsed to the ground, sweating and crying out in distress. Get lost. If I see you disrespect my wife and daughter again, I will personally silence you, he said coldly, his powerful presence leaving the servant dry-mouthed and trembling, feeling a chilling fear. Just wait. Our young master won't let you off. The servant struggled to get up and fled in a panic.
Daddy.
Nian Bao excitedly reached out her arms to Sheng Huaiyan, her little face filled with pride. Her dad was the strongest person in the world. Sheng Huaiyan paused. Has my appearance changed a bit? After a moment of hesitation, he picked up the soft little bundle, and thanks to Nian Bao often asking to be held, he was now quite skilled at carrying a child, proving to be a good dad. Brother, the coachman timidly called out, I'm sorry I didn't protect my sister-in-law well. Sheng Huaiyan shot him a cold glance. Go face the consequences with Lin Su. How can you, a grown man, let a woman stand in front of you? The coachman looked embarrassed. I just froze for a moment and didn't react. But no amount of excuses could change his failure. Let's head back to the inn, Sheng Huaiyan said as he lifted the curtain of the carriage and saw a pitiful-looking strong man sitting inside. He turned to his wife in confusion. Who is he? He's a servant we bought. Nian Bao seems to have some connection with him, Song Jiao Jiao replied, glancing around to indicate that this wasn't the right place to talk. Get in the carriage. Sheng Huaiyan first helped Nian Bao inside, then assisted his wife, and finally sat next to the strong man. If the man had any ill intentions, he could easily subdue him. Perhaps it was his strong presence that finally made Lu Wan lift his eyelids to take a look. His deep, calm eyes flashed with a hint of caution. As if realizing something, his tense body relaxed, and he lowered his head again. Aside from his solid muscles and physique, he seemed to fade into the background. Sheng Huaiyan did not let his guard down and continued to exude pressure to prevent anyone nearby from causing trouble. In his view, someone who could hide their presence was exceptionally skilled and should not be underestimated. With different thoughts and plans, the group slowly returned to the inn. "Shopkeeper, please prepare another medium room, and also get a bucket of hot water and call a doctor." Song Jiao Jiao planned to arrange for Lu Wan to stay next to Lin Su and the others for close monitoring. Lin Su, who had rushed downstairs upon hearing the news, had been going a bit stir-crazy stuck in the inn. He quickly volunteered, "No need to trouble the shopkeeper. I'll go find a doctor and buy some osmanthus cake for Nian Bao as a snack." Using Nian Bao as an excuse, Song Jiao Jiao's attitude softened and she nodded. "The sooner you go, the sooner you return. Don't wander around outside. Both the pharmacy and the cake shop were on the street, so it should be safe." "Got it," Lin Su said eagerly, rushing out. "What's wrong with him?" Sheng Huayan asked, puzzled. As the two went upstairs with their daughter, Song Jiao Jiao explained the incident when the royal merchant Sheng family took over their shop. To avoid Lin Su being retaliated against by Boss Lu, she had ordered him to stay in the inn. However, even sending a servant could lead to another encounter with the royal merchant Sheng family, resulting in some enmity. Song Jiao Jiao tapped Nian Bao's head. "You better give your parents an explanation for why you insisted on buying Lu Wan." Once the family of three closed the door and ensured their surroundings were safe, Nian Bao began to explain with gestures. It turned out that Lu Wan was a cousin of Nian Bao's mother. The entire Lu family was either exiled or sold off, and at that time, Nian Bao was being fostered by the Lu family. Old Master Lu arranged for a loyal servant to take Nian Bao to Fengzhou City to find Governor Feng, hoping he would help the Lu family because of their kinship. Unfortunately, after leaving Yanjing, the master and servant were pursued by men in black, and only the nurse managed to escape with Nian Bao by blending into a group of refugees. Later, they encountered Song Jiao Jiao and her husband. Governor Feng is technically Nian Bao's uncle, as he is from the same family as Nian Bao's father, belonging to the main and secondary branches, both legitimate. 3 years ago, when the Yellow River flooded, Nian Bao's father was sent to provide disaster relief and died in an accident. Not long after, Nian Bao's mother took her back to her maternal grandparents' home. A year later, she passed away, leaving Nian Bao all alone. For a long time, there was silence in the room. Song Jiao Jiao licked her dry lips, tightly held Nian Bao's hand, her heart aching continuously, and asked, "Did no one from the Feng family come to find you? What about your grandparents?" Nian Bao blinked her swollen eyes. "The second branch of the family has many children. My father is the second son, and he went against his parents' wishes to marry my mother, which displeased my grandparents. Plus, I was born mute, and they believe my mother and I are bad luck. My grandmother once said that after my father passed away, they kicked my mother and me out. It's all my fault. If I could speak, my mother wouldn't have to bear the blame." Nian Bao silently moved her lips, tears streaming down her face. Song Jiao Jiao, feeling heartbroken, hugged her tightly and said seriously, "Nian Bao, you are not naturally mute. I asked a doctor, and he said you might have had a serious illness as a child that was treated improperly, which damaged your vocal cords. Perhaps if you meet a skilled doctor, you could be treated." Nian Bao's eyes widened slightly, making her black and white pupils stand out. "Even if Lu Wan is your relative, you shouldn't acknowledge him for now." Song Jiao Jiao gently wiped away her tears and said seriously, "You've been apart for many years, and you don't know if he is good or bad. You need to test him for a while."
Nian Bao understood.
"If he is a bad person, I will sell him far away. Nothing is more important than her parents. Anyone who dares to harm her family will be taught a lesson." Humph. The little one couldn't help but show her teeth, her gaze fierce. So fierce and adorable. Even the usually serious Sheng Huai and couldn't help but smile, ruffling her hair. "Once things settle down, I'll find you a female martial arts teacher. In the future, if anyone bullies you, don't hesitate to fight back. Your parents will clean up the mess." Hearing this, Song Jiao Jiao quickly added, "You should also learn a few things about being a young lady. The world is tough for women. I don't expect you to become an accomplished woman, but at least you won't be a target for ridicule in the future. If Sheng Huaiyan continues to rise in status, the demands on the women in the family will become higher and stricter. To avoid a difficult future, some things still need to be learned, at least to understand them. For example, if you go to a gathering and can't even recite a poem, won't you be laughed at and looked down upon by others? Of course, if Nian Bao doesn't want to marry, Song Jiao Jiao won't stop her. However, to oppose the feudal system that has lasted for thousands of years and the secular order, one must put in great effort, facing more challenges and difficulties than most people. It requires reaching the peak of power. But how many can disregard societal norms? How many women can become empresses? Very few. What Song Jiao Jiao can do is teach her daughter everything she can, so she can live a bit more freely in the strict ancient society.
But,
Nian Bao left a sweet kiss on her parents' cheeks, understanding their good intentions. Her heart was filled with love, making her smile happily. Husband, why did you come suddenly? Song Jiao Jiao suddenly remembered to ask, her gentle eyes filled with worry. Is something wrong at home? Sheng Huayan replied, I received messages from a few brothers saying that you encountered a mob attack in Huading County. I was worried and came here. You don't need to worry about home. The Fong family returned to the Sheng family just a couple of days ago, and San Lang has successfully gained her trust. She is still a bit afraid of me, so I deliberately left home to see if she dares to help outsiders against the Sheng family. He scoffed, if there is any trouble, we will catch them red-handed and turn them over to the authorities. The officials have already been informed. Whether or not Boss Fan is involved, the blame will fall on him. Song Jiao Jiao understood the implication and clapped her hands in approval. Then we can take Fong's confession to the governor's office and make a scene. In the future, if anything happens to the Sheng family or the workshop, it will involve Boss Fan, effectively removing a strong ally from Governor Feng's side. The couple shared a meaningful smile. Nian Bao rested her chin on her hands, sighing, My parents are amazing. I need to keep studying hard. Then what about the Sheng family? Song Jiao Jiao began, but a knock at the door interrupted their conversation. And Rui's voice came from outside. Sister Song, I heard from the shopkeeper that you are back. I'm hosting a dinner tonight to thank you for saving me last time. Song Jiao Jiao opened the door with a smile and replied, I'm happy to accept your invitation in May. That's wonderful. If it weren't for Uncle and reminding me, I would have forgotten. And Rui said playfully, carefully shaking Song Jiao Jiao's hand. You're not angry, are you? Song Jiao Jiao knew that Rui had been spending time with her fiancé these days. Young couples often have a hard time seeing each other, so she was not the type to be inconsiderate. If I were angry, how would you make it up to me? She teased, pretending to be stern. In the room, Sheng Huayan was shocked to see his wife's expression. Nian Bao had a curious look on her face, but was also angrily clenching her fists, watching Rui tightly holding her mother's hand. I bought you a beautiful jade hairpin. Let's go to my room to try it on, and Rui said enthusiastically, pulling her along, her voice fading as they walked away. I spotted it at the counter and thought it would suit you perfectly. Your skin is very fair and radiant. No one else can carry jade like you. Seeing Song Jiao Jiao turn her head and forget about them, Sheng Huayan squatted down to pat Nian Bao's head. The father and daughter sighed together. They waited until the sun set and the night grew dark. Suddenly, a loud gasp came from the next room, and then Song Jiao Jiao rushed in, noticing the father and daughter looking at her with sad eyes, making her feel a bit guilty as she nervously tugged at her clothes. I didn't mean to, she weakly defended herself. When girls discuss jewelry and clothing, time flies by without notice. If Uncle hadn't knocked on the door to remind them, they might have spent the whole night playing with those things. Only then did Song Jiao Jiao remember the father and daughter left behind in the room. She quickly promised, I won't do it again next time. Nian Bao helplessly spread her hands. It's forgiven. Who told you to be my mom? Sigh. She sighed heavily. You're small but clever, Sheng Huayan said, pinching her chubby cheek. Are we ready to go now? Song Jiao Jiao noticed they had changed their clothes and quickly held up 3 fingers, smiling sweetly. You two wait for me a moment. I'll be ready soon. Hello, brother-in-law. A head suddenly peeked around the door, smiling awkwardly. At first glance, they did look a bit like sisters. Sheng Huayan picked up Nian Bao, saying, No rush. You both take your time getting ready. We'll wait downstairs. Soon. He regretted saying that. Because Enrui rushed in with 2 big bags, smiling. Brother-in-law, you're handsome and kind. No wonder Sister Song willingly married you and had such a beautiful daughter like Nian Bao. I am so envious. Listening to each other's compliments, the father and daughter understood why Song Jiao Jiao was so close to Enrui, who wouldn't want to be friends with someone sweet-tongued.
Bang!
The door closed in front of them. Let's go. Just the 2 of us downstairs. Your mother and the others will be ready soon, Sheng Huayan said. Nian Bao didn't think much of it. Her dad was too naive and hadn't faced the harshness of society. In the past, her mother didn't care about dressing up, but now that she had found like-minded friends, she would definitely take her time to look her best. Once a woman starts to get ready, it takes at least a while. Dad, I want to eat some snacks. Nian Bao decided to fill her stomach first. Sheng Huayan frowned. We'll eat soon. Just hold on a bit longer.
Soon.
That soon turned into an hour and a half. The father and daughter were so hungry that their stomachs were touching their backs. Just as they were about to order something to eat, Song Jiao Jiao finally came downstairs.
Top, top, top.
Knock, knock, knock. Sheng Huayan slightly parted his lips, unable to tell if it was the sound of the stairs or his own racing heartbeat. His gaze lingered on Song Jiao Jiao's shiny pink lips. The pink lip gloss mixed with sweet malt candy made everything feel sweeter, including his mood. When Song Jiao Jiao smiled, she became even more radiant. Her already beautiful face looked like a blooming peony after being enhanced, with her hair styled in a flowing bun. A single jade hairpin adorned her hair, making her neck appear even fairer and adding an air of elegance. And Ru-yi was right. Song Jiao Jiao was naturally suited for jade, which made her look youthful and luxurious under the candlelight. Hubby, do I look beautiful? Song Jiao Jiao stepped closer, her sparkling eyes shining like stars. She stood just an arm's length away, gazing up at Sheng Huayan, who had unknowingly stood up straight. Sheng Huayan's slightly hoarse voice carried a possessive tone and a hint of flirtation. If there weren't so many people around, he would have wanted to hold her tightly and kiss her full lips. Being so close, he could almost smell the sweet, inviting fragrance she carried.
Gulp.
That was the sound of his throat swallowing. Song Jiao Jiao felt her heart race under his intense gaze, a thrilling sensation coursing through her, nearly making her legs weak. With just an arm's distance between them, the strong aura of the man enveloped her, making her feel like he wanted to pull her close. But someone interrupted this moment. Not just beautiful, she's like a fairy, and Ru-yi said, shaking her head in dissatisfaction. Brother-in-law, I'll give you some books on sweet talk later. You need to learn. Otherwise, if Sister Song meets a smooth-talking man in the future, what will happen? After all, with how beautiful Song Jiao Jiao is, there will be no shortage of admirers. Sheng Huayan clenched his fist tightly, staring at Song Jiao Jiao as if he were a beast eyeing its prey. That won't happen, he said coldly and firmly. He would beat up anyone who coveted his treasures. Song Jiao Jiao silently gave Enru-yi a thumbs up. No matter how much she provoked the man before her in the past, he would run away like a wooden doll. Now, with a little push from Enru-yi, his possessiveness came out. Men really are strange. As they helped Song Jiao Jiao and her mother into the carriage, Sheng Huayan whispered in her ear, I will work hard to earn money in the future. After saying this, he quickly walked away, his ears turning red. Song Jiao Jiao was momentarily stunned, then her lips curled into a smile as she laughed softly. He would work hard to provide her with a better life, allowing her to buy more beautiful jewelry and fabrics. What's so funny, Sister Song? Come tell me. And Ru-yi leaned out of the carriage, looking curious. Song Jiao Jiao raised her eyebrows. We're going to the jewelry store tomorrow. She wanted to get herself a few sets of jewelry and the latest fashionable dresses. That's wonderful. Let me tell you, Xingfang Zhai has the most unique jewelry. The banquet was set at Jufeng Restaurant. There was no other reason. It was the best restaurant in Fengzhou City. And Taishan and manager Liao had been waiting for a long time, having changed the tea 3 times. The group finally arrived late. Brother Sheng, when did you come to Fengzhou City? Manager Liao stood up to greet him, his tone somewhat respectful. It was only after he was promoted to the headquarters in Yanjing that he realized the noble person from Chipai village was actually the old king of Qinlu. Zhu Feng restaurant was a property under the king of Qinlu and Sheng Huai, and was the person the old king valued the most, destined for a bright future. And Taishan couldn't help but show a look of surprise, secretly observing the tall man before him. This man had a stern face and sharp eyebrows, with a gaze as bright as stars, exuding a powerful presence. He also has the surname Sheng? What connection does he have with the royal merchant Sheng family? Perhaps his gaze was too direct, as Sheng Huai and turned to look at him, his sharp eyes piercing like a blade. You must be Uncle In? I am Song Jiao Jiao's husband, Sheng Huaiyan, and Taishan calmly stroked his beard and asked, I heard Brother Sheng came here to escape. May I ask where your hometown is? Sheng Huaiyan replied, Yanzhou County, Dasha Village. The royal merchant Sheng family's base is in the southwest, known for its mushrooms, forming a diagonal line with Yanzhou. There are so many people with the surname Sheng. He couldn't assume that every outstanding person from the Sheng family was related to the royal merchant family, could he? And Taishan chuckled to himself, realizing he was too nervous and overthinking. I apologize, but my young lady is engaged to the heir of the Huangshang Sheng family, so I boldly asked about your hometown, thinking you might be relatives. We wouldn't dare to associate with the Huangshang, Sheng Huaiyan replied, his gaze flickering slightly, his voice low. This made Song Jiao Jiao, who knew him well, sense a hint of sarcasm. However, no matter how she observed him, Sheng Huaiyan maintained a calm smile, showing no signs of discomfort. Something felt off. When did Sheng Huaiyan's usual stoic expression become so gentle? He was acting.
But why?
Filled with confusion, Song Jiao Jiao sat down beside him. As the hot dishes were served, she first ladled a bowl of chicken soup for both Nian Bao and Sheng Huai, and to warm their stomachs. This small gesture raised another question for Taishan. Does Mrs. Sheng really enjoy soup? Drinking soup before a meal is a habit of people from the south, while the Sheng family is from the north. Song Jiao Jiao explained with a wry smile, after fleeing for over 2 months, we faced many hardships and even had to eat grass roots to survive, which harmed my stomach. Once we arrived in Fengzhou City, the doctor at Qianjin Hall specifically prescribed some food therapy. Drinking soup is much easier than taking bitter medicine, Sister Song. You even ate grass roots? And Rui immediately chimed in, her expression a mix of sympathy and concern. You should eat more easily digestible food to avoid harming your stomach again. Uncle In, please put those 2 dishes of steamed fish and braised pork in front of Sister Song. And Taishan wasn't sure if he believed Song Jiao Jiao's words, but he followed Rui's instructions and changed the dishes. The atmosphere at the table was lively, and Manager Liao smoothed things over, saying, I still remember the first time I worked with Mrs. Sheng. I almost mistook her for a beggar. She was so thin and pale, he exaggerated for effect, actually supporting her. After being well taken care of for half a year, Nian Bao has grown into a plump little fairy. The clever Nian Bao nodded vigorously to add to the persuasion. Thanks to Manager Liao's help, I raise a glass to you, Sheng Huaiyan said, lifting his cup. If it weren't for Manager Liao, the Sheng family would probably be like those refugees outside the city, Manager Liao replied, meeting his fate, and besides, Mrs. Sheng's cooking is indeed excellent. The 2 clinked glasses, dispelling Taishan's doubts. Seeing this, Song Jiao Jiao became even more convinced that Sheng Huai had some conflict with the Huangshang Sheng family. Could it be that Taishan was right about them being relatives? That would be too dramatic, wouldn't it? While lost in thought, a sudden knock on the door interrupted her. And Rui exclaimed excitedly, It must be Yugur. Yugur, whose full name is Sheng Hanyu, is the legitimate eldest grandson of the Sheng family, a royal merchant. Song Jiao Jiao instinctively turned to look at Sheng Huaiyan. His handsome face, adorned with a faint smile, inexplicably carried a hint of chill, and his gaze was dark and profound. She placed her hand on his, warmth spreading from her palm, bringing Sheng Huaiyan back from his chaotic thoughts. He turned to meet Song Jiaojiao's concerned eyes, feeling his heart warm. This pigeon dish is delicious. Sheng Huayan subtly avoided her probing gaze, picking up a piece of food and placing it in her bowl, then serving a spoonful of soft tofu to Nian Bao. The family of three enjoyed a harmonious meal, unaffected by outside disturbances. It seemed that the newcomers were not prominent figures. They showed no interest or curiosity, lacking any desire to associate with the powerful. And Taishan's guard lowered a bit more as he complimented, "Brother Sheng is truly a man of both strength and tenderness." Manager Liao secretly looked down on him, thinking, what does it matter to be a royal merchant? Sheng Huayan is a talented individual favored by the king of Qinlu. Yet he smiled and agreed, with such a wife and daughter, what more could a man want? Others must envy him, and Taishan wholeheartedly agreed. Indeed, Mrs. Sheng is exceptionally graceful. If the third aunt were here. Just then, the waiter opened the door. A young man in a crescent moon robe strode in, fanning himself with a folding fan, smiling, with handsome features and an air of nobility. "Sorry, I was delayed by business and arrived late." Sheng Hanyu's eyes curved slightly, appearing to smile, but the warmth did not reach his eyes. His gaze swept over the people present, lingering a moment longer on Sheng Huayan. This brother is refined and charismatic, with an impressive presence. Please introduce me. Wolves can always detect a strong enemy at a glance, sensing danger early. Sheng Hanyu's internal alarm reached its peak. If this person could not be of use to him, he should avoid conflict. And Rui exclaimed in surprise, "This is the first time I've seen you show such interest in someone, forgetting about me, his fiancé." "This is Brother Sheng Huayan, Sister Song's husband." Sheng Hanyu paused slightly. What a coincidence. Brother Sheng and I share the same surname. "May I ask where Brother Sheng is from? Perhaps we are distant relatives." In response to Sheng Hanyu's probing, Sheng Huayan maintained a calm and distant smile. "Yanzhou, Dashikan." Sheng Hanyu continued to inquire, "May I ask what your father's name is?" To be honest, many years ago, a branch of the Sheng family was exiled by the elders due to a mistake. For this reason, the grandfather often misses them, and his greatest wish is to welcome this branch of the family back. He feigned sadness and sighed, his sharp gaze fixed on Sheng Huayan's expression, afraid of missing any information. Sheng Huayan smiled slightly. "I'm sorry, but I can't help young Master Sheng. My family has always been humble farmers, with no connection to your esteemed family. If it weren't for fleeing from disaster, I probably would never have left Yanzhou City. May I ask your father's name?" Sheng Hanyu furrowed his brow, persistently wanting to continue questioning, showing a determination to get to the bottom of things. Seeing the atmosphere about to become tense, and Taishan quickly interrupted, "There are countless people with the surname Sheng in the great Zhao dynasty. Perhaps we all belong to the same clan from thousands of years ago. Meeting is fate. Brother Sheng, we should also thank your wife for her help. Otherwise, Miss and I might have lost our lives." At the same time, he felt somewhat critical of Sheng Hanyu for being so aggressive at the Yin family's thank you banquet, putting guests in a difficult position. Wasn't he putting the young lady in an awkward situation? Young Master Sheng usually seemed clever. How could he make such a basic mistake? Looking at Rui, who was completely focused on Sheng Hanyu, and Taishan's expression stiffened. He took the opportunity to pour more wine, lowered his gaze to gather his thoughts, and then raised his glass. "I cannot repay such great kindness, but if the Yin family can help in the future, please don't hesitate to ask. This cup is for both of you. I will drink first as a toast," and Taishan downed the spicy wine in one go, his bold demeanor earning applause from everyone. "Uncle N, saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. My wife has a kind heart and asks for nothing in return." Sheng Huayan glanced at Song Jiaojiao with a smile, then turned to drink from his cup. Song Jiaojiao accepted the compliment with a smile, showing no signs of guilt. "Brother N, I also played a part in saving lives. How can you only drink one cup?" Manager Liao chimed in at the right moment. "No, you must drink another cup. Otherwise, I won't feel right." And Taishan readily poured 2 more cups. "1 cup for you, and I will drink one as punishment." Both of you are lifesavers of the Yin family. If there's anything within reason, please feel free to ask. What are you saying, brethren? Am I the kind of person who repays kindness with malice? No. You must drink another cup. Manager Liao pretended to be displeased. All right. I will drink another cup. The three of them exchanged toasts, while Sheng Hanyu was awkwardly left standing, feeling stuck. Sheng Hanyu had never been treated so dismissively, and an uncomfortable feeling arose in his heart, making him somewhat annoyed and dissatisfied as he looked at his fiancée, and Rui. And your satin outfit looks great. It shines like silver under the candlelight, just like a starry sky on you, making you look like a fairy. Song Jiao Jiao suddenly spoke up. This is the most popular floating cloud satin in Yanjing. If you like it, Sister Song, I will send you a piece tomorrow. And Rui's eyes lit up, and her smile grew wide, completely distracted from Sheng Hanyu. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed Sheng Hanyu looking uncomfortable, and Song Jiao Jiao's smile became even brighter. That sounds wonderful. If you give me satin, I will share a beauty secret with you. What secret? Every woman loves to be beautiful, and Rui eagerly grabbed her hand, forgetting about Sheng Hanyu. She said playfully, "Good sister, please tell me quickly. If I could have skin as smooth and fair as yours, I would be so happy." Ugh, what do you mean by happy? You should live a long life and become the most beautiful old lady. Song Jiao Jiao playfully poked her forehead and leaned in to whisper, "First, for blush, choose the summer-blooming balsam flower. After picking it, crush it with a stone mortar, cut some cotton paper into small pieces, soak them in the flower juice to turn red, and let them dry before putting them in a blush box. When using it, just add a little water. It gives a light pink color that brightens the complexion and looks natural." When she read Dream of the Red Chamber, she had tried making several types of blush based on the book's methods. And Rui, being cute and petite, suited the light pink blush made from balsam flowers. And Rui asked, "Natural look?" Song Jiao Jiao raised an eyebrow and smiled. "It means a natural, unembellished beauty. That's clever." And Rui clapped her hands. "Do you have any other recipes? Before bed, you can use palace powder for skincare. Apply it generously on your cheeks and body. Palace powder is made from rice flour, motherwort powder, pearl powder, and spices, and it helps prevent wrinkles, brighten skin, and moisturize. This was Empress Cixi's skincare method, and pearl powder is a favorite ingredient in many skincare products today." Song Jiao Jiao paused, took a sip of tea, and after a moment of thought, said with a hint of uncertainty, "There's another recipe called Yuyongsan, which seems to use white ginger, white vine, and white atractalodes." "Yuyongsan?" and Rui exclaimed, quickly turning to glance at Sheng Hanyu, covering her mouth with her hands. Unfortunately, her exclamation had already drawn the attention of others. "What about Yuyongsan?" Sheng Hanyu squinted his eyes. The little girl really can't lie. Her eyes dart around and she mumbles, "Yurong powder is a tribute from the Sheng family, a beauty secret only the empress and princesses can afford. I wish I could use it someday." Song Jiao Jiao. "So they are growing bamboo fungus, and now Yurong powder is also a secret of the Sheng family? What a coincidence."
Could it be
that the Sheng family has someone who has traveled through time too? Even so, they seem to understand each other too well. That's a bit scary. Is that so? Sheng Hanyu clearly doesn't believe her. And Rui feels guilty, lowering her head so much that her chin nearly touches her chest. Sheng Hanyu's gaze shifts to Song Jiao Jiao. "What does Mrs. Sheng say? Is there something wrong with your own powder?" Song Jiao Jiao smiles and replies, "I'm just a simple village woman. It's my first time hearing about your own powder, so how would I know if it's good or not? I was just chatting with sister and about the most popular beauty secrets in Yanjing City." "Why yes, that's right." And Rui quickly agrees, nodding vigorously. The only one present who had the luck to hear Song Jiao Jiao talk about bamboo fungus cultivation, Manager Liao, couldn't help but wipe the sweat from his forehead. It's highly likely that Mrs. Sheng knows the secret of Yurong powder. The Sheng family actually has ties to the royal merchants. He needs to report this to the old prince as soon as possible. "Is there something hidden about Yurong powder?" Song Jiao Jiao suddenly says something shocking. Sheng Hanyu's eyelids twitch violently as he scolds, "Nonsense. Mrs. Sheng, I respect you as Yi's lifesaver, so I won't hold this against you. He's getting anxious. He really is anxious. It seems there might be a problem with that your own powder. Song Jiao Jiao tightens her grip on the teacup, unexpectedly discovering a big secret with her careless remark. She wishes she could slap her own mouth for being too talkative. Now she's gotten herself into trouble. My wife is just curious. If your own powder has no issues, why is Brother Sheng making such a fuss? Sheng Huayan says coldly. Sheng Hanyu's expression darkens, a surge of anger rising in his chest. His fingers grip the folding fan so tightly they turn white as he suppresses his anger and says, I have business to attend to. Please enjoy your meal. With that, he sweeps out. Brother Yu, wait for me. I'll see you out. And Rui realizes he's upset and quickly chases after him. This action surprises and Taishan. Since their engagement, it seems like it's always the young lady who is overly eager. That Sheng boy really doesn't know how to appreciate things. The atmosphere is tense when suddenly, a commotion of footsteps is heard outside. Someone knocks and rushes in, looking anxious. Big brother, something has happened. Linga had a conflict with someone outside the door and they started fighting. The other party seemed quite powerful. Song Jiao Jiao thought, oh no, could it be that the person fighting is from Sheng Hanyu? Sorry. Sheng Huayan stood up and cupped his fists towards everyone present. I will go check it out first and will invite you all another day to apologize. Shopkeeper Liao said, don't worry, Sheng brother, I will go with you. It was best for him to mediate since only wealthy people came to the restaurant. Sheng Huayan gratefully replied, thank you, brother Liao. I'll help too, and Taishan said enthusiastically, waving his hand as he followed. The group hurried downstairs and, upon reaching the hall, they heard loud noises. As they got closer, they saw Lin Su being beaten by 4 or 5 servants from the Sheng family. Nearby, a bruised servant stood with his hands on his hips, angrily shouting, keep hitting him, hit him hard. His smug demeanor made everyone dislike him. Even Nian Bao's face turned red as he rolled up his sleeves, swinging his small fists in the air like an angry lion. Bad guys, Shopkeeper Liao shouted. Who dares to cause trouble in front of Jufeng restaurant? Stop it now. He waved his hand, and the restaurant staff quickly surrounded the troublemakers. Anyone who helps this kid will regret it, a Sheng family servant arrogantly pointed at Shopkeeper Liao. No matter how much business you lose, our young master will compensate you double. But that Lin kid's life is ours today. Shopkeeper Liao didn't even look at him and sternly ordered, Mao Do, report to the authorities. The rest of you, capture these ruffians and wait for the officials to take them away. You dare. The Sheng family servant shouted in anger. You're just a small restaurant manager in Fengzhou City, and you dare to oppose our young master? Do you believe that tomorrow we'll buy out your restaurant? You should mind your own business if you want to live long. Having been a manager for over 20 years, it was the first time he was threatened by a nobody. May I ask who your young master is? The Sheng family servant proudly replied, the #1 merchant in the world, the eldest grandson of the Sheng family, the future heir. He raised his chin, imagining Shopkeeper Liao bowing down and begging like a loyal dog. Unfortunately, he was destined to be disappointed. Capture all the troublemakers, Shopkeeper Liao coldly ordered, without even lifting his eyelids. Do you dare? The servant of the Sheng family stared fiercely, but before he could finish his threatening words, someone suddenly grabbed his collar and lifted him up. He then saw a handsome face that looked like a nightmare, with beads of sweat forming on the forehead and dripping down his neck into his clothes. Who do you want to hurt? Sheng Huayan asked, lifting him effortlessly as if he were a small chick, his eyes slightly narrowed. The servant felt a chill run down his spine under Sheng Huayan's gaze, too frightened to say a word, his teeth chattering uncontrollably. Help! Why is this troublemaker here? In just a moment, the tavern staff had subdued all the servants, tying them up with ropes and stacking them together. Brother Lin, can you still stand? Song Jiao Jiao hurried over to help Lin Su up. Lin Su was beaten so badly that there was hardly a good spot on him, and blood was oozing from the back of his head. If he hadn't been ambushed first, he wouldn't have been surrounded and beaten by a group of soft servants. He struggled to get up, but his body felt weak, and he fell back down. Mom, will Uncle Lin be okay? Nian Bao sniffled, tears streaming down his face. Song Jiao Jiao shook her head, looking anxious. Husband, we need to find a doctor for Brother Lin quickly. Sheng Huayan pressed his lips together tightly and threw the servant away with force. The servant rolled on the ground several times before finally stopping, trembling as he begged for mercy. He was already injured before we came. It's not our fault. I will hold your master responsible for this. Sheng Huayan sneered, lifting Lin Su and heading towards the Qianjin Hall. Lin Su is nearly 6 feet tall, and Sheng Huayan carried him effortlessly, leaving the onlookers in shock. Finally, someone recalled a familiar scene and exclaimed in surprise, "It's Sheng Huayan from the Sheng family." 6 months ago, Sheng Huayan had raised his hands to bring justice to the people, becoming famous overnight. It really is Sheng Huayan. The Sheng family has returned to Fengzhou City. The townspeople spread the news quickly. Almost overnight, everyone knew that the Sheng family, who had once dared to outsmart the powerful and selflessly shared their recipes, had returned to Fengzhou City. Inside the governor's office. "You useless fool. Didn't I tell you to keep a close watch on the Sheng family? How could you not notice that Sheng Huayan arrived in Fengzhou City?" Governor Feng was furious, grabbing a teacup and throwing it hard at Boss Fan. Boss Fan, with his heavy build, dodged to the side, and the teacup grazed his ear before smashing against the wall, splashing warm tea all over him. Boss Fan's forehead throbbed. If he hadn't reacted quickly, the teacup would have surely hit him on the head. Sheng Huayan appears and disappears mysteriously, with incredible skills that allow him to go anywhere. How can we keep an eye on him? Boss Fan complained, "Don't worry, I've already sent someone to follow him." Governor Feng rubbed his forehead and warned, "Just keep an eye on him. Don't act rashly. Sheng Huayan is very popular right now. Make sure your people stay low-key and don't attract trouble." Boss Fan thought to himself, "Why should we fear a mere 7th-rank martial officer? You don't understand. Sheng Huayan is appointed by the emperor as the deputy commander." Governor Feng shot him a cold look. Besides, Lord Zhang and Commander Zhang have their own plans. If they can't win over Sheng Huayan, they won't let him grow into a threat to us. Governor Feng's eyes darkened as he made a throat-cutting gesture. Boss Fan quickly flattered him. "You are wise, my lord." Just then, the steward hurried over to report, "Sir, young Master Sheng has arrived."
What does he want?
Governor Feng frowned. Boss Fan, always well-informed, recounted the events from the previous night and added gleefully, "He might be here to plead for the servant in our household. Perhaps you could ask him for a higher bail." Such a rare opportunity to take a large sum from the Sheng family should not be missed. "Please step back," Governor Feng said as he served tea to send Boss Fan away. After he left, he instructed the steward to welcome the god of wealth. "Young one comes uninvited and hopes for your forgiveness. Governor, Sheng Hanyu, the heir chosen by the old Master Sheng, arrived with valuable gifts." Each item in the treasure box was worth a fortune, showing his sincerity. Governor Feng felt pleased and smiled more warmly. "What brings you here, my young nephew?" Sheng Hanyu seized the opportunity and feigned distress, changing his address to young nephew. "I do have a request. My fiancé, Enrui, encountered some refugees on the road and was saved by a woman. Coincidentally, that woman's husband is also named Sheng." Governor Feng paused his tea drinking, his mouth twitching. Could it be Sheng Huayan again? Why does the Sheng family have so many strange encounters? It seems they can meet important people just by walking into the city, especially the second-largest merchant group, the Yin family. I have come to inquire about Sheng Huayan's records. To be honest, there was a branch of the Sheng family that was forced to leave due to mistakes. My grandfather often reminisces about the brotherly bonds of his youth. My little nephew plans to find this branch of the family as a gift for my grandfather's 60th birthday. Sheng Hanyu noticed that Governor Feng's expression changed and quietly asked, "Sir, is there something wrong with Sheng Huayan?" Governor Feng quickly recognized the probing and composed himself, slowly skimming the foam off his teacup. He replied, "Sheng Huayan originally came from Dashu village in Yenzhou. After facing a disaster, He wandered to Fengzhou City and was later settled in Chipai village by the government. He achieved great merit in the campaign against bandits and was personally appointed as a deputy by the current emperor. I had someone investigate Sheng Huayan's background, and it shows that his family has always belonged to Dashu village, so he likely has no connection to your family. Hearing this, Sheng Hanyu let out a sigh of relief and pretended to be regretful, saying, if only Sheng Huayan were my cousin. His talent is truly unmatched. Governor Feng sneered inwardly, thinking, if Sheng Huayan were truly your cousin, you would probably be plotting how to deal with him. He couldn't act against the Sheng family due to Lord Zhang's orders, but he could still find ways to undermine them. Meeting his fate, perhaps the Sheng family was all one family hundreds of years ago. Sheng Huayan's wife is exceptionally capable and a business genius. In less than half a year, she built a workshop that earns 1,000 taels a month, producing popular goods that even the nobility seek. If one didn't know better, they might think it was your Sheng family's doing. Governor Feng's words were almost a direct accusation, suggesting that Song Jiao's business thrived by leveraging the royal merchant's reputation. How could Sheng Hanyu, who already had grievances against Song Jiao, tolerate this? Business relies on skill. It's impressive that a village woman like Song Jiao has achieved this much, he said, taking a deep breath to feign praise. However, being young and impulsive, he couldn't compete with Governor Feng, who had navigated the political landscape for over a decade. The hidden resentment in his eyes did not escape Governor Feng's notice. I heard your servant was beaten by the Jufeng Tavern and then framed by manager Liao, leading to his arrest. Governor Feng continued to provoke Sheng Hanyu's anger, pretending to be kind. According to the law, he should be held a few more days, but I can make an exception. If you pay a fine, you can take him home, that greedy old fox. Sheng Hanyu cursed inwardly while maintaining a smiling facade to accept his so-called kindness. After leaving the governor's office and getting into the carriage, the smile on his face instantly faded. He coldly ordered, "Go find out where the Sheng family shop is located. No matter the cost, make sure to buy the shop across the street." He wanted Song Jiao to suffer the consequences of her actions against the royal merchant.
Achoo.
Song Jiao sneezed twice in a row. It's chilly with the rain. You should wear an extra layer to avoid getting cold, Sheng Huayan said as he entered the room and took out an outer garment from his bundle, draping it over Song Jiao. The outer garment was his, and it trailed on the ground, making her look even smaller and more delicate. Sheng Huayan frowned slightly. You need to eat more in the future. These days, noble ladies pursued a slender and pale appearance, resembling willows in the wind. However, to Sheng Huayan, this was quite strange. He wondered how their husbands could accept it. Did they think that having a sickly wife would show their masculinity? It was utterly ridiculous. Outside the city, people were starving, while the wealthy inside indulged in frivolities, intentionally starving themselves to lose weight. It was truly ironic. Song Jiao wrapped herself in the outer garment and sighed, I miss Kaposi's cooking. I wonder when my family will come? The chili plants we grew should be ready for harvest. I hope Kaposi has dried the chilies. We must not lose the chili seeds. We need to keep planting. After nurturing them for over 5 months, she couldn't bear to eat even one chili, saving them all for seeds. Sheng Huayan said, Don't worry. I reminded Kaposi again when I came here. She won't make a mistake. Xiadong has secretly chosen some strong, homeless men to go up the mountain. They might already be planting in the deep mountains. In the mountains, they were planting corn and sweet potatoes, both high-yield crops that store better than potatoes. We also need to carefully harvest the rapeseed, half for seeds and half for oil. Rapeseed oil is more fragrant than soybean oil. Song Jiao thought of many things and could no longer sit still. She took out paper, ink, and a brush, writing down a long list. Once the ink dried, she folded it and placed it in an envelope. Please ask your men to deliver this to Xiadong. Sheng Huayan glanced at the thick stack of papers in his hand and suddenly felt a bit jealous. He tried to suppress the inexplicable annoyance rising in him. Lin Su just woke up and is no longer in critical condition. He was indeed ambushed, but unfortunately, he couldn't see the face of the attacker and had to accept his fate. Song Jiao Jiao patted her chest, feeling uneasy. Taking away someone's wealth brings jealousy. It seems I need to be more careful in the future. Don't be afraid. From now on, Iruzi will follow you and keep you safe. This kid may not be tall, but he's quick and tough, and he can handle ordinary troublemakers without a problem. Lin Su is skilled but lacks experience, so I plan to take him to the military camp to help me with some important tasks in the future. Sheng Huayan shared his thoughts with Song Jiao Jiao, but he felt troubled about the person they bought. As for Lu Wan, I really can't feel safe leaving him at home. Song Jiao Jiao was also worried. He is a relative of Yen Bao. We can't just ignore him. Let Iruzi keep an eye on him. With his current lazy and unambitious attitude, he won't cause any trouble. He can help with chores around the house. Just think of him as an extra mouth to feed. Sheng Huayan still felt uneasy. Then he thought, forget it, I'll secretly add some sleeping powder to his meals to keep him weak and drowsy. Whether he is truly foolish or just pretending, he must not be allowed to harm anyone. This is a temporary measure. If he continues to act clueless, we can lower our guard. Knock, knock, knock. Suddenly, someone knocked on the door. The couple exchanged glances, and Sheng Huayan got up to open it. He saw Rui standing outside, drenched and looking like a lost puppy, which made her seem especially pitiful. Sister Song, and Rui pouted and, with a choked voice, rushed into Song Jiao Jiao's arms. She knelt on the floor, holding tightly onto her waist and burying her face in her lap. Sheng Huayan awkwardly said, I'll have Xiao Er bring a bucket of hot water. After saying that, he turned to leave, remembering to close the door behind him. Inside the room, only Rui's quiet sobs remained, making Song Jiao Jiao feel overwhelmed. It wasn't until the hot water arrived and she was placed in the tub, surrounded by warm steam, that Rui slowly calmed down. What happened? Song Jiao Jiao gently patted Rui's back and asked softly, Tell me, maybe I can help you. And Rui's eyes were once again filled with tears. Ugur and I had a big fight last night. He was clearly in the wrong, yet he still spoke ill of you. Ugur has always been very domineering, wanting everything his way. Why should it be like that? I have always been cherished by my family like a precious treasure. What a child, who hasn't grown up yet. Song Jiao Jiao's furrowed brow relaxed completely. Sister Song, how do you have the recipe for Yurong San? Worried that Song Jiao Jiao might misunderstand, and Rui quickly held up 4 fingers to the sky and swore, I promise, I will never tell you good about this. Song Jiao Jiao casually said, My master taught me that when I was young, my father didn't care for me and my mother didn't love me, leaving me with scars all over. My master felt sorry for me and gave me several beauty recipes. Unfortunately, my master travels far and wide, and I don't know if I will see him again in this lifetime. And Rui firmly believed her, comforting her. Your bond with your master is not over. You will surely meet again. With a playful look, she took Song Jiao Jiao's hand and said, I've always wanted to open a cosmetic shop just for women. Why don't we partner up and split the profits evenly? Yuzhou is rich in pearls, and we can get flower materials from Ningzhou. Ningzhou, known in later times as Yunnan, is a place rich in resources. It is well known that Yunnan is a major flower production area. Song Jiao Jiao became a bit interested. How about a 60-40 split, but we can't let anyone know about our partnership. The two of them quickly got to work, discussing the matter for several days and getting a bit overwhelmed. In the end, it was Sheng Huayan who couldn't stand it any longer and forcibly pulled Song Jiao Jiao out of the room and moved her into a new house. The new house was completely refreshed, clean, tidy, and organized. Besides large furniture like wardrobes, Sheng Huayan had already prepared all the daily necessities, so moving in was no problem at all. I will report to the military camp tomorrow. I've already checked. The camp has a break every half month, and I can only return on my days off. I won't have time to take care of household matters, so I will trouble you to manage everything, Sheng Huayan said seriously, bowing to her. Song Jiao Jiao pretended to be angry and glared at him. This is my responsibility. Do you still see me as an outsider? Sheng Huayan hurriedly assured her. That's not the case. Song Jiao pressed on, poking his chest with her finger. You don't even dare to touch me. It's clear you don't see me as your wife. Or, do you hope I find a good man in the future and get married off with a nice dowry? No way. Sheng Huayan felt a sharp pain at the thought. He looked down at her beautiful face, his gaze falling on her full, rosy lips. Song Jiao was very close to him, and with a slight stretch of her arm, she could be in his embrace. His throat felt dry. Wife, have you really thought this through? Song Jiao giggled, tilting her head and wrapping her arms around his waist, speaking with a tone of frustration. Sheng Huayan, you really are a stubborn and difficult person. Sheng Huayan stood frozen, just about to move when he heard Song Jiao's fierce threat. Try pushing me away, I dare you. He couldn't help but laugh, yet he felt a sense of sweetness in it all. His eyes were dark red as he tightly held her slim waist, wishing he could pull her closer. You can take some more time to think. When you return next time, give me your answer. Sheng Huayan licked his lips, gently pushing her hair behind her ear, his eyes showing a hint of a smile, but his tone remained serious. Once you decide, you can't change your mind. Even if she regretted it, he wouldn't give her any chance. Since she had drawn his attention, she would be stuck with him forever, with no way to escape. The man held her waist firmly, his warm touch spreading through her. The strong scent of masculinity surrounded her, making Song Jiao feel weak. Not wanting to be the only one affected, she playfully stood on her tiptoes and blew softly in his ear. They were so close that she soon felt something pressing against her abdomen. Sheng Huayan's expression darkened, and he quickly left. At night, suddenly, a loud noise came from outside the city gate, waking countless people from their sleep. The refugees have risen up. Quick, close the doors and windows, don't go outside. The patrolling officers rang their bells and loudly reminded the citizens to stay safe. In the alleys, the sounds of barking dogs, crying children, and adults cursing filled the air. Lights turned on in every household. Bang, bang, bang. The wooden door of the Sheng family was knocked loudly. The whole family was awakened and went to the front yard to check. You all stay behind the door and don't come out. I'll go see, Sheng Huayan said, grabbing a stick by the door and stepping outside. He stood firm and asked sternly, Who is it? The knocking stopped, and a rough male voice replied, Brother Sheng, it's the officer Gao Fei. I used to work with you. The military has sent a notice requiring all military households to gather immediately. Sheng Huayan remained cautious, carefully opening the door a crack. Do you have a document? On the first day in their new home, an officer showing up proved that the Sheng family was under the watch of Governor Feng, making him wary. I do. Gao Fei handed over the document. Brother Sheng, I've saved a lot of money to help recruit soldiers for the Tiger Head camp, and now I'm a main soldier. It's great. We can work together again and look out for each other. In the dim light, the honest-looking man was full of smiles, genuinely happy to work together again. Sheng Huayan's expression grew serious. In chaotic times, working in the government was the safest and easiest job. The barracks offer many opportunities, but are also full of dangers. I've only heard of people desperately trying to bribe their way into official positions, but never of anyone bribing to become a soldier. Ordinary soldiers face life-and-death situations on the battlefield, and they can get in without spending money. So many people rush to join. Why does it seem so appealing to him? Sheng Huayan is almost certain that this person is a spy sent by Governor Feng to keep an eye on him. He nods and says, Please wait a moment, Brother Gao. I will inform my family about this. Gao Fei replies, No trouble at all, Brother Sheng. Take your time. I will wait here. Bang. The door closes in front of him. Gao Fei thinks, I was just being polite. Did you really leave me standing at the door? It's infuriating. Sheng Huayan naturally wouldn't let him meet his family, fearing that the young man might cause trouble. He returns to the hall with a serious expression and sees the worried looks on Song Jiao and her daughter. He apologizes, saying, I need to report to the military camp now. Nian Bao runs up and hugs his leg reluctantly. Daddy, don't go. Sheng Huayan picks Nian Bao up and gently wipes away the tears on her face, softly saying, I will come back when I have time off. You must listen to your mother at home. Nianbao nods quietly, clinging to his neck tightly. Meanwhile, Song Jiao Jiao goes back inside and brings out a prepared package. If you need anything urgently in the camp, just send someone to let me know, and I will send it right away. As the moment of parting approaches, Song Jiao Jiao feels the package is too light and regrets not preparing some self-defense items or snacks. Sheng Huayan smiles and reassures her. A few changes of clothes will be enough. I am a minor officer, and the camp will provide protective gear and weapons. Even so, Song Jiao Jiao's heart is still anxious. She tries to calm her racing thoughts, listening to the commotion outside, and says, "Don't worry about home. You should hurry." Sheng Huayan reluctantly watches his wife and daughter closely before taking the package and heading outside. Just as he steps out, Huzi runs over, sweating. "Brother, what happened last night to celebrate their new home?" Everyone drank quite a bit. Except for Sheng Huayan, the others had passed out and were sleeping soundly. Fortunately, Huzi has a higher tolerance for alcohol and woke up in time. Sheng Huayan pats his shoulder and seriously warns him, "There's a riot among the refugees. I need to go to the military camp for duty. Leave the safety of the home to you. Please stay alert these days and avoid drinking. Don't worry, big brother. I will take good care of my sister-in-law and niece," Hu promised, patting his chest. "I have always trusted you to do your job well," Sheng Huayan replied, seeing the spark in Hu's eyes. "Also, my mother is expected to arrive in Fengzhou City in a couple of days, so please help pick them up." Hu assured him again, and satisfied with the response, Sheng Huayan opened the door and left with Gao Fei. "Sister-in-law, get some rest. I'll guard the door," Hu said as he closed the door, took a stool, and sat down with a wooden stick in hand. Song Jiao Jiao kindly brought out some pastries and brewed a pot of good tea. "Thank you for your hard work, Brother Hu." Hu scratched his head, smiling. "It's nothing. I'm used to keeping watch over the cows at home. Back then, we didn't have such delicious pastries. I feel like I've gained from this. You and Big Brother are my benefactors." "Benefactors? We're all family here." Yes, you're right, sister-in-law." The night went on until dawn. The rioting refugees in the city had been controlled, and the bloodied streets were quickly washed by the officials. Outside the city, however, the situation was grim, with piles of corpses at the city gate. Soldiers emotionlessly dragged the bodies and buried them in a large pit far away to prevent disease outbreaks. Entry is prohibited. Outside the city gate, the old Qian family was stopped by soldiers. Sheng Sanlang quickly jumped down from the carriage, handed over the documents, and politely said, "I am a scholar and my brother is a deputy officer. Please, sir, let us in. We can pay any amount. You and your brother are of no use. Even if the king himself came, you wouldn't get into Fengzhou City today." The guard gruffly shoved the documents back into his arms. "Fengzhou City is in chaos. I advise you, scholar, to leave this troubled place quickly. Do you see those refugees over there? They are starving and capable of anything. For the safety of your family, leave now." Sheng Sanling glanced back and noticed many refugees, watching them closely. If it weren't for the guards escorting them, they might have already attacked. The bodies outside Fengzhou City had been mostly cleared, but the ground was stained red with blood, and the strong smell made them feel uneasy. "Sir, please tell Manager Liao of Jufeng Restaurant that Sheng Sanlang and his mother are waiting for them to come pick us up outside the city." Sheng Sanlang held the officer's hand and discreetly gave him a silver ingot worth 10 taels, hidden in his wide sleeves. Now, they needed to find a way to inform his older brother about their situation, so getting into the city early and giving some silver was not a big deal. Suozhuang is a village near Fengzhou City, where the local villagers are numerous and can unite to resist the refugees, making it relatively safe. Feeling the heavy silver, the officer's expression softened a bit. When he saw the size of the silver in his palm, a smile even appeared on his face. "How about this? You wait in Suozhuang, and after my shift, I will send you a message." This man had a good relationship with the owner of Jufeng Tavern, so he might even earn a reward for delivering the message. "Thank you, officer." Sheng Sanling bowed gratefully and hurriedly discussed matters with the others. In just a short while, more and more refugees gathered around. They did not dare to delay and quickly drove away. A large convoy of goods moved toward the city outskirts, and many ordinary people hurried to follow. There is strength in numbers, and it is better to stick together than to fight alone. Sure enough, shortly after they left, a young refugee followed behind them. The officers were not surprised and showed no intention of stopping them, silently wishing them good luck. In Sweetwater Alley, by the afternoon, Fengzhou City had returned to normal. People went about their business as usual, bustling with activity, as if the refugee riots were just a dream. Most of the residents in the alley were families of the Tiger Head camp. Song Jiao planned to build good relationships with her neighbors. If she could befriend a few military wives, it would greatly benefit the Sheng family. Never underestimate the influence of women. If they spoke well of Sheng Huayan in front of their husbands, it might lead to mutual support in the military in the future. Early in the morning, Song Jiao sorted the local specialties she brought from Chipai village, placing a bottle of soybean oil, soybean paste, vegetarian chicken, fermented tofu, and potato flour in each basket. Exchanging food with neighbors is an easy way to build rapport, especially since these gifts were scarce in the market. Song Jiao had already inquired with a local informant and found out that there were 2 households with the same rank as Sheng Huayan nearby. She planned to visit these 3 families personally, while the others would be taken care of by Iruzi and the others. The family on the left had the surname Chao. Song Jiao knocked on the door for a long time but received no response, as if no one was home. Fortunately, she had prepared in advance and left a note in the basket, hanging it on the door handle. The family on the right is the Zheng family. When Song Jiao lightly tapped on the door, it opened immediately, revealing a short, plump woman. She smiled and asked, "You must be the new neighbor?" Song Jiao nodded. "My husband's surname is Sheng, and he is the deputy officer at Huta camp. I just moved here and brought a small gift for you, hoping you will take care of me in the future." Mrs. Zheng eagerly took the basket, her sharp eyes quickly scanning its contents. She exclaimed, "Is this soybean oil and vegetarian chicken? Oh my, you are so generous, Mrs. Sheng." Song Jiao politely replied, "Chipai village produces a lot of soybean products, and I worked hard to get this batch." Unexpectedly, Mrs. Zheng immediately took advantage of the situation, saying, "When the oil runs out, I'll come to buy more from you. You have to give me a discount then." Young women like Song Jiao, who are shy, usually don't refuse her. Mrs. Zheng was determined to get what she wanted. "I'm afraid that won't work," Song Jiao sighed. "The journey from Fengzhou City to Chipai village is too far, and there are many refugees causing trouble. I can't go back. Otherwise, you could hire someone to go to Chipai village for the goods and mention my husband's name. The manager at the workshop would surely give you a discount out of respect for him." Mrs. Zheng's expression stiffened. Hiring someone to fetch goods would be a huge loss, and it was a terrible idea. Yet, Song Jiao looked genuinely concerned for her. After being turned down for the first time, Mrs. Zheng's warm attitude cooled, and she asked, "What did you bring for Mrs. Chow?" She stretched her neck to peek, only seeing a bamboo basket hanging behind the door. Seeing her eager expression, Song Jiao suspected that if she weren't there, Mrs. Zheng would sneak over to check. Feigning distress, Song Jiao said, "Since I didn't know the preferences of both ladies, I brought the same thing for each." Mrs. Zheng's eyes shifted, unwilling to miss out. "This basket looks nice. I'll take it too. Would you like to come in for a bit? My husband isn't home, and the kids are being mischievous, making a mess. I hope you don't mind." At this point, it was clear she didn't really want to invite Song Jiao in for tea. Understanding her hint, Song Jiao politely declined. "I just moved in yesterday and still have many things to unpack. I'll come back to bother you another day." After leaving the Zheng family, Song Jiao's smile faded completely. Mrs. Zheng was looking for small advantages, and her true character would only be revealed over time. She wondered what the Chow family would be like. "Miss Sheng." From a distance, Mao Dou ran over from the other end of the alley, sweating and out of breath. He said, "The shopkeeper asked me to tell you that there will be a market in the west of the city tomorrow. Old Zhang always brings his wine to sell at the market, and his wine is the best. Song Jiao Jiao noticed his cheeks were red from the sun and quickly invited him inside for some tea. Mao Dou casually wiped the sweat from his forehead with his sleeve, saying, "The shopkeeper is going to Yanjing soon, and I have a lot to do, so I'll be on my way." Song Jiao Jiao called after him. "Has shopkeeper Liao set a date yet?" Mao Dou shook his head. It was originally set for the 10th of next month, but unfortunately, due to the recent unrest with the refugees, Fengzhou City has restricted entry and exit. For safety reasons, the shopkeeper decided to wait until things calm down before leaving. "Please let me know when the date is confirmed, so I can see your shopkeeper off," Song Jiao Jiao said, handing him 2 copper coins. "Since you're in a hurry, I won't keep you. Go buy yourself a cup of tea." Mao Dou smiled widely. "Thank you, Miss Sheng." By evening, the Chow family returned home. Half an hour later, Mrs. Chow knocked on the Sheng family's door, holding a food box, her tone rather cold. "Tell your lady not to send gifts next time. This is a return gift." Huzi took the basket, and Mrs. Chow turned to leave, closing her own door behind her. "What a person," he muttered, handing the basket to Song Jiao Jiao and adding that Mrs. Chow is really quite proud, wearing a faded white dress and a blank expression. She seems very distant. The bamboo basket belonged to the Sheng family, with a large bowl covered by a plate inside. Song Jiao Jiao lifted the lid, and a rich aroma wafted out. Inside was a dish of braised pork with cabbage and vermicelli, with only a few thin slices of pork. The tofu, however, was plentiful, taking up almost 2/3 of the dish. "This return gift isn't even worth what we sent them," Huzi complained. But Song Jiao Jiao replied, "A small gift carries great meaning. This is the best Mrs. Chow could offer, and that sentiment is very precious. Ask yourself, how many families returned gifts after we delivered ours today? We visited 11 households, and only 2 returned gifts." Huzi's voice trailed off. "Mrs. Chow may have a bad attitude, but she is quite sincere." Song Jiao Jiao rubbed her forehead. "I was wrong. I thought that a military family would be doing well, so I prepared a generous gift. But for the Chow family, this gift might be a burden." Nian Bao listened to their conversation, learning from them. "Sister Song, what smells so good?" And Rui arrived just in time for dinner, greedily inhaling the delicious aroma in the air. She leaned in closer and exclaimed in surprise, "It smells great, but there seems to be a bit less meat." Song Jiao Jiao lightly tapped her forehead and said to everyone, "Let's eat." Although everyone complained about the lack of pork belly, they quickly started serving themselves, and the plate of pork belly with tofu was soon empty. "Madame Chow's cooking is amazing. Her restaurant will surely be a success," and Rui said, patting her full belly. "Sister Song, I've got the shop and staff all set up. We just need a perfumer. I brought some balsam flowers. Take a look and see if they're good." She opened a brocade box and showed Song Jiao Jiao the delicate, pale pink flowers. "That's it." Song Jiao Jiao picked up a balsam flower and examined it closely, smiling as she said, "Besides making rouge, if you mix it with alum and grind it into a paste, you can apply it to your nails, and in about an hour, they'll have a beautiful color." Alum was widely used in ancient times as a medicine and dye, and by the Ming Dynasty, it was used for filtering and purifying drinking water. "Sister Song, you know so much," and Rui admired her with a thumbs up. "Uncle found out that there are a few perfumers in Fengzhou City, and I specifically came to invite you to go with me tomorrow." Song Jiao Jiao shook her head. "There's a market in the west of the city tomorrow, and I need to buy wine. You know everything about the rouge on the market. No one is better than you at finding the right perfumer." And Rui was surprised. "Why do you need to buy wine? Are you planning to buy low and sell high?" "But even with good packaging, if the wine quality isn't good, customers won't buy it. That's a secret for now. You'll find out later," Song Jiao Jiao said mysteriously, making a shushing gesture. It was true what they say. The emperor is not in a hurry, but the eunuch is. And Rui was getting anxious, while Song Jiao Jiao remained calm, lounging in a wicker chair and enjoying the evening breeze. As good friends, and Rui worried about Song Jiao Jiao failing and was restless all night, waking up the next day with a sore mouth. Coincidentally, She had breakfast planned with Sheng Hanyu, who was startled and asked with concern, what happened? And Rui, carefree and treating Sheng Hanyu like family, shared the news about Song Jiao's plans to open a wine shop. Sheng Hanyu's eyes flickered with a hint of mockery. He had overestimated Song Jiao, thinking she would come up with a good business idea, but it turned out she was just going for the simplest way to make a profit. The problem is that she moved things from the west side of the city to the east to sell them, hoping to get a high price after changing a little. That's not how business works. However, and Rui helped him a lot. Since Song Jiao planned to start a beverage business, he decided to completely take down her shop in that field. Sheng Hanyu was determined to succeed. After comforting his fiancée briefly, he instructed his servants to quickly renovate the shop and put up the sign for the liquor store in advance. In the west side of the city, Old Zhang's liquor shop was located deep in Saisha Street, surrounded by small vendors. Most of the regular customers were neighbors. Suddenly, a group of people arrived, and their impressive appearance immediately caused a stir. "Uncle Zhang, someone is looking for you," shouted a child, cupping his hands around his mouth. Old Zhang slowly walked out, swaying a bit, squinting at the newcomers. "Who are you?" He was clearly quite drunk. Huzi leaned close to Song Jiao and whispered, "Sister-in-law, are we sure we have the right person?" Song Jiao replied, "We do. His wine is indeed fragrant." She stepped forward with a smile and asked, "Sir, I was recommended by Manager Liao. My husband's surname is Sheng, and I would like to order a batch of wine from you." It's you?" Old Zhang said, clearly aware of the situation. He glanced at her and said, "Come in." He turned and walked inside. Song Jiao followed him into the shop. Old Zhang poured 2 cups of wine from a barrel and handed them to her and Huzi before going to drink on his own. "Good wine," Huzi said, smelling the aroma. He took a big gulp, and the spicy, sweet flavor spread in his throat, leaving a pleasant aftertaste. It was much better than the wine available in the market. Song Jiao was unsure about her tolerance for alcohol, so she only took a small sip. Her eyebrows lifted slightly, and with an even happier smile, she asked, "How many barrels are you willing to sell?" "Sir?" "I'll take them all." Old Zhang didn't look up and held up 3 fingers. 300 barrels, Song Jiao asked. Old Zhang shook his head. 3 barrels. Huzi's eyes widened. "What can we do with 3 barrels?" "That's not enough for regular drinking. 3 barrels, take it or leave it," Old Zhang snorted. "I don't have more." He certainly had the confidence to say that. Song Jiao signaled Huzi to guard the door and continued speaking to Old Zhang. "If you are willing to supply enough wine, I have a way to make it spicier and taste even better. It will surely be a unique fine wine in the Great Zhao dynasty." Old Zhang didn't believe it. "If you can make the unique fine wine of the Great Zhao dynasty, not only will I supply you with wine, but I will also come to help you brew it for free. It's a deal." Song Jiao took out some silver coins from her pocket. "I will buy 3 jars of wine now and come back in 5 days with the world's unique fine wine." Seeing her confident look, Old Zhang had doubts. But if Song Jiao had the skill to brew wine, why would she buy his? "Those 3 jars in the corner are 10 taels of silver. Hurry up and take them." The wall clearly stated 2 taels per jar, and Old Zhang was obviously raising the price on purpose to make her give up. "Hey, why are you being so difficult?" Huzi glared angrily. Old Zhang rolled his eyes, still keeping his arrogant attitude of, "If you don't want to buy, then leave." Song Jiao paid the 10 taels and had Huzi load the wine onto the cart. Old Zhang could brew good wine and had some talent, so being a bit arrogant wasn't a big deal. Just as they left, people working for Sheng Hanyu burst into the shop, claiming they wanted to buy the whole store. Old Zhang was furious and grabbed a broom to sweep them out. But not all the wine shops in Fengzhou City had such spirit. Under Sheng's financial pressure, most of the wine in Fengzhou City fell into Sheng Hanyu's hands. "Help, help, you old fool. Calling for help won't save you after offending our young lady. Stop talking and keep beating him." The alley was noisy, and such scenes often happened during Wang Wu's time leading the local ruffians. The people of Fengzhou City were used to it and paid no attention.
Bang.
A shoe suddenly flew in and hit a wine bottle, causing cracks to form at the neck, almost spilling the wine. "Who threw that?" Huzi put down the cart and angrily walked into the alley with the shoe in hand. Moments later, cries of pain echoed from deep within the alley. Just wait. Our young lady is the daughter of the governor. You won't get away with this. The thugs shouted threats as they fled. Song Jiao Jiao couldn't help but sigh. How did buying wine turn into a conflict with Governor Foam? Sister-in-law, this person looks familiar. He seems to be the man who got poisoned at Jufeng restaurant. Huzi helped a middle-aged man covered in injuries out. Song Jiao Jiao felt sorry for him. He always looked so miserable whenever she saw him. Take him to the clinic. Good people go all the way and help should be given until the end. Wait, please don't go yet. I beg you to help me find my daughter. Song Ju urgently grabbed Iruzi's sleeve, ready to kneel. Iruzi used all his strength to lift him up and asked, "Where's your daughter?" Otherwise, with such a big city like Fengzhou, it would be like searching for a needle in a haystack. Where do we start? Song Ju said. She must have gone to find the governor. Feng Wanxin is the governor's biological daughter. The governor wouldn't help her and might even lock her up. She left not long ago. Please, I need your help to stop her. Iruzi remembered Song Ju mainly because of Qiao Miaoqi's beautiful face, so he patted his chest and promised, "Don't worry, I'll go right now." He ran off quickly and disappeared in the blink of an eye. Song Ju felt weak and collapsed by the roadside. Song Jiao Jiao said that under the hot sun, Song Jiao Jiao was sweating heavily, so she spent a few coins to hire a passerby to help take the cart and Song Ju to the nearest clinic. Song Ju had only superficial injuries. Although he looked badly hurt, he hadn't injured his internal organs or bones. A little medicine would help him heal. However, he seemed to be short on money, often going hungry, which led to his weak condition. Feeling ashamed, Song Ju could barely lift his head and explained, "I spent a lot of money the other day on some famous paintings, but I was deceived and lost everything. To make a living, I had to copy books, and my daughter also painted to help support the family. Unfortunately, we didn't earn any money and were beaten up by Feng Wanxin's people." Song Jiao Jiao casually asked, "I heard Miss Feng is knowledgeable and reasonable. Why would she act so cruelly? What nonsense about being knowledgeable and reasonable? She is clearly a heartless woman," Song Ju said angrily, clenching his fists. "My son was engaged to a man who broke his promise and got involved with Miss Feng, but he still wanted my daughter's amazing painting skills and intended to take her as a concubine. Miss Feng naturally wouldn't allow that and got furious, blaming both of us. The county school was shut down, and we were often harassed by local thugs. I had no choice but to bring my daughter all the way from Qixian to Fengzhou, hoping to explain the misunderstanding to Miss Feng. But unexpectedly, she said she didn't care to my face, yet secretly tried to ruin us. The last pot of poison was tampered with by my former son-in-law." As he spoke about his sadness, Song Ju couldn't help but tear up. "My poor daughter can't get justice and has had her reputation ruined." Song Jiao Jiao listened with deep sympathy. "However, Qixian?" she asked uncertainly. "Are you Scholar Song?" At first, the waiter at the restaurant praised Miss Chiao's painting skills, saying that the bamboo on the screen was painted vividly and had a unique charm. Song Ju asked cautiously, "How do you know?" "I am from Chipai village and had the chance to see Miss Chiao's painting at the restaurant." Song Jiao Jiao smiled. "By the way, I open a rouge shop and need a painter for the decoration and packaging. Only a woman can truly understand another woman. If Miss Chiao is willing, she can work at my shop." Hearing that they were from the same place, Song Ju smiled brightly. "It depends on whether my daughter is willing." Qiao Shiqi is not Song Ju's biological daughter, but the daughter of an old friend, so he takes her wishes seriously. "Dad, I am willing." A clear female voice suddenly came in. Qiao Shiqi stepped forward quickly, tears sparkling in her eyes, and bowed gracefully. "Thank you, Madam Sheng, for your help. I cannot repay your kindness, but I can offer my painting skills for free to help with the shop's designs." On the way, Qiao Shiqi had heard Iruzi introduce the Sheng family and admired Madame Sheng for running a bean product workshop. Song Jiao Jiao has always loved strong and beautiful women. She said kindly, 2 taels of silver a month, and there is accommodation in the back of the shop. You and your daughter can stay there and help look after the shop. Are you willing? Of course, but Qiao Shiqi said sadly, we have offended Miss Feng and cannot stay in the shop, so as not to trouble Madame Sheng. Song Jiao Jiao replied, don't worry, my family has already offended her father, so Miss Feng won't dare to cause trouble. Besides, we are from the same hometown, and we should look out for each other. The last sentence left the Song family unable to refuse her kindness. When they returned to the shop, they noticed that the shop across the street was changing its sign. The new sign had only 4 golden characters. Sheng Family Wine Shop. Simple and bold, it was impressive. Not only do they run a wine shop, but they also share the surname Sheng. Iruzi scratched his head. They won't be coming after us, will they? Song Jiao Jiao saw a familiar servant and smirked. Don't doubt it. They are definitely coming after us. What should we do? Iruzi was very anxious. That Sheng guy is wealthy and will surely outdo us. Should I cause a scene? No need. Song Jiao Jiao said with a mix of amusement and exasperation. Selling wine across the street is fine. We can see who sells better. Uncle Song, Sister Qiao, there are 4 rooms in the back. You can choose any. Let's wait until everything settles down and we can discuss the matter in a couple of days. Qiao Shiqi was very grateful. Thank you, Sister Song. Later, Anrui heard that her fiancé had opened a tavern to compete with Song Jiao Jiao, and the two had another big argument. Anrui cried with a red nose, leaning on Song Jiao Jiao's shoulder, gasping for breath. Yugo was never like this before. He was always dignified and honorable, and wouldn't do such disgusting things. He must have been influenced by the servants around him. Song Jiao Jiao scoffed. In business, everyone is cunning. She had just offended Sheng Hanyu, and it wasn't a deep grudge, yet he opened a shop to try to bring her down, proving that he was not the honorable person he pretended to be. Everyone relies on their own abilities. She wiped away Rui's tears and sighed. If he loses, will he hate me even more? And Rui paused, sniffling. Song Jiao Jiao lightly tapped her forehead. I need to start brewing wine in the next few days. Come back in a few days. Otherwise, you little carefree one, you might unknowingly become a little spy. And Rui weakly protested. I didn't. Then she thought about how Sheng Hanyu had bought most of the wine in Fengzhou City, and her cheeks instantly felt hot. Most of the residents in Sweetwater Alley were military families who loved good wine. For several days, a rich aroma of wine wafted through the alley, thick and strong, lingering in the air as if just a few deep breaths would make one tipsy. 3 jars of wine were distilled to produce a single pot of high-quality wine. Song Jiao Jiao filled a small jar and set off to meet old Zhang for their 3-day appointment. Just as she stepped out, a figure darted out from the side. Mrs. Sheng, the wine you brew at home smells amazing. Mrs. Zheng stared greedily at the wine jar in her hands, unable to hide her desire. We'll open in half a month, and you must come to support us. I'll give you a 10% discount then. Song Jiao Jiao calmly stepped aside. Sorry, I have to leave now. Watching her get into the carriage and drive away, Mrs. Zheng was furious, hands on her hips, spitting several times on the ground. This woman is so stingy. What's wrong with sharing some good wine with the neighbors? She doesn't know how to do business at all. People care about their reputation, and trees care about their bark. Shameless. A mocking voice came from nearby. Mrs. Zheng saw her rival getting angrier. Who are you insulting, Chow? Mrs. Chow pointed at a yellow stray dog at the alley's entrance, saying, I'm insulting the dog. You. Mrs. Zheng glared at her with anger, remembering past grievances. Suddenly, she said with a smug smile, Chow Meng and you are truly a perfect match, both clueless. Let me see. Your son hasn't seen his father for almost 2 months, right? Chow Meng was still on duty at the military camp, doing the dirty work assigned by his superiors. Realizing her husband was being bullied by Mrs. Zheng, Mrs. Chow's anger flared up. She rolled up her sleeves and rushed forward to push Mrs. Zheng down and give her a beating. The alley was soon filled with loud cries. The commotion attracted many curious neighbors. Nian Bao, unable to contain her curiosity, peeked through a crack in the door and suddenly heard Mrs. Zheng's fierce cries. You little brat. Officer Zhang won't let you go. Bang. The door suddenly slammed shut. She turned to see Lu Wan standing behind her with a serious expression, his arm bracing the door tightly, veins bulging, as he spat out 3 words with anger. Officer Zhang. Thunder rumbled ominously in the sky, which had suddenly turned dark despite the clear day. When they reached the west side of the city, strong winds blew fiercely, nearly breaking the branches off the trees. The carriage stopped in front of a tavern. Erhuzi got off to knock on the door, but received no response. A kind passerby informed them, "Old Zhang has stopped doing business. A group of people came recently, threatening him with his brother to take over the tavern. It's no longer his." After a pause, the passerby sighed. All the money from the tavern went to pay his brother's debts. Poor old Zhang has lost a shop and is left with nothing. Song Jiao Jiao immediately guessed it was the work of Sheng Hanyu's people and felt angry at such petty actions. Ultimately, it was her fault that old Zhang was in trouble. She quickly asked, "Where did old Zhang go?" The passerby shook his head. "Maybe he's passed out in some alley." Without delay, Song Jiao Jiao and Erhuzi set off in different directions to search. The west side of the city was home to many kind-hearted people who ran small businesses and felt sympathy for old Zhang's situation. With their help, Song Jiao Jiao soon found old Zhang in a secluded alley. Before she got close, she was hit by a strong, unpleasant smell of alcohol. She covered her nose with a handkerchief and pushed through her nausea to take a few steps forward.
Crash.
She stepped on a broken branch. The noise woke old Zhang, who opened his eyes slowly. His nose twitched as he tried to identify the scent in the air. Suddenly, he sat up straight, exclaiming, "Good wine." It turned out he had caught the scent of the wine on Song Jiao Jiao. Song Jiao Jiao was startled and couldn't help but smile and cry at the same time. "Old man, as we agreed last time, I brought the best wine from the great Zhao dynasty." Old Zhang squinted at her, finally recalling something from his memory. His expression suddenly turned serious. "I have no wine to sell you anymore, and I won't have any in the future." People had said that the trouble started because he sold wine to Song Jiao Jiao, so old Zhang was not friendly towards her. Feeling guilty, Song Jiao Jiao smiled and said, "It's okay if you don't have wine to sell me, but that jar of wine is yours. Consider my apology." Old Zhang didn't want to accept her gift, but couldn't resist the fine wine. He was torn. "I have nothing left now. Don't think you can get wine money from me. That bottle of wine is a gift for you," Song Jiao Jiao promised again. Finally, old Zhang stood up, still a bit doubtful, and followed her to the shop entrance. When Song Jiao Jiao handed him the bottle, he eagerly opened it and took a sip. The spicy liquor slid down his throat, and his eyes sparkled like stars. He continued to drink sip after sip. "This wine is really strong. It's smooth, refreshing, and has a lasting aroma. It truly is a rare find," he exclaimed. Before he knew it, he had finished a whole jar. Just then, large raindrops began to fall from the sky, hitting old Zhang's face. He suddenly came to his senses and chuckled. "Miss, does your family's wine shop need a brewing master? I won't ask for any pay, just to see how the fine wine is made and to have plenty of it every day." He nervously rubbed his hands together, showing his white teeth, and added, "I can also make fruit wine. Everyone in the nearby villages says it's good." "We would be lucky to have your help with brewing," Song Jiao Jiao replied eagerly. "You'll be paid like the head worker, and I'll arrange for a few helpers for you. Meals and lodging are all covered, plus you'll have 4 days off each month and holiday benefits." This offer was excellent for Fengzhou City. Old Zhang wiped the rain from his face, excitedly hopped onto the cart, and said, "What are we waiting for? Let's go and get to work." To prepare for the renovation of the rouge shop, the Song family had already moved in, leaving the wine shop empty. With old Zhang and 3 helpers, they would have more than enough support. They could work during the day and guard the shop at night. Old Zhang spat angrily towards the shop across the street and cursed, "So those guys are challenging you, huh? Give me half a month, and I'll make sure to help you get back at them," Song Jiao Jiao worriedly said. "But it takes more than half a month to brew the wine, right?" Old Zhang thought for a moment and suggested, "I have a friend in Xinzhuang who is great at brewing fruit wine. He could probably make 100 jars. If we could find a way to bring it into the city, that would be perfect. However, right now Fengzhou City has strict limits on entering and leaving, and getting a pass is not easy. Besides, the Sheng family is on bad terms with Governor Feng." "Mrs. Sheng, I finally found you." In the pouring rain, Manager Liao was soaked on one side, and water dripped from his clothes onto the ground. It's really coming down today. It seems to rain every few days. I hope there won't be any floods. Song Jiao Jiao quickly handed him a clean white towel to wipe off the fish stains, looking anxious. You came through the rain. Is something wrong with my husband? Brother Sheng is very capable and has been performing excellently in the army. He might get promoted soon, Manager Liao said, wiping the rain off his face and wringing out his sleeves. A soldier guarding the city came to see me at noon. He said Sheng Sanling and the others arrived in Fengzhou City a few days ago. They brought a lot of supplies, but they were spotted by refugees and reportedly ended up in Suo village. What? Song Jiao Jiao's heart tightened. If the refugees are desperate enough to rebel, Sanling and the others are in serious danger. We need to get out of the city to help them. Manager Liao, can you find a way to get a pass? Manager Liao replied, That's why I came. Do you remember the official you once honored? He is in charge of this matter. I just want to see him and got 5 passes. Each pass allows 1 round trip. To avoid getting wet, he had placed them in a silk box and showed them to Song Jiao Jiao. The pass was essentially a piece of leather paper that recorded the name and address of the traveler, along with the reason for entering and leaving the city. To transport supplies for the government. Song Jiao Jiao understood. How much did you pay? I'll reimburse you, Manager Liao said, 500 taels of silver, plus 2 VIP cards for Jufeng restaurant. Sanling and the others brought some goods from the restaurant. If it weren't for those goods being so noticeable, they wouldn't have attracted the attention of the refugees. This amount is nothing. He also thought to himself that if those goods were found, they would be given to the government for free. While it's raining to cover our tracks, let's leave the city together. There's a well-known tavern, so the guards might not trouble you too much. Thank you. I will remember your kindness for now, but I need to help Sanling and the others first. Song Jiao Jiao turned to Eruzi and instructed, Nianbao is still at home, so you should hurry back. You all must stay indoors until I return. If anything happens, go find uncle and sister for help. Eruzi nodded seriously. Shopkeeper Liao, please wait a moment while I prepare some easy-to-carry food and medicine. Food and medicine are essentials to avoid any unexpected situations. Just as Song Jiao Jiao was about to rush into the rain with her umbrella, Shopkeeper Liao quickly stopped her, saying, I've already sent Mado to prepare those items. As soon as he finished speaking, a horse-drawn cart stopped at the shop entrance, and Mado jumped down from the cart wearing a raincoat. Shopkeeper, I brought a lot of buns and pastries from the kitchen, 2 big bundles, enough to last for several days. Thank you, Brother Mado, Song Jiao Jiao said sincerely. Mado shyly waved his hand. Shopkeeper Liao said, We shouldn't delay. Madam Sheng, let's hurry out of the city. Thunder rumbled continuously in the sky, and the rain poured down heavily, creating a mist on the road. At the city gate, the guards checked their passes and quickly let them through, informing them that the gate would close at dusk. As the gate opened, the refugees looked up curiously. A horse-drawn cart sped out, splashing water everywhere. Some tried to follow, but the cart was too fast and disappeared into the heavy rain. Lock Village is less than half an hour's ride from Fengzhou City, and Shopkeeper Liao knew the terrain well. However, they encountered some reckless refugees who tried to block the cart. The hooves galloped fiercely, showing no mercy as they kicked at them. Seeing their companions in trouble, the others dared not take the risk to stop the cart. Soon, a small village with about 100 residents came into view. It seemed there had been a fierce battle nearby, as bones littered the sides of the road. Ahead, 2 thick trees blocked the way into the village. Thorns wrapped around the trees, and to enter the village, they would have to push through the thorns, risking injury. Shopkeeper Liao was startled and quickly pulled on the reins, causing the horse's hooves to rise high before coming down. He wiped the rain from his face and shouted loudly into the cart, Madam Sheng, the road ahead is blocked. We need to get out of the cart and walk through. Song Jiao Jiao lifted the curtain of the carriage and looked at the village in the distance, shrouded in mist. She focused on the 2 large trees ahead and asked, Is there another route? If we leave the carriage here overnight, the horses will be taken by bandits. Shopkeeper Liao replied, Yes, but it's quite far. We have to go around from Xinzhuang. Xinzhuang? Isn't it the village where old Zhang said his friend makes the best fruit wine? It's on the way. Song Jiao Jiao said firmly. Let's go to Xinzhuang.
All right.
Shopkeeper Liao also didn't want to leave the horses here. Just as he was about to turn the horses around, a group of bandits suddenly rushed out and surrounded them. The bandits had gleaming eyes, flushed faces, and each held a weapon, some with hoes, some with kitchen knives, and others with wooden sticks. They didn't come with good intentions. Leave the carriage, money, and women, and we might spare your lives, one of the bandits said boldly, his lewd gaze fixated on Song Jiao Jiao, as if he wanted to drag her away. I've traveled far and wide, even faced bandit dens, so I'm not afraid, shopkeeper Liao scoffed, pulling out a soft knife from the side of the carriage. Miss Song, you drive the carriage back to the city quickly, don't worry about me. Song Jiao Jiao could not leave him behind. Even though shopkeeper Liao was skilled, there were too many bandits, and others were lurking nearby, ready to take advantage. Do you have any extra weapons? She asked, raising an eyebrow. Shopkeeper Liao glanced at her in shock, then pulled out another soft knife from the other side of the carriage. Since he was promoted to the manager of the tavern, the benefits had improved, and the soft knife was a weapon provided for protection in troubled times. Song Jiao Jiao took it in her hand, feeling a bit awkward. She lifted her skirt and tied it at her waist to avoid being hindered. This action only made the bandits laugh lewdly, rushing toward her. Come and take my life. Shopkeeper Liao charged forward first, leading the bandits away. His skills were learned from a bodyguard and he had practiced hard. The bandits were no match for him. After dealing with a few bandits, shopkeeper Liao turned to help Song Jiao Jiao, only to see a circle of bandits lying around her. At that moment, she slashed the last bandit's arm with her sword, and while he was distracted, she kicked him, making a sound that echoed even through the rain. He silently squeezed his legs together. Behind the trees, others were also holding their legs tightly. He and shopkeeper Liao exchanged glances. The village chief, 2 people from Fengzhou City have arrived, claiming to be relatives of the scholar. A young man rushed into the village chief's house, his voice echoing before he even got close. Sheng Sanlang stood up excitedly. Who are they? What do they look like? One is a middle-aged man, seems to be called Manager Liao. The other is a very beautiful young lady, with big eyes and very fair skin. Old Mrs. Qian clapped her thigh and laughed. It must be Manager Liao and my eldest daughter-in-law. Thinking of Song Jiao Jiao coming to pick her up, she suddenly lost her appetite and hurriedly put down her bowl and chopsticks. Beside her, Granny Ke and Qiuyue also showed their first genuine smiles in days. At that moment, the village chief kindly said, Auntie, please come with us to the village entrance. If it really is your daughter-in-law, we will let them in. Just as Daniel was about to get up, old Mrs. Qian stopped him. You're still not well. Stay here. Grandma'll wait for you, Daniel said nervously, fidgeting with the hem of his clothes, unsure if he was more afraid of Song Jiao Jiao finding out something or of old Mrs. Qian and the others leaving him behind. Old Mrs. Qian nodded absent-mindedly, not noticing his anxious expression, grabbed a raincoat from the corner, and urged Sheng Sanlang to hurry. The group arrived outside the village, and the first thing they saw was the wailing refugees on the ground. Even after hearing the news, they still doubted what they were witnessing. That group of rowdy refugees. We worked so hard to drive them away from the village, they won't dare to cause trouble here again. I heard half of the refugees were taken down by that delicate girl. Really? Look at her face. It's smaller than my palm. How could she fight? Listening to the villagers whisper, old Mrs. Qian thought, You don't know anything. My daughter-in-law is famous for being tough. Don't underestimate these scrawny refugees. Even a tall man would be knocked down by her fists. Seeing Song Jiao Jiao, all the worries of the past days vanished. Eldest daughter-in-law, I'm here. Big sister-in-law. Sheng Sanlang waved his hand excitedly. Seeing that they really recognized each other, the village chief quickly called for the villagers to clear the obstacles on the road. Half an hour later, just before dusk, they finally cleared a small path for the horse-drawn carriage. The family was finally reunited. Song Jiao Jiao noticed the two looked thin and said with regret, "Mom, you and Samling have suffered. It's not your fault. It's all because of those troublesome refugees." Old Qian tightly held her hand and recounted everything that had happened in the past few days. After they left Fengzhou City, a group of refugees followed them. However, the people driving the carriage were not easy to deal with. After taking care of a few tough ones, the other refugees dared not cause trouble. They arrived at Lock Village just as the refugees were causing chaos. They helped the villagers drive the refugees away and were able to stay in the village temporarily. Setting up roadblocks and traps was all Sheng Sanling's idea, and most of the supplies they brought had already been distributed to the villagers, leaving only one cart of goods. The villagers had been robbed of supplies several times, and they hardly had any food left at home. Even when these supplies were shared among the families, it was barely enough to keep them from starving. "Big sister-in-law, I acted on my own, and I will accept any punishment, without complaint." The goods were worth a lot, and Sheng Sanling lowered his head, ready to sign an IOU. Unexpectedly, Song Jiao Jiao did not blame him. "As long as you and mother are safe, everything else is just material. Don't worry about the loss of these goods. After all, the Sheng family is still under my management. If anything happens, I will take responsibility." Distributing the goods to the villagers would earn their support and a good reputation. Otherwise, over time, someone might get greedy and try to steal, leading to a loss of both people and resources, which would be even worse. The most fragile thing in the world is people's hearts. "You did a great job." Sheng Sanling smiled brightly. Even the village chief, who was accompanying them, smiled widely. Since Song Jiao Jiao didn't pursue the villagers for taking the goods and asked for no compensation, the anxious hearts of everyone finally settled down. He happily took out some cured rabbit meat that had been stored for 2 or 3 years to treat the guests. Unexpectedly, the villagers brought rice from one house and vegetables from another, creating a surprisingly lavish dinner. Song Jiao Jiao felt a mix of emotions. The dishes were not exquisite, but they were the most delicious meals she had ever eaten. She had thought the villagers of Chipai Village lived in great hardship, but she realized that the villages around Fengzhou City had it even tougher. She hoped that this year, nothing unexpected would happen, and that the potatoes in Qixian would be harvested. In 2 or 3 years, every household in Fengzhou City would no longer go hungry. "It's just simple food. I hope Manager Liao and Scholar don't mind. The village has no wine, and to avoid neglecting our guests, we can only use tea to express our gratitude." The village chief raised his cup of tea and took a sip as a toast. The so-called tea was actually a brown brew made from tea leaves, with a slightly bitter taste. Song Jiao Jiao took the opportunity to ask, "May I inquire if you know anyone in Xinjiang who can brew fruit wine?" "You've asked the right person, Madam Sheng. My nephew is the one who brews fruit wine in Xinjiang. It's a bit sweet and more expensive than regular wine, but the villagers don't like it. If you want some, I can go get a few jars from him tomorrow," the village chief said boldly. Ordinary families struggle to fill their stomachs and can't afford fruit wine. Wealthy people look down on it. As a result, fruit wine is in an awkward position and remains unsold. According to the village chief, his nephew brewed 130 jars of fruit wine 3 years ago, but only 2 jars have been sold over the years. The village chief had advised his nephew to sell the wine cheaply for food, but his nephew stubbornly insisted on waiting for the right opportunity. Because of this, Madam Sheng angrily took her 2 children back to her family. "Take me with you tomorrow. If it tastes good, I plan to buy it all." Song Jiao Jiao thought for a moment and kindly added, "If it's cash, we can settle immediately. If it's food, it might take a few days to transport it from Chipai Village." "Food, we need food." The villagers immediately helped the nephew choose, knowing that cash might not guarantee food, and trading directly for food would at least fill their stomachs. Sheng Sanling had been in the village for several days and understood the situation well. "I hope the village can keep this a secret. Food can stir up desires and might bring trouble to your nephew." The village chief was very grateful. "What the scholar says is true. We must keep it confidential." After dinner, Manager Liao left a bag of steamed buns and a silver coin as payment for food and lodging. The The village chief tried to refuse but eventually accepted it, determined to take care of everything. The rain kept pouring down, showing no signs of stopping. That night, the mother-in-law and daughter-in-law lay side by side in bed, sharing stories about what had happened at home, both feeling emotional. Dania jumped into the river to force Fong to reconsider, but thankfully, Xia Dong saved him in time. Fong voluntarily requested a divorce and cooperated with Sanlang to report to the county office. The man named Zhao couldn't withstand the punishment and eventually confessed that he was influenced by Boss Fan. Before we arrived, County Magistrate Zhou had already prepared a report to submit to the governor. At this point, old Mrs. Qian was worried. The governor and Boss Fan are in cahoots. Will reporting to the governor even work? It might just be a waste of effort. Song Jiaojiao smiled to reassure her. We don't expect Fong and the others to take down Boss Fan. We just want to make it so that Governor Fong won't dare to rely on him for now. Mother, instead of worrying about this, you should think about how to help Daniu. I see he looks weak and timid, troubled in his heart, and he could easily get into trouble later. When mentioning Changsun, old Mrs. Qian sighed with a frown. It's really worrying. Boom! A flash of lightning lit up the sky. From a distance, the sound of drums and gongs seemed to come. The refugees have entered the village. The mother-in-law and daughter-in-law immediately lost their sleepiness and quickly got up. By the time they reached the main hall, everyone else was already there. The village chief was dressed in a raincoat, reminding his wife to close the doors and windows. We should help too. Song Jiaojiao and Manager Liao exchanged glances, both eager to go out and investigate. Is locking the village really inviting the refugees to invade? Seeing Song Jiaojiao's small frame hesitate a bit, the village chief said, Madam Sheng, it's safer for you to stay at home. Don't worry, village chief. My daughter-in-law is strong. She can handle 3 at once, old Mrs. Qian said, looking at him with concern. You should stay here instead. The village chief replied, I'm still strong. It's fine. While they were debating, Song Jiaojiao and Manager Liao had already rushed out into the rain. They left their soft knives in the cart and took up weapons, heading towards the source of the noise. With the light from the lightning, they could see villagers running back and forth. Not far away, the refugees were pushing through the thorns, their cries echoing. Why are they fighting so desperately? Manager Liao was stunned, shocked by the scene before him. The refugees seemed to be crazed, ignoring the thorns that cut their skin, their blood mixing with the rain and staining the muddy ground. Many refugees were pushing through the thorns, and everyone was on high alert. This group was recklessly trying to get in. It would surely lead to disaster. Push them back. Song Jiaojiao was the first to charge out. Encouraged, everyone shouted and moved forward to defend their home.
Boom!
Lightning roared, and beneath the storm, a fierce battle raged. After an unknown amount of time, the refugees noticed that the villagers were strong and slowly began to retreat, falling back behind the barriers and ultimately retreating along the road towards the city gate. Look, the refugees are all running away, the villagers cheered together. I caught someone familiar. Manager Liao, tie this person up. Song Jiaojiao wiped the rain from her face, panting from exhaustion. Without asking further, Manager Liao borrowed some rope from the villagers and tied up the refugee beneath her feet. They took him to the village chief's house and threw him into the kitchen. When Sheng Sanlang and the others arrived, they were surprised to see a familiar face and exclaimed, He is that person under Wang Wu. I think his name is Li something. Sheng Sanlang racked his brain and finally remembered. Li Bao. He had a strong memory of this person. It was Li Bao who took them to meet Wang Wu after his brother sold Nian Bao outside Fengzhou City. He kicked Li Bao and asked, What are you doing here? Li Bao cried out in pain, his eyes darting around, looking for a way to escape. Manager Liao, in a fit of anger, kicked him in the stomach, saying, Wanna run? Dream on. Ah. This time, he was truly crying in pain. While rolling on the ground, a heavy pouch suddenly fell from his arms. Manager Liao picked it up to check, finding a messy collection of items inside, mostly coins, both new and old, as if they had been taken from different people. Additionally, There was a pass that allowed free entry and exit from the city, even more advanced than the one Manager Liao had, with no limit on the number of uses and stamped by the Tiger Head Camp. How do you have a military pass? With a pass from the Tiger Head Camp, one could freely enter and exit Fengzhou City, making it easier to maintain order at any time. Li Bao clenched his teeth and remained silent. Song Jiao suddenly had a bold guess. The chaos is not caused by the refugees, but by someone else. Sheng Sanlang quickly understood. Sister-in-law, do you mean someone is trying to create chaos to gain military merit? He cautiously moved to the door to look around, relieved that the village chief's family was still in the front hall and their conversation had not been overheard. Otherwise, it could lead to disaster. Lok Village is the closest and most prosperous village to Fengzhou City. If it is attacked by refugees, it will surely alarm the army to hunt them down. Furthermore, if the refugees rise up to survive, the situation will become increasingly chaotic. Those behind the scenes will take advantage of the confusion to profit and gain military merit. And since Fengzhou City is under the protection of the Qinlu King, if someone deliberately slanders the Qinlu King in front of the emperor, claiming the refugees are his private soldiers, the thought was chilling. Song Jiao brushed off the goosebumps on her arms. We must find a way to inform my husband and quickly relay this message to the Qinlu King. Those behind the scenes are not afraid of the refugees causing trouble. They fear they won't cause enough. At this point, Manager Liao could no longer hide his identity and said directly, Jufeng Restaurant is part of the Qinlu King's enterprises, and we have a special way of communicating. Leave the task of sending the message to me. I hope Miss Sheng and Sanlang will gather more information to ensure we catch the mastermind behind this plot, said Song Jiao, nodding seriously. Rest assured, Manager Liao, we will handle things here in Suo Village. Their only option was to stop the thugs disguised as refugees from achieving their goal of raiding the village and to disrupt their plans. Sanlang, take off his shoe sole and prepare a funnel, a basin, and a long bench, she instructed. With many questions in his mind, Sheng Sanlang gathered the items. Together with the village chief, they tied Li Bao to the long bench. Li Bao, unaware of the danger, felt the cold water dripping slowly onto his forehead, showing no fear on his face. I've heard of a punishment called water torture. After a few days of this, the constant dripping can cause the skin on the forehead to rot and eventually break through the skull, Song Jiao whispered enticingly. If you reveal your entire plan, you might save your life. Li Bao rolled his eyes in disdain, remaining defiant. Song Jiao admired his toughness and had the village chief's son keep an eye on him while she, along with Sanlang and the chief, discussed how to protect Suo Village and set traps. Within an hour, Li Bao gave in. These thugs had been sent among the refugees to incite them to raid the village, targeting both Suo Village and Xian Village. In 3 days, soldiers would come to hunt them down. At that time, the thugs would escape early and hide for 10 days to 2 weeks before returning, while the refugees would become scapegoats. Where are the weapons? Song Jiao asked. Li Bao shook his head. I don't know. After the raid is successful, someone will bring the weapons. The rain fell on and off for 2 full days. The next day, the sun came out. After the rain, the village was filled with the fresh scent of wet earth. The heavy rain had caused wild grass to grow wildly in the fields, creating a vibrant scene. During this time, Suo Village faced more attacks from refugees. The village chief gathered all the villagers and dressed the scattered bodies by the roadside in their everyday clothes, while the villagers wore their oldest garments, messed up their hair, and smeared dirt on themselves to create the illusion that the village had been completely ransacked. They lit torches and set a large fire, sending thick smoke high into the sky. Elders and children were gathered in the village chief's house and the cellar, while strong soldiers stood guard in the yard. Thick smoke lingered for most of the day, and a group of people pushed a cart into the village from a distance. Don't let your true self show, or I'll be the first to take you down, Song Jiao said, her face covered in dirt and soot, looking no different from a refugee. She closely followed Li Bao, her long sleeves hiding a dagger. After 2 days, her forehead still throbbed with pain. Li Bao, feeling anxious, raised his hands to the sky and swore, "Please spare me. I promise I won't do anything sneaky." Soon, the group arrived in the village, and the leader began to scan the surroundings. Song Jiao Jiao shot a sideways glance at Li Bao, who quickly jogged forward, asking, "Are you here to deliver goods?" "Who are you?" The leader's thoughts were interrupted, and he stared intently at Li Bao, showing signs of caution. Li Bao proudly lifted his chin and patted his chest, saying, "I'm Li Bao, formerly under Wang Wu, now working for brother Zhao San. I'm in charge of the village." Zhao San was a capable assistant to Boss Fan after Wang Wu, and the newcomer believed him halfway. "Where's the proof?" Li Bao rolled up his sleeves to reveal tattoos on his arms, which looked worn from many years. The leader finally relaxed, saying, "The Lord instructed that this batch of goods must be well hidden. It's very hot. Hurry up and get them to work. We need to move to the next village." "Other villages have fallen?" Song Jiao Jiao lowered her head, her gaze cold. These people were so selfish that they would drag Chen Luoang down, disregarding lives. How despicable. Li Bao quickly called others over and pretended to accidentally knock one of the boxes over while moving them, causing arrows to scatter all over the ground. The place fell silent. These arrows seemed to have been made recently, looking brand new and well-crafted. Song Jiao Jiao's heart raced, her expression darkening. The military checks supplies every year with strict management. This batch of arrows must have come from somewhere else and wasn't recorded. On one hand, this could be used to accuse Chen Luoang of raising private soldiers and secretly making weapons. On the other hand, it could be used to openly collect these weapons under the pretense of suppressing the rebel prince, strengthening the army. What a clever plan. "Be careful. These arrows are worth a fortune," the leader exclaimed, panicking. "If you break anything, you won't have enough lives to pay for it." Li Bao picked up an arrow and examined it closely, raising an eyebrow. "It's quite heavy and looks different from the usual arrows. Of course, this batch is made with the latest techniques from the court." "It's too hot. Hurry and get someone to bring some wine to cool down." The leader tugged at his collar. "Good food and drink are ready. Come over here, guys." Li Bao instinctively glanced at Song Jiao Jiao, placing his hand on the leader's shoulder as they walked toward the center of the village. The younger members who were guarding the cart followed closely behind. Once they all left, the village chief quietly approached Song Jiao Jiao and lowered his voice, saying, "The food has been laced with a sleeping potion. Not just people. Even if a bear came today, it would be knocked out." He paused, nervously asking, "What should we do about this batch of weapons?" Hiding weapons in the Great Zhao dynasty is equivalent to rebellion, and the village chief wished he could get rid of these hot potatoes immediately. Song Jiao Jiao replied, "Is there any secret place in the village or outside?" The village chief thought for a moment. A couple of years ago, someone dug a pond to grow lotus, but it was abandoned later. Recently, the rain filled the pond again, but it smells terrible, so usually no one goes there. There's a well next to the pond used for storing water. We can temporarily hide the weapons there. Without hesitation, the village chief called the villagers to move the weapons. The damp place could rust the iron, but no one was worried about that right now. They just wanted to escape this crisis first. The villagers had just hidden the weapons, sealed the well, and placed an old cart on top. They dug up mud from the pond and spread it on the cart and the surrounding land, letting it dry in the sun for a day, creating the illusion that no one had touched it for years. Everyone worked hard under the scorching sun, sweating profusely. Meanwhile, a villager ran over with a joyful expression, reporting, "The travelers have been knocked out by the potion. The scholar told us to tie them up and lock them in the woodshed." Everything went smoothly, and now they just had to wait for the army to restore order. Of course, to prevent any outbreaks, the villagers burned all the bodies, and the rising smoke made the village look like it had suffered a great disaster. With this experience, the village chief took Sheng Sanlang to neighboring villages to replicate the plan, using the scholar's reputation to gain the villagers' trust, ensuring they followed orders completely. They successfully defended against the refugee attack and captured a group of troublemakers. Sheng Sanlang became famous for this, revered by the villagers as a modern-day Zhuge Liang. The final step was crucial, to turn the tables and prevent the army from continuing to harm the village. Hundreds of villagers united to write a blood letter, detailing the attacks by bandits and young, strong villagers took the letters in several groups to the nearby county office, requesting military assistance to remove the troublemakers. The villagers who reported to the authorities left in the morning. By afternoon, the sound of horse hooves echoed outside the village, shaking the ground. The villagers were anxious. "Third brother, be careful," Song Jiao Jiao warned seriously. Sheng Sanling took a deep breath, filled with determination, and rushed to the front, holding the last letter of blood. Song Jiao Jiao lagged a few steps behind, joining old Qian and the villagers to face the unknown danger. It wasn't that Song Jiao Jiao was afraid of death. It was just that with Sheng Sanling's status and reputation as a scholar, people would be more likely to believe him. "Are you the officials here to eliminate the bandits? We have been waiting for you," Sheng Sanling called out excitedly. The officer leading the troops had to wave his hand for everyone to stop and asked, "What bandits?" They had received orders about someone raising private soldiers in the village with the intent to rebel, but what was happening now? Quickly, Sheng Sanling provided an answer. "I am Sheng Huayu, a scholar from Chipai village, and I discovered a group of bandits disguised as refugees trying to rob the village. I led the villagers to subdue them and quickly reported to the authorities in nearby counties like Tanping and Xingqing. I didn't expect you to arrive so soon." Zheng Mang, the deputy commander leading the team, was momentarily stunned by Sheng Sanling's words. Private soldiers had turned into bandits, and hidden weapons had become a robbery. "When did you report to the authorities?" Sheng Sanling lied. "I reported last night. The county officials are probably already on their way." "If I had known you would come, I wouldn't have let them escort a bandit to report." Zheng Mang was taken aback. He was one of the few who knew the truth of this mission. This farce was a fabricated merit from above. A well-trained army would not fail against unarmed civilians. But he never expected the villagers to subdue the troublemakers and report to the authorities. This mission absolutely could not fail. Otherwise, it would ruin the plans of the officials, and he would face severe consequences. Zheng Mang made up his mind and coldly snorted, "Don't talk nonsense. Do you know that rebellion is a serious crime? Someone quickly capture these rebels and kill them without mercy. As long as everyone was dead, they could decide what was right and wrong." The villagers turned pale with fear. Sheng Sanling did not expect this person to be so arrogant. He shouted, "What crime are you trying to pin on us? We have already reported to the authorities." "Who dares to harm innocent civilians?" The soldiers hesitated. The group of villagers included the elderly, women, and children, making it clear to anyone that they were not the so-called rebels. "Military orders are like mountains. Those who disobey will die." Zheng Mang drew his large knife and charged on horseback toward Sheng Sanling. The silver blade glinted sharply in the sunlight, hurting the eyes. "No, Sanling, run!" Old Madame Qian exclaimed in shock, rushing forward in fear. Faster than her, a cold arrow flew from behind and struck Zheng Mang's arm. Zheng Mang cried out in pain, falling from his horse along with the knife. As the horse's hooves were about to land on the stunned Sheng Sanling, at the crucial moment, Song Jiao Jiao pulled him away. They both fell to the ground on the left, the hooves passing just 3 feet away, kicking up dust and saving their lives. Sanling, big sister-in-law, madam, aunt. The Sheng family rushed forward to help them up, still shaken, cold sweat dripping from their foreheads. "You foolishly ran under the horse's hooves," old Madame Qian scolded, poking Song Jiao Jiao on the forehead. "You two are such troublemakers. You'll give me a heart attack." Song Jiao Jiao smiled and linked arms with her. "Sorry for worrying you, mother." Old Madame Qian pulled her hand away, her face slightly flushed. "I'm not worried about you. If you die, I'll just find a new big brother." Suddenly seeing Sheng Huayan's face, she stumbled over her words. "I'm late," Sheng Huayan said, tightening the reins and giving his family a reassuring look. He turned to the bewildered soldiers and said, "Zheng Mang deliberately used refugees to attack the village for profit. I was ordered to capture him. You should quickly lay down your weapons and crouch down." The token in his hand was the famous Black Tiger order. Even the county lieutenant was not present. The soldiers wisely dropped their weapons. It seemed that the skies over Fengzhou City were about to change. This rebellion had lasted for more than half a month. After a brief meeting that day, Sheng Huayan had been busy in the military camp, while Song Jiao and the others had returned to Fengzhou City. "We finally did it." Cheers erupted from Xiaotian Shui Alley. The wine bought from Xinzhuang had been processed again, making the fruit wine's aroma richer and its taste more complex. For example, the plum wine had a sweet flavor and a strong aftertaste. "The big sister-in-law's invention really is indispensable," old Madame Qian said proudly, raising her chin. Ever since Song Jiao taught her the distillation method for fruit wine, old Madame Qian had eagerly taken on this task. Through the tireless efforts of her and old Zhang, they brewed 3 types of wine with different sweetness levels, ultimately choosing the one with moderate sweetness and higher alcohol content as their signature drink. The next day, the Sheng family's wine shop launched fruit wine, and the free tasting label attracted many locals to stop and watch. "Can fruit wine really get you drunk?" "That's just a joke." Some skeptics insisted on trying it. After 1 cup, they felt nothing at first, but after a while, dizziness hit them, and they had to admit it was effective. In less than 2 days, the fruit wine became wildly popular in Fengzhou City. Ju Feng Restaurant was the first to offer this new fruit wine, and the Merchant Group also ordered a batch. Seeing the trend, a competing wine shop bought some fruit wine too, but its taste and alcohol content were nowhere near as good as Sheng's, leading to its eventual closure. 6 months later, a substance called alcohol appeared in the military for disinfecting wounds, providing soldiers with better protection. As the supplier of this alcohol, the Sheng family gained recognition, benefiting Sheng Huayan. By the end of the year, he had been promoted 3 times, ranking just below Zhang Junwei. Although it seemed Zhang Junwei held power, most preferred to follow Sheng Huayan's orders. With the Black Tiger order given by the king of Qinlu, he had effectively sidelined Zhang Junwei. The following year, the king of Qinlu, along with other officials, presented evidence of corruption from the previous dynasty to the current emperor, shaking the court. Officials like Zhang Wei faced exile or dismissal. With so many corrupt officials, the bloodshed at the market square lasted for 3 days and nights. The Sheng family, who had supported Zhang Wei and others, also faced exile. The common people applauded the outcome. Another year passed, and an invasion occurred. The emperor, furious, appointed Sheng Huayan to lead the Tiger Head camp against the enemy. As the battle dragged on and supplies dwindled, Song Jiao arrived at the front with hundreds of carts of supplies, addressing the urgent need. She spent most of her wealth, but it was worth it. The soldiers, well-fed, fought with great determination, pushing all the way to the enemy's capital and forcing their ruler to sign a peace treaty for 100 years. For 2 years, the war continued in enemy territory, while back in the Great Zhao dynasty, centered around Fengzhou City, people began to grow high-yield crops like potatoes, sweet potatoes, and corn, ensuring no one went hungry again. When the Great Zhao army returned victorious, the treasury was full. The emperor, pleased, generously rewarded Sheng Huayan with many gifts, including a special grant of a general's mansion. Old Mrs. Qian couldn't help but wipe her tears. At first, we all thought that De Lang would die while fleeing from the disaster. Who could have imagined he would have such good fortune? Song Jiao truly is a blessing for the old Sheng family. Sheng Senlang is now a respected scholar and laughed in agreement. "Mother, you have the best judgment in our family." Old Mrs. Qian proudly straightened her chest. "I found you a good match. They say that girl brings good luck to her husband." "Mother, I have an essay I need my teacher to review." Facing the pressure of marriage, Sheng Sanlang quickly made his escape. Old Mrs. Qian insisted that her son meet the girl, not allowing him to run away. She hurriedly called for Nian Bao and Inyo to chase after him, creating a lively scene in the courtyard. When Sheng Huayan returned from the palace banquet, he saw this chaotic scene. He pursed his lips and turned to walk toward the backyard. From a distance, he spotted Song Jiao resting in a wicker chair. Her features were beautiful, and her skin was fair as snow. She looked like a fairy descended from the heavens, and he couldn't help but stare in awe. "My dear, His heart raced as he quietly approached and placed a kiss on her forehead. Meeting her was the beginning of his good fortune in life. From now on, he would cherish her,